In the low, white cornfields of Barbarous, a pale, chubby-faced boy hacked at the soil with a hoe far too heavy for his small body. His name was Hades. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary shut-in on Earth named Hishur. The last thing he remembered was painting a Death Guard Plague Marine miniature. Somewhere between mixing pigments and brushing corrosion onto armor, his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was crying in the arms of strangers, reborn as a newborn on a planet called Barbarous. At first, he understood nothing. Only after his gaunt, exhausted parents taught him language did he slowly grasp the truth. The land beneath his feet was Barbarous, a world where the air itself could kill, where humanity survived only by crawling in the lowlands and praying the poison mist would rise slowly that night. Barbarous. The word alone nearly made him spit blood. This was the Warhammer universe. A death world. The birthplace of Mordorion. The entire planet was smothered in toxic fog. Humans could exist only in the lower regions where the poison was slightly diluted. The mountains above were ruled by inhuman overlords who lived within fortresses drowned in the thickest, deadliest miasma. Humans were not citizens here. They were livestock. When the planet's short daylight faded, the poison mist crept down from the mountains like a living thing. Pale, twisted creatures laughed within it, circling the villages as if browsing a marketplace. There was no resistance. The villagers simply locked their doors and prayed not to be chosen. Those who were taken either died immediately or were dragged into the mountain fortresses. There, they were subjected to endless experiments and sorcery, cut apart, stitched together, reshaped into grotesque tools and eternal slaves. Hope did not exist on Barbarous. Just like the wider universe, there was only unending darkness. Hades seriously considered smashing his head against the ground and seeing if he could start over again. He was already holding back tears with everything he had. As a transmigrator, he was supposed to have an advantage. A system. A cheat. Some miraculous power. Instead, he had nothing. No golden finger. No blessing. This fragile body of his could be crushed by the weakest alien on the planet. Worse still, knowing the future did not make him safer. In this universe, thoughts themselves carried weight. Reality was divided between the material world and the warp. Human bodies existed in real space, but their souls burned like small flames within the warp. Those whose flames burned brighter were known as psychers, individuals capable of wielding psychic power. They could twist reality with their minds. The strongest among them could annihilate fleets or shatter stars. But psychic power was not a gift. It was bait. A brighter soul attracted attention. And attention, in the warp, meant corruption. Warp entities whispered into the minds of psychers, warping their thoughts, driving them mad, enslaving them. The more power a psycher used, the brighter their soul burned, and the closer damnation crept. Hades tested himself early on. There was nothing. No spark. No resonance. Not even the faintest response. He was disappointed, then relieved. In this universe, knowledge itself could be lethal. As a transmigrator, Hades carried memories of things that were never meant to be known. If his thoughts were to draw the attention of something powerful within the warp, he didn't dare finish that thought. From the moment he understood where he was, he forced himself to suppress certain memories. He never allowed his mind to dwell on the warp gods. Not even their names. One careless thought could be enough. What he did not know was that his abnormal origin, combined with the unique nature of Barbarous, barely shielded him from notice. For now, so Hades focused only on safer knowledge. The early days of the Imperium. The time before everything went wrong. Once, humanity had ruled the stars. Technology flourished. Countless worlds were colonized. Then came the rebellion of the Men of Iron and a chain of disasters that shattered civilization and plunged mankind into isolation. From that chaos, one figure rose. The Emperor. The greatest perpetual in human history. The most powerful psyker ever born. A being who could destroy warp entities in moments. He unified Terra, forged the Space Marines, allied with Mars, and launched the Great Crusade to reclaim lost human worlds and annihilate alien dominions. To ensure victory, the Emperor created 21 Primarchs using his own genetic template. Each was a being of terrifying potential. Some could comprehend all physical laws at a glance. Some could slay titans alone. Some could govern entire stellar empires simultaneously. Most of them, in truth, could do all of those things. They simply excelled in different ways. And somewhere in this nightmare of poison mist and silent terror, a small boy swung a hoe in a field, knowing exactly how terrible the future was and how powerless he currently remained. The 20 Astartes legions, forged from the Primarch's gene seed, became the spearhead of the Great Crusade. Towering 2 to 3 meters tall, those giants were more than soldiers. They were icons. Veterans, tacticians, leaders, and symbols all in one. Even an ordinary human would instinctively straighten their back in front of them. In any other world, that kind of power would make them untouchable top-tier characters. But this was Warhammer. Even the Primarchs, even the Emperor himself. No. Stop. Hades slammed the thought shut the moment it formed. He already knew how the story ended. Half the Primarchs would betray the Emperor, becoming monsters in every sense of the word. The Emperor would be chained to Terra. The brilliant future promised by the Great Crusade would rot into another age of darkness. But none of that mattered to the boy sweating in a lowland field, fighting just to see tomorrow. Right now, the most valuable thing Hades remembered from his past life wasn't some grand prophecy. It was Mordorion. The Primarchs had been scattered across the galaxy by a warp storm from the Emperor's laboratory, and Mordorion had fallen onto Barbarous. In the stories Hades knew, Mordorion was taken in by the strongest alien overlord in the mountains. Not as a son, but as a weapon. His childhood was a chain of cruelty, thrown into pits before he could properly stand, forced through acid rain, made to fight beasts and rivals like entertainment. Even as a pre-March, he wasn't invincible in those early years, especially under the shadow of a foster father who was the most powerful psyker on the planet. That misery carved Mordorion into what he became. It twisted him. It hardened him. It planted the first seeds of rebellion. Yes, his eventual betrayal had the warp's fingerprints all over it. But that was far away. The nearer landmark was simpler. Mordorion would break free, rally the lowland people, and ignite an uprising against the mountain lords. And at the final confrontation, when Mordorion reached for victory with his own hands, the Emperor would step in and take it from him. A single moment that would leave a scar deeper than any blade. After that, Mordorion would command the 14th Legion in silence for a long time. The Death Guard would become one of the Great Crusade's bluntest and most relentless fists. And the people of Barbarous would finally be allowed to join them. So Hades set himself a midterm goal. Survive until the Emperor found Mordorion. Then become a Death Guard. If possible, earn Mortarion's favor while still on Barbarous. A perfect plan. Except, the Death Guard would eventually stand on the wrong side. The later years were hell. And Hades had no desire to become a walking tragedy wrapped in rotten armor. But those were problems for a distant future. Right now, he was nothing but potential cannon fodder. Becoming a space marine at all would be a miracle. Damn it. Why did his transmigration have to be this miserable? His short-term goal remained brutally simple: survive. On Barbarous, death wasn't dramatic. It was routine. Before Mortarion's uprising, the average lifespan in the lowlands barely touched 30. Hades lived in a small village called Haler Pass. His parents had died when he was 3 or 4, taken by the alien lord's hunters. He felt no warmth when he thought of them, only a vague image of pale faces eaten away by poison and hardship. He had no siblings. Food in the village was distributed by need, so he kept living in the same mud house, claiming his ration, stretching it as far as it would go. He had no other choice. At 7 years old, he didn't have the strength to fight aliens. In daylight, he worked the fields with everyone else. At night, he stayed awake, making tools, testing weapons, trying to force a little advantage into existence with his own hands. His proudest creation was a small crossbow he had modified himself. The wood and bindings were treated as best he could against corrosion. It was hard to draw for his small arms, but it hit like a punch. Once, he had crept out after the mist rolled back and searched the edges of the fog for corpses. Against the thick-skinned mountain spawn, his bolts often failed. But against the lesser creatures, the crossbow could pierce hide, sometimes even punch through. He had considered building a gun. Then reality hit him in the face. He couldn't work iron properly, and on Barbarous, that meant dreams stayed dreams. The only iron weapon he owned was a dagger his father had left behind. He also kept studying gas masks. Everyone in the lowlands wore crude ones to endure the poison, but crude didn't mean safe. It only meant not dead yet. He'd made some progress, but not enough. His herb supply was limited to what grew near the village and fields. He was certain that with a wider range of plants and reagents, he could improve the filters. The village bell rang, announcing the end of work. Hades rolled his shoulders, hefted his hoe, and looked over the soil he'd turned. A good patch. A solid day's work. He was young, but he'd become efficient. Farming was survival here. He ran back with the villagers as the gate rose. Inside, he returned to his mud house on instinct, wiped his hands, and boiled water for thin porridge. After eating, he pulled out his rough sketches. A repeating crossbow. A single-shot crossbow was an opening move, nothing more. In a real fight, no enemy would politely wait while he reloaded. At best, it bought him one surprise. He was still staring at the design when the scream started. His blood went cold. Aliens. Tonight. Hades killed the light instantly. He pulled on his gas mask, layered on every piece of anti-corrosion cloth he owned, grabbed his crossbow and a bundle of bolts, and slid the dagger into his waist. Then he crouched behind the door, breathing slow. There was nowhere else to hide. His house had almost nothing: a dirt bed, a few tools, and the smell of boiled grain clinging to the walls. Outside, something crawled along the paths. The pale laughers. They moved like nightmares that had learned patience. White faces locked into crooked smiles. Arms and legs too long, pressed flat against walls as they glided forward. Spiders with human faces. Only these were huge, nearly the size of a one-room mud house. Yellow-green mist clung to their stretched bodies, held tight by psychic force like a living cloak. Hades' pupils shrank. He saw it. The poison gas was seeping through the crack beneath his door. Slowly. Deliberately. He had been chosen. Hades bared his teeth, raised the crossbow, and aimed at the doorway with a smile that tasted like iron. So this was it. He was going to have to fight. He just hoped he could survive. And once again, he did everything he could to keep from crying like a child whose toe had been crushed. Post-launch warning, rewrite. I'm a casual Warhammer fan. I've read a good amount, but not everything, and I can't pretend I can match official lore word for word. This story borrows the Warhammer 40k setting, but it's still written with a light novel rhythm. If you're here for hardcore canon accuracy, you might want to skip. If you're here for the atmosphere and the setting, welcome. The protagonist has two cheat traits, similar to being hard to perceive and extreme rationality, but early on he's still very much a rookie. This is mainly a story about one person pushing back against chaos. Corrections and lore notes are welcome. Arc 1 is Barbarous, the MC's early survival, his contact with Mordorion, and the slow building of resistance.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Barbarous, nighttime, Haler Pass. Hades clutched his crossbow, pressing his back against the dirt wall, aiming intently at the doorway, his body taut and motionless. From outside came the sound of soft, rustling laughter, and the wooden door creaked as if scratched by nails. Yellow-green toxic gas seeped incessantly through the cracks. Hades stared at the door. A long, eerily pale finger slowly slid through the top of the door crack, smeared with blackish-purple mucus. It moved slowly downward, reaching the latch. The moment the mucus touched the iron latch, rust spread rapidly, turning the once semi-new latch into a rusted relic. Hades anticipated the movement, raising his crossbow. He only had one chance. The laughter grew louder, brushing past Hades' ears. The finger gave a flick, slicing through the latch like it was tofu, which then fell to the ground with a dull thud, ending its service. A massive, grotesque face pressed against the top of the door, with a half-face-sized pale eye peeking inside, searching for its toy. In a split second, as the creature poked its head in, Hades fired his crossbow, the bolt speeding straight towards the creature's absurdly large eye. Without hesitation, Hades grabbed his dagger, holding the crossbow in one hand and the dagger in the other, charging towards the door. These creatures, known as pale laughers, had bodies like long-legged spiders. Even if they blocked the door, Hades could run underneath them. Hades had a plan. Once outside, he would run to the cornfield. These creatures weren't like the Overlord's slave-catching squads, but were low-intelligence beings that wandered the toxic fog in groups, attacking villages solely to feed. Ordinary pale laughers wouldn't leave their pack, and they moved slowly, which meant as long as Hades could outrun their sight and their hunting circle, he had a chance to survive. The grotesque face didn't seem to register Hades' resistance, and the bolt pierced straight into the creature's eye. His ha-ha-ha. Crimson blood sprayed from the eye as the creature's legs thrashed wildly in pain, the grin on its face growing even more twisted. Hades bolted through its legs, using his dagger to fend off the flailing limbs, but his left arm took a hard hit, sending blood splattering. Outside, Hades saw 4 or 5 more pale laughers roaming the village, lifting dead bodies high above their heads. He recognized one of his childhood friends, Hadaira, her organs spilled over a laugher's face, her limbs still twitching. Hades felt his teeth pierce his lower lip, blood trickling out as anger and frustration gripped him. His mind raced. The gap in strength was too vast, he had to flee. Without hesitation, adrenaline sharpened his senses, and he sprinted towards the white cornfield outside the village, his heart pounding, wind roaring past his ears. A pale laugher chased him closely, its insect-like legs scraping the soft ground with a scraping sound. Hades could feel its fury, the creature screaming behind him. Almost there. Hades leaped into the towering cornfield, the leaves cutting painfully across his face. He ran for his life, the toxic fog churning around him. He was heading towards thicker gas, but he had no other choice. When you are weak, you have no choice but to run. Hades didn't know how long he had been running. He kept running and running, the sounds behind him gradually diminishing. The hoarse cries faded into the distance until all he could hear was the wind and the rustling of corn leaves. Arnu. The creature went back. These pack creatures never venture too far on their own. In barbarous food chain, they are also mid to lower tier. He had bet correctly. When Hades finally reached the edge of the cornfield at the village's outskirts, he stopped running. The adrenaline rush subsided, leaving Hades with a throbbing chest. He couldn't tell if the pain was from his heart pounding or from inhaling too much toxic gas, or maybe both. His legs were trembling, his left arm bleeding profusely. The wound, under the effect of the gas, was beginning to fester. Hades first looked around, ensuring no monsters were nearby. He tried to tear his clothing for bandages. In Barbarous, bleeding is extremely dangerous. It makes you easier prey and allows the gas to enter your body through the wounds. This is why Hades decided to bandage himself before finding a place to spend the night. Wandering around while bleeding was not a good choice. After several attempts, he found his hands almost frozen in place, still gripping the dagger and crossbow tightly. He had to wait a little longer, trying hard to regain control of his hands. Finally, feeling returned, and he cut a piece of cloth from the hem of his long-sleeved shirt to bandage his left arm. No herbs, damn it, he had forgotten to bring them. He shook his left arm, blood soaking the torn sleeve. There was still a scent of blood, but the bleeding had stopped. There was no way to clean the wound and wash away the blood. In Barbarous, accessible water sources are contaminated, and drinkable water needs to be filtered in advance. Hades realized he had been careless. He could have brought a water bottle and herbs, but the sudden attack had left him grabbing only his weapons and gas mask. He's still too careless. The coming hours would be difficult for Hades. He gritted his teeth, feeling pain in every part of his body. The little porridge he had for dinner was far from enough for the exertion he had just undergone, leaving his limbs weak and his mind dizzy. In his current state, even a venomous toad could take him down. He reloaded his crossbow, tucked it back into his clothes, and, holding his knife, stumbled through the cornfield. He knew of a recently dug shallow grave nearby, where the wagon carrying the deceased was parked, and he could find some cover there. However, Barbarous never showed mercy to the weak. Noises arose from afar, prompting Hades to dive deeper into the cornfield. He half-crawled, pressing his wound tightly to prevent the smell of blood from escaping. As time passed, the noises became clearer. Footsteps, wails, the distinctive roar of steam-powered vehicles, and the clinking of tank treads. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. It was the slaver squad of a high-ranking overlord. Was he really going to die here today? The puppets, enchanted by the overlords, though devoid of reason, could easily detect the scent of blood in the gas. Hades knew he couldn't avoid being discovered. In an instant, a massive, toxin-soaked net dropped precisely onto Hades' head. He didn't struggle. He knew he couldn't escape from such a net. His only desperate choice was to stay still and conserve his energy. He was dragged out of the cornfield and roughly thrown into an overcrowded cargo truck. Numbly, he looked around at the men, women, and children, all crying in despair. There was no hope, not a sliver of a chance against the overwhelming power in this world filled with absolute malice. This was the world of Warhammer. Being weak was always a sin. He couldn't save anyone. He couldn't even save himself. Despair and exhaustion gripped Hades, and he fainted. Today, Hades cried like a sprite with a stubbed toe. Hades woke up, gripping his dagger tightly amid the jolts and cries of the people around him. Shaking off the drowsiness, he regained his senses. He had passed out from exhaustion earlier. The truck carrying the captives was still moving slowly. Based on the incline, Hades deduced they were climbing a mountainous path and had already reached a moderate altitude. The night on Barbarous was ending, and the puppet slaves, having completed their hunt, were transporting their captives to the Overlord's fortress atop the mountains. Gritting his teeth, Hades crawled within the fully enclosed cage, knocking on the floor as he moved, searching for its weakest point. Yes, he planned to escape. Despite the odds, despite the slim chances, as long as Hades was alive, he would never accept his fate. He would never give up. Even if captured, he could struggle and search for an escape route. Even if his limbs were broken, he could bite his enemies. Even if his teeth were knocked out, he could still glare defiantly and spit blood in the face of his captors, proclaiming his refusal to submit. He had only one chance to escape, and it was now. If time continued to pass, the slave transport would reach higher altitudes where Barbarous poisonous gas was even deadlier. The makeshift gas masks the villagers used would be useless, and they would die agonizing deaths within minutes. Without information about the mountains, Hades decided to break out of the cage first. There was no other option but to take things as they came. In the cramped, enclosed space, the villagers wept and wailed. Hades pushed past them, ignoring the noise, focusing entirely on finding the weakest point in the floor. Finally, he found it. He shoved aside an elderly woman sitting there. Though she looked old, she was likely only in her 30s. She didn't react to Hades, as most people in the wagon were consumed by their fear. Hades took out his dagger and began to chisel at the floor. The toxic environment had weakened the floorboards more than they appeared, and Hades soon created a small hole. Denser toxic gas seeped through the opening, offering Hades a glimmer of hope. Small, but it was there. But it wasn't enough. Hades continued chiseling furiously. The digging sounds and the increasing flow of toxic gas began to draw attention. Gradually, the cries in the wagon ceased. The villagers, worn down by a lifetime of hiding and fear, stared blankly at Hades. They might not have fully understood what he was doing, but they realized something: they still had time to struggle. A lean young man emerged from the crowd. Ragged and cunning-looking, he half-crawled to Hades' side, patting his shoulder. "Let me help you." Hades was taken aback and looked at the man, noticing his empty hands. "You don't even have a knife. How do you plan to help me?" The young man hesitated, then spoke with a determined tone. "I'm a psyker." Hades' mind buzzed with disbelief. An adult, intact psyker on Barbarous was almost unheard of. A thought flashed through Hades' mind like lightning. "Are you Typhon?" "Kala Typhon." The man nodded bitterly. "What, even now, you look down on me, a freak?" Hades shook his head immediately, his eyes filled with determination as he gazed at Typhon. "No, I believe in you. Let's escape together. I just didn't expect to meet you here." Hades carefully chose his words, hoping not to offend Typhon. After all, Typhon was a key figure in the Warhammer storyline. Moreover, Hades needed Typhon's psychic abilities to escape. No S. Kala Typhon, who is he? Kala Typhon, the true leader of the 14th Legion, not really, captain of the 1st Company, Mortarion's once close friend, despicable traitor, and devoted son. Born of a Xenos father and a human mother, he was a psyker. His claim to fame was single-handedly dooming the entire Death Guard. In the original story, Kulla Typhon was Mortarion's close friend on Barbarous. Inspired by him, Mortarion escaped from his Xenos' adoptive father's captivity and successfully reached the human settlements below. Afterwards, Mortarion and Typhon together formed and led the rebel forces, mostly formed by Mortarion. In a way, Kulla Typhon was Mortarion's guide to the human world. Mortarion held great tolerance and indulgence towards this first human he met. This eventually led to Typhon's betrayal after joining the Death Guard, he repeatedly committing acts of treason, yet not being killed by Mortarion. Ultimately, the naive Mortarion was betrayed by Typhon, who sacrificed the entire legion toward Nurgle. Typhon appearing here could only mean one thing. In the original story, Mortarion and Kulla Typhon met after Typhon escaped from a slave wagon. This meant that soon Mortarion would descend like a hero, making it very likely that Hades would survive this ordeal. He could escape. As for meeting Mortarion, Hades felt indifferent. Survival was the priority. No point in worrying about a betrayal centuries later when they were on the brink of being an alien barbecue now. Hades stepped aside, signaling Typhon to start his psychic display. "Come on, Typhon, do your thing." Typhon frowned, a strange white light gathering in his hands. "All right, let's go." The white light suddenly dimmed. "This isn't right. I feel my connection to the warp weakening." Typhon muttered to himself softly. Hades stared at him, thinking, "Brother, can you do it or not?" What they didn't know was that Hades' latent untouchable-like nature was interfering with Typhon's connection to the warp. They might have been grateful for this, as Hades' condition would grow with him. Now, as a child, he was very weak, only partially severing the warp connection. This slow-growing ability was why Hades never considered himself an untouchable. In his memories, untouchables were like black holes in the warp, unconsciously and slowly consuming the souls around them, leading any sentient beings to instinctively loathe them. Untouchables were universally despised, to the point where some might attempt to kill them out of sheer, unexplained hatred. It was precisely due to Hades' understanding that he didn't immediately consider himself an untouchable. If a psyker attempted to use their abilities near a powerful untouchable, they would likely explode on the spot. However, Hades was unaware of all this. He watched, speechless, as Typhon slowly moved back, seemingly gathering energy for a major move. As they distanced themselves, the white light suddenly became blinding. Through his mask, Typhon shouted, "Get away." The dazzling white light instantly flooded the confined space. The psyker-induced explosion hit Hades, and the massive psychic shockwave flipped the transport vehicle, sending them tumbling down the hillside. RN. When the light faded, a massive hole gaped in the floor. Poison gas burst in, and Typhon was the first to half-roll and crawl out through the gap. He instinctively retched, but didn't immediately run away. He turned back to pull Hades out. Hades could now see their surroundings. They were on a mid-level slope, surrounded by nothing but rubble and dead grass, save for a distant fortress. The recent tumble had landed them in a small gully. Higher up on the slope, the slave capture team's vehicles slowed and stopped. The Overlord's puppets were disembarking, shouting, and attempting to reach them. Further away stood a fortress, its tall walls imposing in the thick fog. The castle seemed more like a prison than a protective structure. Within the enveloping mist, atop the fortress wall, stood a tall, gaunt figure. Mortarion. Note: the details about untouchables were partly customized. The official lore about gnolls, untouchables, is continually evolving, so I've adapted the concept accordingly. Essentially, untouchables are individuals disliked by everyone, including dogs. The stronger their gnoll presence, the more they are disliked. Additionally, untouchables usually don't handle machinery because it malfunctions around them, since their presence displeases the machine spirits. There's a rumor that untouchables can control their aura through meditation and practice, but that remains uncertain. One of the protagonist's unique abilities is a similar untouchable trait. There will be more custom elements later, which might not align perfectly with canon, and I apologize for any discomfort this may cause. On an unnamed slope in Barbarous, Hades stood still, staring intently at the figure in the pale mist. For a moment, he felt they made eye contact. Even through the thick fog, the tall, gaunt man stared back at his newfound kin. In the warp, the garden's master grumbled in discontent. The meticulously brewed fate had recently acquired an unsettling flavor, but it was fleeting. He scratched a pustule on his chin, yellow-white pus oozing out, which improved his mood somewhat. Perhaps the unpleasant taste was just a fragment of a nightmare. He continued to stir his cauldron, where countless exquisite diseases and plagues danced and sang, praising his benevolence. He would get what he desired. On the stage of the four gods, an uninvited guest had seemingly appeared. But evidently, this guest's first appearance went unnoticed by the audience. A blue avian snickered, "Wait, has he really arrived unnoticed?" Hades hesitated for a moment but decided not to call out. The puppets were still on their way, there was still time. He turned and helped Typhon rescue the remaining people from the carriage. Firstly, to save them, and secondly, to use them as cover to delay the puppets. Hades thought darkly. Most of them were doomed. Once the people were out, Typhon spotted Mortarion's castle and, in a panic, started running towards it. Following his lead, the people also began running towards the fortress. Most didn't have gas masks and couldn't survive in this altitude's toxic air. As the crowd moved towards the castle, the mindless puppets changed their trajectory as well. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hades sneaked back to the rear of the transport, grabbing his crossbow and aiming. He trusted his gas mask would protect him from the poison gas here. As for the puppets that were following them, several times, Hades found a chance to take a lethal shot to shut them down, but he didn't. Timing was everything. He was waiting for the right moment. Just like in the original story, Typhon began shouting at Mortarion. "Who are you?" he cried out, half sobbing, half wailing. "High and mighty, watching from afar? You can see us. You can help us." The faster puppets started attacking Typhon, who was clearly struggling. He was alone, desperately swinging a rusty dagger in the muddy ground. Others were already falling to the gas, lying unconscious on the ground, their fate sealed. The remaining ones, like Typhon, were battling the puppets, but since they are lacking combat experience, they were quickly torn apart. Typhon was soon overwhelmed too. His psychic abilities only allowed him to hold out a bit longer. The surrounding puppets seemed intent on tearing his limbs off. Hades aimed but held back, waiting for Mortarion to make a decision, to decide to save Typhon. Without that, none of them would escape. "Help us, stranger. You can help us." Hades knew Mortarion was having an intense internal struggle. A few gunshots rang out, and the puppets fell to the ground. The figure from the fortress is holding a flamethrower. It worked. A smile curled on Hades' lips. Seeing Mortarion raise his weapon to aid the humans, the puppets guarding the fortress let out angry roars. They were both Mortarion's subordinates and his jailers. A with Hilda B. They grabbed their weapons and charged towards Mortarion, while the main force of the slavers aimed at him as well. Mortarion leaped down from the high parapet, landing heavily enough to create a shockwave. He pulled out a long whip made of intertwined chains, swinging it with a fierce intensity. Each lash resulted in splattered flesh and blood. Mortarion moved through the puppets with a mix of madness and calm, like a lone wolf dominating a flock of sheep. Each pass divided the puppets into smaller groups, which he then tore apart. Initially, the puppets could suppress Mortarion with their numbers, but as time passed, the fight turned into a one-sided massacre. Mortarion, bloodthirsty and relentless, abandoned some defensive maneuvers for more aggressive attacks. While Mortarion unleashed his wrath, Typhon struggled nearby, clutching his gas mask and wielding a knife to fend off the attacking puppets. Hades, hiding by the transport, fired arrows at opportune moments. Without being directly targeted, he had precious time to aim. Each arrow flew silently, hitting its mark with deadly precision. He successfully killed 3 puppets attempting to ambush Typhon and repeatedly thwarted those aiming to attack Mortarion, allowing Mortarion to focus on offense rather than defense. When Hades fired his last arrow, exploding a puppet's head, the slaughter was nearly over. The ground was littered with flesh, blood, and twitching limbs. The few remaining puppets fled up the slope. Though some puppets still harassed Typhon and Mortarion, they posed no real threat. Hades emerged from his hiding spot and ran to the small transport vehicles. He managed to start one and called out to the few surviving humans. Unbelievably, they had survived the gas and puppet attacks. "Run!" Hades shouted. The people scrambled into the vehicle. "Aren't you coming?" one of them asked. "No, not yet," Hades replied, preferring to take a calculated risk. They didn't insist. The gray vehicle moved slowly but steadily towards the valley, ensuring their safe descent. Hades found a medium-sized truck for his own escape. He started it and moved it to a safer distance. Then he went back, sabotaging the other small vehicles by smashing their fuel valves with a wrench. Fuel spilled out, covering the rocky ground. With that done, he turned his attention back to Mordorion and Typhon, who were now arguing. As a former shut-in, Hades couldn't understand or mimic their behavior, but he respected it. This was a world where beliefs held real power. But now wasn't the time for debates. Mortarion's foster father would soon attack. Hades took a deep breath, his gas mask creaking with the pressure. "Typhon. Kella Typhon. And you over there. Are you running or not? The aliens are coming. If we don't run now, it'll be too late." The tense atmosphere of existential pondering vanished. Both turned to look at Hades in surprise, eyes wide. Hades waved them over. Meanwhile, the horns atop the mountain sounded, signaling the High Lord's call to attack. Typhon anxiously said something more to Mordorion, but the Primarch remained motionless. Hades understood Mortarion's dilemma. His entire life had revolved around two options: kill my foster father or die. The sudden appearance of Typhon and Hades introduced a third option: escape. It was like someone telling a person who had played a game with only choices A and B their entire life that they could simply unplug the console and stop playing. Mordorion had never encountered such a choice. This new concept overloaded his inexperienced brain, akin to a CPU overheating. "Damn it, don't just stand there." Hades saw puppet soldiers beginning to descend from the mountaintop. "Move it. You too. There's no need to die here. Live to fight another day. If we survive today, we'll come back stronger." He watched as Typhon half-dragged Mordorion towards him. At first, they stumbled in a hesitant run, but soon they were sprinting. Hades jumped into the truck and started the engine. "Get in." Mordorion leaped into the truck bed, pulling Typhon in with him. The moment they were aboard, the engine roared to life, and Hades immediately floored the gas pedal. At that moment, Mortarion's foster father's enraged voice echoed through the psycho-enhanced air. "Face me, child, or we sever all ties." The narrow mountain pass seemed to reverberate with the hollow shrieks of the Overlord. "Do you hear me, brat? If you dare run away, I will ensure you die without a grave. Abandoning me is abandoning your life, OE. I've been as good as dead all along." Mordorion shouted back. Crouched in the truck bed, he raised his gun and took aim. Until today. Bullets flew, bursting into flames upon hitting the slavers' vehicles. The fuel spilled earlier ignited, creating an inferno that consumed everything in its path: the gray, squat vehicles, the grotesque stitched puppets, and the fortress Mordorion once called home. The flames reflected in his eyes, burning away his past. Mordorion cursed as he fired wildly at the fortress, as if trying to shoot the very air around it. Then he stood up in the speeding truck, hurling his gun towards the flames. It traced a perfect arc through the air. He then began tearing off his belt and other gear, cursing under his breath and throwing everything away. Finally, Mordorion shouted towards his past, "Go to hell." The rebellious phase of a Primarch. Hades, though a bit pained by the discarded gun, had to admit that Mortarion's rebellious behavior was quite exhilarating. Now out of immediate danger, Hades began to relax, whistling and laughing. "That's cool." Each of the three had their own thoughts as they sped towards their destiny. Author's note: the past few chapters have deeply borrowed from the story, The Buried Dagger. I apologize for this. I couldn't think of a better way to phrase things. Referencing official material gives a sense of predestined fate. If this is infringing or causing discomfort, I will make modifications or delete this content. Side note: in the official lore, Mordorion and Typhon have a vibe reminiscent of a tragic girl being swayed by a cunning boy. Mortarion's trust in Typhon runs so deep that even the voice in his head is Typhon's. Halar Pass, Hades' home. The second night after escaping, Hades sat speechlessly on the ground, carefully wrapping his left arm in bandages. He held a small stick and stared blankly at the roasting horse meat over the fire in the center of the room. Don't ask why there's a fire in the middle of the house. Just look at the mud house with half of its entrance wall collapsed, transforming it into a semi-open-air luxury abode. After Hades escaped the pursuit of the Pale Laugher, those eerie creatures, enraged, had demolished half of his house's wall. The good news was that the roof over the king, a traditional heated bed, hadn't fallen, so it was still livable. At this moment, Kala Typhon sat on the other side of the fire, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the roasting horse meat. Mordorion stood at the doorway, gripping a machete like a sentinel. Mordorion believed his foster father would come to kill them all, so since their return, he had been standing guard at the door. Hades had tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Mordorion was stubborn from a young age. The villagers, who had just experienced an attack by the Pale Laugher, were even more terrified when they saw Mordorion standing guard. Although his concern was valid, if Hades hadn't read the script, he would be just as vigilant as Mordorion. Hades glanced speechlessly at the guard at the door and then continued staring blankly. Kala Typhon, being a hybrid of Xenos and human, was usually not welcomed by the villagers. He often wandered near various villages just to find a bite to eat. Mordorion, on the other hand, was a naive young man who had just been abducted. In short, these two had nowhere to go for now. Out of personal interest, Hades had brought them to his home. He poked the roasting meat with a stick, checking if it was done, and then flipped it over to continue roasting. When they had been speeding away in the truck and approaching the valley, Hades managed to crash it, causing the truck to skid violently. If not for Mordorion holding him, Typhon would have been thrown out of the truck bed. Damn, were you trying to kill me? Typhon cursed, trembling with fear as he climbed out of the stopped truck. Much later, Hades would realize this was due to Typhon's untouchable physique. Afterward, they walked back to the village, encountering some low-level monsters along the way. They rose, only to be swiftly cut down by Mordorion. How satisfying, Hades thought silently. Upon returning to the village, the villagers' cries deeply affected the trio. After the Pale Laugher's attack, slavers had come to scavenge, though they didn't capture many people. With grave Nigerian Ira Beta. Villagers cried as they bid farewell to the dead, and those who successfully escaped cried as they reunited with loved ones. Originally, Mordorion and his companions, as the key figures in their escape, should have been welcomed and adored by the villagers. But all they received was fear and rejection. The villagers whispered among themselves, fearing the High Lord's revenge. Some even suggested killing Mordorion and Typhon and sending their bodies back to the High Lord. Hades silently rolled his eyes. Although the villagers' mindset wasn't entirely wrong, their double standards were ridiculous. They only suggested killing Mordorion and Typhon, not considering sending back their own recently returned relatives. After all, they had all escaped, so why only send back the ones they didn't know well? Moreover, Mordorion, you're a pre-march. People should fear you, otherwise it makes you look weak. Hades thought again, and decided to attribute this to the world's obsession with appearances. Logically, there were no unattractive primarchs, but in reality, each of the 21 primarchs had a different level of approachability. Some, like Sanguinius and Fulgrim, had maxed out charisma, capable of making strangers take them in and raise them just with a smile. But Mordorion, his charisma was negative. While he might have the chiseled features of a marble statue, his overall aura was terrifying. Tall and thin like a reed, with a pale complexion, sunken eyes, and a hoarse voice, he looked like the Grim Reaper. People's first reaction upon seeing Mordorion was to hide, not to swoon like they would for Sanguinius or Fulgrim. So, the villagers unanimously agreed to kick out the scary, Grim Reaper-looking Mordorion. Even though he was an unrivaled hunter, not a werewolf. This appearance-driven world. Still, there were some grateful villagers. The families of those who escaped brought some straw and food as thanks. On their first night back in the village, Hades had used the straw to make a simple bed and cooked some porridge with the food they were given. After their harrowing escape, the three of them were utterly exhausted. Hades only managed to eat a few mouthfuls of porridge before his fatigue overwhelmed him. Despite his left arm starting to fester, he hastily bandaged it and fell into a deep sleep on his bed. With the other two watching over him, he had no worries about enemies. That night, Hades experienced one of the rare instances where he slept without any vigilance. In his dream, he was painting tiny chess pieces with stinking canned paint, cursing the rising prices of imported goods. When he awoke, he found his left arm meticulously rebandaged, and beside him lay Typhon, sleeping like a log. Silently wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Hades reassured himself that he couldn't have been that undignified while asleep. Surely not. He tried to stretch, but his whole body ached, and he nearly cramped up midway, so he stopped. Slowly, he shuffled to the doorway and saw Mordorion standing like a tall, slender rod, staring into the distant mountains. He was motionless, only blinking slowly when he sensed Hades approaching, casting an almost imperceptible glance at him. Except for his eyes, Mordorion remained as still as a statue. Hades mused to himself that Mordorion was the most influential figure he could currently associate with, perhaps even more so than the Emperor and the entities in the warp. He had to seize this opportunity. "Big guy, take me with you." Imagine if you suddenly traveled back in time and a rogue man stood before you needing a small favor. Recognizing him as the preeminent Liu Bang, you'd likely do whatever it took to help him. Once he ascended to power, remembering your help, he might reward you generously. Wouldn't you enjoy a comfortable life as a minor landlord? Some might say this lacks dignity, that a true man should forge his own path. But Hades would counter, "Bro, everyone dreams of being the world's richest. Let's be realistic and aim for a stable civil service job first." He didn't have the necessary skills to tackle monumental tasks. Why not assist the big shots and live a comfortable life? After all, this was the Warhammer universe, where human destiny was notoriously grim. Even the Emperor, the epitome of strength, had his struggles. What business did a mere traveler have getting involved? He wasn't some grand savior capable of turning the tide. Surviving without getting crushed was already a victory. And he certainly didn't want to shout for the Emperor and become cannon fodder for the Imperium. Whether he was there or not, humanity's fate wouldn't change. After all, the Imperium had been stagnating for 10,000 years and was still the galaxy's largest force. He was a slacker by nature. Changing worlds didn't suddenly make him a hero. In his previous world, he had worked his way up to a senior position, saved enough for a small house, and enjoyed a peaceful life collecting figurines. Just when he thought he could coast through life, he inexplicably ended up here. Ugh. If he had to enter Warhammer, why couldn't he have landed on Terra, Mars, Makridge, or Kolth? Any place would have been better than Barbarous. Worst case, why not become an orc and live a carefree life? His starting point was barely better than the lowest hive dweller. And why Mordorion? This guy was notorious for his complex inner world, famous in 40K for being both stubborn and prideful, making communication nearly impossible. Of the 21 Primarchs, the ones you'd least want to meet were Kurz, Mordorion, Perturabo, and Ongron. But Hades reassured himself. The Mordorion he encountered hadn't yet met the Emperor and was still relatively sane, even righteous. From his experiences leading the resistance on Barbarous, Mordorion was courageous, intelligent, beloved by his people, and a charismatic leader. So where did it all go wrong? Hades had vented his frustrations often since arriving here. In short, reality was harsh. His immediate goal was simple: improve his survival skills and earn Mortarion's favor, surviving until the Emperor arrived and he could join the Astartes to extend his lifespan. Omicron Thailand body yes. The future could be dealt with later. For now, he had to channel his inner corporate worker and flatter his superior. Location: Hades' rundown house at Haler Pass. The morning of the second day after their escape. Hades stood at the entrance, contemplating how to start a conversation without being misunderstood. With Mortarion's peculiar personality, one wrong word could lead to a grudge held for 10 years. This reminded Hades of his old irksome boss, who had such a twisted mindset that even saying "the printer's out of paper" could be interpreted as an insult. Why do other time travelers get to fight monsters and level up, while he has to figure out how to chat? Well, when under someone's roof, you have to lower your head. Hades Chatting 101, commencing now. He knew Mordorion definitely wanted to talk about something now. All Hades had to do was ask a few simple questions and let Mordorion talk to himself. Will those overlords come down? They will. Those bastards, their pitiful lives depend on their so-called authority. And now, the so-called waste from the lower levels has trampled on their pride. They won't let this slide. Mordorion gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to grab a sword and chop off those overlords' heads right now. Are you planning to face them alone? The flames of the oppressed burn in the heart of every slave. Given time, I will ignite the flames of rebellion in everyone's heart, overthrow these tyrants. Victory will belong to humanity. Hades shrugged. You'll have time. But when you finally face your foster father, time will be running out. Not necessarily. Mordorion stared intently at the mountains beyond. My foster father might come for revenge now, but I'm not sure. He's very cunning and won't act rashly. In reality, if Mortarion's alien foster father, Isekai'd, chose to take immediate revenge, this little village would be instantly reduced to rubble by a barrage of highly concentrated cannon fire. Mordorion knew his foster father well. He never took risks. When fighting other overlords, unless he chose to toy with Mordorion by throwing him onto the battlefield, Isekai'd would typically launch a saturation bombardment on the enemy and then use physic to drive masses of puppets to deplete the enemy's resources. He never personally entered the battlefield, even though Isekai'd was the strongest sorcerer on this planet. So you're waiting for him now, afraid he'll attack the village? Yes, I'm waiting for his revenge. I betrayed him, not you. If he comes for revenge, he should come after me, not you. There's a chance he would come after us too, Hades thought with embarrassment. We did blow up his vehicle after all. But we also escaped, right? Mordorion glanced down at Hades again. No choice, Mordorion was too tall, and Hades was too short. He won't care about the lower level. But he might slaughter these villagers in front of me to torment Mordorion. Perhaps he should leave here. But what if he leaves and his foster father attacks the village afterward? Hades looked at Mordorion, feeling somewhat mocked. Indeed, as a human, do you remember how many small loaves of bread you've eaten? Of course, he understood Mortarion's concerns were valid. If he hadn't known the script, he would have feared the overlords attacking too. But they didn't. Actually, this was very suspicious, as if intentionally designed to let Mordorion experience human life. And not to mention, in the original story, it was the Psyker Typhon who rescued Mordorion. Nigerian Iroh. Actually, this might be. Stop. Hades forcefully halted his thoughts. He didn't want to be noticed. Better to end the conversation. It seemed Mordorion would likely stand here for days, and Hades wasn't about to try persuading him otherwise. The bandage on my left arm, did you redo it, or Typhon? I did. Your left arm was festering. Without the bandage, it might have needed amputation. Thanks, haha. Big guy, don't be so serious. Since we escaped, let's celebrate with a good meal tonight. Hades wanted to pat Mortarion's back, like good buddies, to increase his favorability. Then he sadly realized he only reached Mortarion's waist. I want to grow taller. Hades secretly vowed to grow to 2.1 meters and then get the Astartes surgery to reach 3 meters. But honestly, Mordorion was one of the tallest Primarchs. Even if Hades reached 3 meters, he would still seem short to Mordorion. Is this the brutal reality of Warhammer? Hades awkwardly controlled his subconscious urge to pat Mortarion's back and instead awkwardly rubbed his hands. Well, I'll go get some food. You keep watch. On his way back, he saw a fresh horse corpse lying in the field, likely attacked by the Pale Laughers, and ran out. It seemed newly dead, left overnight. It just needs to be given a quick cut, and it would still be edible. Activate farming and cooking skills. Hades thought he should hurry before it was gone. He bid a quick farewell to Mordorion and dashed off with a knife. Mordorion stood there, staring at Hades' back, puzzled. What does thanks mean? And why are you so concerned about food? That night, he found out. Hades watched the two devouring horse meat skewers by the fire and thought this was just the beginning. If he had more seasonings, he could showcase his ultimate culinary skills. From the moment he started skewering and lighting the fire, Typhon circled around him. After answering, "Are you really going to share?" at least a dozen times, Typhon finally stopped, sitting beside Hades, staring at the grilling meat. It reminded Hades of his old golden retriever, wagging its tail like crazy whenever he cooked. Mordorion, standing by the door, couldn't stay calm after smelling the roast meat, but he held his ground, being a warrior, a weapon always ready. Then Hades said, "It's just evening now. If the overlords attack, it will be around dawn. Better eat something to conserve energy." Mordorion took another skewer, thinking silently. He never knew eating could be so enjoyable. In the past, most of his food was the corpses of his slain enemies. Sometimes his foster father would throw him some hard, moldy bread. But after tasting these juicy, aromatic skewers, Mordorion finally understood why Hades cared so much about eating. He must find a way to get Hades to cook more often. After the 50-second delicious skewer, Mordorion firmed up this plan. As for Hades, he looked at Mordorion, who was eating silently but with shining eyes and couldn't help but think. Dude, eat less, you've already eaten half a horse. Can Primarchs even get full? For a long time, Hades remained curious about this question. But for now, he needs to grab some of them. If he doesn't, all the skewers will be gone. In the end, Hades looked at Mordorion with bright eyes. Mordorion, how about you lead us in the uprising? I think you can do it. Location: Barbarous, Morava Mountains, Mountain Peak. 7 years had passed since they escaped. During these 7 years, the small village of Haler Pass, near the Overlord's territories, had long been overrun, while Mordorion and the Resistance forces had moved to a new base on the northern plains. The Death Guard resistance, led by Mordorion, was steadily growing. Initially, they organized forces to fend off nighttime attacks. But as time went on, more and more villagers joined them, and they quickly expanded this new base into the largest human territory. In addition to organizing passive defenses at night, the Resistance also began launching proactive strikes during the dim daytime, eliminating beasts and minor overlords near human territories. Now, the Death Guard, equipped with many elite warriors, even initiated attacks against the overlords. Hades stood on a secluded mountain path, gripping a scythe. Beside him was a fully armed girl holding a fire gun. The girl was covered head to toe to ward off barbarous poisonous mists, but her curvaceous figure and flowing black hair hinted at her gender. A few strands of black hair dangled from her gas mask, and she occasionally fired her gun, splattering the brains of the puppets fleeing down the path. Hades remained silent, advancing with his scythe. The blade flashed, and the puppets, still staggering after being shot, finally fell. The battle above should be ending soon. Hades shrugged. The decreasing number of puppets indicated the fight between the Resistance and Overlord Dre was nearing its end. Another tyrant will be held accountable for his past atrocities. Hades turned back. Despite the gas mask, he could tell the girl was smiling for the impending victory. Hades was momentarily stunned. The black-haired girl was Harila, his battle partner. Long ago, before they relocated their base, during a village defense battle, Hades decapitated a festering hound that had eaten her father, saving her sister. Since then, only she was willing to team up with Hades in battle. Only her. Others always hesitated to act with Hades, some even harbored inexplicable hatred towards him. Hades had no idea why. It wasn't like his combat skills were terrible and dragging others down. His scythe technique was unparalleled. Except for Mordorion, Hades was confident he was the best at wielding a scythe. ANS. Except he couldn't handle guns or other slightly technological weapons, which might have lowered his combat effectiveness. For some reason, these weapons malfunctioned in Hades' hands. Interaction with the untouchable causes machine spirits displeasure. After Hades broke the 7th good gun Mordorion handed him, Mordorion gave him a decent scythe with a dark expression. You'd better stick to melee combat. But he was great at close combat. Why didn't they want to fight with him? Not only that, but others at the base also avoided him, even though they welcomed and adored Mordorion. Though Typhon, being a hybrid of alien and human, wasn't very popular either, Hades had it worse. To avoid this unwelcome atmosphere, Hades had to live in a small house at the base's remotest corner. Except for Mordorion and Harila, no one came to see him. Even Typhon didn't come. And they were the 3 who led the resistance. Sorry, Hades, I just always find you unpleasant. Was it his sharp tongue, causing him to keep offending people? Or was he naturally unlikable? Hades admitted he was mildly troubled by this for a while, but soon he was over it. Sometimes he dreamt of leading the resistance with Mordorion, becoming a high-ranking officer, and leading the people. But honestly, Hades wasn't someone obsessed with secular power or being adored by everyone. He was just a recluse who enjoyed being alone, doing his hobbies freely. So, this situation suited him just fine. Nobody bothered him much, and since everyone seemed to dislike him, Mordorion couldn't assign him any administrative tasks. Hades spent his time on personal research, like continuing to develop his gas mask and drawing mechanical blueprints. Despite his tendency to break machines, his designs were quite reliable. During battles, he preferred finding a secluded spot to clean up stragglers with his scythe alongside Harila. No intense combat, just leisurely skirmishes. As the battle neared its end, he could even chat with Harila. Hades felt. With no more monsters running down, Hades walked back to Harila, stabbed his scythe into the ground, and leaned on it, ready for a chat. That was quick. I thought it would be tougher. His intel mentioned he was skilled in physics. Psyker were always tough opponents. The Resistance had no Psyker of their own since Typhon never revealed his Psyker abilities. So, they had to rely on physical damage. But with Mordorion, who could deal critical damage with one scythe swing, battles became simpler. Without Mordorion, ordinary humans could hardly match these Psyker overlords. Their combat strategy was still Mordorion handling the elite enemies, with the human resistance dealing with the grunts, supporting Mordorion with ranged attacks and firepower. Mordorion single-handedly changed the battlefield dynamics. Victory will belong to humanity. We can win. Seeing Hades relax, Harila lowered her gun, smiling at him. Last time I collected supplies, my sister helped out and got us some extra cheese. I made some cheese pastries. Want to come to my place later and share some? To be honest, Harila's cooking skills were mediocre at best. Her food only qualified as non-toxic. You might as well give me the cheese. Let me cook it instead. Hades was internally crying, but he didn't dare say it. Harila was one of his few friends, and he didn't want to ruin their relationship. So, he always ended up eating a lot of non-toxic food with tears in his eyes. Feeling her eager gaze, Hades swallowed his complaints. Sure, I love everything you cook. That mushroom soup last time was pretty good. Pretty good? That stuff had a layer of purple unknown liquid floating on top. Great, I'll pack the leftover cheese pastries for you. You always seem to enjoy my food. I'm happy to cook for you. Harila shyly lowered her head, tracing circles on her gun with her finger. When Lord Mordorion overthrows all the tyrants and resources are no longer rationed, I'll open a restaurant. I'll be the chef. Hades, will you come and help me? At this moment, Hades didn't catch the underlying meaning, as his inner critic was burning brightly. Girl, with your cooking skills, shouldn't I be the head chef? Also, don't raise such obvious flags that might lead to trouble. As if in response to Harila's flag, the temperature around them suddenly dropped. The water puddles on the ground started to freeze, and frost quickly covered the ground. Above them, space distorted and a blood-stained, bone-crusted claw reached out from the rift. In an instant, a heavily injured monster, roughly the size of a small car, appeared before them. Its basketball-sized eyes locked onto Hades and Harila, exhaling a foul stench from its bloody maw. Obs. Damn it, Psyker teleportation. Hades felt Harila stiffen beside him. Harila, Hades said softly. I'll hold it off. You run up and report to Mordorion that Lazar has escaped to this path. Hades assumed a ready stance with his scythe. Don't worry about me. I'll just delay it and run later. Go report or everyone will die. The other resistance members were below. If Lazar got past them, it would be a massacre. He planned to delay, hoping Mordorion would arrive in time. If not, he'd buy time, then fake his death or jump off a cliff to escape. But this might worsen his already poor social relations. Mordorion, please hurry and help, don't make me fake my death. That's too humiliating. The desperate monster roared and lunged at Hades, its twisted claws swinging at his head. Hades shouted, blocking the claws with his scythe. The force numbed his arms, and sparks flew from the reinforced steel handle. Run, Harila. Run. Hades gripped his scythe with both hands, struggling to withstand the powerful blow from the overlord in front of him. They were locked in a fierce stalemate. Harila's figure gradually faded from sight, and Hades secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But facing the Psyker overlord Lazar, he couldn't afford to be careless. The difference in their strength was too vast. One mistake could cost Hades his life. As if sensing Hades' intention of calling for reinforcements, Overlord Lazar's twisted, ugly face contorted into a mocking grin. Weakling, you won't hold out until that monster arrives. Your frail body will be torn to pieces by me. Hades gritted his teeth, trembling from the exertion, but he managed to squeeze out a few words. Lazar, but you've already lost, haven't you? Overlord Lazar flew into a rage. His blood-streaked, injured body was proof that he had been the one at a disadvantage in the fight against Mordorion. Another claw suddenly emerged from the Overlord's car-sized body, reeking of blood and swinging at Hades with lightning speed. Damn. I shouldn't have provoked him. I shouldn't have been so cocky. Hades immediately used the scythe to deflect the blow, spinning the handle to dissipate the force and then jumping back. The green-black, poisonous claw narrowly missed him. Close call. That claw was definitely poisoned. One scratch, and it'd be over. Damn, he's a max-level enchanted melee mage, and I'm just a newbie. How am I supposed to fight him? Adrenaline surged, and Hades' mind raced for a strategy. He closely observed the terrain and his opponent, analyzing the situation. They were on a narrow mountain path, with a bottomless cliff on one side and a steep mountain wall on the other. Some rocks were scattered on the path, and a few dead trees jutted out from the mountain wall. Besides the possibility of a desperate escape by jumping off the cliff, the terrain offered him no advantage. He even had to be cautious of Lazar throwing him off the cliff. He focused intently on Overlord Lazar, who resembled a grotesque fusion of a human and a tiger. His ugly, fat face was covered in drool-soaked whiskers, and his car-sized body was riddled with strange indentations. The claw that had just attacked emerged from one of these pits. Additionally, embedded deep in the densely pitted back was a fist-sized, eerie stone that emitted a faint green glow. According to the Resistance's previous investigations, this stone was some kind of psyker amplifier that Lazar had obtained through human sacrifices. Lazar had been a minor overlord in a peripheral area, but after acquiring the stone, he won numerous battles among the overlords using powerful psychic magic and gradually gained control over the Morava Mountains. However, Hades found it puzzling that Lazar hadn't used any psychic magic in his last two attacks, relying solely on his physical strength. This was strange and didn't align with their previous intel on Lazar. Hades quickly formed two hypotheses. First, Lazar might be deliberately using physical attacks to lower Hades' guard against his powers. Second, Lazar might be severely injured from his battle with Mordorion and currently unable to use his psyker powers. But Hades knew that Lazar, now a defeated foe of Mordorion, wouldn't have the luxury of saving his psyker powers for an insignificant soldier like him. So, it was likely that Overlord Lazar was too injured to use his psyker abilities after fighting Mordorion. Hades silently prayed it was the second possibility. Facing a severely wounded, out-of-mana melee mage was something he could handle. At least, his chances of survival were higher. While his brain worked overtime, Hades didn't stop moving. He adopted a defensive strategy, comically hopping around the narrow mountain path platform to dodge attacks. Arnu. He swung his scythe, the huge blade intercepting most of Lazar's strikes. Claw and steel clashed rapidly, sparks flying with each collision. When he couldn't avoid an attack, he used his reinforced elbows and shins to block, causing a mix of his red blood and black-green poison to splatter, staining the gray-yellow path along with Lazar's blood. Unlike Hades, who was firmly defending and aiming to delay, Overlord Lazar grew increasingly frenzied. Time was running out. He couldn't let this soldier stall until Mordorion arrived. He had to escape. If only his psychic teleportation hadn't been abruptly interrupted. If he had reacted faster, he wouldn't have let the other soldier escape. Overlord Lazar was in a state of panic. His once proud psychic had been shattered by Mortarion's masterful physical side techniques. Realizing that continuing the fight would be a dead end, he seized an opportunity to escape using psychic teleportation. No matter how powerful Mordorion was, without psychic power, he could only watch helplessly as Lazar escaped using his powers. However, Lazar's prideful psychic power encountered a sudden problem. He had set the other end of his teleportation at the mountain's base, but midway through the process, he felt his connection to the warp weakening. Barbarous was a planet where the barrier to the warp was thin, allowing psyker overlords to easily draw power from it. But suddenly, the connection was severed, and the ever-thickening physical laws of reality pressed on Overlord Lazar, forcing him to stop the teleportation. He was squeezed out of the short-distance teleportation from the warp, and upon emerging, he saw Hades and Herila clearing the area behind him. What's going on? Not only that, but he noticed his connection to the warp becoming even weaker. He couldn't even muster the energy to cast a simple spell. No, this can't be happening. What's going on? While fighting Hades, Lazar's mind raced through the countless forbidden books he had studied. One forbidden term after another flashed before his eyes. Finally, he found a term in the depths of his memory. Untouchable, a being who could not be touched by the warp. Could it be that this soldier was an untouchable? No, impossible. Untouchables were ancient legends. Even in the mythical Golden Age, there were no mentions of untouchables. Lazar, a Xeno overlord who didn't believe in legends, was continuously reminded of his weakening connection to the warp. He even felt his soul being slowly consumed since he started battling this insignificant soldier. No, impossible. Besides Mordorion, no lowly human could threaten him. They are garbage. Weak insects. Weeds found everywhere. They couldn't possibly be those legendary beings. Overlord Lazar's keen senses detected Mortarian's heavy footsteps approaching rapidly from the mountain path. Time was running out. This damn insect, jumping around, using only weak physical attacks. I, Lazar, am far above you. Die. Ignoring his already weak connection to the warp, Lazar extended a pale, human-like hand from the indentations on his back. The space around it began to distort, eerie white light crackling and gathering in the hand. He intended to obliterate this insect in one strike. Hades focused intensely on the white light in that hand, raising his scythe to guard his vital areas. Thanks to his time with Typhon, Hades knew that turning and running downhill would not take him out of the Psyker attack's range. However, he might try. Running uphill. Feigning a defensive posture, Hades kept his eye on a dead tree on the mountain wall beside him. He planned to jump up at the moment of the attack, hook onto the tree with his scythe, and use the momentum to swing up and avoid the attack. If the Psyker attack's impact was strong enough, the shockwave might even propel him to a safer spot above. Lazar wouldn't turn back for another strike, as he was also trying to escape. Though Hades had blocked most of Lazar's attacks, his cut limbs were showing signs of weakness and spasms. The massive blood loss made him dizzy. Despite clenching his teeth to hide it, Hades knew he wouldn't last much longer. If Mordorion didn't arrive in the next 2 minutes, Hades would choose to jump off the cliff. In other words, their next actions would be crucial in deciding the outcome. However, an unexpected event occurred. While Hades focused most of his attention on the gathering Psyker energy, an unnoticed change happened in another dimension. The near-untouchable black hole surrounding him began to deform. The pure black void twisted, writhing and extending forward slowly. In the warp, if one were to observe Hades, they would see a dense, black humanoid figure at the center. Like a tiny star, it emitted black light, devouring everything it touched. But from a distance, the black light weakened and blended into the impure darkness of the warp. Because everything was black, this small black figure was hard to notice in the warp. At this moment, Hades' black void deformed slowly and inexorably, consuming the yellow-green glow belonging to Overlord Lazar beside him, along with the floating bits of putrid flesh. Our Nigerian Irai. In the warp, the sleeping Nurgle murmured some dead language softly. Hades kept his eyes on Overlord Lazar. Suddenly, the intense white light in Lazar's hand vanished as if it had never existed. At the same time, the stone on his back exploded, a massive shockwave radiating from Overlord Lazar. The rolling shockwave surged towards Hades. Without hesitation, Hades leaped into the air, using the momentum to hook his scythe onto the root of the dead tree. With all his strength, he swung himself upwards. Using the tree as the pivot, he drew a perfect arc. His blood splattered along his path, marking his trajectory in the air. With heightened senses, time felt like a thick swamp. Hades heard his heartbeat slow down. Now above Overlord Lazar, the monster still wasn't dead despite the eerie explosion. His back split open, blood gushing out like a fountain. But he wasn't dead yet. Hades could see his struggling limbs and hear the monster's dying wails. Great opportunity. Without hesitation, Hades released the scythe from the tree and, in midair, swung it heavily towards the monster's head. Simultaneously, Hades Mordorion and Harila appeared on the mountain path above, with Mordorion hurling a dagger at Lazar. However, airborne Hades was oblivious to all this. His mind was blank, fully concentrated on the scythe in his hands. Then, Hades swung the crescent moon scythe, reaping death and harvest. Head and blood flew together. He was a death guard. He was humanity's scythe. Mordorion was furious. What was supposed to be a foolproof extermination mission had gone awry because he had underestimated his enemy. The Xenos Overlord had escaped using psychic teleportation. Damn it, psychic teleportation was an obscure and advanced psychic spell. Mordorion hadn't anticipated that an overlord on Barbarous would possess such knowledge. Even his foster father, the most powerful sorcerer on Barbarous, couldn't teleport, yet this Xenos sorcerer could. This failure was his fault. He hadn't foreseen the sudden teleportation, allowing the once cornered Lazar to slip away from his blade. Standing amidst the ruins of his battle with Overlord Lazar, Mordorion angrily pondered where the cunning foe might have teleported to. He realized that the inexperienced Death Guard rebels down the mountain might be his target. Damn it! He cursed inwardly while leading the mountain rebels swiftly down the main path. However, a rebel guarding the side path suddenly ran up, informing him that Lazar had teleported onto that path. How could that be? Why would the cunning Lazar teleport to such a place? It offered neither good defensive positions nor was it far from Mordorion. What could Lazar be doing there? Was his psychic spell limited to such short-range teleportation? Or was this rebel being controlled by the Xenos' psychic spell? Mordorion looked at Harila. He knew her. She was the only one willing to team up with his friend, Hades. Tears brimmed her eyes, and her frantic running forced her to breathe heavily, her respirator struggling to cope. It was clear she had inhaled some toxins. But there was no trace of psychic corruption on her. So, it seemed likely to be true. Mordorion instructed Typhon to continue leading the elite forces down the main path, while he and Harila sprinted down the side path. If what Harila said was true, then Hades was probably all ready. Mordorion stifled his anxious thoughts. He needed to trust his friend. But he ran faster and faster. Then they saw Hades soaring through the air, his scythe sweeping in a full moon arc, decapitating the grotesque Xenos Overlord. What? Mortarion's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood and the severed head spun through the air, the Xenos' body erupting in a blood fountain. Hades landed precisely in the center of the blood spray, covered head to toe in blood, both his own and the Xenos'. Nigerian Iroi. The scene looked like a child's crayon drawing smeared with blood. Hades stood at the center, lowering his scythe like a farmer who had just harvested his crops. The scythe blade was sticky with blood and grass. Realizing they were there, Hades turned his head, offering a strange smile through his gas mask. At that moment, the faint light of Barbarous seemed to converge around Hades. Then he wobbled, and slowly collapsed. Meanwhile, that obnoxiously lively voice started wailing. It hurts. Help. I'm dying. Help me, E. There was no way this guy was going to die. Mordorion bet he was perfectly fine. Annoying bastard. Despite his thoughts, Mordorion and Harila quickly ran to Hades' side. Mordorion carefully examined his wounds. Aside from significant blood loss and severe poisoning, he really wasn't in bad shape. Contrary to his usual careless demeanor, in battle, Hades was exceptionally meticulous. He had defended himself well. But Hades continued his dramatic wailing, and Mordorion reluctantly dragged him off the Xenos' corpse, tossing him to the tearful Harila. The wailing instantly turned into soft whimpering. Annoying bastard. Mordorion thought the same thing once more, unlike his friend Typhon, whom Mordorion respected and trusted implicitly, Hades. Well, Mordorion also trusted him, but his occasional antics gave Mordorion headaches. For example, the Death Guard he led believed in silent combat and marching, never uttering a sound even when injured or dying. But Hades was an outlier. Since Hades rarely participated in large-scale battles and didn't disrupt morale, Mordorion tolerated his occasional outbursts, just as he permitted Typhon's harsh words. Realizing that Hades wasn't in mortal danger or disabled, Mordorion stopped paying attention to him. He pulled out the dagger he had thrown earlier from the corpse. Then, while inspecting the Xenos Overlord's body, Mordorion still found himself stupefied with what he saw. He knew that even at 14, Hades' combat prowess was among the best in the Death Guard. But this didn't mean he could single-handedly kill an overlord proficient in psychic powers. Having fought Lazar himself, Mordorion knew how powerful his psychic power was. His physical strength is also no joke. Most mortals would barely withstand a single strike from him. Then Mordorion saw it, the stone, split in two. He picked it up, the nauseating, evil sorceress aura completely gone. Mordorion remembered this stone vividly. In his battles with Lazar, many of his sorceries were cast using it. He didn't recall any damage to the stone when Lazar escaped. Despite his attempts to attack it, the stone's powerful warp distortions always deflected him. He knew Lazar had acquired the stone by sacrificing countless villagers, but Lazar himself had not contributed his soul, meaning the stone's state wasn't tied to Lazar's life or death. So, Lazar's death didn't cause the stone to break. It must have been damaged by another attack. Could Hades also be a hidden psyker? No, impossible. Even a psyker couldn't achieve this without leaving an evil aura on the stone if he used psychic. But now the stone had no aura, literally no trace of anything. Mordorion frowned and pocketed the two stone fragments. He then hoisted Hades onto his back and had Harila carry the Xenos overlord's head as they rejoined the rebels down the mountain. The only comforting thing was that Hades, due to the battle and blood loss, had passed out, which meant his endless comment had stopped. Hades was now happily lying in bed, being fed by Harila. Her soft body leaned against Hades, her long eyelashes quivering slightly as she gazed at him with tenderness so soft it could form threads. Her small, upturned nose was dotted with tiny freckles. Though her lips, eroded by Barbaros's toxins, were an abnormal pale, they were still delicate. Hades swore he even smelled a faint soap fragrance, a rare commodity on Barbaros. Harila held a bowl of indescribable purple liquid, with a thick layer of yellow grease floating on top. As she stirred with a spoon, some mashed pieces surfaced. With the Kunui. She scooped up a spoonful of the unknown substance, gently bringing it to Hades' face, the pungent odor overwhelming her soap fragrance. Hades swore he used all his strength to swallow the bile rising in his throat. He exerted his full control, comparable to the willpower he used when slashing Lazar. Hades forced a smile, looking at Harila. Harila shyly returned his gaze. Hades, it's time to eat. After successfully killing the Xenos overlord Lazar, Hades was uncharacteristically doing nothing. Well, not exactly. He was actively healing his wounds while lying still. Most of his injuries had stopped bleeding and scabbed over, except for a few deeper cuts that still had a greenish-yellow tinge and hadn't healed yet. His arms and hands, which had suffered minor fractures from the immense force, were also recovering well. Right after the battle, Hades was practically useless, with zero self-care ability. Mordorion had carried him down from Morava Mountain. He was then dumped into a makeshift hospital within their territory, which was more like a large barn converted to house the wounded. Villagers trained in basic medical care volunteered to take shifts after finishing their farm work each day. Naturally, Hades was placed in a small corner since everyone found him annoying. Despite their instinctive dislike, the overly responsible medical personnel still treated Hades meticulously. Harila, worried that Hades wouldn't receive the care he needed, visited him several times, each time bringing homemade snacks. Hades was also curious. On Barbaros, resources were scarce, and people typically only had wheat and white corn. Yet, Harila managed to make such unique and consistently awful-tasting food with such simple ingredients. Once most of Hades' wounds had healed, Harila took him to the small house she shared with her sister, and the two of them took turns caring for him. Hades had almost recovered in the makeshift hospital, but the food at Harila's house set him back a few days before he fully regained his senses. As soon as his hands and arms were mostly healed, he fled the place. Of course, before leaving, Hades cooked a meal for Harila's family. He saw Harila's sister almost cry tears of joy while eating. Damn it, Harila, stop torturing your sister. Returning to his remote little shack, Hades tidied up a bit and then sat at his workbench, lost in thought. During his recovery, he had made some preliminary guesses, but due to blood loss and poisoning, later from the food, he hadn't been able to piece together all the information. The battle with Lazar had made him realize something. Hades unconsciously stroked his chin. Perhaps he had always overlooked his unique constitution, attributing it merely to his poor character. But what if he's an untouchable? The most compelling direct evidence was the sudden weakening of Lazar's psychic powers and the abrupt backlash when they disappeared during their fight. If he was an untouchable, many things suddenly made sense: why people instinctively disliked him, especially the Psyker Typhon's intense aversion, why he always broke complex machinery upon contact. The answer was simple: he was an untouchable. But why hadn't this trait manifested when he was younger? Did this constitution develop as he grew? Hades closed his eyes and meticulously recalled the battle with Lazar, frame by frame, replaying it over and over. The splattering blood, the crackling white flashes, the eerie glowing stone. Then he saw it. The scenes in his memory began to distort rapidly like old faded photographs, centering around that eerie stone. Hades' world was fading, collapsing. He suddenly found himself back on the winding path up Morava Mountain, with Overlord Lazar twisting in fury at him. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. He watched as everything around him darkened, turning black and white, a new empty ZS. Apart from the crackling white psychic light and the stone emitting a sinister green aura, there was another sudden flare of fire beneath the green stone. Eventually, everything, including his senses, disappeared. Hades felt his rationality nailed down, leaving him unable to think, acting purely on instinct. Hades felt like he was floating in the void, as if something enticing existed directly in front of him in this space. He wanted to reach out and grab those existences, but found himself unable to move. But those things were so alluring. Hades felt like a hollow dark void, needing some of that light. He struggled to grasp at them like a drowning man. After an unknown amount of time, as Hades focused his will on the perceived light, his position changed. He felt himself transforming. He felt himself extending forward. The lights seemed to tremble and scream. They were afraid, but without senses. How could he be sure they were real? Hades first smoothly engulfed the shining white light, then greedily directed himself towards the green glowing area. However, as he approached, he realized that small pieces of rotten flesh and pus were floating around the stone. He instinctively grumbled in dissatisfaction but didn't dwell on it. He used the same method to engulf the green stone. Yet, just as he completely swallowed these, Hades was instantly on alert. In that secret great garden, at the end of the immortal Pus River, at the edge of the world, stood a rickety old mansion. By the endless festering cauldron, something gargantuan seemed to be watching. He had disturbed its dream, interrupted its play with its future toys. Without a moment's hesitation, Hades instantly withdrew himself, as if he suddenly fell into a sitting position at his work desk. Reality crushed down on him, and he banged his head on the desk. Suddenly, the return of his senses hit Hades, dragging him from a pitch-black, silent room into a frenzied disco hall filled with screams and vomit. His mind trembled. Hades clutched his head, his whole body convulsing uncontrollably. He fell straight from the chair, whimpering and howling on the floor. Mordorion, who was discussing terrain with the reconnaissance team leader, suddenly lifted his head from the strategic map, frowning as he looked into the distance. A chill crawled up his spine. He felt the gaze of a higher being upon him. The reconnaissance team leader looked at Mordorion. "Sir, is something wrong?" Mordorion blinked, confirming nothing was wrong around him. Maybe it was an illusion. A voice echoed in his mind. "Is it really an illusion?" "Nothing." Mordorion whispered, "Continue with your report." When the long night of Barbarous was halfway through, Hades, clutching his head and writhing on the ground, finally quieted down. Propping himself up on his elbows, he gasped for breath. Now he understood. He had just been in the warp. In the warp, Hades was a void of emptiness, slowly and inexorably devouring all light. Every bit of light he consumed made the black hole grow larger. His earlier actions, had alarmed. No, when he devoured Overlord Lazar, he didn't feel this way. It's that stone, that stone. The stone was S return gift for Overlord Lazar's sacrifices. Damn. Feeling a bit better, Hades wiped the sweat off his face and forced himself back onto the bed. He looked at his hand. After devouring the stone's psyker energy, his previously small void had suddenly expanded, and now he could feel his void. Before, this power was too weak for Hades to perceive, but after consuming the stone's psychic energy, it had grown rapidly. He could feel a part of his body frantically urging him to accept it. He would become whole. But was this all a conspiracy of the Chaos Gods? As the dim and brief daylight of Barbarous slowly arrived, the weary people silently woke from their nightmarish slumber. Sounds of activity began to emerge from the settlement. However, none of this concerned Hades at the moment. In his earthen hut, Hades sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, completely motionless, with barely a breath to indicate he was alive, almost as if he were dead. After his sudden experience in the warp, Hades gradually became aware of his power. He had become complete. Just as a psyker can sense their psychic power and soul, Hades could now sense his untouchable power. Psykers can perceive their psychic energy, feel it surrounding them, and with training, can use and control it. Similarly, as an untouchable, Hades could sense his unique power. He could clearly see concentric circles of black light radiating outward from him. The further the light traveled from him, the lighter the black became until it gradually faded, revealing the normal world. The closer it was to him, the more the world turned black and white, distorted, and around Hades' body, it became a pure black void. He tried to sense himself and found that he, too, was an empty void. So, this is what it means to be an untouchable? Hades continued to hold his breath and focus. As his perception expanded and concentrated, the black light emitted from him began to fade, but at the same time, its reach extended further. He also tried to change the shape of the black matter, but found he couldn't recreate his state during the battle. His black field remained a simple spherical shape. As the black field extended, Hades could even see some faint white light in the distance. This was the furthest extent of the black light. Beyond that, Hades could not sense anything. When the black light barely touched the white light, it began to erode it. However, because Hades had diluted the black light to its limit and due to the distance, the erosion was almost negligible. But Hades could clearly sense that he was devouring this white light. He was initially confused by this perception. Wait, the white light at this location. Is it his neighbor Lazel? So he was eroding a human soul. Hades instantly retracted his black field. He tried to compress his black range, but to his dismay, he found he could only control it to a radius of 5 meters. Trying to shrink it further seemed impossible. The black had almost become a tangible void. Hades suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down. He seemed to realize why people instinctively disliked, avoided, and even hurt him. It was merely an unconscious self-preservation response to the harm his presence inflicted on their souls. Wait, what about Harila, who had always been close to him? Hades suddenly didn't dare to think further. He needs to stay rational. Hades began to carefully recall his past memories and realized that his previous power was too weak, far from its current scale after the battle with the Xenos overlord Lazar. With Ray Baites. This meant that he might have caused some soul damage to others before, but it wasn't as significant as the potential harm now. Hades silently breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a sense of frustration lingered in his heart. Those who were good to him and close to him were the ones most harmed by his unconscious presence. So this is what it means to be an untouchable? According to the lore, ordinary soldiers fighting alongside an untouchable might at best lose the will to fight or, at worst, suffer convulsions and fainting. Prolonged exposure to an untouchable's ability could even drive a person insane. Even though his power was previously weak and only unconsciously extended to its maximum sensory range, constant exposure and accumulation could still take a toll. Damn. Is this the so-called cheat power of a transmigrator? Why is it a double-edged sword for him? Hades futilely tried again to shrink his black field, but it was evident that the field only trembled slightly without any significant change in range. Maybe he should practice more regularly? As Hades was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Hades, it's me. Why aren't you at the fields? Are you still not feeling well? I made some porridge for you, open the door. Harila's voice came abruptly from outside the door. Hades could faintly sense a small white light, and he was startled. He immediately ran to the farthest corner from the door. The area by the door immediately left his coverage range. What the hell? What should I do? Cold sweat dripped down Hades' face as he pretended to clear his throat. Harila, just leave the bowl outside. I'm not feeling well and don't want to get up. Thanks for bringing me the porridge. Harila's concerned voice came through again. Are you sure you're okay, Hades? How about you open the door and let me take a look at you? It's fine, really. I'm just too tired. I've been sleeping and don't want to get out of bed to open the door. All right then, Harila, though worried, didn't think much of it since Hades insisted. I've put the porridge on your windowsill. Remember to drink it while it's hot. Okay, got it. Well, I'm leaving then. Rest well. Bye. Only after Harila's footsteps faded did Hades cautiously open the door. The bowl of steaming white porridge was indeed on the windowsill, filled with plenty of rice, making it seem more like a meal than just breakfast. Hades recalled Harila's light just now, which was noticeably dimmer than his neighbor Lae'zel's. His heart ached. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? Should he not interact with others? Filled with anger and a sense of futility, Hades once again tried to violently compress his field. His veins bulged and sweat poured down, yet ultimately, the field's range remained unchanged. Damn it. Hades collapsed back inside, holding his head in despair. There was only one solution left, which was to leave this human settlement. Actually, if he entirely avoided human contact, his untouchable ability was quite useful. Every creature on Barbarous had a soul. Hades knew he couldn't devour them instantly, but if he compressed the blackness enough, he could potentially suppress them to some degree. RABS. A powerful untouchable could even make soul-bearing beings unconsciously erase their presence from their minds, achieving perfect invisibility. Hades contemplated that if he insisted on staying in the settlement and didn't want to harm others, he couldn't perform combat duties. Death Guard squads required at least 2 people. He'd have to take on tasks far from people and avoid any combat, like extensive farming. Hades didn't want to stay here farming endlessly, only to survive until the Emperor arrived. Though he prided himself on being the master of slacking off, and his previous combat tasks mostly involved slashing at fodder, he couldn't just live like that. Sorry, he really couldn't. Moreover, he now had the untouchable ability. People with such abilities were naturally unfit for normal human society. They were destined to be warriors. Maybe he should take a chance? Through training and combat with the Death Guard, Hades was no longer the frail boy who fled from a pale laugher. Now, wielding a scythe, he could even take down a group of pale laughers. He couldn't wait passively for disaster to strike. Before that, he needed to use every moment to become stronger. No passive waiting. Hades looked around his small room. Inside were just a bed and a desk, the desk neatly stacked with notes, farming tools hanging quietly on the wall, a coil of rope he had made himself by the door. These simple and monotonous items were his entire life for the past few years. Hades stood up, his mind made up. Hades walked silently, even cautiously, along the small path at the edge of the settlement. Occasionally, figures would appear in the distance, but upon seeing Hades, they would choose to take a different route to avoid him. It was always like this. Hades thought quietly. Although he had long since stopped caring about such things, knowing the reason behind the villagers' aversion filled him with a sense of melancholy. This truly was the grim-dark world of Warhammer. Power always came with consequences. Just as powerful psychers were more prone to madness and being watched by demons, untouchables were naturally despised by their kin. But their avoidance was beneficial. At least Hades didn't have to go out of his way to avoid them. Carefully, Hades tried to ensure that his 5-meter radius black field didn't touch any villagers. He carried a letter in his pocket. He had just tied one letter to the door handle of Harila's house, placing the empty bowl that had held the porridge back on her windowsill. The porridge had tasted quite mediocre. In the letter to Harila, Hades simply mentioned that he was leaving the northern settlement to head south in search of a so-called relative. A fictitious relative. He couldn't tell Harila the real reason due to his condition. In this dark world, ignorance could be the greatest protection. In addition, Hades had scratched his head and couldn't help but fill the rest of the letter with recipes, detailing the amounts of ingredients, seasonings, cooking methods, and appropriate heat levels for various dishes. Hades knew that this parting might be forever. Instead of a heavy farewell, he chose to leave something useful for her future life. He hoped that the time she had spent with him wouldn't bring trouble to Harila. As he neared his destination, Hades walked along the central road of the settlement, trying to keep his distance from others. When it was unavoidable and someone came too close, he would momentarily expand his field to its extreme, diluting it to avoid causing harm. The other letter was addressed to Mordorion. He couldn't just disappear without a word. That would easily lead to him being deemed a traitor and subsequently hunted down. In the letter, he truthfully explained the reason for his departure, his condition. Hades described the changes in his abilities after the battle with the Xenos overlord Lazar. Of course, to avoid suspicion, Hades merely described his ability as one completely opposite to Psyker abilities, one that could suppress psychic powers. Section. He didn't mention untouchable. How could a mere farmer from Barbarous know such a sophisticated term? He also mentioned his plan to head south to the swamps. Mortarion's adoptive father, Nikaer, was further north, while the southern region was scattered with various overlords. Unlike the northern overlords who mostly submitted to Nikaer, the southern overlords were in a loose state of constant conflict. This lack of unity meant there was no dominant overlord in the south, leading to smaller-scale, but frequent battles, causing great suffering to the local humans. Currently, Mortarion's resistance was primarily fighting northern overlords and some minor forces. Mordorion had planned to send Kulla Typhon to the south for combat. In fact, preparations were already underway. Once they eliminated another nearby overlord and increased their numbers, Kulla Typhon would lead a Death Guard squad south. The Death Guard's mission was to liberate southern human villages and conduct reconnaissance for Mortarion's future southern campaign. Even with their current weaponry, a Death Guard elite would struggle to kill a mid-sized Psyker overlord. These mid-sized overlords, while perhaps not as formidable in close combat as larger ones, were challenging to fight due to their psychic powers and poison mist. Except for Hades, who managed to single-handedly kill a mid-sized overlord due to the overlord's weakened state and Hades' ability to counter Psyker powers. Few believed Hades' feat. Most assumed he had just been incredibly lucky since the overlord had already been severely injured from previous battles with Mordorion. Even Mortarion's bodyguard, Husner, had scoffed, claiming that if he had faced the Xenos overlord Lazar, he could have taken its head without the same struggle Hades endured. Mordorion had immediately stopped Husner's remarks and punished him by assigning him to the Logistics Corps. Death Guards must not belittle each other. We are a united force. However, Mortarion's thoughts weren't entirely on what he was saying. Only he knew what a feat it was for Hades to single-handedly kill the Xenos overlord Lazar. Lazar was no minor overlord. His psychic powers and combat skills were formidable. To put it in perspective, it's like believing your pet cat has impressive attack capabilities, enough to fight a hawk. But when it arms itself with iron claws and takes down a state-of-the-art fighter jet equipped with advanced electronics, wouldn't anyone question it? Even if the plane was running out of fuel, had no ammunition, and was close to being scrapped. Only those who had fought against the overlords knew the disparity between humans and these overlords. These humans were still too weak. But what exactly is Hades? Did he truly win the battle? Or had the Xenos overlord already taken control of him? After sending someone to observe Hades, Mordorion was convinced Hades was normal and not under any spell. Perhaps the Xenos overlord was truly on the brink of death. Moreover, Hades' combat strength was indeed among the best of mortals. Afterwards, Mordorion received Hades' letter, brought in by the Death Guard standing watch outside. If that's his condition, it could indeed explain some things. An untouchable, huh? No wonder Typhon always complained of headaches around Hades. Mordorion thought with a touch of subtlety. But now both of them were heading south. What a small world. Hades was running with a bag on his back and a scythe in hand, aiming to reach the next human village before nightfall. His recent experience had left him drenched in cold sweat. He had reached the door of the war room, intending to bid Mordorion farewell before leaving. Out of curiosity, he had extended his black field, wanting to see what the Primarch's warp projection looked like. But as soon as he began to extend it, a sudden sense of danger hit him, his heart started racing, and Hades immediately stopped. There was something ominous in that place. Mordorion had long been under its gaze. Hades' heart was pounding. Was it possible that from the moment he met Mordorion, he had already been noticed by the Plague Father? Was Nurgle watching him? Damn. Hades silently cried inside, feeling like a mischievous sprite whose toe had been stepped on. Barbarous plus Southern Swamp. Hades was lying near a field with his scythe, sleeping in a strange position. The small, Makeshift campfire he had set up had just gone out, with a wisp of smoke still rising. It was daytime on Barbarous, and nearby farmers were out with their tools, working the fields. They were chatting and laughing, but all kept a cautious distance from Hades. He was the strange wanderer who had come south almost simultaneously with the Death Guard. Initially, the villagers were wary of this mysterious man who occasionally roamed near the village. He appeared extremely sinister, repulsive even from a distance. But when the villagers asked the local Death Guard to expel this mysterious man, they were met with silence. That man is not a bad person. His name is Hades. Even so, the villagers remained cautious, avoiding him whenever possible. Soon, they understood the silent truth behind the Death Guard's words. When the screams of the night faded away, villagers hitching their carts for the morning's work were greeted with an unbelievable sight. Scattered limbs, blood splattered everywhere like rivers, crops trampled into chaos. The terrified expressions frozen on the shattered heads of a group of Xenos. A strong stench of blood wafted from the field. And next to this hellish scene, a man was lying with his scythe, half propping his head, snoring loudly. Silver blades still smeared with thick blood, the hooded man seemed drenched in blood, soaked in the thick crimson fluid. His limbs bore visible cuts. He was death. The villagers, shaking with fear, stared in shock, while the man seemed disturbed by the noise. He woke up, slightly surprised. Sorry for ruining your fields, haha, really sorry. I was trying to lure them out, but it didn't work. The man laughed awkwardly, seemingly trying to ease the tension. Clearly, his attempt failed. I'll help you replant. Really? I'm very sorry. The world must be a lie, thought the villager with the cart, fainting as he watched Death apologize. After that, the villagers, with a mix of respect and fear, began referring to the mysterious man as the Revenant. Of course, they didn't dare accept Hades' apology or compensation. In fact, they even regularly brought extra grain to the strange Revenant. Whenever he was away, they would leave a bag of grain tied to a dead tree near the little camp he had set up. The Revenant spent most of his days sleeping to conserve energy for the night's battles. Occasionally, he would sit with his huge scythe, quietly watching the villagers work. And bade us. Curious children would sometimes stand at a distance, observing the strange man. If their parents were busy with farm work and didn't notice their kids, the braver ones would try to approach him. The Revenant seemed pleased to have the children around. He would pull out a handful of roasted wheat, wave them over, and invite them to join him. But no child ever made it to his side. Without exception, those brave children would feel dizzy and breathless as they neared the Revenant. Crying, they would run back, leaving the Revenant sitting alone. The man awkwardly scratched his head, silently put away his roasted wheat, and continued sitting by the field, watching the children cry as they ran away. Their parents, meanwhile, watched the Revenant from a distance, filled with fear. Whenever the crying children returned, their anxious and scared parents would give them a quick smack before holding them tightly, soothing them with repeated backpats. In the distance was the silent Revenant. Nearby was the bustling human world. It was always like this. Hades single-handedly wiped out 3 groups of roaming creatures in one night, protecting 3 small neighboring villages, while the Death Guard fortified nearby medium and large human settlements. Some suggested that the Death Guard should also take the initiative to attack at night, given that the southern monsters were weaker than those in the north. With a strange gleam in his eyes, Kala Typhon approved a proposal from a group of eager fighters. However, this 5-man team was attacked by a group of Xenos slaver on the first night. Though they managed to repel the slavers, 3 were severely injured. In the following meeting, Typhon paced slowly around the sand table, summarizing. As you can see, Hades indeed has the capability to survive in the wild. Though I know many of you dislike him, we are all part of the Death Guard. Our goal is to repel those Xenos overlords who enslave our people. The Death Guard does not seek fame. Our existence is to liberate humanity. And Hades. Typhon paused, looking at the circle of Death Guard captains listening silently. He can help us relieve the pressure from the overlords. After all, one of our goals in the south is to unite other human villages, giving us more time and energy to talk with those village leaders who refuse to cooperate with us. Typhon calculated in his mind that some villages in the south, after submitting to the Xenos, received some technology as rewards, including poison prevention and weapon technology. However, as time passed, those Death Guard who had previously complained also fell silent. Hades approached the Death Guard leader Typhon, stating he was going to the nearby mountain to kill an overlord. Are you insane? Do you really think you can kill an overlord alone? Do you really take that lucky win against Lazar as your strength? You're not Mordorion. Hades, don't be stupid. Typhon shouted incredulously from across the room. For some reason, Hades insisted on maintaining a certain distance between them. I'm not insane. I'm sure I can do this. I've fully assessed the situation. Hades' black eyes, hidden under his hood, stared intensely at Typhon. Typhon's heart trembled. He took a deep breath and continued. Hades, I know I haven't liked you. Yes, I haven't liked you. But back then, it was the three of us who escaped together. We are Death Guard, comrades in arms. Although we've had our clashes, we are still friends, aren't we? Typhon looked back at Hades. Hades said nothing, only nodding slightly, the hood once again obscuring his eyes. So, listen to me, don't go, okay, don't go. You're not Mordorion. On Barbarous, no one but him can do this. Hades stood up, his belongings gingling with the movement. He bowed slightly to Typhon. Thank you for your concern, Typhon. I'm also glad we are still friends. But my decision is final. Barbarous, Southern Swamp, Diderot Mountains. The first year Hades arrived in the south. Hades moved fluidly through the horde of Xenos puppet, scythe in hand. The Xenos surrounding him acted as if they couldn't see him. Whenever Hades approached, the grotesque creatures would drool and unconsciously move aside, creating a spherical space with about a 3-meter radius, clearing a path for Hades. An ordinary man, fully armed and wielding a scythe, walking casually among the puppet monsters, with the monsters automatically making way for him. The scene was bizarre and absurd beyond words. Indeed, the powerful untouchables could even achieve complete invisibility when faced with sentient beings. It was like a cheat code that allowed them to alter another being's field of view, Hades mused silently. But this had its pros and cons. Hades recalled a formidable Sister of Silence who, while using invisibility, roamed among the World Eaters to harvest heads, only to be decapitated by the mighty Karn the Betrayer. Karn was even puzzled as to why his kill counter had increased. That was a true Warhammer dark humor. 20, 40, 60. Hades stealthily moved among the puppet horde, estimating their numbers. This was the territory of a mid-sized Xenos overlord named Deslay. Based on his previous observations, this Xenos overlord commanded around 300 to 400 low-level puppets and kept a pack of about 50 filthy hounds. From his advance through the territory and his observations, Hades estimated the monster numbers to be close to what he had initially observed. Hades didn't intend to recklessly charge through the monster horde like a berserker. That would be a very unwise choice. Apart from Mordorion and Nikaer, probably no one on Barbarous was that reckless. Hades' strategy was to capture the leader first, stealthily approach, and decapitate the Xenos overlord. This strategy had been refined through countless battles with small to mid-sized Xenos overlords. Unlike mid to large overlords, especially the large ones, these small overlords generally used low-level puppets as their army. They lacked higher-level puppets and had no higher intelligence creatures serving as commanders. As a result, if the head of a small overlord was cut off first, those controlled by the overlord's psychic sorcery would quickly collapse and flee. In some cases, for the lowest-level puppets, once the control sorcery vanished, Hades only needed to shine the black zone on them, and their ugly, flesh-stitched bodies would disintegrate on their own. And those fleeing individual puppets were no match for a well-trained Death Guard. Moreover, Hades had expertly planted mines near all the entrances and exits of the territory. Once the puppets fled, the explosions would further weaken their combat strength. As for the filthy hounds, they were indeed tricky, but Hades had some ideas for them. All of this depended on Hades successfully killing the Xenos overlord Deslay. Through the thick gas mask, Hades' breathing was harsh and raspy. A tough battle was certainly ahead, but he had a winning chance. In fact, this mission to eliminate the mid-sized overlord Deslay might be relatively easy. After arriving in the southern swamp region, Hades spent his days sleeping in wheat fields near villages and patrolled the villages at night. If he encountered hunting monsters or slaver teams, he fought them. Although the Death Guard had since garrisoned most of the southern villages, at night, people chose to defend within the villages, rarely venturing out to fight. Arnu. One reason was that it could lead to heavier casualties. Another was that the poisonous mist was denser at night, and rough gas masks couldn't withstand the corrosive mist. Hades had modified his gas mask hundreds of times. Without using advanced electronic components, his gas mask was sufficient to withstand the toxic mist even in the high-altitude mountains of Barbarous. Persistent, Hades hunted monsters nightly, gradually earning the nickname the Revenant. The Revenant, wielding a giant scythe, roams the toxic mist, harvesting the lives of Xenos. He is the judge, the destroyer. Any creature that gazes upon him will feel a deep unease in their soul. By nearby villagers. Dash. With his arrival, small overlords who had been marauding around now retreated to their territories, becoming reclusive. Most small overlords relied on the poisonous environment and psychic sorcery to suppress mortals. // Some impoverished small overlords even descended from the mountains to capture slaves themselves. Before Hades arrived, these small overlords, hidden under the toxic mist and using psychic sorcery, were the villagers' nightmares. But after Hades arrived, his high-resistance gas mask and the untouchable black zone specifically countered them. Psychic powers? That's exactly what I'm here to destroy. After a few small Xenos overlords who descended were slaughtered by Hades, the remaining overlords decided to stay silent and secluded in their homes. After weeks without any Xenos to kill, Hades pondered and then informed the nearby Death Guard that he was heading up the mountain to kill the overlords. Thus, Hades began offering headhunting services for the small overlords. Dear overlords, enjoy the home service. Remember to give a good review. Hades remembered his first attempt to proactively enter a Xenos territory to clear a dungeon. He was almost beaten to death, barely escaping with his life due to a burst of power from the Black Zone at the brink of death. A history of embarrassment, but he survived. Through numerous battles, Hades had refined his use of the Black Zone. He could now use it to hide himself and inflict control, silence, and stun debuffs on enemies. Unlike the Death Guard who fought head-on, Hades' assassination missions were perfectly suited for these small to mid-sized overlords. Hades was single-handedly purging the South. And now he continues his work. Hades moved through the relentless puppet horde. The toxic mist and the creature's hot breath dispersed as he walked. Ahead, a small fortress surrounded by toxic mist loomed before Hades. Taking a deep breath, Hades gripped his scythe tightly. It was time to begin. Barbarous, southern swamp, Diderot Mountains. Xenos overlord Deslay stood by his workbench, deep in thought. His conversion experiment had just abruptly failed. On the workbench, the seemingly haphazardly cut low-level corpse pieces were quietly arranged in a specific order, coarsely sewn together with thick black thread. Some yellowish-black pus slowly oozed from the wounds. Yes, Overlord Deslay was in the process of creating a high-level puppet. Generally speaking, whether low-level or high-level, puppets were pieced together from the corpses of the strong low-level beings. The only difference lay in the level of psychic sorcery applied to them. Creating high-level puppets consumed a lot of psychic energy. At Deslay's level, making one high-level puppet would leave him weak for a while. But if it were Barbarous True Master, the High Overlord Nikair, that guy could raise his hand and instantly create a dozen high-level puppets. Although Deslay could also raise his hand to create a dozen low-level puppets, the gap between low-level and high-level puppets was insurmountable. These mass-produced low-level puppets were only capable of fighting, unlike the high-level puppets, which could organize tactics, use simple psychic powers, and command lower-level puppets. Moreover, the combat power of a high-level puppet was several times that of a low-level one. However, up to this point, Overlord Deslay had adhered to the principle of strength in numbers, valuing quantity over quality. As long as he had enough low-level puppets, he believed he could overwhelm any high-level puppet. Indeed, the Southern Lords favored the simple-to-create puppets. Some also tamed other creatures, but only those with ample territory had the luxury of alternatives beyond puppets. Deslay, for instance, had previously used sheer numbers to overwhelm several nearby small overlords and subsequently raised numerous filthy hounds. But now, none of it worked anymore. Desley gritted his teeth in frustration. Since the arrival of the Northern Death Guard and that scythe-wielding creature roaming at night, harvesting the low-level beings had become increasingly difficult. At first, they thought nighttime village raids would merely become more complicated. Initially, this was the case. The Death Guard, led by Typhon, actively organized night defenses in various villages. However, they overlooked the figure wandering the toxic mist just like them. What was going on? That guy was clearly just a low-level being, not a psychic hybrid like Kella Typhon. He was just a tall, sturdy low-level being. How was he slaughtering those small overlords? No overlords knew, for those involved were already dead. That guy, wielding a scythe, silently emerged from the toxic mist and beheaded the Xenos overlords who ventured down to hunt. Desley felt somewhat relieved that he never descended to hunt himself, but his slaver team suffered heavy losses, nearly 100 puppets perishing in a few hunts. Ranus. No, it couldn't be. If he went down, he'd surely kill that damned bastard. That lowly low-level being. Despite his words, Xenos overlord Desley had since remained quietly within his territory. Reports of Xenos overlords being killed within their territories kept coming in. To say he wasn't worried would be a lie. But the path to hunt the low-level beings below was blocked. Any slaver team sent down faced the same fate of being slaughtered. Without materials to make puppets, Desley couldn't continue his strategy of overwhelming numbers. So, Overlord Desley had no choice but to attempt creating high-level puppets. However, his first attempt had just failed. It felt as if Desley had suddenly been cut off from his connection to the heavens. Desley stood by his workbench, deep in thought, while the other experimental apparatuses in the room hummed with activity. The roar of the steam engine and the creak of mechanical arms filled the room. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the doorway, their face obscured by a gas mask, making it impossible to discern their true identity. The shadowy figure was about 3 meters away from Desley, who was still standing by his workbench, unaware and facing away from the door. Desley believed that if there was an attack, his puppets and filthy hounds would have already started to stir. However, he miscalculated. In an instant, it felt as though someone had suddenly and tightly gripped his throat. His vision went black, as if the connection between his soul and body had been severed. The figure at the door suddenly leapt forward, blade aimed straight for Desley's face. Desley instinctively raised a hand to block, while using his other hand to cast his most familiar explosive sorcery. The hand attempting to cast sorcery instantly exploded, while the scythe altered its trajectory, bypassing the block to hook into his innards. The curved blade of the scythe skillfully avoided obstacles, the tip slicing through Desley's massive, bloated body as if it were tofu. The blade dug deeper, pulling out a string of crimson organs that dangled like ripe grapes, falling to the floor with the slash. You! Desley stared deathly at this intruder. In his final moment of life, he saw the figure clearly. Unlike other low-level beings, this one was tall and robust, clad in deep black leather armor, with a gas mask and hood. Underneath were a pair of abyssal black eyes that seemed to devour everything, devoid of any soul. A cursed wraith. Those emotionless black eyes gazed at him as the blade swung again. Blade up, head down. Today is a good day. Hades thought cheerfully, another successful assassination, another clueless victim. Although the Xenos overlord seemed to be dead, Hades, to be sure, gave its body a few more slashes. Then he glanced in disgust at the workbench. The pieces of corpses were chaotically arranged, with corpse oil seeping all over. Damn. Hades ignored the corpse pieces for now. With the overlord dead, the puppets should have felt the shift in psychic energy and started to scatter. Hades quickly followed his planned escape route, running upwards. He soon reached the top of the fortress. Several puppets were frantically running around the castle top, and Hades quickly granted them mercy. Then he looked towards the edge, where several cannons stood prominently. Unlike the imagined medieval cannons, these weapons were electronically modified. They look like medieval cannons. They operate like medieval cannons. The shells they fire are like those from medieval cannons, just more powerful, but they are not medieval cannons. A Nigerian ira, yes. Hades ran over, peering out through the observation port. The first wave of fleeing puppets was nearing the minefield he had set. Hades adjusted the cannon, aiming it at the shed housing Desley's filthy hounds. Several hounds had already broken their chains and were running out, agitated. No problem. Hades ignited the cannon and quickly ran 5 meters away. If he stayed in place, Hades bet the cannon would either misfire or explode. One by one, the cannons fired, and Hades repeated the process, blasting the hound shed first, then turning to the puppet horde. In the distance, the mines started to explode. The scattered puppets lost all will to escape. These corpse creations, given life through sorcery, only had desires to kill and torment. Amid the countless thunderous, brilliant explosions, Hades leaped from the fortress, scythe in hand, harvesting. Once, he had watched Mordorion mercilessly reap the puppets. And now, it was his turn to unleash the bloom of slaughter. What's the first thing you do after a battle? Looting. That's what Hades said. Dash. Barbarous, southern swamp, Diderot Mountains. Hades hummed a tune, leisurely rummaging through the bookshelf of the mid-tier Xenos overlord Deslay. The shelves were filled with various steam machinery blueprints unique to Barbarous, experimental records, and ancient Barbarous texts, most of which were related to psionics. Not bad, Hades thought as he eyed the thick stack of steam machinery blueprints. Compared to the other minor overlords he had dealt with, Deslay had a surprisingly extensive collection of steam machinery blueprints. These brutal, cunning Xenos overlords typically relied on their psionic sorcery to dominate, rarely accumulating or developing steam-based electronic machinery beyond necessary steam vehicles and antitoxin equipment. Most Barbarous overlords invested heavily in psionics, not machinery. Except for the highly skilled overlord like Nikair, who maxed out both. Well, that's just a bit over the top, Hades mused, continuing to sort through the blueprints. Even though Hades couldn't handle machinery now, touching it would kill him, he believed that one day he could compress his black zone down to his skin. Then he could handle machinery. He truly is a genius. Damn, this big machinery is a man's true romance. In this Warhammer world, if he couldn't wield a chainsword, bolter, or melt-a-gun, what was the point of life? None. Hades revered technology. Producing a melt-a-gun in a few hours at a factory to instantly arm a soldier with a 75-point attack weapon was far more valuable than training a space marine with a 200-point attack for years. Technology is power. This was the simple faith of an engineering student from Earth in the 2000s. He almost converted to the cult mechanicus cough. No, not quite. After organizing the mechanical blueprints, Hades turned to examine other instruments in the laboratory. A toxin extractor dripped black-purple liquid, 2 interconnected devices probably related to psionics, a flaying machine, with an old, dried human skin hanging from it. A with circumflex Nigeria Nairobis. Damn filthy aliens. After a thorough search, Hades ensured there were no more useful instruments or salvageable parts left. Yes, he had previously dismantled a bunch of instruments just for the parts, which now jingled in his pockets. He then walked over to the Xenos overlord's corpse beside the workbench. Hades pulled out a knife from his waist and began flaying. Yes, flaying. The aliens of Barbarous evolved skins resistant to the pervasive toxins. Hades planned to sew custom antitoxin suits from their skins. Currently, Mortarion's rebellion mainly used enclosed armor to resist the toxins. Mordorion would definitely disapprove of Hades' flaying method, but Hades knew what he needed. Those armors couldn't fully block the toxins unless they were high-tech power armors like the Space Marines. Clearly, Barbarous small craftsmen couldn't achieve that level. But that was fine. Hades only needed to know how to resist the peak toxins. However, even these measures couldn't fully protect against Barbarous toxins. The toxins on Barbarous carried psychic damage, which was a shocking revelation for Hades. He remembered the first time he used the black zone to sense his surroundings. He hadn't detected the faint green glowing toxins in the air, /dash. After all, if you're entirely immersed in something, it's hard to notice it. It wasn't until Hades attempted to ascend the mountains that he sensed the rapidly intensifying toxins with the black zone. Hades discovered that even the soil of Barbarous emitted a faint green psychic glow. This realization was astonishing. From the perspective of the warp, if one were to look at Barbarous from space, it would appear as a planet glowing faintly green. This is a planet utterly cursed by the warp. Every time Hades thought about it, he forced his thoughts to stop, but he already knew that any attempt to avoid thinking about it was futile. He had no choice but to face it. It was clear that he was already being watched. Could reducing the frequency of his thoughts decrease the likelihood of being noticed? Hades didn't know. In this grim, dark world, there were always things he couldn't understand and things he couldn't achieve. The only thing he could do now was make himself as strong as possible and prepare for the worst. That's why he chose to challenge these minor overlords alone. He needed to become stronger. Simply staying within the Death Guard and following orders wouldn't have made him as strong as he was today. He needed to become stronger to have even the slightest chance of survival in this world. Because in this world, weakness is a sin. Even in death, the soul would be tormented by the demons. True torment, with no peace even after death. Finally, after carefully flaying large, usable pieces of skin, Hades stood up and slowly stored them away. He had gathered quite a bit already, and it should be enough soon. If he wanted to make a toxin-proof suit for Mordorion, it would require a lot of materials. Hades sighed deeply. Primarchs, with their massive sizes, not only ate a lot but also required a lot of fabric for clothing. Hades jokingly thought about scolding Mordorion for wasting so much material. Just kidding, of course. He needed to stay on Mortarion's good side. After finishing the flaying, Hades took another look around the laboratory to make sure there was nothing else of value. He then walked out, heading determinedly towards the warehouse. As for the laboratory, Hades didn't have to worry about it. He had already informed Typhon and the Death Guard, who would come the next day to clean up the battlefield. The Death Guard would take the blueprints, instruments, and the weapons piled in the warehouse that Hades had deliberately left behind. Every time he saw so many weapons left behind, Hades felt a pang of regret. However, he couldn't use them himself, so it was better to let the Death Guard use them. Despite their less-than-favorable attitude towards him, they were brave warriors who risked their lives for humanity. Compared to him, who only fought battles that benefited him and thought about running or playing dead if he couldn't win, they deserved everyone's respect. NES, Barbarous, Southern Swamp, Morit Village. The third year Hades arrived in the south. Mordorion stood in the dilapidated old courtyard, supporting the man before him who was about to kneel. This man was hunched over, old and blind in one eye, with the other filled with tears. In this eye, Mordorion saw many emotions, fear, unease, gratitude, all mixed together. The man was on the verge of choking up. "Do not kneel," Mordorion said softly. "You have been enslaved for too long. This situation should have ended long ago." He looked at the huddled, trembling people in the courtyard, raising his voice slightly. Even then, Mortarion's voice was like a whisper in the wind. "I offer you a new path. Join us. If you lack weapons, we will forge them for you. If you lack armor, we will make it for you. Stand up, everyone. There is no need to fear sorcery any longer. Join us." The people listened in terror to this stranger. He was tall and lean, like a reaper swaying in the wind. His words seemed magical, filled with a stirring power, yet his tone was so gentle, like a mother's lullaby at night. But the majority of these villagers had been completely crushed by fear. They had been broken, and their minds could no longer contemplate distant possibilities. Despite the hope in the stranger's words, the future, change, and escape were concepts they could no longer grasp. The man leading them, his name was Reagan, cautiously looked up at the stranger holding his hand. Those amber eyes looked back at him, examining a small, ugly man consumed by fear. "Sir, thank you. We are loyal to you, but the fields here must be replanted," Reagan said, his voice trembling. He cringed as if expecting brutal punishment for refusing. But nothing happened. The gentle hands still held him, and the eyes showed no disdain or contempt, just a serious regard. Then Mordorion released his grip. "Very well. The choice is made," he nodded, putting his hood back on. He picked up his scythe, turned, and vanished into the mist. Mordorion stood in the mist, watching a young man stumble and run through the toxic fog. The further he got from the village, the more lethal the gas became. After Mordorion left, the young man exited the village, following the scythe marks Mordorion had deliberately left behind. "Come on, show me your determination, your resilience," Mordorion thought silently. There was a slight tremor on the other side of the mist. Mordorion glanced over and then returned to his initial stance. "It's him." "It has been a long time since we last met," Mordorion thought. He continued to observe the young man, his thoughts drifting to the past. Most of the northern strongholds had been captured, except for the area near his adoptive father, Nikair. All the other northern overlords had been slain. RN. The main northern base was busy producing and consolidating territory, and thus, the assault on his adoptive father, Nikair, would have to wait a bit longer. However, the Death Guard's progress far exceeded Mortarian's original expectations. The key to this rapid progress lay in the south. Originally, Mortarion had only sent an advance force to the south, instructing them to protect the local populace as best they could and organize armed resistance. Hades had initially single-handedly held off the southern overlords' attacks, providing the foundation for Typhon and the others to collaborate with other villages. With Hades' assistance, Typhon and his men also acquired the technology to manufacture cannons, battering rams, and other weapons. Using long-range heavy firepower, this Death Guard advance force successfully attacked and seized the overlords' territories. In the Death Guard's campaign, the task of eradicating the southern overlords went exceptionally smoothly, and they didn't even require Mortarian's assistance. Mortarion had come down this time merely to inspect this southern Death Guard force and see if there was anything he could do. After hearing Typhon's report, he realized that Typhon was even more capable than he had imagined. Typhon and the Death Guard had successfully liberated most of the southern region, and only a few strongholds remained. There was nothing left for Mortarion to do. Mortarion wouldn't directly demand Typhon relinquish command. He wasn't a despot like his adoptive father, Nikair. He gave his subordinates enough space to grow and win their own glory. Besides, he and Typhon were friends. Thus, Mortarion continued to let Typhon lead the southern campaign while he sought out those small villages, often overlooked due to their location. Just like at the beginning, Mortarion killed the monsters attacking the villages and then entered these small settlements to persuade the inhabitants. As he thought about this, Mortarion unconsciously frowned. Abandoning these peripheral villages to capture or consolidate larger human strongholds was indeed an efficient strategy. Typhon was smart, but it shouldn't be this way. Every potential fighter should not be overlooked. So Mortarion came, roaming from village to village. The young man in the mist knelt down, trembling and struggling in the muddy ground, his limbs convulsing, seemingly still trying to crawl forward. A strong child. The young man had never looked back, never considered retreat. Mortarion thought as he quickly strode forward, taking out a woolen mask soaked in herbal liquor. He approached and carefully lifted the young man from the filthy ground, pressing the woolen mask over his nose and mouth. He looked at him, gazing at a determined fighter. "If you don't look back, it will continue to be this painful," Mortarion said softly. "The path ahead is very painful. Are you strong enough?" The young man struggled to breathe, anger and frustration overwhelming him, his breaths becoming dangerously rapid. "Make me strong enough." After painfully squeezing out these words, the young man finally passed out, fully entrusting himself to Mortarion, who had appeared in his life less than 2 hours ago. Our new beta. Mortarion expertly carried the young man back along the path they had come. There was no need to worry about this young man due to the mask that is filtering out the toxic gas. He would recover quickly. Sometimes, the resilient people of Barbarous just needed a little clean air. The thick, layered fog continually tugged at Mortarion's cloak, futilely attempting to hold this Reaper in place. Mortarion ignored the fog and walked on without hesitation. But as he reached a clearing where the mist thinned, Mortarion stopped, staring ahead. From the dense mist emerged a figure. It was his old friend, Hades. Barbarous, southern swamp, wilderness. The third year Hades arrived in the south. The dense white mist swirled, and the deep, soft black soil stretched endlessly. Between the sky and the earth, there seemed to be nothing but white mist above and black soil below. In a clearing where the mist slightly thinned, sat a tall figure. Mortarion, indifferent to the muddy ground, sat directly on the black soil. On his left knee lay an unconscious young man, and on his right knee rested his arm, holding his massive scythe. He gazed into the depths of the mist, his amber eyes seemingly slicing through the thick fog, staring at a familiar figure. Hades emerged slowly from the mist, his scythe hanging downward like a fairy's oar, gently parting the waves of white mist, causing ripples to spread. When he was 4 meters away from Mortarion, Hades stopped, the face beneath his mask apologetically smiling, and then he sat down as well. "Long time no see, Hades." Hades looked up and smiled, patting his knee in a familiar gesture that made Mordorion relax a bit internally. It had been 3 years. "Yeah, long time no see, Reaper." Mordorion disliked his given name, a fact Hades knew well. Not only Mordorion disliked it, but he also deeply resented the name his adoptive father had given him. So the Death Guard called Mordorion Reaper. Reaper, both the harvester of souls and the one who reaps the fields, just like Mordorion himself. "How's the Southern Liberation Plan? Hope we didn't drag you down. Our Death Guard can handle it." I just watched from afar as the cannons fired in volleys, instantly dismantling the first layer of the small overlord's defenses. Whoosh bang! Hades gesticulated wildly, leaning on his scythe shaft, one hand drawing an exaggerated arc representing the cannon's trajectory. Mordorion smiled, having indeed witnessed the cannon's power. However, unfortunately, these powerful cannons were ill-suited for mountainous terrain. They could only support operations on the plains. As for those atop the mountains, they were ineffective. But Hades still loved to praise others. The Death Guard, they truly were Mortarian's pride. Those brave fighters, those who took up their scythes to resist for survival, they fought, they resisted, all for a future without fear. Mordorion instinctively lowered his gaze to the young man leaning against him, the memory of his struggle against fate still vivid. They were all warriors fighting for themselves, weren't they? Mordorion glanced at Hades across from him, who was still boasting about his prowess. "Hades, can you still not get close to others?" Mordorion extended his hand, seemingly wanting to touch the invisible field around Hades. "Hey, no. No. Hades' reaction was swift, backing away quickly, almost tipping over due to his unsteady balance. "Big brother, please no." Hades' heart raced with cold sweat. If anyone else touched his dark domain, it would just make them feel nauseous, but if Mordorion did, "Big brother, don't attract other nasty things." Hades swiftly retreated, disregarding his dignity as he scooted backward. Seeing Hades' dramatic reaction, Mordorion withdrew his hand, looking disappointed, his eyes seemingly accusing Hades of rejecting him. So, it really was like this. After all this time, had the bond between the three of them drifted apart? Mordorion remembered when they were still young, drinking and laughing in a dilapidated house, discussing their plans to liberate humanity. He had boasted that he would fight for humanity's rebellion to the end, with Typhon egging him on and Hades crawling on the ground, clapping as he crawled. Oh no. Mordorion wasn't drunk, but it was clear that Hades and Typhon were. "Mordorion. Big brother. I'll follow you. I don't have any big dreams. Just want a place to draw little figures." Little figures? Mordorion still wondered what that meant. But now those happy and simple memories had faded. Typhon was doing well. Mordorion was pleased that Typhon had found comrades who understood him. Only Hades, because of his unique condition, walked alone among people. Once they defeat Ny'kere, once there's no more oppression on this planet, Mordorion vowed to help his friend overcome this cursed condition. Seeing Mordorion lost in thought again, Hades felt a wave of panic. "No, big brother, don't hold grudges." Hades scratched his chin. My condition hurts people. I'm still not used to the feeling of hurting others. And I wouldn't want my friends to get hurt either, right? Reaper, if you caused someone to get hurt, it would definitely bother you, wouldn't it? Hades nodded to himself, sneaking a glance at Mordorion, who seemed convinced by his words. In his interactions with Mordorion, Hades had noticed that Mordorion was the type to internally mull over tens of thousands of words in his mind, coming up with strange thoughts, but only utter a few words. Unless pushed to the brink, like when he's really upset, Mordorion rarely fully expressed his thoughts. His thought processes tended to be more convoluted than those of an average person. This made Hades wary of letting Mordorion misunderstand him, knowing that any misunderstanding could lead to significant problems. Mordorion nodded, adjusting the young man beside him to a more comfortable position. "I understand your feelings, Hades. If you ever need someone to talk to, you can come to me. I can withstand your abilities." After a moment of silence, Mordorion added, "I'm not that easily hurt." Following Mortarian's actions, Hades looked at the emaciated young man beside him, probably Vork's. It's hard to believe this future formidable Death Guard was so skinny now. Haha, Reaper, you still have to lead the Death Guard against the Xenos. I wouldn't dare bother you. A puff of mist drifted over, and Hades, bored, reached out to pinch it. You're already bothering me. Such a cold joke. Hades immediately clasped his hands together, nodding and bowing to Mordorion in an exaggerated manner. I shouldn't disturb Lord Mordorion. This humble servant deserves death. I shall take my leave. Hades. Mortarion's stern call of his name stopped the mischievous Hades in his tracks. Okay, no more fooling around. Hades instantly sat up straight. In truth, his visit to Mordorion wasn't just because he hadn't talked to anyone in a while and was losing his mind. If it were unnecessary, he wouldn't want to waste Mortarion's time. After all, Mordorion had a lot more on his plate than Hades did. Mordorion might still be thinking of a steady, step-by-step approach to eventually kill his adoptive father, Nikaer. But Hades knew that seemingly endless time was actually as precarious as a stranded fish on the shore, drying up and on the verge of death. Could Mordorion really kill his adoptive father before the final bell tolled, before the Emperor arrived? If he couldn't, would Mortarion's mind gradually twist, leading him to fall as he did in the original story? Hades understood that the events on Barbarous were destined to become a deeply embedded thorn in Mortarion's heart, silently corroding the master of the Death Guard's soul throughout their long campaign. So, before everything happened, could Hades do anything? Hades knew his own time was also running out. Despite his hopes to fully suppress the black domain within his body, previous attempts had shown this idea was not feasible in the short term. He could only distance himself from others gradually. But Hades thought, what if, just what if, he could persuade Mordorion before he had to fully distance himself? While their bond was still intact. Before everything went wrong. If Typhon could betray an entire legion, riding on Mortarion's trust, then could Hades save an entire legion, using Mortarion's trust? He wanted to try. At the very least, he needed to give Mordorion a veiled warning about the future. Today, Hades was also working hard to avoid becoming a plague marine. Barbarous, southern swamp, Morat village. The third year Hades arrived in the south. The thick fog rolled and billowed, its icy tendrils seeping into every pore, the poisonous mist constantly attempting to suffocate any who dared traverse it. Hades and Mordorion sat amidst this fog, the mood growing serious as Hades, who had been joking moments before, suddenly turned solemn. Hey, Reaper. You're fighting for the people, right? Hades glanced cautiously at the emaciated young man resting beside Mordorion. This youth was a microcosm of the countless rebels following Mordorion into battle. They had forsaken everything, silencing their pain to become stronger, all to be Mortarion's unbreakable blade fighting for humanity's liberation. But what if Mordorion wasn't fighting for humanity's liberation as he appeared to be? Upon hearing Hades' question, Mortarion's gaze sharpened instantly, his amber eyes flickering in the mist like a predator's in the jungle. I have always fought for them. Why do you ask, Hades? Hades sighed softly. What if there was a chance to secure victory for the people, but it meant you had to give up everything? Why ask this? Mordorion clenched his fists silently. Of course, he would do it. Why wouldn't he? It was humanity that had given him newfound meaning after having nothing. Of course, I would choose the people. They chose me to be their blade, and I will not fail them. Hades, you shouldn't ask such absurd and childish questions. It was humanity that gave Mordorion purpose. He would never abandon his comrades. And what if you had to give up everything, including your revenge on the Xenos overlord Nikaer? Before Hades could finish, Mordorion sprang up, his massive scythe aimed at Hades' throat. The scythe's blade cut through the fog, cleaving it in two, the force dispersing the mist for hundreds of meters. Damn, he's fast. Hades barely managed to lift his own scythe in defense when Mortarion's unique, heavy scythe was already at his neck. So, this is the power of a pre-march? Mordorion, half kneeling, carefully laid the young man's head on the ground with one hand while holding the scythe with the other. His eyes bore into Hades, filled with coldness, suspicion, and Hades was sure he saw a flash of madness. Was Hades colluding with the Xenos? What did my adoptive father tell you? No, he didn't. I haven't met Nikaer. Hades tried to keep his tone light, but the cold metal pressing against his artery made it difficult. Mordorion had clearly restrained his strength, ensuring the blade just grazed Hades' artery. Mordorion was silent. Then why ask? Why ask this? Was he controlled by the Xenos? Did he no longer trust Mordorion? I want to know what's more important to you, humanity or your plan. Are you helping humanity because of your hatred for Necaer, or did you choose to fight the Xenos because of humanity? Is that all? Was that why he asked? But Mordorion had never considered this question. What was Mortarion's answer? Hades felt Mortarion's scrutinizing gaze repeatedly dissecting him, as if he wanted to cut Hades open and examine him entirely. Mordorion could feel Hades' elevated blood pressure and racing heart. Seemingly convinced of Hades' lack of malice and absence of sorcery control. Clang! Mordorion lowered his scythe, the heavy blade thudding into the ground, splattering mud, the dull sound echoing slowly in the thick fog. Such a situation doesn't exist. Mordorion spoke softly. It doesn't exist. The people here are oppressed by the Xenos, and these Xenos overlords will never relinquish their enslavement and abuse of humanity. As long as the Xenos exist, humanity will never see true peace, and the liberation I promised will never come. And that bastard, that arrogant monster relying on sorcery, that scum who treats us like livestock. Necaer must be killed. I will personally slay him and bring true liberation to humanity. Hades watched as Mordorion was entangled in anger and remorse. Yes, if not for the man from beyond the stars, the question Hades just asked would never have arisen, and Mordorion would eventually gather his strength and kill his inner demon. But Hades knew that man, the Emperor, he would descend. At that time, the question Hades asked would become significant. It was an inevitable reality. Just like the original story wrote, he would descend. He would sit in a lavishly crafted, golden, and technologically advanced human-made vessel. He would descend on his throne, landing on the broadest and most fertile black soil of Barbarous. He would walk slowly and dramatically onto this land, and the perpetual poison gas of Barbarous would automatically dissipate around him. His face was handsome yet indistinct, his stature tall and robust, and his golden armor shimmered with the finest colors imaginable by humans. Everything on Barbarous paled in comparison to him. The first Death Guard outpost to discover him would kneel before him, trembling and weeping. Mordorion, the people you trust, the proud partners you rely on, will willingly submit to him. Even though you gave everything to these people, even though you promised them your future, even though you eagerly believed in them. But that man, just by standing there, without even speaking a word, they submitted. They handed over everything. After all, he is the Emperor. After all, they are humans. He would continue walking, healing the first wounded person he encountered with the most elegant posture imaginable by humans, even if that person's injury seemed completely untreatable. Newbie. He would heal them instantly, and the others would kneel before him, singing praises of the miracle. They would joyfully lead him into the fortress you painstakingly built. They would invite him to the noblest seat in the meeting hall, and they would gather around him, listening to his tales of distant miracles and ancient dreams. And you, Mordorion, you just hurriedly escaped from a failed attack, listening anxiously to your sentinels reporting this miracle from beyond the stars. You try to make yourself appear less like a defeated dog, gathering your courage to walk into your meeting hall, but at the first sight of him, you knew you had lost everything. You were abandoned by your people. You are a defeated dog. I am, your friend, here on Barbarous to find a noble soul, he added. To find you. From thousands of worlds away, you have been away from the Empire for too long. My lost kin, it's time to return to our embrace. I promise you, glory and riches are just around the corner. The dawn of a new era is upon us. He wanted you to submit, to leave with him. How could you possibly go? Barbarous, the people of Barbarous, this is your everything. But clearly, this guy has already taken these from you. Apart from the hatred towards Necaer, Mordorion had nothing at this moment. He saw it too, betting your hatred and future against him. But in the battle with Necaer, you lost. Lost completely, losing everything. At that moment, the seeds of betrayal have been sown, waiting to sprout. The anchor locking the past, present, and future has been set. The one above all smiled with satisfaction. Hades looked at Mordorion in front of him, his eyes filled with anger towards his foster father Necaer, but also mixed with hope and determination for the liberation of humanity. How can I change this predetermined fate? How delightful. Today Hades is also striving to improve his speech skills to avoid becoming a plague marine. Barbarous plus Southern Swamp plus Morat Village. The third year Hades arrived in the south. Thick white mist rolled in as Mordorion stood holding his scythe. Hades, 3 or 4 meters away, also leaned on his scythe, while the unconscious youth still lay on the ground. The oppressive aura from Mordorion bore down heavily on Hades, making his breath quicken. Damn it, Mortarion's foster father, Nikaer. Hades was sure he'd hit Mortarion's sore spot. But if Hades didn't say it, Mordorion would have to face it sooner or later anyway. No, he had to placate him quickly, or Mordorion would surely cut him to pieces. Hades once again shamelessly submitted to reality. I believe, and I hope you can successfully kill Nikaer. However, then why did you say that? I just want to know. Reaper, in your heart, what's more important, revenge or the people of Barbarous? Mordorion, hooded and wearing a respirator mask that covered most of his face, obscuring his expression. But the wrinkles around Mortarion's eyes, the part of his face that was visible, showed he was conflicted. Hades knew he was hesitating. Mordorion was hesitating. He knew it. Hades sighed inwardly. This was inevitable. It was fate's plaything, Mortarion's inner demon, the root of his corruption. Among the 21 Primarchs, Mortarion's corruption began the moment he landed on Barbarous. Damn it, would Hades really have to escape the Death Guard himself and watch Mordorion and the Death Guard fall together? Damn. The people. Mordorion added, my foster father Nikaer is the one who stripped everything from me, denied everything about me, the one I hate the most. And the people of Barbarous. They accepted me when I had nothing. They gave my existence value and meaning. They entrusted themselves to me. They're my reason for existence. To fight against all injustices. Is that really true, Mordorion? A quiet voice spoke within Mortarion's heart. We all have selfish desires. Would you really give up your revenge on that tyrant? Didn't you always swear to kill him? Why are you betraying your past self? Mordorion hesitated. Yes. No, he whispered to himself. The people chose me, entrusted themselves to me. I cannot betray them first. I cannot become the next tyrant. He silenced that voice within him. If Hades could hear Mortarion's inner monologue, his expression would probably be quite interesting. Firstly, that voice was definitely suspicious. Secondly, after all, it was the people who abandoned Mordorion first. This was an unsolvable problem. After all, you can't expect humans not to worship the Emperor. Mordorion crouched down and gently picked up the young man lying on the ground, then stood up again, holding his scythe in one hand. Thank you for your question, Hades. Mordorion looked at Hades, his gaze inscrutable. He chose the people. From beginning to end, he only chose this. Hades stood there, also looking back at Mordorion, but Mordorion could not see doubt or malice in his eyes. Only anxiety and concern. Mordorion spoke, but you shouldn't doubt me. You've changed a lot these years. Go back to the base and take a look. Don't always fight with Xenos in the wild. Mordorion didn't think Hades distrusted him. He just had a more steady and mature air about him. The familiar feeling Mordorion knew hadn't changed. Like making inappropriate jokes and still doing some crazy actions. The questions Hades asked would never become reality. In reality, such choices wouldn't appear. Apart from causing inner turmoil, they were useless. Perhaps Hades was worrying too much. Staying alone in the dangerous wilds often made one feel bleak about the future. Unfortunately, people at the base disliked Hades because of his nature. He should pay more attention to his friends, but only after killing Nikaer. Compared to the loyal and straightforward Typhon, who often spoke bluntly, Hades was more like a mischievous friend to Mordorion. For example, he often dragged Mordorion into long conversations, even though Mordorion himself wasn't familiar with such ways to pass the time. The young man was about to wake up, and Mordorion needed to get him to a safe village before that happened. Mordorion was ready to leave. He turned to Hades, signaling for him to end the conversation. Hades was a bit shocked. Was Mordorion just concerned about him? Whoa, big guy, you were just holding a knife to my neck a moment ago. Now, there was only one possibility. Hades had finally maxed out Mortarion's favorability. Oh. Hades wanted to throw down his scythe, raise his arms, and shout, I did it. I maxed out his favorability. Before, when he was still young and Mordorion hadn't become the commander of the stronghold, all those persistent acts of kindness, fighting together, and occasional cold humor. Finally, they maxed out Mortarian's favorability. Moreover, Hades wanted to kneel down and shout, "Oh my God." After all, in both his past and present lives, the number of people who cared about shut-in Hades could be counted on one hand. Ahem, these were thoughts from the part of Hades' brain responsible for his unserious side. The part responsible for normal life was still thinking intensely. Clearly, the conversation had ended. Hades wasn't sure how far Mortarion had considered his question. But his initial goal was achieved, which was to plant a warning for Mortarion. However, he didn't know if Mortarion could grasp Hades' true intentions. After all, such plot twists from the original story were beyond human imagination. As for Mortarion's final decision, that was beyond Hades' control. Other transmigrators either had cheat powers to wreak havoc or systems to exploit. Only Hades, despite knowing the plot, couldn't think too much about it. Usually, he just fought minor enemies and couldn't even beat a named character in the setting. "Thank you, Warhammer World." Hades shrugged, walking slowly to the edge of the road. "Goodbye, Reaper, I will. Once I'm done, I'll come back." Mortarion nodded. "Go back north. The southern battles are nearly over." Hades scratched his head and laughed. "All right, I will come back. To help you defeat Nikair." Hades stepped aside, watching Mortarion leave with Vox. When Mortarion reached the village's guard area, Hades' presence behind him suddenly disappeared. In the warp, Nurgling joyfully jumped on its own fleshy mass, the lumps of festering, decaying flesh being their favorite playground. At the furthest reaches of the endless garden, where the flesh flowers withered, the rotting grass and flies no longer buzzed, where life and death felt equally distant. The harsh screech of a carrion bird rang out, piercing through time and space, cutting across life and death, shattering the eternal stillness. It raised its still-stirring spoon, flinging its short arm towards that direction, thick ichor reluctantly dripping into the boiling, endless cauldron. "On OES. Get out. Get out. He's mine. He's here with me." The bird's cry echoed in frustration, lingering for a long time. "Annoying creature," it muttered. In the vast, boundless Warhammer universe, a small planet quietly floats, barbarous, a yellow-green blur from the distant expanse of space. In the trajectory of this world, countless mundane, endless individuals exist. They are born into this world, struggle to live, and then silently die. Unaware of why they were born, unaware of why they die. Yet, they cling to, obsess over, and covet the taste of life, struggling to live, unwilling to die. Just like humans in thousands of other worlds. Perhaps the humans on Barbarous are better or worse compared to those on other worlds. But regardless, centuries of life have accustomed these humans, whose average age is less than 20 solar years. Life is inertia. People busily revolve around their inertia, in their brains incapable of realizing more. Inertia is the law, maintaining inertia, maintaining life, staying alive. They labor day after day on the barren land of Barbarous, silent like livestock with their vocal cords corroded by toxic mists, living in perpetual oppression and fear. Perhaps, on some day in these countless centuries, one among them once erupted in this oppression, grew angry in this fear, raised a rebellion, picked up a knife to face the tyrant's oppression. But no matter what, he must have failed. The beings who attempted to change have long died, and the human history on the planet remains the same, following its predetermined inertia. This planet quietly revolves around its star, the gods of fate silent, wordless, actionless. Until the day the infant capsule descended from the sky. Until the Lord of Death walked down from the perpetually mist-shrouded mountains. The long-stalled, endlessly repetitive gears of fate, receiving the directive from the highest god, started to close in. The decayed gears began to mesh. The ash-covered machine started to operate, gears clinking as they slowly turned. The meticulously woven fate began to move. The protagonist was a guest from beyond the stars. The supporting characters were slaves to a script repeated for millennia. He joyfully simmered his wonderful broth. Everything was ready, everything complete. 7 meticulous weavings, 7 heartfelt blessings, 7 ingredients simmering, 7 centuries of preparation. 7 blessings, 7 curses, 7 destinies. The thick soup already emitted an alluring aroma. All things rot, all beings endure. The merciful father had long prepared everything for his beloved son. He watched his unique child. In the eternally unchanging great garden of the benevolent father, a designated place was already reserved for his cherished child. On the most beautiful, fertile, enchanting, and comfortable soil of the great garden, in the most lovely, cozy, and agreeable wilderness visible from the window of the father's mansion. Flesh boils were tirelessly licked by diligent rotflies, thick phlegm and decayed scars were reluctantly offered by adorable maggots, disaster-ridden bones stood amidst the stinking, sticky fluids, putrid flesh formed soft, warm ground. Nurglings chirped happily in the branches, great unclean ones offered their treasured relics, plague bees buzzed, rot flies droned, plague toads joyously extolled the grandfather's benevolence in the pus. This was such a warm family. Every member nervously and eagerly prepared the warm and comfortable home for the arriving child. When he arrives, countless filthy contaminants will burst forth under the father's command, endless flesh boils will rise under the father's gaze, the child's favorite abode will appear before him, complete. That child, the one who has not yet embraced the father's bosom, the poor child, he will love it here, he will praise everything. Oh, how great the benevolent father! How great the benevolent father! All the life in the great garden could not help but smile at the thought of the soon-to-arrive beloved child, that fortunate child. They silently blessed him in their hearts. However, an uninvited guest stole onto the stage of repetitive stagnation. Distant spectators clapped before the benevolent father. Immersed in brewing the thick soup of fate, the benevolent father neglected those minute changes, allowing the most inconsequential changes to accumulate. He was negligent. Changes beyond fate and changes within fate approached him simultaneously, the former too minuscule, the latter too troublesome. No, his child will be his. Mordorion, his beloved. They cannot take him away. The benevolent father waved his arm to shoo away the annoying faraway presence, while the Nurglings busily tossed suitable ingredients into the boiling pot. The benevolent father muttered as he dealt with his old adversary, once again having his attention reluctantly drawn away. The visitor from outside the world thus received a moment's respite from the father's gaze. The changer of ways shrieked, the repetitive, all-seeing script was about to end. Change, incomprehensible change, coming from outside the world. Ninefold transformation, ninefold upheaval, ninefold jest, the weaving of fate is ceaseless. Abandon those fascinating and astonishing past, present, and future. Change itself is the reward, change itself is the goal, change within change condenses endless mystery. All things in the world follow rules, rules themselves are contempt and shackles on all this. He saw this marvelous change, the chaotic and undefined time in the warp showed him endless changes, transcending the world's own mysteries. Arrogant shrieking penetrates everything, ecstatic shrieking disturbs everything. He shrieked, the labyrinth of infinite change began its dance once more, and the beings imprisoned and lost within it began their infinite quest to escape. Breaking rules, stirring fate, teasing the world. Imperial Phantasm. My lord, an Omega-class warp distortion has appeared in our nearby warp sector, making warp travel difficult for the next 6 solar months. Except for warp travel towards a specific direction, the warp in that direction is quite stable. Plus this is an invitation, this is an indication plus. Plus this is a transaction plus. Golden eyes, brimming with the wisdom of humanity from ancient times to the present, now glimmered brightly. Barbarous. Harila was an ordinary Barbarusian woman. Her early life was a reflection of millions of ordinary Barbarusian girls. Harila was born in an unnamed village near the domain of Nicair. From the moment she could remember, her world was composed of the dim yellow poison gas and endless fear. She would wait innocently in a room made of yellow earth blocks, eagerly awaiting her parents' return. Her mother would come back, touch her cheek with cracked hands, smile at her, and then turn to make porridge and prepare meals. As Harila grew older, she would lead her sister, trudging through the muddy paths of the village, standing at the entrance and gazing into the distance, waiting for their parents to return from farming. In the distance were mountains shrouded in poisonous gas, their peaks obscured in misty shadows. Her parents had said that the true masters of the planet lived there. Back then, Harila was too young to understand how the overlords could resist the deadly poison gas. When she was old enough to hold a hoe, her parents took her to farm their land. She wielded the hoe, breaking the bitter clods of earth one by one. Her sister would stand at the village entrance, still watching her and her parents, waiting for their return. The village alarm bell would ring as night fell. Harila, both frightened and excited, would run back home with her parents. Her life passed in daily farming, her breath slowly being consumed by the poison gas each minute, each second. She had once daringly and curiously walked to the edge of the fields, where the thickening poison gas formed a tangible wall, imprisoning the people within. Harila raised a hand, cautiously touching the seemingly alive poison gas with her fingertips. It lightly corroded her fingers. Harila gasped, quickly retracting her hand to find pale corrosion marks on her fingers. Harila did not understand. Was there truly life on those high mountain peaks, where the poison gas was tens of thousands of times more dense and lethal than here? However, she found out that very night. When the gray night fell and the yellow air slowly climbed the city walls, the slavers' puppets tore through the seemingly impregnable walls of Harila's eyes like paper. Those creatures, which defied the laws of physics, those monsters brought to life by sorcery, just stood at the door, their stitched eyes staring fixedly at her and her family. Artilan Bhati. The puppet, about 2.5 meters tall, seemed to be randomly stitched together from corpse pieces. Thick black thread was crudely exposed, with knots sinking into the skin. Pus yellow liquid oozed from the flesh, climbing the threads and forming yellow scabs in the air. It blocked the door with its bloated body, its murky eyes staring maliciously at Harila. Her parents were on the verge of fainting from fear, but they still clung tightly to Harila and her sister, trembling all over. But it was useless. Like a chick being plucked from a warm and fragile nest, she was picked up, evaluated, and then put down. She was too thin and did not meet the overlord standards for strong experimental material. Her parents and sister were picked up in turn. Her father was put down, and her sister was put down as well. Her mother was taken away. Her mother looked at Harila with despair and breakdown, completely shattered, her weary eyes now brimming with tears. She looked at them, seemingly hoping they would continue to live well, yet also hoping they would save her. But Harila, her father, and her sister were already paralyzed with fear. There was no hope. Under the threat of death, her mother began to struggle violently in the puppet's grip. She flailed her limbs wildly, hitting the giant hand holding her in vain. As if seeing something amusing, the puppet's grotesque face twisted into a strange, cruel smile. Its other mucus-stained hand reached out easily and casually, twisting off her limbs one by one. Blood, flesh, red blood, and white bone spurs protruded. The red dots fell in the black dimness, graying instantly under the caress of the fog. Her mother screamed and twitched. Harila fainted. When she woke up, there were only 3 people left in their home. Life had to go on. After that, Harila took her farming tools every morning, followed her father to the fields, and ran home at dusk with the sound of the bell. The village walls she once thought would protect them were useless. The village was as dangerous as the wild, but she still ran back with the others when the bell rang. She was used to it. She would return home, touch her sister's face with her cracked hands, smile at her, and then cook porridge. Her mother had not taught her how to cook, and her father was just a silent, blurry figure in her life. The first time she cooked porridge, it boiled over and scalded her hand. It didn't matter. She would die. She would die like her mother. It's okay, everyone is like this. Really, it's okay. When the evening screams echoed again, Harila tightly hugged her sister, curling up in the cabinet at home. Her father had gone mad when the screams started. Perhaps recalling the tragic scene before their mother died, their father broke down. This 20-something man with graying hair frantically opened the door and ran out. He wanted to escape, but it was a death sentence. Harila wanted to save her father, but she couldn't. Only death awaited. And the village road, the pus-filled hunting dogs swiftly pounced, tearing flesh and splattering blood. It's okay, everyone has to die. She hugged her sister tightly. But Harila wanted her sister to live a bit longer. She wanted her sister to make it through the poisonous fog, to see the world outside the village, even if it was a barren wasteland. Harila gently patted her sister's head. Her sister's hair was like hers, dry and messy from the corrosive gas. "Shh, sister is going to find Dad. Stay here and don't move, okay?" Her sister cried, pulling on Harila. "Don't go, please, let's stay together, sister." Harila pulled her sister's hand away. "Be good, okay? Live well." Then Harila started running without looking back. She started running, her legs trembling, her heart pounding, her lungs seizing up. She was about to die. She ran desperately onto the main road. The dogs that were tearing apart her father's body saw her. Her father's blood and the dog's saliva mixed and dripped from their flesh-covered lips. Those fangs aimed at her. Harila wanted to scream, wanted to shout something, wanted to tell them she wasn't afraid to die. But fear had completely gripped her, slowly grinding through her bones, tearing her flesh. She couldn't control herself anymore. She stopped, trembling, unable to take another step. "No, I'm brave. I'll trade my life for my sister's. I'm brave." Harila thought desperately, but as if her bravery and pride were pierced through, the dogs, drooling, turned and ran towards her house. No, her sister. Lisa. No. Harila wanted to run. She wanted to save her sister. She had 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 to save her mother. She had to save her sister. 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 She had to save her sister Anois. She couldn't save anyone. She had lost everything she could rely on. She had no reason to live. Her life was a meaningless void. She had never achieved anything. She had never accomplished anything. She was merely alive, then died, meaningless and worthless. "It's okay, Harila, everyone dies. It's okay." Tears and snot covered her face. Harila felt like she was breaking down, like she had gone mad. She desperately knelt, her hands clutching her face, tears blinding her vision. Nothing mattered anymore. She didn't care about anything. Come eat me, come tear me apart. I'm just a useless waste, without the courage to protect my sister. She was tired. She gave up. But she didn't hear her sister's screams. The sound of blades slicing through flesh, the dogs wailing, dull thuds. Harila couldn't understand any of it. She continued to cry desperately. Don't cry. A hand reached out, gently taking her hands away, carefully wiping her tears and snot. Your sister isn't dead, go comfort her. Stop crying. We've killed those dogs. The violent crying made Harila still sob uncontrollably. She looked up. The young man holding her crying sister had his face covered by a gas mask, but he was smiling. Backlit, the white light outlined his figure. The man squatted down, holding a sickle in his other hand. You were brave. You are trying to attract the dog's attention to protect your sister, right? Brave girl, join us. Let's protect our loved ones together. By the way, I'm Hades, a death guard. This is the story before Harila joined the Death Guards. This is also the story of Harila finding hope again. Barbarous. During the attack by the pustule-hunting dogs, the newly formed Death Guards saved most of the villagers. The strongest and tallest leader of the Death Guards gave a speech in the village square. Harila, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked up at him. We have been oppressed for too long, to the point that we have forgotten all the dignity we are supposed to have. Let's unite and resist all this injustice, resist all this violence, resist all this filth. Join us, take up your sickles, and strike against all this injustice. Resist. He said this. Resist. Resist. Harila, without hesitation, took her sister and left with the Death Guards. They left their past behind. She wanted to become strong, she wanted to resist, she wanted to protect her family, she wanted to protect the people of Barbarous. She wanted to be someone who could wield a sickle and protect others. Just like Hades. Harila felt her face warm. She felt a bit shy about this thought. She was just a weak woman, while that tall, strong man was a complete warrior. She couldn't possibly catch up to such a dazzling existence. Harila patted her face. No, even if she couldn't catch up, she had to try. She was tired of her weak self. The feeling of weakness was like a deeply poisonous wine, corroding her insides. She wanted to be like Hades, to become someone who could protect others, to bring hope to others. You can do it, Harila, keep going. Harila followed the surviving villagers and returned to the new home with the Death Guards. She and her sister registered their identities and received a small house and rations for two. When asked which department of the Death Guards she wanted to join, Harila chose the combat department without hesitation. Old Man Isekai'd, who was doing the registration, looked at her puzzled. Usually, women of Harila's stature chose logistics or the medical department. You're too small, girl. Listen to me. Go to the medical department. The combat department's training is too intense. You won't be able to handle it. Alpha Nigeria Nairobi. But the child across from him looked at him seriously. I can become strong. Old Man Isekai'd sighed and wrote Combat Department in the preference column of Harila's registration. And so, Harila became a trainee Death Guard. The training for the Death Guards was brutal and difficult. They first underwent 3 months of physical training and then had to go through selection to join the ranks. Only those who survived the selection could become Death Guards. She climbed a captured high mountain with the main force, without any protective measures. The toxic gas tore at her lungs. One by one, the people around her fell. Exhausted, they succumbed to the gas. They hesitated, let go of the cliff they were climbing, and fell into the abyss. Harila's whole body trembled from exhaustion, her arms spasming uncontrollably, but she clung to the rock face with all her might. She wanted to become strong, she wanted to protect others. In the end, Harila was the third person to reach the summit. At the peak, Mordorion himself presented weapons to the new batch of Death Guards. Based on the observations from the previous training, Harila was given a well-crafted musket. From that moment on, she was a Death Guard. She swore to protect the people of this land, to fight to the end. She swore. Later, she participated in numerous battles. Harila's agility and precise shooting earned her respect and admiration. In a battle against wild swamp rock leopards, Harila shot and killed the leading rock leopard with a single bullet. In a siege against an overlord, Harila held her ground and, after her squad was wiped out, defended the territory by killing 36 puppets alone. She was a Death Guard, and she would protect the people of this land. However, in the endless battles, when she put down her musket and looked at the sky, Harila's heart would ripple. Was the sky the same on the day they met? Under the pretense of inquiring about the war situation, Harila continued to secretly gather information about Hades. She learned that this tall warrior was only 2 years older than her. She learned that Hades was one of the original 3 members of the Death Guards. Harila learned that Hades wasn't very popular. Despite his prowess, he was always ostracized by others. Why? Such an excellent person, why didn't anyone appreciate him? In the next combat team assignment, with a little plan in mind, Harila deliberately arrived a bit late and was indeed assigned to Hades, whom no one wanted to be near. Hades silently carried his scythe, squatting in an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield, waiting for her. She walked over. Was she nervous? Harila felt a bit weak. No, she couldn't embarrass herself in front of her idol and let him think she was weak. Harila mustered her courage and readied her gun for battle. When she blew out the brains of the last puppet, Hades, resting on his scythe, whistled. Well done, young lady, good shooting. I remember you, the one who distracted the dogs, right? I thought you had potential back then, and now it seems I was right. What was happening? Harila felt her face flush instantly. Thanks to the gas mask, Hades couldn't see her blushing. She had always imagined Hades as a silent and warm person. She didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic. The idol aura seemed a bit shattered. But regardless, from then on, Harila always chose to team up with Hades. As if realizing Harila's thoughts, Hades often chatted with her. When battles were about to end and there were no more monsters, Hades would show off his scythe skills to Harila. In his hands, the usually heavy scythe seemed to come alive, dancing with the wind, the blade flashing. He also taught Harila some shooting techniques. Strangely, although Hades couldn't use a musket, he had his own insights into its use. Besides these, Hades shared some other tips with Harila, like how to plow fields more efficiently, water flowers with rice water, and do mental math. Contrary to others' complaints about him, Harila found Hades to be quite a fascinating person. To repay Hades and with a bit of her own intentions, Harila often cooked for him. Unlike her sickly sister, Hades always ate quickly and happily. Harila's sense of taste had been destroyed long ago in a gas attack, so she hadn't enjoyed food for a long time. She hoped Hades could carry on her joy of eating. Despite frequent battles causing occasional dizziness, Harila's life became increasingly happy and joyful. Harila grew stronger, could protect the weak, and became friends with Hades. Under Mortarian's leadership, the Death Guards continued to grow, and one overlord after another was beheaded. The future would be brighter. As long as we strive, as long as we resist, the future will be brighter. Even at the cost of her life, she would protect all this. Harila deeply, firmly believed this. Barbarous plus Northern Mountains. Present. Harila once had a very happy time. If it wasn't her turn for night patrol or war preparation, Harila's day would start at dawn. She would get up, do a quick wash, then make breakfast, usually porridge, and wake her sister. After a quick breakfast, Harila would grab her farm tools and head to the fields assigned to them outside the stronghold, while her younger sister, Lesa, would help with chores in the community. After finishing the farm work in the morning, she would return to the village and participate in daily training, seizing the opportunity to chat with Hades. Hades often dragged her into various topics, chatting about everything under the sun. Harila listened happily, marveling at how Hades always knew such strange and interesting things. After training, she would invite Hades to her home for a meal, and her invitation was almost always accepted. Then she would happily watch Hades eat. Speaking of which, Hades seemed very eager to teach her how to cook. Of course, Harila could cook, just as she could easily shoot and kill monsters. They grew closer. Harila, of course, had her own little secret feelings, but she knew now wasn't the time. The Death Guard was working tirelessly, and everyone around her was doing their utmost to contribute to the construction of the stronghold. Now wasn't the time. Now wasn't the time to rest. Once the last overlord's head was chopped off, Harila would confess to Hades. She didn't know if Hades would accept her, but only she partnered with Hades, and there were no other women around him. Harila knew her thoughts were too dark. Someone as excellent as Hades should be liked by everyone. But in reality, only Harila was willing to partner with Hades. She was special, Harila thought to herself. After killing the Xenos overlord Lazar, Hades suddenly went south. Harila looked at the letter over and over. Idiot, who are you trying to fool with such a clumsy lie? Tears streamed down her face, quickly soaking the already poor quality letter, smudging the ink. She didn't want to cry. Harila wiped her tears, pressing her palm against her eyes, hoping in vain that the tears would stop. She believed Hades had his reasons for leaving. She believed in him, thinking he must have encountered something urgent. But, will we meet again? When we meet next time, will both of us still be alive? Barbarous is a cruel world where the average human lifespan is less than 30, with many dying in their teens or even younger. Especially during wartime. Flames of war and smoke fill the air. How can my longing for you be cut off? This parting could very well be a final farewell. Hades, live on, please, I beg you. I will also strive to live on. After Hades left, Harila trained even harder. The white calluses on her hands from farming tools thickened from daily war training. To her delight, her physical condition improved after Hades left, and she no longer felt dizzy easily. This enhanced her shooting skills, and in countless post-battle summaries, Harila had the highest kill count among shooters. She had become strong and should protect more people. Resist. Let every Barbarusian live the life they want. Her younger sister Lesa had also grown up. The gentle and meticulous Lesa applied for a job in the medical department. Though not in the combat department, Harila knew every role was crucial in war. The attack on the stronghold progressed smoothly. Apart from some human villages near the Xenos overlord Lazar's territory, all other lands were reclaimed. Preparations for the battle against the Xenos overlord Nikair were in full swing. News from the south was equally encouraging, where the brave Death Guard had beheaded all the overlords. It was said that Hades played a key role in the southern battles. Harila was happy to think that this was good news, proving he was still alive. Due to the expansion of the northern front, personnel needed to be gradually transferred from the old stronghold to the newly opened territories. Harila didn't sign up in the first 2 rounds due to her sister's young age. But now, her sister could handle a full-time job, and as a skilled shooter, Harila had no reason to stay in the old stronghold. The elite Death Guard would voluntarily apply to fight at the new stronghold. Compared to the old stronghold, the new one was more primitive and dangerous due to the terrain. Although Harila hoped to live until she could meet Hades again, this wasn't a reason to fear battle. She had the ability to fight, so she should go to battle. Otherwise, the resources the Death Guard invested in her would be wasted. In her position, she must fulfill her responsibilities, without fear, without hesitation. Harila packed her bags, made breakfast for her sister one last time, and left with the Death Guard's morning march. May we meet again, Hades. When the last Xenos overlord is defeated, the good sons and daughters of Barbarous will reunite. When you return from the south, and I come from the north. I don't want to ask for anything grand, just that we can meet alive again. Barbarous, Northern Mountains, Old Base. Now. A cloud of dust suddenly burst out from the house. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, why is there so much dust? Hades, covered in dust, held a broom and began wildly sweeping in the middle of the room. After all, it was his room, and there wasn't much furniture anyway. As more and more dust filled the room, Hades gave up struggling and started waving the broom around aimlessly. Let the dust settle on its own, Hades thought nonchalantly as he stepped outside, standing there like an old man with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. After a month of trekking and hitching rides, Hades had finally returned home. With the southern overlords subdued, Mordorion and Kulla Typhon had led part of the Death Guard back to the north. Hades had tagged along at the rear of the northern-bound army, moving at his own pace. Whenever he encountered migrating villagers, he shamelessly asked for a ride. "Old man, give me a lift, I'll help keep an eye out for monsters." And so, carrying a pile of miscellaneous things he had looted from the south, Hades returned to his little dilapidated house. It had been 5 years since he last came home. The once small base had developed into the Pearl of Humanity on Barbarous. The base had undergone expansion, with heavy walls seamlessly built from rocks carved out of the mountain. The main road of the city was clean and bright, paved meticulously with black cement. The initial city plan that Mordorion had sketched out had now been fully realized. The Combat Division, Medical Division, Logistics Division, Communications Division, Community Division, Construction Division, and Craftsman Division all had their proper places in the base. There was even space reserved for a market and gardens in the future. Not bad, worthy of being a pre-march, Hades thought, recalling the nights Mordorion had pulled him and Kulla Typhon into all-night sketching sessions. Those nights were exhausting, after all. A pre-march could bounce back after just 1 hour of sleep. Every day, people from different regions flocked to this base, renowned for its resistance. Some came because their homes had been destroyed, others were drawn by the fame of the Death Guard, and some sought a fresh start here. The residential area expanded rapidly, but fortunately, Hades' house was so remote that it survived the expansion untouched. Even if it had been demolished, the construction division would have kindly moved his belongings into safekeeping first. So considerate, Hades mused. Once the dust had settled, Hades carefully swept up the dust inside his house. By evening, he had finally tidied up his home a bit. Hades lit a gas lamp carefully and then dragged the large bundles he had hauled back from the south into the house. In the lamplight, Hades opened the bundles and started sorting the supplies. First, he pulled out the dried food rations he had been chewing on the past few days and tossed them onto the stove. Then came the herbs he had gathered in the south, along with their corresponding seeds and tubers. Hades had tested most of these herbs and found that many of them were effective in filtering out the toxic gases on Barbarous. A thick stack of carefully insect-proofed maps also emerged from the bundle. Various sizes of parchment were neatly organized by their content and specifications. Some of these maps were looted from the homes of Xenos overlords, while others were designed and modified by Hades himself. In fact, Hades could already draw most of these designs from memory. But out of caution and for the sake of knowledge sharing, he brought them all along. Next to the maps were various parts and small components, so many that they jingled and rattled the whole way back. Despite being crammed full, the parts always found spaces to rattle around in. Following the parts was the simple protective suit Hades had made from the Xenos overlord's hide. After making a suit in Primarch size, the remaining material was just enough for Hades to make one for himself. Of course, the protective suit wasn't finished yet. Hades had his own ideas for it. But due to his physical limitations, he couldn't complete the mechanical part for now. The frustrating part was that Hades discovered if he used the Black Domain to envelop these organic machine spirits, there were only two outcomes. Either the machine spirit would be completely destroyed, rendering the machine useless, or the machine spirit would become displeased. However, if his Black Domain were strong enough, he could theoretically devour the machine spirit, leading to a real melee fight. But at Hades' current level, it would likely just result in a displeased machine spirit. What kind of power is this? What kind of cheat code gives you a debuff and buffs the enemy? In the southern battles, Hades had gradually become more familiar with his untouchable nature. Simply put, he could devour the souls or psychic energy of other beings to make his Black Domain larger, darker, and stronger. But the downside was that his control over the Black Domain would be further weakened. For example, Hades' maximum Black Domain diameter used to be 75 meters, with a minimum diameter of 10 meters. During the years in the south, after absorbing the Xenos overlord's psychic energy, the maximum diameter gradually increased to around 100 meters. Logically, the minimum diameter should also have increased. And it did. But at the same time, Hades discovered that with continuous use of the Black Domain, increasing his proficiency, he could control the Black Domain to shrink further. This is why Hades firmly believed that one day he would be able to use all sorts of strange Warhammer machinery. Thanks to Hades' persistent use of the Black Domain, he could now compress it to a diameter of 1 meter. At this point, the Black Domain was like a pitch-black black hole. Just looking at it seemed to draw in human souls. But he couldn't compress it any further, no matter what. But that's okay. 1 meter is already pretty good. Yes, 1 meter. This meant that most of Hades' social interactions wouldn't be affected. That distance was already the minimum distance an introverted recluse could tolerate in his previous life. Currently, Hades used the Black Domain mainly for two purposes: to suppress enemy psychic energy and for stealth. Generally speaking, for the former, Hades only needed to compress the Black Domain to within a 6-meter diameter. As long as the target was within this range, they would experience noticeable sluggishness. For the latter, Hades only needed to compress the Black Domain to within a 10-meter diameter to completely conceal himself. And when expanded to 100 meters, it was primarily used to detect the presence of living beings on the opposing side. As night fell, Hades finally finished sorting through all this miscellaneous junk. Looking at the stuff filling the house, Hades felt a great sense of accomplishment, like a successful junk collector. Enough thinking, time to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go chat with Harila. Other than the guards at the gate, no one knew that Hades was back. Barbarous, Northern Mountains, new forward base. Now, thick fog spread slowly over the murky black earth of Barbarous, accompanied by the faint light of dawn. In the distance, the intermittent cries of carrion birds echoed. The toxic gas outside the small outpost was noticeably denser than inside. Pale yellow fog rolled incessantly, and any movement within it would stir the mist into billowing waves. Harila stood at the entrance of the outpost, holding a flamethrower in one hand, with another strapped over her shoulder and a dagger tied to her waist. Her bulging bag was filled with ammunition. She wore a full-face gas mask, her brown eyes peering through the glass at her two teammates. Kuza and Tyler were checking their gear. Like Harila, they wore full-face gas masks and were fully armed, each carrying a scythe with 2 daggers strapped to their waists. "We're ready. Let's move out." Liz, who had come to see them off, nodded. She wore a deep green headband soaked in herbs. "Listen up, everyone. Your mission is to deliver this map, marked with specific enemy ambush points and supply locations, to the frontline command post in the rear. To avoid alerting the enemy, we can't send a large contingent to transport this document. Since our outpost is at the forefront of the human and Xenos territories, a large force would be easily detected, increasing the risk of ambush. For safety's sake, we will dispatch 3 teams from different frontline outposts at different times, each following a different route to deliver this document. You are the 3rd team. But that doesn't mean you can relax. In fact, This time we're facing a overlord much stronger and craftier than any we've encountered before. Make sure you deliver the document. Do you understand? Understood. The three stood at attention, saluting in unison. Liz took a step back, looking over Harila and her two teammates. Good. You're our outpost's finest close combat warriors and sharpshooters. I trust you can complete this mission. Saluting the three warriors, she signaled for the heavily secured wooden gate to be slowly opened. And so, they set off. The landscape blurred by as they passed. The murky, foul yellow fog rolled endlessly, with no visible landmarks other than the scythe symbols left behind by the Death Guard. New Bepsilines. They marched swiftly. Kuza scouted ahead, Harila walked in the middle, and Tyler watched for any threats from behind. The intelligence was safely tucked away in Harila's bosom. Disaster, however, descended from the sky. A sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a roaring blood-red fireball that tore through the yellow mist. It was an explosive fireball. Take cover. The three of them sprinted, trying to escape the blast radius. But after the first fireball, hundreds more followed, roaring down upon them. A thunderous explosion erupted, destruction came swiftly, and life was wiped out. Harila awoke to a ringing in her ears. She wobbled as she stood, pushing off two charred corpses that had fallen on her. Yes, when they realized they couldn't avoid the attack, Kuza and Tyler had thrown themselves on top of Harila. The reason was simple. Harila was carrying the intelligence. No matter who carried the intelligence, the end result would be the same. The other two would sacrifice themselves to protect the one with the document. The ringing persisted, but there was no time to grieve. Harila was exposed and needed to move immediately. Her gas mask was shattered, allowing the yellow mist to seep in. She hastily wrapped the mask with bandages, slowing the gas's infiltration. A sharp pain shot through her left calf. Looking down, she saw her white bone protruding through the skin, piercing her flesh. Blood was gushing out uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, Harila quickly applied a tourniquet, then cut off a piece of the scythe handle with her dagger and grabbed a bandage. Harila gripped one end of her calf with one hand and the other near her knee with the other. Crack! The unnaturally fractured calf was set. Ouch! Damn it! Harila rarely cursed, but this time she did. She then placed the scythe handle against her calf, tightly binding it with the bandage to stabilize the broken leg. The ringing in her ears subsided slightly, but Harila's lungs burned with pain, and the agony from her broken leg threatened to send her into unconsciousness. She couldn't afford to pass out, she had to deliver the intelligence. One of her flamethrowers was broken. She discarded the damaged one, loaded the other, and without a second thought, began limping onward. I'm sorry, my comrades. I will deliver this intelligence. Your sacrifices will not be in vain. Blood trickled down her leg, leaving a dotted trail behind her. Harila started to feel dizzy, but to her relief, she was used to dizziness and could manage. A faint barking sound came from within the mist. Plague hounds. Ahead was a tall, dead tree. Without hesitation, Harila dragged herself up to the top of the tree. The bark's thorns pierced her injured leg again, but she ignored the pain. Harila steadied her gun, aiming into the distance. Based on the barking, she estimated there were 6 to 7 hounds. Harila slowed her breathing, hoping to let the toxic gas seep into her lungs more slowly. When the first small black dot appeared in the yellow mist, bang, 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 gunshots rang out. The first bullet pierced the unlucky hound's nose, lodging itself in its brain. The next 2 shots hit another hound in the right eye and the front leg as it ran. A with tilde Nigeria Naira Beta. The charging hound immediately tumbled to the ground, whimpering as it rolled, kicking up dust. The following plague hounds were startled, with the 2 leading hounds even stumbling over the fallen one's corpse. She pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang. 2 more plague hounds fell, dealt with. I miscalculated, Harila thought, licking her cracked lips and brushing back the stray hairs by her ear with a faint smile. The enemy must have assumed that the survivor of the bombardment was a strong melee fighter, so they sent in these close combat specialist hounds. These plague hounds could be extremely troublesome when they outnumbered their target. A single misstep could be fatal. But what they didn't expect was that it was me, a seemingly weak sharpshooter who couldn't possibly survive the bombardment, that lived. This is why humanity will eventually prevail. You selfish, brain-dead Xenos creatures. You'll never understand the spirit of humanity. 4 hounds remained. Realizing the opponent was a sharpshooter, they began zigzagging in a confusing pattern. With good luck, Harila could shoot them all before they reached her. With bad luck, at least 1 or 2 would attack her. Bless me, Hades. I want to live. I want to deliver this intelligence. I want to see you again. I want to survive until the day peace arrives. Bless me. Hades. Bless me. People of Barbarous. The sun was setting, casting a yellowish hue over the world. A lone withered tree stood in the barren wasteland, while a pack of plague hounds sped across, kicking up dust. The fog mingled with the dirt, making it hard to distinguish earth from sky. Harila's vision was blood-red, her blood flowing freely, luring predators from afar. She raised her gun and fired again. The targeted hound suddenly leaped, its long body compressing into an impossible shape, flinging soil everywhere. It dodged. Harila took a deep breath and quickly reloaded, but the blood on her hands made the bullets slippery. She fired again. 2 shots rang out. The hound repeated its trick, jumping twice to avoid the bullets, but its companion was less fortunate, falling to the ground in spasms. The first bullet was a feint, the second, aimed at the other hound, was Harila's true target. The remaining plague hound snarled, its running speed somehow increasing even more. Harila aimed again, firing 3 more shots, but the agile hound dodged them all. Damn it. Out of options, Harila shifted her focus to the 2 hounds trailing behind. Bullets whistled through the fog, aimed at the fast-moving targets. They found their marks, flesh torn, blood splattered. The hounds collapsed, their momentum causing them to slide across the ground. 2 more down. 1 hound remained, but Harila couldn't relax. This was the most dangerous one, now dangerously close to her tree. She quickly fired again, sending a barrage of bullets its way. The hound leaped straight at her. Harila's pupils constricted, but her hands didn't falter. After emptying her clip, she grabbed her rifle with one hand and drew her knife with the other. The plague hound bared its fangs, its foul-smelling saliva dripping as it lunged at her. Harila braced herself, using the rifle to wedge it between the hound's jaws, while she drove the knife deep into its body. The impact knocked both of them off the branch, sending them plummeting to the hard ground. Branches cracked, the withered tree shuddered. The ground hit Harila like a ton of bricks, her back searing with pain, her chest numb with agony. The massive plague hound, over 2 meters long, pinned her down, its jaws lunging for her throat. With a sickening crunch, the rifle snapped under the pressure. Harila shoved the broken barrel deep into the hound's throat, her entire forearm disappearing into the beast. The hound, unable to bite down, could only thrash about in vain. Beta. Its claws dug into her abdomen, tearing through flesh. Gah! Harila plunged her knife into the hound's belly, twisting it with all her remaining strength. The hound's pale, diseased lungs slid out through the wound. Both were locked in a desperate struggle, blood and flesh flying as they fought to the death. Harila's vision began to blur, her eyes bloodshot. No, she couldn't die. She had to deliver the documents. Gritting her teeth, Harila pushed the rifle deeper into the hound's throat, finally breaking the deadlock. The beast's blood, mixed with corrosive bile, sprayed from its mouth. Harila held on, refusing to let go. The fog thickened over the wasteland as nightfall approached. The 2 figures beneath the tree lay still. After what felt like an eternity, the hound's massive body slumped to the side. Harila, covered in blood, lay gasping for breath, staring up at the foggy sky. No, she couldn't stop now. She couldn't die until the mission was complete. Death Guards were known for their resilience, after all. Harila slowly regained her senses. Her ribs were broken, her right arm corroded to the bone, her abdomen pierced, her left leg fractured. Fortunately, the wound to her abdomen hadn't damaged her organs, but her intestines were spilling out. She just needed to reach the command center before she bled out. Harila checked the documents inside her coat. They were unharmed. She stuffed her intestines back in, roughly bandaged herself, and picked up a stick to use as a crutch. Struggling to her feet, she started walking again, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Her vision began to darken, the world turning black and white, static filling her eyes. Almost there, almost. Why was it so far? So far. Hang in there, Harila. You can do it. You swore to protect this place. Harila could no longer feel pain, the world around her turning black. It's too dark, she thought, so she tore off her gas mask and tossed it aside. But it was still dark. Why? Suddenly, fear gripped her heart. What if she failed to complete the mission? No, 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 Harila, you can do this. You can. A lone scarecrow stood in the field. Harila recognized it. It marked the edge of the human settlement. Seeing it meant she was close. She smiled, or at least she thought she did. If she collapsed here, someone would find her. But even so, her numb body kept moving forward, mechanically, driven by the need to complete the mission. She had to protect everyone she had sworn to. Wait, was there someone up ahead? Harila couldn't be sure. Her vision was too blurred, filled with black and white spots. She couldn't be sure. Harila! Harila, hold on. Don't die. It was Hades' voice. Harila felt herself smile, her face wet with tears. Finally, I've fulfilled my vow. Hades, look, I did it. I'm a strong death guard now. I can protect everyone. And we've finally met again. Harila could hold on no longer. She collapsed. The sky was perpetually overcast. A toxic fog enveloped the planet. In the Death Guard cemetery, rows of wooden crosses stood in silent symmetry. The earth beneath 9 newly erected wooden crosses emitted a faint, cold scent of freshly turned soil. Hades stood before one of these wooden grave markers, with Lisa beside him, softly weeping. Around them, other mourners gathered near other crosses. In this recent mission to transport critical intelligence, 3 groups, each consisting of 3 members, were deployed. The first group was annihilated under a barrage of high-saturation artillery fire, their intelligence lost. In the second group, the final surviving melee warrior crawled back to the command post after his legs were blown off, ensuring the intelligence was delivered. He succumbed to infection shortly after, dying in the Death Guard's medical unit. The third group suffered 2 casualties while escorting the marksman responsible for transporting the intelligence. The marksman was ultimately discovered by Hades in the farthest field from the command post during a night patrol. The intelligence was successfully delivered, but the marksman died from excessive blood loss. Thus, all members perished, but the intelligence was safely delivered. Occasionally, the sound of muted sobs reached Hades' ears, yet he remained motionless, staring blankly at the cross before him. The Death Guard revered silent demise and reincarnation. These wooden crosses would soon succumb to the corrosive effects of barbarous toxic atmosphere and acid rain. When the last remnants of these crosses had disappeared, and when grief had begun to fade, the land would be tilled again. Wheat, the sustenance of the barbarous people, would silently replace these symbols of resistance. That wheat would grow strong, quietly thriving until the scythe cut it down, completing its silent existence. Just like the people of Barbarous. On Barbarous, death was commonplace. It was not something to be mourned deeply. It was merely a part of the daily life of its inhabitants. Every Barbarusian knew this. Plus, an elderly couple approached, pausing before one of the crosses. The mother wept while the father smiled, unregretful of their child's sacrifice for the greater good. R.E.S. Even as they stood before their son's grave, their hearts buried in pain. Nearby, a young boy stood before another cross, clutching a crude scythe issued by the Death Guard. He swore revenge under his breath. The spark of vengeance burned in his dim eyes as he prepared to join the Death Guard's active combat division. A tall warrior stood silently by another cross. Wordless. A weary woman clutched her 2 children tightly, her sobs restrained. There was a household to support, she could not falter. Your father fought for a future free from oppression. Children, remember this, remember it all. A young girl sobbed uncontrollably, cursing the Xenos, cursing her lover who had rushed to the front lines. Why did you abandon me? You promised we'd go together. Just 3 more days, and my order to join the front lines would have been approved. Why did you run off first? She screamed, clutching her head in despair, her disheveled hair splayed between her fingers. Plus, some graves had no mourners. Those who lay there had already been the last in their families. Plus, a heavy footfall echoed. Even on the soft black earth, the sound was distinct. Please, everyone, accept my condolences. The Primarch's towering figure appeared before them. Mordorion was clad in a gray half-cloak, with a simple combat uniform beneath, utterly unadorned, all in plain colors. He was followed by Kala Typhon and 2 other Death Guard bodyguards. Whenever the Death Guard suffered casualties, Mordorion always found time to console the bereaved. If his duties were too pressing, he would delegate this task to his bodyguards. The presence of the solemn and imposing Primarch drew the attention of everyone in the cemetery, infusing the mournful atmosphere with a sense of gravity. The Primarch's inherent charisma was indescribable, and the mourners instinctively gathered around Mordorion, awaiting his words of solace with heavy hearts. They needed to be reassured that all of this was meaningful, that it was worth it. The warriors here fulfilled their duties with bravery. Even when faced with the cunning ambush of the Xenos, they remained calm and ensured the completion of their mission. For this, I offer my deepest condolences and respect to the warriors who now rest here. Mordorion closed his eyes, facing the vast expanse of graves, placing one hand over his heart in silent mourning. The 3 bodyguards behind him followed suit, saluting with their eyes closed. The bereaved families suppressed their overwhelming grief, joining in the mourning. A grieving yet resolute mother, a distraught yet determined boy, an exhausted yet resilient woman, a silent yet dutiful warrior, sorrowful yet self-aware parents. People of Barbarous, let silence reign. As small members of this vast universe, as fleeting points in this grand narrative, insignificant as ants, humble as the earth. You bow your weary heads, but those who march forward are unyielding warriors. No sacrifice is too small to be disregarded, no effort too light to be scorned. After all, the spirit of resistance burns in your lowly yet unbroken hearts. The living fell silent, paying their highest respects to the fearless dead. When the silence ended, Mordorion knelt and spoke carefully with the families of the deceased. He comforted the weeping children, encouraged the soon-to-be fighters, and promised solace to the haggard women. Hope, though faint, began to ripple outward from Mordorion, like small waves spreading from a single point. Grief, yet still hope. For they knew that all of this had meaning, that it was worth it. Mordorion had promised them the future they yearned for. After hope came resolve. To not disappoint the fallen, to strive for the tomorrow they had envisioned. Hades stood motionless, lost in thought. The image of Harila's final struggle lingered in his mind. There was no resentment, only the resolve of a warrior determined to complete her mission. Hades was aware of Harila's feelings for him. He knew it well. But the young girl's gratitude toward her savior had not turned into a lingering affection. Instead, it became the motivation for her to fight. Thank you. I could see you one last time. Hades, please keep going. I believe you can lead everyone to liberate this land. The warriors of Barbarous believed so strongly in a better future. Harila was but one of many, a small reflection of them all. She had her own emotions, yet she was unafraid to sacrifice herself for the liberation of this land. Hades felt bitterness in his mouth. The Xenos must be eradicated, the oppression must be overthrown. With the delivery of the strategic map, the Death Guard's full-scale mobilization was about to commence. The final battle with the Xenos' overlord, Nikair, was imminent. There was little time left. The dead were gone, leaving their hopes for the future to the living, who continued their struggle in this world. Hatred, anger, and the desire to change the future mingled together. There was little time left. In the blacksmith shop, the forge's flames blazed fiercely, casting a bright yellow and red glow, with sparks occasionally bursting from the furnace and flickering around the room. Several muscular men, their muscles taut, were intensely focused, hammering away at the molten metal, sending sparks flying through the air, cutting through the atmosphere of the forge. Beside the forging platform, other workers were meticulously assembling a large suit of armor. The steel, glowing under the scrutiny of the flames, shone brightly. Next to this half-assembled mass of armor stood several smaller, but fully completed suits of armor identical in design. Hades stood nearby, holding a blueprint, occasionally glancing up to inspect the assembly work. The armor under construction was clearly not designed for a normal person. Standing over 4 meters tall, the armor towered in the room, making the craftsman seem even smaller in comparison. This was a fully enclosed suit of armor, designed by Hades based on schematics seized from the Xenos overlords in the south, and further refined with technology from other human territories. The armor consisted of 3 layers. The first and thickest layer was made of refined anti-corrosion alloy, with metal seals at the joints and an integrated breathing and circulation system. The second layer was a protective layer made from the hide of a Xenos overlord, sewn together with dense stitches, showing the immense patience of the craftsman. The joints were given extra reinforcement. The third layer was thick cotton soaked repeatedly in medicinal herbs. If the first 2 layers failed to provide adequate protection, this final layer would filter out toxins and serve as the last line of defense, also offering hemostatic and stimulant effects. The exterior of the armor featured a breathing apparatus connected to the internal circulation system, utilizing the most effective filtering materials available and a system to physically absorb toxic particles. Hades watched the assembly with a mix of anxiety and seriousness, correcting any mistakes in the assembly process on the spot. Due to his inability to interact with machines directly, Hades had to minimize the use of the Black Domain and guide others through the process instead. Yes. Because of this limitation, the enclosed armor designed for Hades lacked an electronically driven breathing system. Instead, it used the simplest filtering method, relying on Hades to draw in air himself. The other suits of armor for the Honor Guard lacked the second layer, as the Xenos overlord's hide was scarce and could only be used to craft 2 suits. Hades still remembered the shock on the craftsmen's faces when he first revealed the Xenos hides from his bag. Not everyone could accept Hades' methods easily. For this reason, Hades even had to briefly persuade Mordorion. Although Mordorion harbored an extreme hatred for the Xenos, Barbarous was no place for idealists. Only the most practical survivors could endure. Realizing the importance of the second layer, Mordorion reluctantly approved of Hades' actions. Once the final custom armor for Mordorion was completed, all 7 suits of armor would undergo a unified anti-corrosion treatment, followed by an additional metallic coating. Finally, a simple cross-scythe decoration would be affixed to the shoulders, marking the completion of these specially designed full-body suits of armor. In addition to Hades' forge, the other forges in the old base were also bustling with activity, producing countless firearms and cannons to replenish the losses at the front lines. Plus, Barbarous, Northern Mountains, Xenos Overlord Nicair territory, plains below the mountain. Now, plus, countless cannons roared to life, their rolling fire blossoming across the land, trembling as it spread. The bodies of puppets exploded, their remnants soaring through the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. Countless slow-moving vehicles were overturned, their occupants turned to nothing more than splattered flesh. Then, the sound of blades slicing through the air. Mordorion charged first into the retreating puppet horde, wielding his scythe in wide, sweeping arcs, each swing bringing a shower of blood and the wails of dying enemies. Around him, corpses of the stitched-together puppets littered the ground, organs piling upon organs, blood splattering, bodily fluids soaking the earth. The Death Guard followed closely behind Mordorion, their scythes crossing in perfect unison, sparks flying as countless puppets were decapitated. Aside from the wails of the retreating enemies, the slicing of blades through air, the booming of muskets, and the pounding of feet, the battlefield was eerily silent. Yes, the Death Guard carried out their slaughter in silent, methodical order, their reaping unfolding like a mute harvest dance across the toxin-laden plains, the dead their inevitable tribute. When the last puppet's head fell, when the final Death Guard sheathed his sharp scythe, silent joy mingled with the stillness that blanketed the battlefield. This was yet another victory worth celebrating. Using the intelligence map sent earlier from the front lines, Mordorion led the Death Guard to successfully sever the supply lines of the Xenos Overlord Nicair. These supply lines, like blood-sucking parasites, had been draining the life of the barbarous people, their lives stolen by these greedy creatures. But all of this was about to end. The oppression of Barbarous, the centuries of exploitation, the shameful history of Xenos rule, was about to end. He, Mordorion, would sever the head of the last Xenos overlord, proclaiming the victory of the Death Guard, the victory of the people of Barbarous. With the last supply line cut and the final suit of armor forged, Mordorion knew that Nicair's days were numbered. The rhythm of war beat ever faster, both sides stepping onto the stage, wagering everything in a life-and-death struggle. In the next clash of arms, in the next cannon's roar, whose head would fall to the ground amidst the gleam of blades, the game of fate was approaching its first climax. The players were in place, and the curtain was about to rise. Could the game of the gods reach its breaking point? The oppressive sky loomed heavy, with thick, toxic fumes flowing like tangible rivers around the warriors. Mortarion swung his war scythe, the iron chains wrapped around its lower part clinking ominously. Each arc of the blade was swift and deadly, every swing of the scythe unleashing a storm of blood and gore. Countless severed limbs and bodies piled up at his feet, black and yellow pus oozing from their wounds, gradually soaking into the ground beneath him. Nearby, 5 of his elite guards, led by Kulla Typhon, were also fiercely wielding their scythes in battle. Endless waves of Xenos and puppets, armed and screaming, surged forward, only to be torn apart by the sweeping scythes. A little further away, Hades was also engaged in a deadly dance with his scythe. He compressed the black domain to within 5 meters around him, slaughtering the dense clusters of puppets as he spun his scythe, like a wild dancer performing a death waltz among them. When the enraged advanced puppets attempted to close in for the kill, they were suddenly stunned by the intensified pressure of the black domain, temporarily losing their combat ability. Some even collapsed under the immense pressure, trembling on their knees. Each spin of the scythe reaped a harvest of lives. Hades, seemingly tireless, continued his deadly dance, the experiences of the southern battles having honed him into a warrior now adept at efficiently and precisely taking lives in combat. The only mercy I can offer my enemies is a swift and precise death. As the dark mass of puppets dwindled to a few that fled in panic, the warriors simultaneously lowered their scythes. Mortarion's guard Husner took a gun from his back, aiming at the few stragglers. Gunshots rang out, and the puppets fell lifeless to the ground. If someone were to look up from the base of the mountain, they would see a path of piled puppet corpses, like a twisted, writhing worm slowly crawling towards the higher reaches of the mountain. That went quite smoothly, I'd say. Husner's voice broke the silence. We must remain vigilant. This is only the beginning. Mortarion's deep voice rumbled from within his armor. As if in response to Mortarion's words, Hades' voice suddenly rang out from a place that was unseen and undetected by the others. Dodge! From above. Echoing Hades' warning, a faint red glow flashed in the swirling toxic fog above. The 7 warriors quickly ran towards the nearest defensive barrier, sparks flying around them. When the blood-red fireballs revealed their menacing forms in the sky, those on the ground roared in fury. Fire! Death Guard Morag stood beside a cannon, his war scythe pointing directly at the blood-red tide above the mountainside. Cannons, previously deployed on the flatland at the mountain's base, began to roar, countless bright yellow shells shrieking as they tore through the poisonous fog. RNE. These brilliant yellow streaks pierced the layers of mist, stabbing at the heavens. Let the screaming shells shout our deafening war cry. As Mortarion pulled Hades, who was covering their retreat, into the bunker, the bright yellow barrage collided with the blood-red tide, tearing into it, exploding in midair, with dazzling fragments raining down, screaming towards the ground. After the first bright flower bloomed, 100 more flowers blossomed in competition. The sky brightened. All of Nikare's remaining artillery was unleashed, but the cunning Xenos overlord could not have foreseen that the once insignificant humans had mastered the technology to improve and produce artillery. Ha, arrogant Xenos. Today marks your demise. As the roaring sky calmed and the trembling ground stilled, the group climbing the mountain crawled out of the bunker, now a wreckage battered by the explosion's shrapnel. The ground, plowed by the devastating barrage, was littered with burning corpses, the stench of death so pungent that even those in sealed breathing suits could smell it. The flames burned quietly. Good thing we worked overtime to get those cannons in place, Hades said, his voice slightly relieved. Before this, after the Death Guard had just secured the flatland at the mountain's base, they received information from the old stronghold in the rear. A faint golden light had appeared amidst the ever-present toxic clouds over the equator of Barbarous. Then, someone claiming to be an emissary from Terra arrived. He said he had come to find an old friend and was waiting at the old stronghold. Mordorion immediately changed his plan to assault the summit 3 days later, deciding to begin the climb as soon as nightfall ended. For this, Kala Typhon had argued with Mordorion. Kala Typhon believed that the Death Guard, having just fought on the plains, needed rest, and that attempting to climb on the same day would prevent the full deployment of heavy artillery. But Mordorion insisted on climbing immediately. That so-called emissary from Terra. Mordorion felt a wave of unease when he heard the name. This couldn't be good news. Mordorion had often questioned what he really was. As a child fallen from the sky, where exactly did Mordorion come from? During Mortarion's argument with Kala Typhon, Hades joined in as well. But contrary to his usual cautious advice, Hades uncharacteristically supported Mortarion's plan. Give me one night. We don't need to deploy everything, just focus on setting up artillery in the areas most likely to be attacked. The next day, after a brief rest, Mordorion and his elite Death Guard saw the cannons, crudely camouflaged and set up at the base of the mountain. And a disheveled Hades with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. Mordorion looked up at the sky, now silent once again, with the toxic fog swirling rapidly. It seemed Hades' preemptive deployment had been crucial. Well done, Hades. Hades shrugged, his armor creaking. Time to move on. He looked up, and the mountain path ahead twisted and wound its way towards the summit. Like ice feeling the heat of the sun, Hades could vaguely sense that golden power at the mountain's base. Hades' task was now straightforward. Assist Mordorion in killing his foster father. If successful, it would reduce the likelihood of Mortarion's future betrayal. Even if they failed, the Emperor would likely arrive to save them, meaning they were unlikely to die. Hades knew that in a game where he didn't necessarily able to win, but could never lose, the toxic mist thickened as they ascended, each step feeling as if the gas was gnawing at their armor. The anti-corrosion layer peeled away, exposing the gleaming metal beneath, which quickly succumbed to rust. Some Death Guard's armor, already scarred from previous battles, now showed its innermost fabric layer through deep gashes. The black and yellow stains spreading on the fabric made it look like thin paper, fragile and ready to tear. They were nearing the summit. Since the cannon bombardment, Mortarion's group hadn't encountered much resistance, only the occasional high-ranking puppet trying to ambush them, quickly dispatched by Mordorion. The Xenos' overlord Nikair, cut off from supplies and surrounded, seemed to be at the end of its rope. But more daunting than the enemy was the toxic atmosphere of Barbarous itself. Husner was the first to falter. The poison seeped through a large wound in his leg, and his skin began peeling away, revealing the corroded, white muscle beneath. His labored breathing echoed within his armor, suppressing his pain and struggle. Molnar, take Husner back down the mountain to rendezvous with Moser and the others, Mordorion ordered. Molnar glanced at him, as if he wanted to argue, but his own sluggish movements betrayed his condition. Yes, sir, Molnar replied, supporting the unwilling but weakened Husner as they limped back down the mountain. The further they climbed, the denser the poison became. Kala Typhon found breathing difficult, his respirator working at maximum capacity, buzzing ominously as if it could fail at any moment. He noticed that his weapon was beginning to crack at the junction between the handle and the barrel. The breathing tubes inside his armor were melting, falling away. The remaining Death Guard were also reaching their limits, their slow movements and heavy, labored breathing a clear indication of their struggle. Typhon, take the remaining Death Guard and retreat, Mordorion ordered again. Despite his formidable armor and status as a pre-march, even Mordorion couldn't afford to underestimate the poison. Kala Typhon knew they had reached their limit. Any further, and they would face a point of no return. But could Mordorion really slay the Xenos' overlord Nikair and return safely? Mordorion, are you really going to keep climbing? Typhon asked. Yes, Mordorion replied, gritting his teeth. He had to kill his father with his own hands. He had come this far, and his father was mocking him, leaving the upper reaches unguarded as if daring him to continue, taunting that he would never have the strength to kill him. Newbie. There was no turning back now. Today, Nikair, only one of us will leave this mountain alive. Typhon suddenly noticed something moving past him toward Mordorion. He froze for a moment. Was it Hades? Hades, are you also going to continue up with Mordorion? Typhon asked in surprise. Yes, Hades replied, though he wasn't faring well either. Despite the secondary layer of skin from the Xenos overlord sewn into his armor, he could feel it slowly dissolving under the corrosive poison. He had little time left. Moreover, Hades's armor lacked a breathing system, making it even harder for him to breathe. But he could still push on. He wasn't at the point where he could fall yet. Typhon, as if hearing something unimaginable, shook his head but said nothing more. He led the remaining Death Guard back down the mountain, taking one last, long look at Hades and Mordorion. It was as if he wanted to remember them forever, or perhaps he was mourning them in advance. Mortarion's tall figure gradually disappeared into the mist, with a stifling presence trailing alongside him. The summit was within reach. The two silently continued their ascent. "Are you okay?" Mordorion asked. "Let's make it quick," Hades replied with a bitter smile. Even with the Xenos overlord's leather in their armor, it wouldn't function for long in the densest poison. Once the armor failed, even a pre-march would struggle to stay conscious in such an environment. "Just as I thought," Mordorion said, glancing back at Hades. As long as Hades could help weaken his foster father's psychic powers, Mordorion was confident he could decapitate him. "And thank you," Mordorion added. Hades was taken aback. "It's nothing. I know how tough it is to fight alone." Hades had fought alone in the south, and in many moments of crisis, the presence of a comrade would have made things much easier. He hoped he could suppress Nikair's sorcery and psychic powers. The summit lay before them. It was a flat area about the size of a basketball court, as if an axe had sliced the top off the mountain. The tall, eerie figure stood there, surrounded by toxic mist, a long, tattered cloak draped over its shoulders, moving without wind. Nikair, Mortarion's foster father, looked surprisingly humanoid compared to the grotesque Xenos. He was taller and more muscular than Mordorion, like a giant. He wore a combat robe adorned with intricate sacrificial symbols and spells sewn into its fabric. His pale, ashen skin was exposed to the toxic air without any sign of corrosion, as if it was one with the poison. His sunken eyes were veiled in a ghostly white, with thick yellow-red veins snaking across the eyeballs. Malevolent black-green psychic energy crackled around him. In his massive, pale hand, he held a giant scythe, Oblivion, and Xeno's weapon that glowed with a strange bronze-purple hue. Nikair hadn't waited in his fortress lower on the mountain, but stood alone at the summit. Upon seeing Mordorion, he let out a disdainful chuckle. "Finally, you've come, my cowardly son." In an instant, Mordorion charged, scythe in hand. On the highest peak of barbarous, toxic fog silently swirled and lingered. With a sudden rush of wind, Mordorion, the pre-march, crossed the half-court distance of a basketball court in a fraction of a second. Silent, intense rage burned in Mortarion's eyes as he raised his war scythe with the momentum of his charge. Cling! Thunk! Mortarion's full-force strike was blocked by Nikair's massive scythe, Oblivion. Sparks flew from the clash of the two scythes, illuminating the fury in Mortarion's eyes. Nikair held his scythe with both hands, using the shaft to firmly resist Mortarion's blade. For a moment, man and Xenos were locked in a fierce struggle. Mordorion, channeling all his strength, twisted his scythe and struck downward with all his might, the solid rock beneath his feet cracking under the pressure. Compared to Mortarion's seething anger, Nikair, who was deflecting the blow, seemed almost amused by Mortarion's rage. Taking advantage of Mortarion's downward strike, the towering Xenos overlord crouched and withdrew his scythe, breaking the delicate balance of power between them in an instant. Mordorion quickly shifted his stance, swinging his scythe horizontally and then hooking it forward, but Nikair had already anticipated this move. After retreating with his scythe, Nikair leaped back, gripping his weapon with one hand while extending the other towards Mordorion. A bizarre black-green psychic energy surged violently between Nikair's outstretched fingers. "My pitiful son." The psychic energy erupted, distorting the surrounding space. But unlike in his youth, Mordorion was no longer frightened. Instead, he laughed bitterly. "It seems you never cared to find out what your child has been up to all these years down the mountain." Before Mordorion had even finished speaking, Nikair suddenly felt the space around him grow oppressive. His connection to the warp was weakening, and the physical laws of reality began to press in on him. The psychic energy in Nikair's hand exploded prematurely before it had reached the level of power he desired. At the same time, Mortarion, who had anticipated this outcome, lunged forward with his scythe aimed directly at Nikair's neck. Nikair was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, but quickly regained his composure. With Mortarion's scythe already at his side and no time to dodge, Nikair couldn't raise his own scythe in defense. Instead, he extended his hand to catch Mortarion's strike, taking the blow head-on. Nikair's right hand was severed, blood spraying, but he managed to block Mortarion's lethal strike. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Mortarion immediately pressed the attack, his scythe raining down in rapid succession, forcing Nikair into a desperate defense with no opportunity to counterattack. Something's wrong. There's another person here. And it's an untouchable. Nikair finally realized that he had been outmaneuvered by Mortarion. The initial charge hadn't been out of anger from his taunts, it was to cover for a second person. That person must be immortal, unable to directly engage in their battle. That's why Mortarion created an opening for him to join the fight, catching Nikair off guard when he attempted to use his sorcery. He had been careless. Nikair never imagined a mere human could reach the summit. While grappling with Mortarion, Nikair diverted a sliver of his attention to locate this untouchable. Untouchables can shield themselves from being seen, especially by psychers, making them even harder to detect. This meant Nikair couldn't directly sense the presence of this second person. But if he didn't find and kill the untouchable, Nikair wouldn't be able to use his sorcery properly. He quickly scanned the area, and finally, Nikair detected a sickeningly strong presence behind him to the right. There. Nikair saw him. Don't get distracted. Mortarion's scythe came swinging again, but Nikair, having locked onto his target, sneered and took the blow with his severed right arm. The right arm slid smoothly off Mortarion's sharp scythe, thick blood reluctantly trailing along the blade. Without another block or parry, Nikair spun around in a massive leap, swinging Oblivion in a wide arc, aiming for the untouchable. He couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the untouchable, but he gambled by exposing his back to Mortarion. As long as Nikair's next strike hits the untouchable, and as long as Mortarion's next strike doesn't kill him, then victory will be his. Thunk. The feedback of power suddenly traveled through the scythe shaft. Nikair smiled. He had made the right gamble. Only by making direct contact with the untouchable could Nikair barely make out the blurred human figure. The armor, already corroded and falling apart from the toxic gas, creaked. The small figure barely reached Nikair's chest. At this moment, the little one who had just ruined his plans was desperately holding off Nikair's strike with a scythe. But the difference in strength was too vast, they weren't even in the same league. The resistance lasted barely a fraction of a second. Crack. Hades watched helplessly as the shaft of his scythe snapped. The massive scythe, Oblivion, of the Xenos overlord Nikair, descended straight towards his head. So fast. Hades, using his shorter height to his advantage, crouched and retreated, but even as an elite among mortals, he was still just a human, unable to match Nikair's speed. The giant scythe struck directly at his helmet. Nikair's full-force strike focused on a single point. Hades was sent flying, his helmet sliding off in midair. Blood mixed with white bone fragments flew out, the vibrant red and pale white instantly turning gray and decaying in the toxic mist. Hades felt like a broken, tattered ragdoll, tossed into the air and then floating lightly back to the ground. The toxic gas quickly kissed his exposed head, the left half of his face sliced open by the giant scythe Oblivion, his left eye shattered, and his skull felt fractured. He shouldn't have gotten so close. Nikair's psychic power was stronger than any Xenos overlord Hades had encountered before. He could even feel his black domain being suppressed by the psychic energy across from him. To better suppress Nikair's psychic energy, Hades had taken a gamble, compressing his black domain to a 7-meter radius, carefully following in Nikair's blind spot. After Nikair's right hand was severed, Hades positioned himself in Nikair's right side blind spot. Hades knew Nikair would eventually detect him and had been prepared for it. But he hadn't expected Nikair to be so reckless. Abandoning all defense of his back, Nikair was instantly slashed open by Mortarion's scythe, his entrails spilling from the wound. Seeing Hades lying in the distance, on the verge of unconsciousness, Mortarion's rage turned even more frenzied. But Nikair was even more unhinged. The towering Xenos laughed maniacally, then raised the short stump of his right arm and struck downward. A massive surge of psychic energy exploded around Mordorion, blowing apart his armor, fragments scattering with the psychic shockwave. The suddenly intensified pressure of the toxic gas and psychic energy made Mortarion's vision go dark. Cough. He spat out black blood mixed with bits of flesh. Kneel. The enormous psychic force pressed down again. The situation instantly reversed. Hades lay on the ground, his vision blurring. He saw Mortarion's figure, staggering under the overwhelming pressure of the psychic force. So I really can't change anything? Hades could no longer hold on. His consciousness gradually slipped towards the edge of the originally plain and sparsely decorated conference room had now become magnificently resplendent. Though no additional decorations had been added, merely the presence of the man sitting casually in the center of the room transformed this unassuming place into one of lavish grandeur. The man wore a pure white robe, with intricate and elaborate patterns outlined in fine gold thread. However, from a distance, the golden threads were almost invisible, making the robe appear to shimmer with golden light as it moved. Numerous high-ranking generals crowded the periphery of the conference room, yet none dared approach the man. They only gazed at him with profound respect and awe. The man sat there quietly, his eyes filled with both compassion and sorrow, yet they quickly shifted to reveal sternness and a murderous aura. His long black hair cascaded freely, appearing as if each strand had been meticulously sculpted by an artist who had devoted their entire life to its creation. The man's golden eyes seemed to pierce through the walls of the room, cutting across vast distances to reach the highest peak far away. Is it still not enough? The man, who had been as still as a green jade, suddenly moved. He reached out and grasped the sword sheathed at his waist. Plus transmission. Wait. Plus. Barbarous, Northern Mountains, Xenos Overlord Nicair Territory, Mountain Summit. At the same time. Plus. /+. Hades' vision blurred, large swathes of black and green filled his sight. As his consciousness teetered on the edge of an abyss, Hades saw Mortarion's trembling form finally collapse under the crushing weight of the psychic energy and poisonous gas, dropping to one knee. No. It shouldn't end like this. And then, Hades plunged into the black void of unconsciousness. At the very moment when Hades lost his last shred of consciousness, the powerful will to survive and the intense unwillingness to succumb unleashed the compressed black domain with an explosive force. Before this, Hades' black domain could not expand to its full extent because his body lacked the strength. Forcing it would have caused his body to break down. But now, his dying body instinctively chose to fight with all its might. It was a colossal explosion in utter silence. The massive spherical black domain suddenly enveloped the entire mountain summit. Unlike the previously thin, light blackness when expanded, this black domain was of the purest black, as if no light could escape its grasp. It mercilessly devoured everything in its path. The Xenos Overlord Nicair instantly fell to his knees, his skin beginning to bleed outward as if he were an overripe tomato squeezed to bursting. His eyes bulged, and the left hand that once gripped oblivion let go, frantically clawing at his own chest. Mordorion, standing opposite him, also trembled violently, clutching his scythe tightly. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, slowly oozing from his mouth. The silent suppression of the black domain seemed to last an eternity, yet it also felt like it passed in an instant. As the black domain began to recede like the ebbing tide, its pure blackness slowly turned transparent. Mordorion, his entire body rotting from the corrosive poison, stubbornly held onto his scythe, standing up in a miraculous posture. His face was covered in a foamy mix of blood, corroded by the toxic fumes, and his consciousness, assaulted by the black domain, hung precariously by a thread. Mordorion felt as though he was hanging onto the edge of his consciousness by his fingernails, barely staying awake. He limped and dragged himself across the ground, until he stood before the kneeling, blood-spitting Nicair who was still clawing at his chest. He raised his scythe. Nicair, as if awakening from a long dream, looked up with his mouth agape, gazing at the Reaper whose shadow now loomed over him. No. Mordorion smiled. The scythe fell. That ridiculously grotesque head rolled down. Seeing the head of the Xenos he once loathed with all his being finally hit the ground, Mordorion could no longer hold on and collapsed to his knees. With trembling hands, he lifted his father's head until it was level with his own. "I finally killed you, father." He smiled joyfully, though the face revealed through the corroded bone couldn't quite form a smiling expression. Then, with the last bit of strength left in him, he glanced over at Hades. "I'm sorry." "Thank you." Bang! The Primarch's towering figure also collapsed. At the moment the Primarch fell, as the black domain fully receded, a blinding golden light flashed at the mountain's summit. The poisonous gas surrounding the summit was instantly dispersed by this golden light. A tall, majestic figure slowly emerged from the golden glow. The Emperor was clad in his resplendent golden armor, the finely crafted armor adorned with vast yet intricate patterns, embracing the Lord of Humanity. His soft, jet-black hair was crowned with a golden olive wreath, as if freshly plucked from the morning dew on treetops, delicate yet resilient. The Lord of Humanity walked slowly to Mortarian's side, kneeling on one knee to cradle his pitiful, tragic, and lamentable son. He stood up, the battered and unconscious Mortarion leaning against the Lord of Humanity. A group of custodians and Sister of Silences also emerged in formation from the golden light behind the Emperor. The custodians wore splendid golden power armor, with towering red plumes atop their heads, proudly dancing as their owners walked, as if their very presence here was the greatest mercy this filthy planet could receive. The Sister of Silences were clad in dark gray armor of oaths, each sister moving in perfect unison. The synchronized clinking of their armor echoed with every step they took. The leading Sister of Silence and custodian quickly approached Hades' position. The Sister of Silence knelt down, closed her eyes, and concentrated. Then, as if she had received some sort of answer, she stood up and gestured with a complex hand signal. When they became Sister of Silences, these left hands of the Emperor vowed to never speak unless necessary. In place of words, they used a dazzling form of sign language. "My lord, he is an outsider." The custodian's calm voice rang out as he drew his halberd and aimed it at the dying Hades' head. A brief pause. The custodian seemed to be waiting for his lord's command, whether to eliminate this uncontrollable factor as usual. "No. Take him back for treatment." "My lord, the subject's body has fully healed, and its life signs are stable. Data indicates that the subject's body is ready for the modification surgery." "Proceed with the surgery." The Emperor set down the golden pen in his hand and stood up from his workstation. He was dressed in a simple yet standard white laboratory coat, tailored to fit snugly, revealing hints of golden threads within. He rose and walked over to the 2-meter-tall nutrient tank. The blue nutrient fluid inside glimmered faintly, with countless bubbles gurgling up from the bottom. Thick, long tubes extended from the top of the tank, directly connecting to the figure suspended in the liquid. Hades, eyes tightly shut, floated naked and unconscious in the nutrient tank. After treatment and nutrition replenishment, his already impressive height of 1.9 meters had further increased, making him appear about 2 meters tall, a truly imposing figure. His limbs were covered in a dense network of scars, yet oddly, his torso had relatively few marks. Despite his formidable physique, the most striking feature was his head. His hair had been completely shaved off, revealing the left side of his skull, now gleaming with the metallic sheen of a bionic brain. From within the transparent casing of his skull, one could see neatly arranged cables, flickering with fluorescent light. A massive scar ran down the left side of his face, starting from the top of his mechanical brain, splitting his face in a crude, inverted triangle that extended all the way to his chin. His left eye had also been replaced with a bionic eye, glowing red, but it was merely the most basic model. Initially, the Mechanicus researchers had suggested using biochemical technology to regenerate Hades' left brain, allowing it to heal naturally. However, the Emperor had vetoed this proposal, choosing instead to implant a semi-independent mechanical left brain. The researchers were somewhat puzzled by this decision, but silently complied with the Emperor's will. The nutrient fluid in the tank was about to be drained, and a beeping mechanical sound echoed as the liquid began to flow more rapidly, as if it were boiling. The Emperor gazed through the glass of the nutrient tank at Hades inside. Hades' eyelids twitched slightly, but he did not wake. The Emperor placed a finger on the glass and made a few casual strokes. A faint golden light flashed across Hades' head. "Caution is good, but sometimes unnecessary. I hope you can fulfill the destiny I have chosen for you, outsider. The outsider. The world in which the Emperor resided was composed of the physical universe and the warp. And what lay beyond the world? It was the formless, chaotic void. Even the warp, bizarre as it seemed to ordinary eyes, had its own set of rules. The gods followed the original rules of the world, but there were always deities who attempted to touch what lay beyond. The warp sought to expand. The games of the gods should not be confined to one world. Sench, the god of change, was the first to attempt this. He tried to extend the warp's reach or perhaps break the rules of this world. Then he succeeded in creating a small breach in the warp, tearing open a corner of the world. The chaotic void surged in, obliterating all laws it encountered. Fortunately, the breach was not large and Sench, with his power, mended the tear. However, the barrier of this world had become thinner due to this attempt. Whether as a punishment from the world's rules against Sench, or merely by chance, on the other side of the void, across countless chaotic currents, lay a world governed entirely by physical laws. A with tilde beta epsilon. There was a minuscule chance that a being from that physical world would be randomly cast into this world by the chaotic currents. These fortunate or unfortunate creatures were like walking world rifts, absorbing all the warp's laws around them and casting them into the void. Because they originated from a physical world, they were not repelled by its laws. In their own world, they existed in their most original form. If these beings were left unchecked, the rifts in the warp would grow larger, eventually disintegrating into the chaotic void. However, this was not good news for humanity. The humans of this world were not purely physical beings, they had soul projections in the warp. If the warp were destroyed, humanity would cease to exist. Thus, there was a tacit understanding between the Emperor and the Chaos Gods. If an outsider appeared, they must be destroyed. If an outsider were encountered, their physical body should be destroyed. Without the support of physical laws, these beings would cease to exist. But now, with the Emperor's encounter with Hades, the agreement was rewritten. A single outsider would not pose a great threat to this world, and the original denizens of the warp were already stirring once more. Even if the Emperor did not act, Sench would break the agreement. Greed, the Emperor thought. Good. Few outsiders could traverse the void, even fewer could land on a habitable planet and survive. To land on Barbarous, a planet controlled by Nurgle, and thus not be immediately dominated by Sench upon arrival, was even rarer. Even more remarkable was that this outsider possessed qualities of his own. The Emperor saw the Hades from Mortarion's memories, the Hades who sacrificed himself to help Mortarion slay the Xenos. This was a transaction that would not be in vain, the Emperor thought. Still, it would depend on Hades' own performance. Hades was just one of the Emperor's countless backup plans, seemingly insignificant. At this stage, he would not waste much attention on this, nor could he afford to. Good luck, the Emperor thought as he placed his entire palm on the glass. Instantly, a burst of golden light flared. The Emperor's long hair scattered in the wind created by the surge of energy. In the warp, the outer layer of a pitch-black rift was instantly enveloped in golden light. The golden light violently compressed the black void, which began to struggle weakly. At the same time, Hades, floating in the nutrient fluid, also began to convulse. His limbs twitched and trembled involuntarily. The black void crashed around, trying to escape the golden light's encirclement. But the originally tiny void was no match for the immense golden light. The black void soon quieted down, allowing the golden light to compress it. When the black void was compressed to slightly smaller than a human figure, the golden light stopped advancing. The golden light slightly retreated, then gradually faded, dissipated, and finally became imperceptibly transparent. You may proceed with the surgery. The golden light in the laboratory, like a fleeting dream, vanished in an instant. The Emperor still stood there, his expression calm, his thoughts unknown. This was a cage. But whether the cage was meant to keep out the malice outside or to contain the monster within, that was unclear. Plus, enjoy your reading, Omega. In the future, I might include a lot of original content or modify existing settings to make the novel more coherent. Apologies if it's not to everyone's taste, but my writing ability and imagination aren't strong enough to produce a completely faithful narrative. It was as if someone had arbitrarily chosen a spot in a space where the height above, the depth below. The width to the left and the vastness to the right were all unknown. Out of this pure black void, a game room's floor, stereotypically patterned in black and white squares, abruptly materialized. A single white light bulb swayed from the blackness above, casting a plain, pale light over a circular area. On the black and white tiled floor, there was an ordinary, four-legged round table made of reddish-brown wood, covered with a neat black velvet tablecloth. On the tablecloth lay countless game pieces, some small, some large, arranged in a complex and dense pattern. No one touched the pieces, yet they moved on their own, each one shifting according to its own set of rules. Every second, countless pieces vanished. Every second, countless more appeared. Originally, the space was silent. But suddenly, as if in the blink of an eye, 5 figures had already gathered around the small table. One of them was a bloated figure, with yellow-green pus continuously oozing from its massive belly. It sat on a chair made of sturdy vines, one half vibrant and teeming with life, with bloodied flowers happily exuding pus and filthy water, and the other half withered and decayed, death and silence tangled in its branches. But if someone observed closely, they would see that the two sides of the chair were constantly shifting. One moment the dead side would flourish, and the next moment it would wither again. The pus splattered on the round table, soaking the nearby tablecloth with its foul-smelling liquid. But the other figures at the table paid no heed to this disrespectful scene. Another figure, constantly shifting and flickering, sat on a crystal chair that was also in a state of constant change. At times, tentacles would sprout from its body, only to be replaced by bird-like beaks that chattered incessantly. The only constant was the blue glow that alternated between bright and dim, deep and shallow. The crystal chair itself continually morphed, flickering with bizarre and colorful lights. Sometimes, its shape would become so strange that it could hardly be called a chair, yet the figure atop it always found a comfortable position to sit, Anno Thailand bot epsilon. A roar of angry red light emanated from a chair made entirely of skulls, gilded with brass. Compared to the other figure's seats, the chair made of skulls seemed rather crude. But the figure liked it that way. Next to the chair, a battle axe filled with a violent aesthetic had been driven directly into the floor. Countless streams of blood continuously gushed from the cracks between the skulls. The figure, who represented justice and brutality, constantly muttered words of rage. Beside this figure sat a constantly writhing, alluring figure, with a serpent-like body shimmering in strange purple light. Perfect yet eerie, with a body covered in scales that reflected a strange light, this figure softly hummed and sighed, their serpentine form entwining with the chair. Occasionally, parts of the tail would suddenly tighten or relax, accompanied by a sharp hiss of breath. Their chair was the epitome of artistic perfection, with countless patterns etched upon it, patterns that the greatest artists could only dream of creating. These 4 figures took up most of the space around the round table. Green ooze, blue light, blood, and lustful fluids seeped from their seats, slowly soaking and corroding the game pieces on the black velvet tablecloth. In contrast to the other figures, the last one took up the smallest space on the table. But this did not diminish his nobility. He wore a simple white robe, without any decoration. The robe was made of plain linen, covering a physique that represented the peak of human strength, with muscles that were powerful yet perfectly aligned with aesthetic principles. Despite being clearly ignored by the other 4 figures, occupying the smallest, even cramped, space at the table, he remained calm and composed, seated in a chair crafted from gold that glimmered softly. On the round table, under the white light, there were 21 game pieces that clearly stood above the countless others, each intricately carved and shining with a brilliance that caught the attention of the other figures. However, most of these exquisite pieces were gathered close to the most inconspicuous player, causing the 4 other gods to shake their heads in discontent. Greedy fool, he must pay a price. Contracts are not equivalent to rules. Breaking a contract requires them to personally deliver punishment. However, the moves on the game board were ever-changing, and the time had not yet come. The story had not yet reached its climax. On the board, near the area dominated by death and decay, there stood a finely crafted piece, shaped like a figure holding a scythe. It moved slightly according to its own rules. Next to it, the kindly father had placed a decaying, alien-like piece. The two had been locked in combat from the very beginning, their tiny yet intricate duel constantly amusing the kindly father. But at some point, a seemingly insignificant piece nearby had grown slightly larger. This did not escape the god's notice. At first glance, this piece seemed like any other insignificant piece, nothing special. But upon closer inspection, one could see a black dot on it. And untouchable? These dark pieces were always detested by the gods. But upon even closer inspection, it became clear that the black dot was, in fact, a tiny hole. A deep, tiny hole, leading who knows where, an extremely small spot that seemed to connect to another vast, infinite space. Nurgle grumbled. The god of stagnation never liked these occasional little creatures. They appeared so rarely and were often confused. According to the god's tacit understanding, these little creatures that might threaten the whole world should be eliminated directly. Moreover, this annoying little creature was next to his favorite piece. He began to rearrange his layout, but conflict arose at the far end of the board, at the boundary with the changer of ways. Annoying thing. The god of stagnation and the god of change were mortal enemies, constantly at war with each other. As Nurgle and Tsench tangled with each other, the Lord of Humanity continued to calmly advance his pieces. Finally, he reached it. The finely crafted piece holding the scythe and the seemingly insignificant piece were both now in his hand. He did not immediately erase the small piece. Oh, no way. Slaanesh twisted their body dramatically, their face contorted in an exaggerated expression that might be the most extreme one they could imagine. Are you going to alter our little agreements? You can't keep pulling these little tricks. This won't do the world any good. The red figure raged, the blue figure let out a maniacal shriek of laughter. See? I wasn't the first to break the agreement. However, a sly and cunning light flickered in their eyes. If you insist on doing this, then we can also change the agreements. You're the one who wants to play. Have you forgotten the beginning? Nurgle looked unhappily at Tsench, that damned blue bird. Exactly, you're the one who wants to play. It's always you. Slaanesh threw a flirtatious glance at Tsench. They didn't mind these little tricks. Though they were dangerous, they brought a unique thrill. Unlike you two, the rest of us have no interest in these boring and risky machinations. Seeing that the Emperor was still holding his peace, the gods didn't argue further. The changer of ways extended a hand and slapped the table. The agreement was rewritten. A change occurred in the tiniest part of the board. No one noticed, and the four gods returned to their previous state, as if the earlier scene hadn't drawn much of their attention. The Lord of Humanity seemed to be ignored once again, but he remained calm. Behind him, in the darkness beyond the light, the fool silently entered the scene. The loser of the last game had already been knocked off the table by the four gods. From a place unseen beneath the table, he handed 2 pieces to the Emperor. A twisted smile of resentment and anger spread across his face. The Emperor smiled. == Fun fact. The protagonist's name, Hades, is the name of the god of the underworld in ancient Greek mythology. He is the ruler of the underworld, death and suffering, and is a symbol of the souls of the deceased. At the same time, he doesn't really manage much. He's often confused with the god of death. The warp does not have a game room, so this chapter doesn't exist. None of the events described above took place anywhere. It's all made up. In what was once a luxurious and fragrant sanatorium, the room was now filled with the unique toxic gas of Barbarous. These gases had been specifically collected by servitors sent to Barbarous, compressed, and then mixed with the air of the Imperator Somnium in a calculated proportion before being released into this large, spacious sanatorium. The room's occupant, Mordorion, sat beside the bed, quietly flipping through a thick book. He wasn't wearing a gas mask. Compared to Barbarous, the concentration of these gases is barely noticeable. It's more like a pleasant breeze. Mordorion was dressed in simple white casual clothing, the loose and comfortable fabric draped over him, revealing bandages and medical gel underneath. The entire room contained only a bed, a workbench, and a massive bookshelf filled with books. Nothing else. Mordorion had demanded that all the ostentatious items be removed. He simply couldn't appreciate the intricately carved, gold-flashing decorations or the carpet sewn from thousands of silk threads that praised the warrior's achievements. Waste, complete waste, and a self-satisfied display of one's taste. Mordorion couldn't understand the Empire's behavior, but he accepted the mission given to him by the Emperor. After he had decapitated Necaer and then passed out, it was the Emperor, supposedly his biological father, who saved him and Hades. When Mordorion awoke, that golden figure slowly approached him. He showed Mordorion the scale of the Empire, how many human worlds were struggling under the rule of Xenos. He invited Mordorion to liberate those humans suffering in the depths of despair. He promised Mordorion a vast and powerful space army and the opportunity to transform the people of Barbaros. Mordorion, my child, join us. Without a doubt, Mordorion agreed to the Emperor's offer. The terms were too tempting, the display of power too overwhelming, leaving Mordorion with no other choice. In front of the Emperor, submission was the only option. No one had a choice. Maybe this person called the Emperor was a good man? Such naive and absurd thoughts filled Mortarion's mind. For these few months, Mordorion had been peacefully recuperating in the sanatorium. The massive star rings under construction rotated above Barbaros. His death guard had been taken to these rings, where they would undergo Imperial modifications to become Space Marines, Mortarion's true blades. Mordorion had seen those Imperial units called Space Marines. They were simply unbelievable. Their robust bodies were unattainable by ordinary mortals, their reflexes beyond human limits, their memory exceptional, with battle experiences passed down through generations, and they were equipped with power armor designed specifically for war. With grave. If Mordorion had been given 7 such warriors on Barbaros, he could have pacified all the Xenos on the planet within a month. Just thinking about leading such an army in the future made Mordorion somewhat excited. He would lead these powerful warriors to rescue humanity from the hands of the Xenos. Ding! The soft sound of the sanatorium door interrupted Mortarion's thoughts. Someone was here. Perhaps it was another scientist coming to check on his injuries, Mordorion thought impatiently. He had long since recovered, and these injuries weren't worth such a lengthy recovery process. He didn't want to spend any more time recuperating. He wanted to see his army. But as the door slowly slid open and a faint golden light shone from the other side, the person entering wore simple clothing, a plain brown linen top and loose pants that highlighted long, slender legs. Fine gold threads were embroidered along the edges of the clothing, and a golden olive wreath rested quietly on black hair. Every movement exuded elegance and nobility. It was the Emperor. Mordorion didn't move, stubbornly pretending that the person who entered was just a medical staff member, continuing to feign reading. He didn't want to salute. The Emperor walked in and frowned slightly, displeased. The once luxuriously decorated sanatorium was now stripped to the bare essentials, with the elegant and ornate golden sculptures removed, the carpets that praised the warriors' deeds taken away, and the various furniture that ordinary people loved for relaxation gone. The room was even filled with toxic gas. The Emperor couldn't help but frown again, clearly displeased with Mortarion's arrangement. But he quickly regained his calm, even showing a hint of benevolence in his expression. He walked over calmly, ignoring Mortarion's little defiance, and sat directly beside him on the bed. Only then did Mordorion reluctantly lift his head. "Good afternoon, father." "Good afternoon, Mordorion." The Emperor then looked around the room. "Is this air your personal preference?" "Yes, father, I don't quite like the air here," Mordorion said calmly, with a justified tone. The Emperor nodded slightly, continuing in a calm manner, "Child, I hope you pay attention to your public image." During his first walk outside the sanatorium, Mordorion had ignored all the custodes saluting him. Mordorion did not respond. As a future leader of a legion, you must set a good example for the Imperial forces. "All right, I'll keep that in mind, father." The Emperor seemed to have lost the patience to continue the conversation. He gestured, and a custodes carrying a tray walked in. The Emperor took a specially designed syringe from the tray. His golden eyes looked at Mordorion. "Your friend, Hades, was severely injured and is still undergoing treatment. And for his modification surgery, we need some of your blood." Hades, his close friend, his right-hand man, Mordorion was deeply concerned for him. In his last memory, Hades was on the brink of death, unlikely to survive. Without hesitation, Mordorion extended his right arm and rolled up his sleeve. The Emperor maintained his perfect expression, calm yet divine and benevolent, as he precisely inserted the needle into the Primarch's firm skin. Blood slowly began to flow. As Mordorion watched his blood being drawn, he asked, "Is this to specifically cultivate a set of modification organs?" Mordorion had learned from his extensive reading of Imperial texts that the Space Marines' modification surgeries involved the implantation of organs containing pre-March genes. "Yes, you're very perceptive, my child." The Emperor's cold voice echoed as he looked down, silently observing the needle. The blood had been drawn. Mordorion eagerly retracted his arm, and the puncture wound quickly healed thanks to his Primarch-level regenerative abilities. Will he be all right? Mordorion still remembered the power Hades had displayed before his near-death. Without Hades, he wouldn't have succeeded. But that power, what was it exactly? It didn't quite match the characteristics of an untouchable that Mordorion had read about. The Emperor looked up, his golden eyes devoid of emotion as they locked onto Mortarion's amber ones. Mortarion's expression suddenly turned blank. In just a moment, the Emperor looked away, and Mordorion felt as though nothing had happened. Mordorion silently watched the Emperor leave before lowering his head to resume reading. Ding! The door closed. The operating room was simple and functional, with a surgical table placed in the center under bright white lights. Surrounding the table were numerous precision instruments, some of which pumped rhythmically as various liquids circulated through them. A researcher opened a small, sealed nutrient canister, revealing a set of vibrant, pulsating organs suspended in liquid. Compared to the organs typically implanted in Space Marines, these were notably larger, stronger, and more vigorous. These organs had been meticulously adjusted to suit Hades' current age and physical condition. Moreover, the nutrient canister contained fragments of the Emperor's genetic material. This was done for two main reasons. Lilith's style type, none equals. To enhance Hades' physical capabilities post-surgery, ensuring his body would be exceptionally resilient. Lilith's style type, none equals. To develop organs specifically designed to suppress the alien physiology within Hades. However, as the organs settled into Hades' body, this suppression would gradually weaken, ultimately reducing to minimal levels. This was precisely the outcome the Emperor desired. Through genetic manipulation, Mortarion's blood had also been added to the mix, further strengthening the bond between Mordorion and Hades. Typically, a Primarch exerts a hierarchical influence over those implanted with their genes. This influence drives Space Marines to willingly submit to their Primarch, emulating their personality traits and, in some cases, even resembling them physically. However, due to the Emperor's genetic fragments and Mortarion's blood present in Hades' new organs, this hierarchical influence would be diminished. Instead of a master-servant relationship, it would be more of an equal partnership. Of course, this was their concern, not the Emperor's. He was not particularly interested in their dynamics. The addition of Mortarion's blood was simply an extra layer of assurance. The Emperor was not personally present for this surgery, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. The technicians on the Imperator Somnium were all elite personnel who had long served alongside him, ensuring that the risks associated with this operation were minimized. With the machines now fully operational, the process of transforming Hades into a Space Marine began. The organs. Lilith's style type, none equals. Gene seed. Typically implanted in adolescence, this organ modifies the body to prepare it for the subsequent series of augmentations. Lilith's style type, none equals. Secondary heart, a powerful pumping organ that supports the Space Marines' enhanced height and extreme strength. It also ensures survival if the primary heart is destroyed. Lilith's style type, none equals. Osmodula, this short, thick tubular organ accelerates bone growth and significantly increases bone density over 2 years. The rib cage eventually fuses into a solid bone plate, protecting vital organs. Lilith's style type, none equals. Muscle enhancer, greatly increases muscle strength. Lilith's style type, none equals. Biscopia, alters blood composition, dramatically enhancing oxygen-carrying capacity and circulation efficiency. Lilith's style type, none equals. Laramin's organ, generates large blood platelets for rapid clotting. Lilith's style type, none equals. Catalepsian node, regulates sleep, allowing different parts of the brain to rest in shifts if sleep-deprived. Lilith's style type, none equals. Preomner, situated above the original stomach, this organ processes toxic or inedible substances. Lilith's style type, none equals. Amophagia, Embedded within the spinal cord, this organ allows a space marine to gain information and memories by consuming organic material. Lilith's style type, none equals. Multi-lung, filters toxins from the air, preventing gas poisoning. Lilith's style type, none equals. Oculobe, positioned in the brain, this organ enhances vision, enabling night vision. Lilith's style type, none equals. Lyman's ear, enhances hearing, expands the audible frequency range, and improves balance. Lilith's style type, none equals. Susan membrane, induces a death-like state in near-fatal situations to increase survival chances. Lilith's style type, none equals. Melanochrome, regulates skin pigmentation to protect against varying levels of radiation. Lilith's style type, none equals. Oolitic kidney, improves internal circulation, accelerates detoxification, and enhances blood flow. Lilith's style type, none equals. Neuroglottis, enables the detection of food components and substances. Lilith's style type, none equals. Becher's gland, alters sweat composition to act as a natural cleanser and provides a certain level of protection. Lilith's style type, none equals. Progenoid glands, over time, these glands produce gene seed, which can be harvested to grow new space marines. Lilith's style type, none equals. Black carapace, the final organ implanted beneath the skin, gradually develops into a subdermal, black shell. This organ is essential for directly interfacing with space marine power armor. All 19 organs were meticulously implanted in sequence. Typically, these implants would be inserted in stages, but due to the prolonged duration of this particular surgery, they were all implanted in a single session. The reason was simple: the operation took far too long. The surgery lasted several months due to Hades' natural resistance to the implants. The integration of each organ required extreme caution and patience, with every blood vessel and nerve carefully connected. Each time a connection was made, the alarm monitors attached to Hades would spike in response. Despite the copious amounts of anesthesia administered, Hades' body reacted violently to the foreign organs. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. When the final organ was safely implanted and the last stitch completed, the medical team sighed in relief. The mission assigned by the Emperor had been successfully completed. Hades now floated in darkness. Initially, he only felt an excruciating pain in his skull, and he instinctively tried to reach up and rub his head, but found himself paralyzed. His left brain felt like it was on the verge of explosion, and his left eye ached unbearably. Hades thought this was the peak of his suffering, but he was mistaken. A tremendous force began to crush him. Hades struggled to break free, but this force felt like an enormous, all-encompassing hand, leaving him with no escape. Just as the crushing force was about to overwhelm him, it mercifully stopped. Hades' brain trembled as if it were a bomb about to detonate, but he would never know when it might go off. His internal organs began to burn as if they had grown limbs and were thrashing about inside him. The agony felt like it lasted for an eternity, months, years, centuries, or perhaps just an instant. All Hades knew was that it lasted so long that he thought he was about to die. Then, the pain vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Hades could no longer hold on, and his consciousness sank back into the depths of darkness. Hades, no, now it's he sure, was sitting at his beloved small desk, painting his cherished little miniatures. He set down the newly painted 30K Mortarion miniature and stretched. He glanced up at the small display case on his desk, positioned near the wall. After some thought, he sure reached into the display case and pulled out an emperor figurine he had bought online, unsure if it was authentic. Feeling bored, he placed the two little figures on his desk and then the Mortarion miniature suddenly moved and began to speak. The tiny figure burst into laughter and somehow produced a Xeno's head out of nowhere. Ha 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 ha. I finally killed you, father. The emperor figurine silently observed Mortarion from a distance. Mortarion noticed it and asked, "Who are you, stranger?" Suddenly, the emperor figurine began to emit a dazzling golden light. Back on his bed, Hades instantly woke up. What a bizarre dream. That was Hades' first thought upon awakening from a prolonged coma. His second thought was, what the hell? As his consciousness returned, so too did the fully enhanced capabilities of his modified body. The first thing his brain registered was his heightened perception of the surrounding environment. A scent shot straight to Hades' soul. It was like an extreme version of lemon plus mint plus licorice plus extra-strength disinfectant plus concentrated bleach, all mixed together and then frozen into an icy concoction, followed by the addition of vinegar plus chili water plus concentrated alcohol plus chlorine. And Thailand body yes. Then, this mix was blasted into his lungs at full power by a high-pressure water gun. Hades felt like his brain was about to be liquefied by this overpowering stench. He instinctively sat up, coughing violently, one hand covering his nose and mouth, while the other clutched his throat. Cough, cough, cough. What the? To be fair, Barbarous was a world filled with toxic gases, divided into high toxicity, medium toxicity, and low toxicity, but never non-toxic. It was like a person living in a strange-smelling environment suddenly having their sense of smell amplified 100-fold and then being thrown into clean air. It's unbearable for anyone. And that's what Hades was experiencing now. Even though he had been inhaling clean air while unconscious, when his cerebral cortex became active and his consciousness fully awakened, the drastic change in environmental information caused an intense stress response. Cough, cough, cough. A large hand reached over, holding a spherical sensor. The simple, carved, hollow brass sensor had a few lines of barbarous script engraved on it. Born in the land of poison, silent in the mists. A familiar, gentle, and enchanting scent from home began to waft from the small sensor. The pale, bony hand offered the charming little sensor to Hades. Cough, cough. Thank you. Having just woken from a long coma and still disoriented from the sudden intake of fresh air, Hades didn't care about his image as he grabbed the sensor and shoved it under his nose. The warm, soothing fragrance quickly countered the harsh, icy air. Hades took several deep breaths, trying to expel the lingering irritation. Then, he forced himself to slow his breathing, which had become erratic from his panic. His fully enhanced body obediently complied. Gradually, the smoke from the sensor filled the air in gentle streams. Finally, Hades calmed down. He looked up. Hades found himself in a spacious, minimalist room. The room was large, with a high ceiling, taller than any typical house on Barbarous. A tall workbench stood against the wall, stocked with basic tools. Weapons were neatly arranged on the wall. As for Hades, he was dressed in simple civilian clothes, half sitting on a plain bed. Apart from a rectangular pillow, there were no blankets. The room's temperature was just right, so blankets weren't necessary. But what truly caught Hades' attention was the person who had handed him the sensor. The towering figure of Mordorion was sitting in a chair that seemed slightly small for his stature. Mordorion wasn't wearing armor, just a simple combat uniform. A gray cloak draped to the floor, while a muted green top was cinched with brown leather straps, and the silver buckles occasionally caught the light, breaking up the dark tones of his outfit. He wore black trousers, with gray-white leg bindings tightly securing the excess fabric. His heavy gray boots had sharp edges, and the soles were thick. A large, somewhat exaggerated round silver medallion hung from Mortarion's belt. The once perfectly round medallion was now marred by 6 sharp spikes, 3 on each side. A skull was carved into the center of the medallion. Hades was more than familiar with that. It was the emblem of the Death Guard. Several thin bronze chains hung from Mortarion's shoulders. The sensor, still emitting a faint toxin, was attached to one of these chains. One of the chains was missing a sensor, the one now in Hades' hand. Mordorion looked at Hades, his unmasked face showing a rare expression of amusement and relief. It seems I'm not the only one who can't get used to the air here. Hades blinked in confusion. Wait, so that sharp smell earlier was the normal air? No. He didn't want to become a plague marine. But now wasn't the time for Hades to wail in despair. He quickly gathered his thoughts. He and Mordorion had probably been rescued by the Emperor, and he had already been transformed into a Death Guard Astartes. Hades was likely now aboard a Death Guard ship. But before anything else, there was one thing he had to confirm. Hades composed himself, his expression becoming serious. Mordorion, what was the outcome of your duel with Nikair? A smile played at the corners of the Reaper's mouth. I killed it. After you lost consciousness, the creature couldn't withstand me due to its prior injuries. So that's how it ended? But wasn't... Wait a minute? Hades clearly remembered. He couldn't recall exactly, Was that how it happened? Maybe his mind was already foggy at the time, or the transformation surgery had blurred his memory. Anyway, it's good that Mordorion finished off Nikair. At least Hades' efforts weren't in vain. Congratulations! You did it, Mordorion. Hades couldn't help but laugh, though his grin was far more exaggerated than Mordorion, nearly stretching to his ears. Sorry I passed out at the end and couldn't be of much help. No. Mordorion shook his head slightly. If you hadn't suppressed Nikair's psychic power, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. The gratitude in the Primarch's eyes was unmistakable. In contrast, Hades, having learned the final outcome, appeared more carefree. Haha, don't be modest, Mordorion. I really didn't do much. But what's going on here? We're not on Barbarous, are we? Hades acted as if he had just realized their current surroundings. Mordorion chuckled inwardly. Of course, Hades would ask about the result of Mortarion's duel before worrying about his own situation. This gesture just earned him another point of favor, so that's roughly how it is. Is that so? Mordorion succinctly explained the current situation to Hades. Hades sat on the bed, silently recalling Mortarion's recent words in his mind. In short, if Hades were to paraphrase in his own language, Mortarion's words would be, "Actually, I'm a Primarch, a very powerful human. My biological father, the Emperor, found me. He is an invincible galactic warlord and emperor, a human more formidable than me. He plans to provide me with an incredibly powerful space marine legion and have me liberate the galaxy. Both of us were rescued by him and are now aboard the spaceship he promised me. You have also been transformed into a formidable space marine. Don't worry, once I obtain that super powerful space marine legion, I certainly won't forget you. Whatever you need, just let me know." Instead of expecting Mordorion to give a simple introduction to the worldview, he turned out to be more straightforward than imagined. On the surface, Hades pretended to know nothing, but when Mordorion touched on key points, he began to act. Oh my god. So that's how it is. No wonder. These few short phrases were to be used in varying tones repeatedly. Hades noted down the new vocabulary mentioned in Mortarion's recent speech. He didn't want to accidentally reveal his status as a transmigrator by slipping up with the words he knew. It was best to only repeat the words Mordorion had used in the ensuing conversation. Later, Hades planned to look up some information and pretend to learn more about the Empire's vocabulary. Mordorion sat quietly beside him, waiting for Hades to digest the information. By the way, because of the previous battle, your left brain and left eye. Mordorion pointed to the upper left side of his own face. Oh right, he seemed to have been pressed on the head with a scythe by Nikair, resulting in the modifications. Instinctively, Hades reached to touch the left side of his own head. A completely different metallic texture, distinct from his skin, felt under his fingertips. Hades' pupils dilated in shock. He had no awareness that something was wrong here. Seeing Hades' astonishment, Mordorion waved his hand, making a gesture. In less than a minute, the room door opened, and a servitor carrying a mirror approached. Thick electric wires were exposed beneath the servitor's skin, yet they appeared meticulously maintained. The deep black wires were not tangled. Instead, they exuded an organized beauty. The servitor's moss-green uniform was impeccably tailored, with the large Death Guard insignia and the Roman numeral 14 emblazoned on the back. The male's face bore no scars and was relatively handsome. A series of numbers were printed on his cheek. The servitor wore a perfect smile, holding the mirror with both hands, and entered quickly in an almost kneeling posture. Although Hades was a transmigrator and previously knew about the existence of servitors in the Warhammer-like world, seeing a real servitor left him somewhat moved. Mordorion noticed the way Hades looked at the servitor. He took the mirror from the servitor's hands and waved for the servitor to leave. These are servitors. They brought me these things. I'm not particularly fond of them either. They're not truly human in the real sense. Mordorion handed the mirror to Hades. He pushed back his chair and stood up. I'll wait outside for you, Hades. You go ahead and take a moment yourself. I'll take you around the Endurance later. Plus, the sound of the door closing echoed. Hades didn't move. Although the servitor's appearance had momentarily shocked Hades, it was only a slight emotional fluctuation. What concerned him more was that when the servitor had entered earlier, Hades instinctively contracted his black domain, but discovered that his black domain had already extended below his skin. Earlier, because Hades had just awakened in a clearly safe environment and had to deal with Mortarian's conversation, he hadn't paid attention to his own condition. Now, being alone, Hades realized his current situation was particularly eerie. Hades raised the mirror in his hand. In the reflection, the scar running through his left face, the red glowing cybernetic eye, and the metallic sheen of his left brain were especially prominent. But Hades knew his black domain was supposed to insulate him from mechanical things. For now, he couldn't worry about whether his brain was mechanical. Hades closed his eyes and began to sense his black domain carefully. In the vast black space, a small pure black humanoid floated. Hades tried to contract his black domain. Unlike before, even though Hades' black domain had contracted to an extent it hadn't reached before, he could still easily manipulate it, even changing its shape and continuing to compress it inward. When the black domain finally compressed to the size of a basketball, Hades could no longer compress it further. So, he began to try expanding the black domain. At first, Hades cautiously controlled the range of his black domain, fearing it would touch the mechanical half of his brain. But as the black domain expanded, Hades was surprised to find that it couldn't penetrate his skin. How's that possible? Hades tried to forcibly expand his black domain again, but each time it reached his skin layer, it couldn't expand further. Hades thought for a moment and began trying to make his black domain touch the mechanical half of his brain. Sure enough, the black domain seemed imprisoned, unable to touch the mechanical half of his brain, and could only operate in the region of his right half of the brain. Hades fell silent. If the black domain could only be beneath his skin now, does that mean he can use mechanical tools? The good news is that he can use machinery now. The bad news is that his black domain can no longer expand as before. However, although Hades was a pragmatist up to this point, he had no clue about himself or his black domain. Hades had no idea why he transmigrated or what the black domain was, or why these changes were happening. He only knew that since he transmigrated, he had to find a way to survive. Even if he didn't understand what the black domain was, as long as it was useful, it didn't matter. Suddenly, Hades fell into deep self-doubt. Could this be Chaos Gods' conspiracy? Wait, something feels off here. Did he forget something? Hades shook his head, feeling like his brain wasn't working properly after a nap. In the slightly barren personal room of a space marine, Hades sat on the edge of the bed, holding a mirror in one hand and a round incense burner in the other, lost in thought. His original goal had been to survive on Barbarous long enough to become a space marine. Although the process had not unfolded as he had imagined, the result was the same. However, after becoming a space marine, his confusion only grew. Hades thought about it and realized that the key to determining his stance might lie with the Emperor. What he was sure of was that after the battle on Barbarous, it was the Emperor who saved Mortarion. That meant the Emperor had seen Hades as well. Hades couldn't believe that with his strange constitution, the Emperor hadn't noticed something. But what was the reason the Emperor only healed him and then returned Hades to the 14th Legion? Hades touched his left brain, feeling its smooth, metallic texture. Did the Emperor participate in his healing? If he did, was the change in his black domain caused by the Emperor? Or was it due to his near-death experience? Or was it because he had been transformed into a space marine? No, the more he thought about it, the less sense it made. And these hypotheses couldn't be proven. Hades couldn't ask the Emperor for answers. He had no way to approach the Emperor. Mortarion probably didn't know either. If he did, he would have said something about Hades. And besides, Hades thought to himself, sometimes thinking too much meant you were being watched by Tsench. Hades had barely managed to pull Mortarion away from Nurgle. He didn't want to get caught in Tsench's gaze. Forget it. Thinking too much was pointless. In the end, it would be one step at a time. Hades originally wanted to figure out how to use his new brain and left eye, but since Mortarion was waiting outside for him, he couldn't delay much longer. An empty set. He got up, ready to find Mortarion. It was only when he stood up that Hades realized he had grown taller. He was now at least 2.6 meters tall. Not only that, but Hades now felt an immense strength flowing through his entire body. Tight muscles sent signals of power, 2 hearts beat powerfully, Blood rushed quickly through his veins, and his lungs steadily expanded and contracted. His mind was incredibly clear. Hades had never felt such complete control over his body as he did now. He felt like jumping or sprinting. He was strong, so strong. Suppressing the urge to punch the wall, Hades threw the mirror onto the bed, gripping the incense burner as he headed out. Gray-green and dark gray were the dominant colors of the corridor. The wide, plain hallways stretched long and narrow, with deep gray floors and dark green walls, edged with off-white where they met the floor. Aside from some essential lighting, the corridor was dim, like the misty, overcast days on Barbarous. Identical doors, like Hades' room, lined the long hallway. This should be the personal rest area for the Space Marines, Hades thought. At this moment, the only other person in the hallway was Mordorion. Mordorion was leaning against the wall, absent-mindedly playing with a round incense burner. When he saw Hades approaching, Mordorion came back to reality, ready to show Hades around the Endurance. Hades walked over and handed the incense burner back to Mordorion. Although the air still had a slightly pungent smell, Hades could endure it. He thought, I don't want to become a walking gas tank. Mordorion looked at him. No need? I can give it to you. No. If the future is going to be like this, I need to adapt quickly. Hades quickly declined, though he was tempted to tell Mordorion more. He managed to stop himself. Respecting others' preferences starts with you. All right. Mordorion casually took the incense burner and hung it back on the bronze chain on his shoulder. Come on, let me show you around the Endurance. This will be our second home from now on. Hades shrugged. It was true. After becoming a Space Marine, most people completely cut ties with their past. But Hades would still remember. Seeing Mordorion start to move, Hades followed him. This is the personal quarters for Space Marines. This floor and the 2 floors above and below are all your personal rooms. Originally, the rooms were assigned by company, and the Endurance would not house the entire army. Some companies are stationed on other warships. But currently, the Legion is still in a period of adjustment, so for now, all companies are stationed on the Endurance. And the newly added Barbarousians haven't been assigned to any companies yet. This Legion was originally called the Dusk Raiders, but after I took command, I renamed it the Death Guard. Mordorion smiled. In honor of the warriors of Barbarous. Yes, those brave and fearless warriors. Mordorion paused for a moment and then, with a serious tone, said, You are my unbroken blades. You are the Death Guard. Hades recognized this phrase. Mordorion had said the same thing the first time he met the Dusk Raiders. That phrase had also been engraved above the airlock door of the Battle Barge Reaper's scythe. After that, the 14th Legion ceased to be the Dusk Raiders. What remained was the 14th Legion, the Death Guard. The dull and monotonous footsteps continued to echo in the corridor, maintaining their steady rhythm. Mordorion went on to explain the newly restructured Death Guard to Hades. I've divided the Death Guard into 7 companies. Of these, the 1st, 2nd, and 7th companies are special. The captain of the 1st company is the 1st Commander, currently led by Barasine of Terra. The captain of the 2nd company is the Commander, currently led by Tetsis of Terra. The captain of the 7th company is the Battle Captain, currently led by Garo of Terra. With deliberate emphasis, Mordorion used the name Terra in Barbarousian with every sentence. Hades understood exactly what Mordorion was thinking. The 14th Legion was like Mortarion's personal toy. Naturally, he wanted to get rid of anything he didn't like. Mordorion wanted to infuse the Legion with new blood. In truth, nearly every Legion went through a similar process. Once their Primarch was found, the old glory of the Legion was overshadowed by the Primarch's return. Not every Legion was willing to immediately submit to their newly found Primarch. Even with a genetic link, these battle-hardened veterans wouldn't easily bow down. This inevitably led to conflict. Hades knew this was bound to happen. Hades walked alongside Mordorion through the long corridor, their pace slow and unhurried, not in any rush to reach the next destination. Mordorion remained silent as they walked, giving Hades space to think. Hades was still reflecting on Mortarion's earlier words. Even though the veteran soldiers from Terra had all sworn loyalty to Mordorion, Mordorion would not so easily grant them his trust. It wasn't just Mortarion's paranoia. In fact, veterans in every legion often clashed with the newly arrived Primarch and fresh recruits. For example, in the Ultramarines of the 13th Legion, Pre-March Guilliman disapproved of the Terra veterans' overly violent methods. Likewise, in the 19th Legion, the Raven Guard, Corax disliked how the Terran veterans used the Imperial army as bait in battle. If a Pre-March had enough personal charisma or sufficient political acumen, the integration of old and new Legion members could be smoother. A prime example was the 13th Legion, where Guilliman used his wisdom to guide the veterans onto a new path. Similarly, in the 9th Legion, the noble Sanguinius managed to save his legion of near-fallen vampires. But there were also less favorable examples, like the 14th Legion, the Death Guard. Mortarion's approach was simple. He used his brilliant military mind and strategy to compel the veterans into submission. Then, he sent them into battles with high casualties, thinning their ranks to replace them with new recruits. Some of the more stubborn veterans clung to their old glories, volunteering for suicidal missions. Others chose to completely trust their pre-march, abandoning their past triumphs. In a way, from a different perspective, Mortarion's method wasn't necessarily less effective. It allowed him to quickly insert his own people into the Legion and expand his control. Some might question this, as the Terran veterans had already sworn loyalty to Mortarion, so why would he need to further expand his power? The truth was, these veterans were loyal to the Emperor's command to serve the Pre-March, not necessarily to the Pre-March himself. Many of the Dusk Raider veterans from Terra had witnessed the Emperor's grandeur firsthand. To them, a Pre-March was simply a gift bestowed upon them by the Emperor. With or without a Pre-March, the Legion was already running smoothly under its own system. Moreover, Mortarion's return came relatively late in the Great Crusade. Only Angron, Corax, and Omegon had yet to be found after him. This gave the Dusk Raiders a strong sense of independence. Unlike the 12th Legion, the Warhounds, who were still envious of the grand returns of Guilliman and Sanguinius, the 14th Legion had long realized that they could perform just as well without a pre-march. No. In fact, among the Dusk Raiders, there was a prevailing thought: what does having a pre-march even change? The 14th Legion without a pre-march can still accomplish what those with one can. The most extreme veterans even viewed the pre-march with disdain, sarcastically waiting to see if he could truly improve the Legion. These veterans walked proudly, with good reason. They had fought through the majority of the wars on their own, quietly roaming the galaxy. While other legions cheered for their found primarchs and prepared grand welcome ceremonies, the Dusk Raiders fought silently in the far reaches of the galaxy. When Sanguinius knelt before his sons, when Guilliman rebuilt the honor of the Ultramarines, and when Dorn returned to his vast and perfect pocket empire, the legions whose primarchs were still lost could only watch from the sidelines. Some legions felt envious, wishing their primarchs would be as noble as Sanguinius, as glorious as Guilliman, or as proud as Horus. There wasn't a single space marine who didn't long for the connection to their gene father. They longed for their pre-march to be the best, to be the most unique, to lead them to become the most glorious. But, as always, there are exceptions. For example, the former 14th Legion, the Dusk Raiders. They had their own culture, their own history. When the tactical points of a planet rotated to the junction of light and shadow, the full assault of the 14th Legion was just beginning. They would strike under the twilight, launching massive ground offensives, the dim and beautiful light shrouding their dark power armor. The ancient and traditional Albia tactics still proved their worth across the galaxy. They were the warriors from Terra, the solid right arm of the Emperor. Because of this, they earned a unique title, the Dusk Raiders. They had their pride. What's even more intriguing is that this prideful, independent, silent, and stubborn attitude of the Dusk Raiders, self-reliant and unyielding, was, in a way, quite fitting for the sons of Mortarion. Mortarion, tall and imposing, still walked the corridors of the Endurance. Hades glanced at him, unsure of how the pre-march and these veteran soldiers were truly getting along. Personally, Hades hoped that the old and new forces of the Legion would integrate well. Firstly, because Hades respected these veterans who had fought for a lifetime, and secondly, because a legion filled with seasoned veterans was often much more powerful in combat. Lastly, if Mortarion ever did decide to betray, these veterans from Terra would be the last bastion of loyalty among the Death Guard. Sometimes, though, Thinking about such matters becomes difficult, as you often don't want to confront these questions head-on. Hades knew that while he had successfully helped Mordorion overcome one inner demon, fate was something he preferred to ensure with double guarantees. As for Typhon, Hades would find a way. If persuasion was possible, he would attempt it. But if it wasn't, then he'd kill him. What worried Hades was whether killing one future traitor would only lead to the rise of a second or a third. Or, even worse, would Mordorion, regardless of traitors, still fall into the trap of becoming a demon primarch under Nurgle's design? Moreover, even without Nurgle's plot, in the original timeline, Mordorion chose betrayal due to Horus' influence. For now, killing the Xenos' overlord Nikaer might seem significant, but in the grand scheme of the Warhammer universe's vast web of fate, it was just a tiny, insignificant thread. As a small figure within a colossal species, how much could Hades really affect the tides of fate? The future was too unpredictable, and his personal strength too small. Given the current information, Hades could not yet determine his next course of action. Should he flee? Fight? Try to turn the tide? Or hide from fate? The mysteries surrounding him were already numerous. Hades needed to observe more. He needed to think more. "This is a private viewing chamber," Mortarion's voice echoed through the vast space. Reinforced glass was embedded into the dark gray walls, allowing starlight from the void beyond to filter in. Banners bearing the emblem of the Death Guard, dark green with their insignia, hung from the walls, and 2 rows of black sofas were casually placed in the center of the room. Mordorion stood by the window, gazing out at the endless expanse of space. Hades followed his gaze and saw countless stars scattered across the deep, mysterious void, as though the very fabric of space was swallowing everything. In the center of the viewing window, a planet cloaked in green mist slowly turned, its surface bathed in a dim, mossy glow. Massive, mechanical rings shimmered above it, orbiting majestically, with ships occasionally launching from the starry rings. Barbarous. A dim yellow light cast its glow upon Hades' face, with fine dust particles floating lazily in the faint illumination. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Mordorion rasped. But who would have thought that beneath this beautiful exterior, the planet's mists hide such ugliness? "Will the Imperium help improve the toxic environment of Barbarous?" Hades asked casually. In the original timeline, the Emperor had used the offer of cleansing Barbarous' toxic atmosphere as a lure to persuade Mordorion to join the Imperium, an offer Mordorion had rejected. Now that Mordorion had already slain the Xenos' overlord Nikaer, Hades hoped that perhaps he would not refuse the Emperor's offer this time. After all, having the homeworld of a pre-March thrive with reduced taxes and support wasn't a bad idea, was it? "They have indeed proposed this," Mordorion responded. "But I wonder, if Barbarous loses its toxic environment, will its people become soft?" Hades was speechless for a moment. This mindset wasn't unique to Mordorion. Even the Primarch of the 6th Legion, Leman Russ, had similar thoughts. Fenris, Leman Russ' homeworld, was an ice-covered death world. When the Imperium decided to use Fenris as a recruitment ground for the 6th Legion, Russ demanded that the Fenrisians remain unaware of the Imperium's existence. He believed that only those who could survive the brutal cold and harsh conditions deserved to become his legion's warriors. Hades couldn't entirely dismiss this perspective, but his own simple values leaned toward making life better for everyone if possible. Not everyone aspires to be a war machine like an Astartes. Some might just want to live a peaceful, quiet life. After some thought, Hades spoke. "Resilience is a quality ingrained in the people of Barbarous. It flows in their blood and will not fade simply because the environment improves. And besides, I believe that a Barbarous free from toxic gas will allow the new generation to grow even stronger." Mordorion remained silent. He thought of the children who had died young, their skin turned purple from inhaling too much poisonous gas. Were they weak? If they had lived longer, would they have become strong warriors? He hesitated. "Maybe. I should accept the Imperium's offer," he muttered. Hades smiled. "I don't think you'll regret this decision," Hades reassured him. "The people of Barbarous will be grateful." Mordorion shrugged. "Let's hope they don't grow weak because of it." At that moment, Mordorion reached out and touched the glass. Suddenly, an image appeared across the surface, as if a massive battleship was floating silently in the depths of space beyond the window. A vast, dark green structure with a cold sheen of silver metal glowed mercilessly. The sleek, dagger-like hull jutted out into the void, with sharp spikes protruding from the prow, pointing at the stars. The streamlined gray metal framework gleamed with an imperial double-headed eagle on the prow, though the gleaming golden eagle looked oddly out of place on the grim ship. And Beta. Beside the imperial eagle was a skull emblem, equally massive and cast in iron gray, the insignia of the Death Guard. Next to this behemoth, the smaller escort ships seemed insignificant, like ants beside a titan. This gigantic ship resembled the scythe of death, silently cutting through the void. Of course, Hades knew exactly what it was: the Endurance, the flagship of the Death Guard, a Gloriana-class battleship. It was magnificent. Contrary to Hades' initial imagination of a flying cathedral, the Endurance was a sleek, understated, and coldly beautiful dream ship. The fact that this magnificent vessel had been handed over to Mordorion by the Emperor himself, it did stir a moment of envy in Hades. Mordorion chuckled. "This is the Endurance, our current location," Mordorion said. "She's beautiful," Hades replied, awestruck. "I decorated her. She wasn't this pretty before." Indeed, the gray-green primary color was Mortarion's addition. The Dusk Raiders had originally used a deep red color scheme. "Too much decoration often hides the true beauty underneath," Mordorion added. "I plan to engrave all the battles the Death Guard has fought onto her bow in the future," Mordorion said with rare pride in his voice. Hades could feel his teeth itching with irritation. "You're just showing off, aren't you?" Mordorion then informed Hades that tomorrow he would start training with the company. For the next few standard Terran months, there would be small-scale exercises. Hades needed to get accustomed to fighting like an Astartes by training alongside the company. Despite Mortarion's eagerness to quickly promote Barbarous-born recruits to leadership roles, the new recruits were far from ready. Having just undergone surgical modifications and trained for less than 6 standard Terran months, the Barbarous recruits were not yet capable of holding any leadership positions. They hadn't even reached the standard required to be considered fully fledged Astartes. If Mordorion hoped to place them in leadership roles, it would have to wait until the veteran Terran-born officers were stretched thin and the new Barbarous-born soldiers had proven themselves in battle. For now, the Legion's affairs remained firmly under the control of the Terran veterans. Mordorion, being a newly appointed Primarch, couldn't afford to show favoritism toward the Barbarous recruits, at least not openly. Promoting newbies in the eyes of the Terrans would be seen as rash. Following Mordorion around, Hades toured the ship and familiarized himself with areas he would frequent on the Endurance. They also visited several visually stunning and technologically advanced locations, showcasing the marvels of the vessel. As they returned, Mordorion and Hades rode an elevator within the Endurance, slowly ascending to the Astartes rest quarters. Hades glanced at the densely packed floor numbers displayed in the elevator and suddenly realized something. "Wait, did Mordorion come to see me alone?" The Death Guard had a unique group of warriors known as the Death Shroud, Mortarion's personal bodyguard unit. These heavily armored Terminators would silently follow Mordorion, always staying 49 paces behind him, ready to protect their Primarch. Once marked as part of the Death Shroud, a warrior was listed as killed in action within their original company. "Maybe the Death Shroud hasn't been established yet since it's still early days," Hades mused. But something still felt off. During their grand tour, Hades hadn't seen any other Death Guard aside from the occasional mortal crew members and servants. Hades cautiously glanced at Mordorion. "Mordorion, you're the commander of the Death Guard now, right?" Mordorion hummed in agreement. "So shouldn't you be really busy right now?" Hades pressed. Sensing what Hades was hinting at, Mortarion's calm voice responded as usual. "It's break time." Hades glanced at the elevator panel where the time was displayed. Terran Standard Time, 21:36. Considering that Astartes only slept about 4 hours a day, this was far from break time. Hades looked back at Mordorion. Mordorion remained silent. Silence fell like the night over Cambridge. Finally, Mordorion couldn't hold it in anymore. "I had Captain Barasine of the First Company temporarily take over the training. So you really just ditched your duties to come out here, didn't you?" Hades sat at his workstation, deep in thought. After convincing Mordorion to return to his duties, he had retreated to his own quarters. First, he tried once again to extend his black domain, but found it still limited to just the surface of his skin, as if imprisoned. He planned to research more about blanks or nulls, those immune to the warp, later. In his memories before the time travel, nulls never displayed anything like his current black domain ability. Pushing aside the mystery of the black domain for now, Hades focused on his bionic left brain. As he concentrated, he realized that his left brain functioned like a computer. He could consciously store memories within it, retrieve them, or even destroy them if he wished. Curiously, as he felt around the back of his electronic brain, he discovered several ports. These were likely meant for future interfacing with machines. One port already had a small chip inserted. Upon pulling it out, Hades realized it was something like a USB drive. He could store memories or knowledge within it for later use. How convenient, he thought to himself. Could it really be as simple as plugging in a memory-filled hard drive and he would instantly gain access to the knowledge stored within? Additionally, Hades noticed that he could pile complex calculations into the left half of his brain, effectively separating the tasks performed by his left and right hemispheres. Interestingly, bodily functions controlled by the brainstem seemed to have been taken over by the enhanced right half of his brain, leaving the left side focused entirely on learning, memory, computation, and controlling machines. It was, in essence, a brain computer, much like the cogitators installed by the Adeptus Mechanicus in their tech priests. Unbeknownst to Hades, however, his electronic brain far surpassed any standard cogitator in both processing power and efficiency. After learning all he could for now about his bionic brain, Hades turned his attention to his left eye. As expected, his bionic eye had X-ray vision. Night vision? Irrelevant. Enhanced space marine vision was already capable of seeing in the dark. Additionally, anything captured by his left eye could be directly saved into his electronic brain, ready to be accessed when needed. The only downside, Hades found, was that his left eye couldn't shoot lasers, much to his disappointment. Perhaps in the future, he could modify it himself. As Hades explored the potential of his bionic brain and eye, time slipped away. Since it was his first time consciously controlling his electronic brain, he hadn't realized how much time had passed. It was now 1 a.m. Even for a space marine, it was time to sleep. Hades stood up from his desk and walked over to his bed, ready to rest. Though the mysteries of his new body remained unsolved, they weren't pressing matters. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell interrupted his thoughts. A servitor slowly entered. Greetings, Lord Hades. Please change into the Type I-3 battle attire and report to Reception Room Beta 508 on the 36th floor immediately. The I-3 battle attire wasn't actual battle gear, it was more of a ceremonial outfit designed for Astartes when not wearing their power armor. It was meant for formal occasions when Astartes could not wear their armor, such as newly inducted recruits yet to receive their power armor. Someone wants to see me? Quickly dressing, Hades followed the servitor into the now empty halls of the Endurance. It was 1:36 a.m. Terran Standard Time, and most Space Marines were deep in their brief sleep cycle. The lights in the corridors were dimmer than before. Upon reaching the destination, the servitor bowed and opened the door for Hades. The moment he stepped inside, an unusual sensation washed over him. The room was vast and empty, with no furniture save for banners hanging from the walls. But standing within were 2 squads of Sisters of Silence and 2 custodes. Opposite them stood Mordorion, arms crossed, with Captain Barasine of the First Company standing rigidly by his side. The unsettling aura Hades had felt? It was emanating from the Sisters of Silence. Like water and oil, both liquids but fundamentally incompatible, Hades could feel that his black domain and the Sisters' aura were not of the same origin. Arnu. Even though the aura from the Sisters of Silence felt similar to Hades' black domain, there was an underlying difference in essence. Hades' entry shattered the icy, tense standoff in the room. Earlier, the Custodes and the Sisters had greeted Mordorion with a simple gesture of respect, but Mordorion had merely acknowledged them with a nod, showing little regard. Standing awkwardly beside Mordorion, Captain Barasine had hesitated on whether to return the gesture, but knowing he'd be serving under Mordorion in the future, he ultimately stood straight at attention, attempting to convey his respect without words. Barasine was no stubborn old soldier. As a captain, He had learned to navigate the intricate politics of the Imperium while leading his troops. He had long anticipated the Legion's reunion with their Primarch and had prepared for it. His thoughts briefly flickered to the young recruit. How will he handle this situation? But Hades, upon entering, was utterly captivated by the unsettling aura emanating from the Sisters of Silence. The tension in the room was of no consequence to him compared to the strange allure of the Sisters' presence. The Custodes, clad in their shining golden armor, did not dwell on Mortarian's lack of proper decorum. They had already anticipated such behavior from him. Instead, one of the Custodes nodded slightly toward Hades and stepped aside. The Sisters of Silence parted, and two of them approached, holding a massive scythe between them. The scythe was black as night, its curved shaft seemingly grown naturally rather than forged. Its blade shimmered faintly under the dim lights, and tiny, sharp, saw-like teeth lined its edge, hinting at its viciousness. Just looking at it gave the impression that it could tear flesh apart with a mere touch. Intricate silver engravings adorn the meeting point between the blade and the shaft, depicting scenes of lightning and, upon closer inspection, vast mountain ranges and rivers. This was no ordinary scythe, it was a massive chain scythe, with a pointed head more reminiscent of a bayonet than the typical blunt end of most scythes. Unlike Mortarian's own Silence, designed to hold an enemy down and saw through them, this weapon seemed built to pierce and rend with terrifying efficiency. Death Guard Hades, the Custode spoke, his voice commanding and regal. For your valor and unmatched deeds during the liberation of Barbarous, by the order of the Emperor himself, I bestow upon you this scythe. The Sisters of Silence looked to Hades, silently signaling for him to take the weapon. Hades stepped forward and grasped the scythe. In that instant, the black domain within Hades surged like a river, rushing into the weapon. The silver engravings along the scythe's surface glowed with faint, pulsing light as if responding to his power. The Custodes, seeing the weapon react, remained composed and continued in a calm tone. This scythe has been under the care of the Sisters, but for reasons unknown, it has never found a worthy bearer until now. May you wield it in service of the Emperor, to carve a path through the enemies of the Imperium. Hades tightened his grip on the scythe, finding it massive even for his augmented frame. With the ceremony complete, the Custodes stood at attention once more, their power spears raised to the heavens. The Sisters of Silence reformed their ranks, ready to depart. For the Emperor. Even Mortarion, usually indifferent to such formalities, quietly uttered, "For the Emperor." Still clutching the scythe, Hades remained frozen in place, lost in thought. The Custodes and Sisters had already left, leaving him in silence. "Keep it," Mortarian's voice broke through the quiet. Mortarion glanced at the scythe in Hades' hand before shifting his gaze to his own sidearm, the lantern, a pistol of Zeno's craftsmanship. The Emperor had once asked what Mortarion wanted as a gift, and this was what he had chosen. Hades, however, seemed transfixed by the scythe, his mind somewhere far away. He must be overwhelmed, Mortarion thought. Hades stared at the scythe, a strange sense of familiarity creeping into his heart. Obituary. In the dark room, the dim red light flickers, and the clock on the wall flashes 3:48. Hades lies on the bed, but does not sleep, his mind replaying the scenes from earlier. The giant scythe brought by the Custodes and Sisters of Silence still lingers in his thoughts. One thing Hades is certain of, that scythe is undoubtedly related to the Untouchables. His black domain had so easily flowed into the weapon. It must be a weapon specifically crafted for an untouchable like him. The scythe was enormous and heavy. Even for someone as large as Hades, it took considerable effort to wield it in combat. The Sisters of Silence, skilled warriors though they were, would clearly find this massive weapon impractical for their use. Hades was also puzzled by the encounter with the Sisters of Silence. His black domain didn't seem to be the same as the silent field they created. But if he wasn't an untouchable, how could his condition be explained? Yet, the Emperor had given him a scythe clearly tailored to his unique abilities, suggesting that the Emperor understood his nature. So, Hades concluded that he must be some sort of mutated untouchable. Yes, that must be it. Unable to think of a better explanation, Hades surrendered to this line of thought. Unresolved questions nagged at him, but he forced himself to stop overthinking. The Emperor had bestowed upon him a scythe, giving Hades a sense of reassurance. He was not a danger, nor had chaos corrupted him. Hades could now use his black domain freely, confident that it wasn't some twisted chaos scheme. As for the scythe, Hades pondered how it might allow him to extend his black domain, breaking through its current limitations to suppress psychers and entities from the warp. Earlier, he had even considered the strange idea of expanding his black domain to envelop himself, grappling with psychers in close combat to neutralize their powers. Too bizarre, he thought, shuddering at the image. By 4 a.m., the lights in the room gradually brightened. Hades set aside his thoughts, got up, and dressed in his standard combat attire, preparing for the day's training. Although he had not slept, his genetically enhanced body felt fully rested, brimming with energy. As he stepped out, he found an imposing figure standing at his door, clad in Entu Malawian Quacha's power armor. The armor was white-green, crisscrossed with thin streaks of ceramic patches. These repairs blended seamlessly into the armor, though occasionally they caught the light, glinting in contrast to the rest of the suit. The veteran before him was taller than most who passed by, though still shorter than Hades. "Follow me. I'll take you to get your armor." The veteran's deep voice emerged from his helmet, with an inbuilt translator rendering the words in Barbarousian. ROES. Without further explanation, the veteran led Hades down the corridor, following the flow of personnel. "He didn't even tell me his name," Hades mused, keeping pace. He glanced around and noticed that everyone in this section wore armor similar to the veterans. "Am I the only recruit here?" Hades silently questioned the situation. Plus, the Endurance, the Space Marine Armory. Now, plus, the once bright armory was now dim, illuminated only by flickering candles held by the servitors. These candles cast a soft, hazy light across the room. Servitors bustled around, moving in and out, while candles were placed in a circle around a low, round platform at the center of the room. Soon, the new recruit would arrive to receive his armor. In the darkest corner of the room, Captain Garo of the 7th Company stood motionless in his power armor. He hoped the recruit he had chosen wouldn't disappoint. Before the Primarch's return, the ranks of the Dusk Raiders had been deliberately reduced throughout the latter stages of the Great Crusade. By the time Mordorion had taken command of the Legion, there were only about 70,000 of them left. The recruitment and transformation of Barbarousian-born initiates had been proceeding rapidly. Using the stored gene seed, around 30,000 recruits from Barbarous had successfully undergone the transformation. In theory, each company would consist of 2 veterans overseeing 1 recruit. However, the reality was more complex. Excluding specialists like dreadnoughts, Marines, librarians, and apothecaries, the number of recruits accepted by each company varied greatly. Since Mortarian's reformation of the Legion, the Death Guard now consisted of 7 main battalions, each divided into several companies. A company housed about 700 Marines, further split into squads. Yet, the number of soldiers per battalion wasn't evenly distributed. It was far from a simple division of 70,000 Marines across 7 battalions. Captain Barasine's 1st Battalion was the largest, boasting over 20,000 Marines. The 2nd Battalion had significantly fewer soldiers, with only around 7,000 Marines. The remaining battalions, too, had varying strengths. But Garo's 7th Company, the one he commanded, was the smallest of them all. With just 2 battalions, the 7th Company had only around 1,400 members. When it came to assigning recruits for training, Mordorion had given full control to Barasine, the 1st Company captain. The recruits undergoing training wouldn't necessarily serve in that company afterward. After their probationary period, they would be granted the right to choose their own company, though it was highly likely they would remain with the unit that trained them. Mortarian's decision was a subtle test to gauge the attitudes of the different company commanders. The captains understood this well. Barasine, captain of the 1st Company, claimed 15,000 recruits right off the bat, while the 2nd Company requested only 500. Then came Lilith's style type, none equals. 3rd Company, 4,500 recruits. Lilith's style type, none equals. 4th Company, 4,500 recruits. Lilith's style type, none equals. 5th Company, 2,500 recruits. Lilith's style type, none equals. 6th Company, 3,000 recruits. By the time the list reached Captain Garo of the 7th Company, all the recruits had already been divided. Garo was fully aware of the goodwill behind this maneuver. The 7th Company, once a highly elite unit of the Dusk Raiders, had always been composed of battle-hardened veterans who had crawled from the deadliest battlefields, approved to join only by their former units after proving their loyalty to the Emperor. Many of the older veterans in the 7th Company had reacted strongly to the Primarch's return, with some even submitting requests for suicidal missions. To the other captains, the idea of assigning new recruits to such a company seemed impossible, so they preemptively divided the recruits among themselves and then offered Garo apologetic smiles. But Garo was not, as they believed, opposed to the Primarch's return. He saw himself as the Emperor's sword, and if Mordorion could make him more effective, Garo would gladly offer his loyalty to the Primarch. For the Emperor. Garo silently repeated this mantra to himself. For the Emperor, Garo needed to ensure that the 7th Company would remain a potent force even after Mortarion's return. If he were to admit weak recruits who disrespected the veterans, the company would undoubtedly grow dissatisfied. But if no new recruits were brought in at all, future recruitment would face difficulties, and the company would wither without fresh blood. Garo had closely followed the performance of every recruit during their transformation procedures on Barbarous, tracking their battlefield accomplishments. The 7th Company, 2 recruits, Garo finally said. The other captains looked at him in surprise. When Barasine later submitted the numbers to Mordorion, the Primarch, who had been reviewing war records, seemed barely interested. The numbers were more or less what he had expected. Until the 7th Company, 2 recruits. Mordorion raised an eyebrow. Plus, additional notes. Before the Horus Heresy, the Death Guard had an estimated strength of around 95,000, making it one of the smaller legions. This was due in part to their tendency to engage in grueling attrition warfare, which took a toll on their numbers. During the latter part of the Great Crusade, legions that had not yet found their Primarchs often deliberately reduced their troop count, while preserving gene seed for future recruitment. I estimate that at this point, there were roughly 70,000 veteran Death Guard and an influx of about 30,000 new recruits, resulting in an average ratio of 2 veterans for every recruit. However, this ratio was not evenly distributed due to the presence of specialists such as dreadnoughts, tech marines, apothecaries, and librarians who couldn't take on recruits. The distribution of Barbarous-born recruits also varied across companies, a detail supported by canon. Historically, the 1st Company had the highest number of Barbarous-born, while the 2nd, 5th, and 7th Companies had the fewest. In the 7th Company, almost no Barbarous-born recruits were admitted, and the company was filled with some of the most brutal veterans, many of whom hailed from Terra. They were also known for being the most insular. The Death Guard structure before the heresy was organized as Lilith style type, none equals. Legion, Company, Battalion, Squad. Mordorion had eliminated the top 2 tiers, setting the full strength of each company at 7,000. However, this number was never fully achieved. As for the specific numbers within the Death Guard before the heresy, I've taken some creative liberties, as concrete details are scarce. For comparison, other legions like the Ultramarines and Word-Bearers boasted forces of over 200,000, while the Death Guard remained around 95,000. Largely due to the harsh and costly nature of their warfare and the limitations of their recruitment worlds. The dim room was shrouded in candlelight, which gathered in the center of the room. Branka led Hades inside, his tall figure seeming somewhat out of place in the room. The veteran guided Hades to the low platform surrounded by candles. Earlier, Hades had already been asked to wear the heavy black inner lining made of bionic polymer armor and was instructed to memorize a phrase. However, Hades had no idea what the High Gothic phrase meant. He was only told to recite it at the end. Could they at least explain what the phrase meant? It felt like signing a contract of servitude. In the shadows of the room, Garo watched Hades. He could smell the slight tension in the sweat emanating from the new recruit. TSK. Garo still held some expectations for this new recruit, who would be the last to fight alongside the Primarch. He hoped he hadn't misjudged him. The master of the forge of the 7th Company, Enrique, entered the room, followed by a tech sergeant. Enrique was clad in Mk3 power armor, and behind him, the servo arms on his power pack quivered slightly with each step. The tech sergeant approached Branka, and shortly, he would lead Hades in reciting the Oath of Allegiance. Typically, a new recruit's armoring ceremony would be led by a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but with the Legion in a transitional phase and a large influx of new recruits, the tech priests were too occupied with the Legion's equipment supply. As a result, the process was simplified, and each company's tech sergeants took over the task. Enrique came directly to Garo's side, where the two stood in the shadows, waiting for Hades' armoring ceremony to begin. Inside Garo's helmet, a burst of static crackled through the private communication channel. Enrique's voice sounded, low and clear in High Gothic. Branca didn't explain the oath to this recruit. Garo's gaze remained fixed on Hades, standing at the center of the room, the candlelight reflecting off the black inner armor. "You've taken an interest in him." It was a statement, not a question. Garo's voice was calm and steady. Enrique wouldn't bother saying anything that might seem explanatory for a mere recruit. The voice on the channel hesitated for a moment before it spoke again. "I and my colleagues from other companies collected their technology on Barbarous." This recruit, not only was he the last to ascend the mountain with the pre-march, but the armor he wears was also designed by him. His technical skill was impressive, not just in the rational construction of the armor, but in the use of a special technique that mixed fibers from a local species of fern into the ceramic steel plating, enhancing the overall toughness of the armor. With diaresis new, yes. Enrique still remembered seeing the sample armor and the meticulously detailed blueprint. The expressions on the faces of the Forge Masters were telling. They had assumed it was a leftover technology from the planet, though the design was far more primitive than the current technology of the Imperium. However, given Barbarous' economic structure, it was clear that the local people did not have the means to develop such equipment on their own. But later, they discovered that a member of the local Death Guard resistance had designed it. Even more surprising for Enrique was that the designer of the armor turned out to be one of the two new recruits in his own company. He had no idea Garo would present such a gift to him. To be fair, the Adeptus Mechanicus followed the creed of the Omnicia, restoring the original form of the machine as it existed in the universe. They were not creating, but rather receiving the inspiration of the machine god, recreating the original form of these machines. Bold innovation and modification were not allowed. It was considered a heretical blasphemy. However, there was always a small gap between ideal and reality. Compared to the tech priests singing hymns in the forge, on the battlefield filled with the roar of cannon fire, unexpected variables were always far too numerous. Suppose you have a Predator tank and one of its tracks is completely destroyed, making it inoperable. Meanwhile, your squad is tasked with taking down a stronghold at a narrow choke point. As the tech sergeant, do you dismantle the turret from the nearly unusable tank and mount it onto another one, or do you leave it? Of course, you mount it. But this action would fall under the category of blasphemy. This is why the tech sergeants in the Legion didn't have a great reputation among the Adeptus Mechanicus. Moreover, Enrique had been closely analyzing the strategic preferences of the pre-march Mordorion. The master of the Forge and tech sergeants of the Death Guard had noticed that, compared to the widespread use of armored and transport vehicles, Mordorion preferred deploying infantry. This meant that the already marginalized tech sergeants, due to their allegiance to the cult Mechanicus, would see their status diminished further within the Death Guard Legion. At this time, Enrique found himself face-to-face with a recruit who had a talent for mechanical research and was rumored to be in good standing with Mordorion. Even if the recruit had a small flaw in his creative desires, it was completely forgivable. Garo's voice interrupted Enrique's thoughts. Don't disturb him during the recruit training period. Enrique's equipment blinked with red lights as he responded. I know that. The deep, forceful voice of the tech sergeant broke the silence in the room. On the low platform surrounded by candles, Hades stood as the mechanical thralls methodically assembled the heavy armor piece by piece onto him. Hades of Barbarous. The tech sergeant spoke in ornate High Gothic. In the name of Mordorion and the Emperor. Do you vow to become their silent warrior? Do you vow to become their unbreakable blade? Do you vow to give your all for the Imperium? As these words fell, the last piece of armor was attached. Two mechanical thralls solemnly presented a plasma gun. In the shadows, Garo and Enrique watched the figure on the platform. For the Emperor. A voice, thick with a Barbarousian accent, recited the oath. In a private training room beside the 7th Company's training hall, Hades stood in a simple combat suit, holding a standard-issue scythe, next to a training cage. That veteran, Hades later learned his name was Branka, the battalion commander of the 7th Company's 2nd Battalion, was standing next to Hades, wearing into Malawian Quacha's power armor with his arms crossed. A low, muffled voice came from Branka's helmet. "Come find me when you defeat this combat servitor for the first time." Wait, wasn't he supposed to be taught how to use a bolter, a meltagun, or at least some tactical phrases first? Hades watched in disbelief as a gray hemispherical fence rose, enclosing the area, and a combat servitor, half a meter taller than Hades, descended from the top of the cage, landing with a heavy thud. Branka, without paying any more attention to Hades, simply waved his hand, signaling him to enter the training cage. Combat Drill Alpha 3, Medium Lethality. The cylindrical combat servitor activated, with an ominous red light flashing from the indicator on top. Its side compartments opened, revealing 6 chainsaw-like blades gleaming with menace. With a crisp click, the 6 chainsaws roared to life simultaneously. Hades raised his scythe, assuming a starting stance. Now he understood. This is called a show of force, right? Though Hades expected something like this, he was still annoyed by the blatant disregard for pretense. The machine rushed at him, and the 6 chainsaw blades spun in dizzying arcs. Hades immediately pushed off with his feet, leaping into the air, spinning halfway as his head pointed downward. His hands moved, and the scythe whirled with him, slashing downward in a returning arc. Screech. The teeth-grinding sound of metal scraping metal erupted as sparks flew between the scythe and the servitor, dazzling white light scattering everywhere. Hades crashed heavily onto the ground, but didn't hesitate. He turned and swung his scythe again, its edge slicing through the air, aiming straight for the servitor. Stop. The scythe halted just as it touched the servitor, leaving a glaring dent in the once smooth, polished exterior. From Hades' first strike while in midair, the servitor had already sustained enough damage and entered a ceasefire state, with the red light on top now turning green. Hades turned his head, looking calmly at Branka. A show of force, huh? Unlike most of the Death Guard, who fought in large groups, Hades had fought his way out of Xeno's hordes all by himself. But Branka still stood there, arms crossed, his face hidden by the helmet, lost in thought. Servitor Type 3, Combat Drill Alpha 3, Maximum Lethality. The veteran's calm voice rang out again, as if Hades' small act of defiance didn't matter at all. From the ceiling, metal straps descended. The previous servitor automatically moved onto them, returning to its original position. Next, a much larger servitor, at least twice the size of the previous one, slammed down with a heavy thud. Hades looked up at the giant, which stood about 2 meters taller than him. The red light lit up. "Defeat this one, then come find me." Branka's dull voice came from his helmet again, with a strange mechanical tone translating the barbarous language. This time, the veteran seemed confident. After saying this, he left the private training room, leaving Hades to face the massive combat servitor alone. It was as if Branka was certain Hades wouldn't be able to defeat this one. Hades raised his scythe again. Who does he think he's underestimating? So, it's just a bigger machine, right? He could finish this in no time. By noon that day, Hades found himself in the medical room of the 7th Company's 2nd Battalion for the first time, bruised and battered. The apothecary seemed to be expecting him, applying medical gel to Hades' wounds, which had been torn open by chainsword blades. These don't look like typical servitor chainsword wounds, Apothecary Leo thought as he treated the injuries. Branka may have a bad temper, but he wouldn't throw a new recruit against a Type 3 servitor right off the bat, would he? Leo silently wondered. But it seemed like he'd better prepare more basic medical gel supplies. Since the first new recruit arrived, they had been going through wound fillers at a rapid pace. Veterans, in their regular training, would never sustain these kinds of injuries. They knew how to manage their wounds within reason. "All done," Leo said, holding up the medical tray, a few drops of blood spattering on it and slowly dripping down the side. Hades sat gloomily on the bench. He hadn't expected that despite being the same model, the second servitor moved at least 3 times faster than the first. It was even quicker than that strike from Nicair during their fight. Damn it, they really are underestimating me. But what Hades didn't know was that the reason why Branka left so confidently was because there were only a few veterans in the entire 7th Company who could easily defeat the Type 3 servitor on its highest difficulty with ease. A with a Q newbie. The rest, while they could defeat it, barely managed to win. In Branka's mind, Hades was supposed to be stuck fighting the first servitor for at least a week. But because of Hades' calm expression, Branka decided to make things harder for him. In less than a week, the recruit would likely come begging for mercy. And even if Hades somehow managed to defeat the Type 3 servitor, then Branka would have forged a true warrior. Still, the kid seemed tough. In Branka's logical analysis, Hades would most likely give up and return to him, humbled. Yet, deep down, Branka also wanted to see this recruit's potential. After all, who wouldn't want to see the Emperor's angels grow stronger? Branka despised these new recruits, boastful, arrogant, thinking that their connection to their Primarch made them superior. But when it came down to it, if there was a recruit who could fight, Branka hoped they could take up the mantle and bring glory to the Imperium in the Emperor's name. If this kid could really defeat the Type 3, he'd surely be a deadly force against Xenos. That's what Branka concluded. Feeling that his wounds wouldn't reopen from standing, Hades shakily tried to get up and leave. But suddenly, the door to the medical room opened. A pale, gaunt figure, clearly a barbarous native, walked in. The chain's word wounds had already scabbed over and were healing quickly. Hades' eyes widened. Well, if it isn't Vorks. Finally, a fellow Barbarusian. Vorks sat quietly in his seat, watching as the apothecary, Leo, applied medicine to his wounds. He moved his body, raising his hand or turning as needed, helping Leo treat him with ease. Vorks seemed quite accustomed to this routine. Compared to the quiet and somewhat weak Vorks, the person beside him, Hades, appeared full of energy, his eyes shining brightly. Sensing Hades' gaze, Vorks gave him an apologetic smile and softly spoke in Barbarusian. "Greetings, Senior Hades. I'm Vorks, a death guard from the southern part of Barbarous. You might not know me. No. You're Vorks, the rising star from the south. I've heard Mordorion praise you." Vorks's eyes lit up for a moment upon hearing Hades' words, but soon his expression returned to a state of quiet despondency. Compared to the newly arrived Hades, who was just starting his training, Vorks had already undergone several months of grueling, intense training. The initial excitement and enthusiasm he once had when joining the Legion had long been worn down. All that remained was a silent endurance through hardship, gritting his teeth and holding on. Vorks gave a bitter smile. "Senior, are you new to the 7th Company? I haven't seen you around before." Don't be so formal. We're comrades in the same Legion now. Just call me Hades. But yes, I only arrived a few days ago. I had some injuries before, so I rested a bit longer." The apothecary Leo stood up and signaled to Vorks that his treatment was complete. "Thank you," Vorks nodded to the apothecary. Hades raised an eyebrow. "Vorks, what did you just say?" "It means thank you in High Gothic." "I see." Hades turned to the apothecary and mimicked Vorks's words, thanking him. Leo didn't seem to react much, just nodded and went on to clean up his tools, leaving the two barbarous men some space to talk. "Vorks, are we the only new recruits in the 7th Company? Or is it just that I didn't see anyone else on my first day?" "As far as I know, the 7th Company only applied for 2 recruit slots this time." "Why's that?" Vorks couldn't help but feel like laughing bitterly again. How could he explain that he didn't know either? Despite Mordorion finding his kin and Barbarous receiving the Empire's assistance, allowing the Death Guard rebels to join the Legion, why did things go so badly for him? "Our beta section." He looked at Hades across from him. No, it wasn't just him who was unlucky. After undergoing the implantation surgeries, Vorks had been assigned to the 7th Company. At first, he was confused as to why he seemed to be the only one heading toward the company's barracks. When he finally arrived, it turned out that he was, indeed, the only new recruit. Vorks initially wondered if there had been some kind of mistake, but the moment he was met by Branka, who gave him a knowing look, he realized that no, he hadn't been assigned wrong, it was just him, and there was no use questioning it. He started to wonder if he had offended someone and was being punished by being sent to the 7th Company alone. In fact, Vorks had indeed made enemies back on Barbarous. As a newcomer who rose from an unknown village in the south, Vorks survived and excelled in several of the South's most brutal meat grinder battles, earning a lot of merit and recognition. But this also angered the leader of the Southern Death Guard, Kala Typhon, who felt that Vorks's growing fame overshadowed his own. Typhon believed that the victories in those battles were due to his strategic planning, not because of any brave individual warrior. Vorks knew he had done nothing wrong, but he also recognized that Typhon's grudge was irrational, so he kept a low profile, trying to avoid further conflict. Could it be Typhon's doing? After all, Typhon was in the First Company and had a close relationship with Mordorion. Could he have been behind this? But eventually, Vorks dismissed this childish idea. The legion that came from the Empire had its own strict and intricate system. How could a small planetary officer change the rules of such a vast organization? In other words, the Seventh Company had specifically selected Vorks. After getting to know the company more, Vorks realized that the Seventh Company was famous throughout the Legion for its high combat prowess. Unlike other companies, the Seventh Company's training methods for new recruits were much more direct and brutal. While other companies were still teaching how to use firearms, maintain equipment, or practicing basic maneuvers, Branka, the one responsible for training the Seventh Company's recruits, threw Vorks directly into the training cages for live combat. After a week of struggling, when he finally managed to defeat the training servitor, a tougher opponent would immediately appear to challenge him. Branka even forbade Vorks from wearing his power armor helmet, meaning Vorks couldn't communicate with Branka since the helmet's translator was one way only, unable to translate what others said. Although all the new recruits from Barbarous were required to learn High Gothic, no strict orders had been enforced yet, so most of the recruits just relied on their helmet translators and got by. However, some recruits with long-term ambitions to secure a place in the Legion had already begun learning High Gothic on their own. As for Vorks, he was forced into it. If he didn't learn, he'd keep suffering during training. Once Vorks mastered some basic phrases, he tried to communicate with Branka, and it was clear Branka was pleased with his effort to learn High Gothic. Now, Branka even gave Vorks pointers on combat strategy, telling him that once he could defeat the combat servitor in Alpha 3 max damage mode, he could move on to the next phase, which included firearm training. In short, compared to his earlier self-doubt and despair, Vorks had now come to accept it all through the relentless daily sparring. Perhaps the battles these warriors had experienced were just like this. There was no thrilling slaughter, only the grueling perseverance in the face of desperate odds. Survive, and that would be victory. Just like what Vorks had done before, survive, stand while the enemy falls, and claim victory. Just survive. Thinking of this and his own experiences, Vorks couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for the newly arrived Hades. Perhaps Senior Hades was just beginning to fight the training servitors on medium difficulty. Looking at the energetic Hades across from him, and remembering his earlier question of why, Vorks thought for a moment before replying slowly. Maybe it's because we meet the new recruit standards for the Seventh Company. And very likely, we're the only ones who did. In fact, thinking of it this way, being assigned to the same company as this man, known as the Revenant of Barbarous, gave Vorks the feeling that he, too, had been recognized by this company. Vorks had witnessed the aftermath of Hades single-handedly slaying a Xenos overlord. It was a gruesome sight. Across from him, Hades clearly grew more curious about their current company, eager to ask more questions. Looking at the chatty Barbarousian, Vorks began to think, Senior Hades. He's nothing like the silent, stoic, and mature mysterious figure I imagined. Cling. A loud metallic sound echoed in the vast, empty cafeteria. A bowl clattered onto the metal table. Hades, a little embarrassed, smiled apologetically at Vorks, who sat across from him. Then, with practiced ease, he took another bowl of white porridge from the servitor next to him. Well, calling it a bowl might be an understatement. It was more like a pot-sized basin. Thick and slimy to the point of resembling slime itself, the white high-protein porridge swirled slowly, with large chunks of black blocky substances gradually sinking, as if in a swamp. Hades casually stirred the porridge with a spoon, blending those black calcium-enriched metallic cubes with the white porridge before digging in. When Hades had been knocked out on his first day and eagerly rushed to the cafeteria after leaving the medical room, he had been greeted by just one dish, this porridge. He had taken a spoonful, watching as the sticky substance slowly stretched from the spoon. White, thick, high protein. Yeah. It was the only food option. The Death Guard, who didn't put much emphasis on food culture, only served the most basic, practical meals. Hades had reassured himself, it's edible at least. Plus, the logistics of feeding an entire legion are tough. Can't be picky. Then, with a resigned sigh, he raised the spoon to his mouth and took a small taste. Damn, this is surprisingly good. The simple porridge released a flavor that resembled the aroma of wheat mixed with boiled milk, sweet with a hint of grain. His eyes widened, and he quickly scooped up one of the black metal chunks. It tasted like fruit. The seemingly hard metal block, when faced with the immense bite force and corrosive saliva of a space marine, became as soft as a strawberry, slowly squashing under the pressure of his jaws. The sour and astringent flavor burst in his mouth, blending perfectly with the sweet porridge, creating a sensation akin to eating fresh fruit. Hades felt like he could flex his muscles right now and burst out of his armor. Without any hesitation, he dug into his meal with glee, his hunger making the experience even more satisfying. In fairness, Space Marines' taste buds dull after their transformation. The porridge, in truth, was so overly sweet that it could make normal people gag, and the black metal blocks were bitter beyond belief. Alphen. However, growing up on Barbaros, where food naturally had a bitter flavor, Hades instinctively filtered out the bitterness. Vorx, sitting across from Hades, watched in disbelief as his companion wolfed down bowl after bowl. Was that the 9th bowl? Even the larger Death Guard soldiers only managed 5 bowls. Vorx glanced again at Hades' towering figure. Despite having reached the typical height of a Death Guard, there was an unmistakable feeling that he could still grow taller. Hades finally set down his spoon, which he had gripped so tightly that it had bent slightly, after finishing his 13th bowl. Want to check out the duel pits? Vorx asked, looking at the now fully satisfied Hades. They had been training together for 3 days now. Through their conversations, Vorx had learned that Hades, like himself, had been training by sparring with combat servitors. Except, Hades trained even more intensely than Vorx. He often extended his training hours voluntarily. After a half-hour dinner, they were given an hour and a half of free time. Once Hades realized this time could be used however he liked, he combined dinner with the afternoon training sessions, extending his combat practice. Initially, Vorx had stuck to the regular schedule, but Hades' influence gradually pulled him into extending his own training time. Today, though, for some reason, Hades, who usually immersed himself in sparring, had suddenly suggested they eat earlier. Already beaten and bruised from training, Vorx had happily agreed. Now, they had about 40 minutes left of free time. During free time, most Space Marines usually engaged in one of a few typical activities. Many would head to the training or duel pits to further hone their combat skills. The training pits were for personal practice, while the duel pits were for sparring against other warriors in the Legion. Some preferred more solitary activities, such as maintaining their weapons and armor or studying in the archives. Has Hades been to the duel pits yet? Vorx himself had often spent his free time there when he wasn't studying High Gothic in the archives. Sure. The pits? Hades hadn't been there yet. Maybe it would be interesting. Plus, the large hall echoed with occasional shouts of exertion, accompanied by the excited cheers of onlookers. Harsh white light poured from the high platforms, casting sharp shadows as warriors fought on the raised platforms, their movements blurring from speed. 3 evenly spaced platforms, resembling large wrestling rings, dominated the hall. Rows of seats for spectators surrounded them. Many warriors gathered around the duel pits, either standing or sitting, watching intently as every move was made. Whenever a fighter pulled off an impressive maneuver, the crowd would break into applause and cheers. However, despite the lively atmosphere, the hall was clearly divided. On one side, loud barbarous slang filled the air, while on the other side, shouts in low Gothic could be heard. The central platform seemed like a dividing line between the two groups. Hades raised an eyebrow. This is expected, but still interesting. Vorx naturally started walking toward the barbarous side, but Hades, after a moment's thought, turned and headed toward the pit where the Terran-born veterans gathered. Hades? Vorx called softly, confused. Hades glanced back, gave a small smile, and motioned that he wanted to see the other side. Vork's looked surprised, but quickly resumed his usual calm demeanor, saying nothing as the two split up. As Hades approached the pit surrounded by Terran veterans, they continued watching the fighters, ignoring Hades completely. That was fine by him. Hades found a quiet spot, sitting unnoticed in the corner, and began to observe and analyze the fights in the arena. He knew that his own sparring sessions had hit a wall. For the past 3 days, he had been on the receiving end, adapting to his newly augmented body. But now, even though he had mostly gotten used to it, he still couldn't perform at his best. The reason was simple. Hades' old fighting style was no longer suited to the potential and abilities of his enhanced body. His attacks were too conservative, his movements too cautious, and his strikes still aimed to trade power for precision. His defensive stance remained overly protective, guarding against hits that, in his former state, would have been fatal. But now, Hades was no longer the fragile fighter who would be taken out by a single well-aimed blow. His powerful body could withstand fierce attacks, and his reinforced vitals could be risked in exchange for exposing an opponent's weakness. That's why Hades needed to observe others, veterans with bodies like his, warriors who had fought for years with such resilience and strength. He expected the barbarous-born fighters would stick to their old methods, with perhaps some variation to accommodate their new capabilities. But the Terran-born veterans, for Hades, represented high-quality combat, something he could learn from. Every bout, every move, every gesture was something Hades could analyze and study. Unnoticed by anyone, he sat in the shadowy corner of the arena, the red glow of his left eye occasionally flickering as he watched. Plus, the endurance in a hidden conference room. Now, plus, Captain Barracine of the First Company had a conflicted expression as he looked at Fernando, the current chief librarian of the Death Guard. If you disagree, I can help you propose a meeting with the Pre-March, Barracine offered. Fernando, the last librarian of the Death Guard, gazed deeply at Barracine. Thank you for the offer, Barracine, he replied. But I know that Pre-March Mortarian's decision is the right one. Barracine still found it hard to believe. Ever since Pre-March Mortarian's return, the librarians of the former Dusk Raiders had been sidelined. The Pre-March had made it clear that the Death Guard had no place for the witchcraft of the librarians. There would be no further expansion of their ranks, and they would no longer play a key role on the battlefield. When the last librarian died, the Death Guard would formally disband the role entirely. Barracine had hoped for a smooth transition under Mortarian's leadership, but was fully aware of the critical role librarians played in a legion. When he had failed to convince the Pre-March, he had turned to Fernando, hoping to seek advice or, at the very least, ensure the old librarian held no grudge against the Pre-March. Yet Fernando's reaction was far beyond what Barracine had expected. But why? Why, as chief librarian, would Fernando not only accept this decision but even support it? Fernando closed his eyes. The Primarch's decision is correct. All the librarians agree. Before he could finish speaking, the door to the conference room suddenly burst open. A figure clad in power armor adorned with arcane symbols glared angrily at Fernando. Why did you betray us? Betray all the librarians. Stand down. The once weary Barracine suddenly bellowed, and the intruding Hugo instantly fell silent. Fernando opened his eyes, his voice calm but commanding. You have no right to question me, Hugo. Go report to Torres for punishment. Hugo's face twisted with frustration and resentment, but the psychic pressure Fernando quietly exerted made him reluctantly leave, grumbling a curse in Low Gothic as he exited. Apologies for the disturbance. Barracine turned back to Fernando, weariness and guilt written on his face. I expected some backlash, he admitted with a slight smile, but I didn't expect your response. Fernando smiled tiredly as well. Yes, many would question his decision. That is, at least, until they see what he had seen. Until they see the sight of the twisted, bloated, floating flesh of once human in the derelict space Hulk, Hades held his scythe, swiftly dodging the attacks of the combat servitor in front of him. The giant six-bladed combat servitor's attacks were relentless, the chainsaw's roar deafening as it slashed towards Hades. Hades quickly repelled the oncoming chainsaw with his scythe, the blade moving like lightning in the air. Countless tiny sparks flew from the clash between scythe and chainsaw, only to vanish instantly within the storm of blades. For a moment, Man and machine were locked in a stalemate, their shadows dancing across the room. At times, the combat servitor would gain the upper hand, forcing Hades to retreat, but then Hades would predict the servitor's next moves, countering with heavy scythe strikes to regain control. At this moment, the room was silent save for the sound of blades slicing through the air, their metal clashing. Hades' eyes widened, his mind free of distractions. Aside from the 6 roaring chainsaw blades, there was nothing else in his head. The scenes he saw days ago in the dueling cage suddenly flashed before his eyes. In slow motion, Hades saw the servitor's entire series of attacks. This is it. Hades adjusted his stance slightly, taking a small step to the right, just narrowly dodging a vicious swipe. A confident smile slowly spread across his face. In his eyes, the combat servitor's once blisteringly fast attacks now seemed to play out in slow motion. All of its attacks are easily avoidable, full of weaknesses. Mimicking the flashy moves of a veteran soldier wielding a great sword in the dueling cage, Hades sidestepped the next attack, switched his scythe hand, and executed a graceful twirl of the blade. Then he lunged forward with a hooking motion, breaking the servitor's attack rhythm. His massive, modified body was completely exposed within the servitor's attack range, but Hades showed no fear. Because the next strike would be your death. As if sensing Hades' thoughts, the 6 chainsaw blades roared louder, swinging down as if to embrace Hades. The silent scythe cut through the noise. S-H-H-H-H-K-N-G. The chainsaw blades' roar faded, powerless. The chainsaw that had been spinning at high speed gradually lost its force and came to a stop. The red light on top of the combat servitor blinked frantically, like a silent plea for help, but within a few seconds, the flashing slowed. Finally, it went out. Hades stood in the middle of the training cage, his scythe hanging low. In front of him, no more than 3 steps away, the combat servitor stood motionless. Then, the top of the servitor wobbled a few times. Boom! From its waist, a clean cut split the massive machine in 2. Hades, seeing the servitor that had beaten him for over a week finally perish, couldn't hold back the rush of satisfaction that surged from his chest. Yes, what a relief. From being unable to block a single strike and running for his life within the training cage, to holding his ground for several moves, to finally understanding the servitor's attack patterns and even pulling off a stylish flourish with his scythe. Hades had spent an entire week training. For days of that week, he had been relentlessly beaten. Looking at the fallen servitor's corpse, Hades realized that the tough initiation task set by veteran soldier Branka was now complete, and he could move on to the next phase of training. Hades casually shook his scythe, instinctively trying to shake off any blood or flesh. Then he remembered he had been fighting a machine, so there's no need to shake it off. However, as Hades shook his scythe, a crack appeared on the weighted training scythe, like the surface of ice about to shatter, spreading with delicate fractures. What Hades didn't realize was that a standard training scythe wasn't strong enough to cut through a Type 3 combat servitor. He had instinctively found the servitor's weak point and, using brute strength and speed, had forcibly cleaved it in 2. The door to the solo training room suddenly flew open and Branka strode in, followed by a tech sergeant carrying a multifunctional backpack. As they entered, the door slammed shut and the blade of Hades' scythe crumbled apart, pieces falling to the floor. Clatter, clatter. This. Hades suddenly felt he shouldn't have cleaved the machine that had beaten him for a week in 2. The tech sergeant saw the severed combat servitor in the cage, and the red light on his helmet flashed rapidly. He reached out, placing a hand on Branka's shoulder in front of him. Care to explain? For the first time, Hades saw Branka freeze. So, this is the situation now. Hades sat cautiously beside Branka. 2 big men sitting on a row of chairs outside the training cage looked rather awkward. The tech sergeant's helmet light blinked furiously as he paced back and forth in front of them. A flurry of words Hades couldn't understand, spoken in low Gothic, spilled rapidly from the tech sergeant's helmet. At first, Branka stiffly argued back, but eventually, his voice diminished to a feeble mm. You assigned the recruit a Type 3? And now the recruit broke it? Branka, I know you're stubborn, but evaluating each recruit's combat ability shouldn't be that difficult, right? You only have 2 soldiers under your command, and you still couldn't manage this. I know you didn't think a recruit could take on a Type 3. Honestly, I agree, it's absurd. But that doesn't excuse you from ignoring the recruit's progress for an entire week. Did you really not monitor the recruit's progress? The Legion is expanding, and we're already struggling with equipment manufacturing. Now you're telling me I have to come off the assembly line to fix a combat servitor for you. Branka, with none of his earlier bravado, had tried to argue a little, but after glancing at the servitor lying split in two on the ground, and considering that the tech sergeant, Alberto, had enlisted alongside Branka and would likely be at his level if he hadn't taken the tech sergeant path, which slowed down his military promotion. Moreover, Alberto had twice dug Branka out of a pile of corpses during battlefield repair missions. Well, he hadn't expected the recruit to be this strong. Branka, feeling bitter, mentally shot a small bolt gun at Hades. Then he sat obediently, listening to Alberto's scolding. Just as Hades was feeling like dinner time was fast approaching, the door to the training room opened once again, saving both Branka and Hades. Master of the Forge Enrique stepped in. Seeing his mentor enter, Alberto immediately stopped complaining and saluted. Apologies. Alberto will return to his post immediately. Enrique glanced at the training cage, instantly understanding what had just happened. TSK, to break a type, 3 like this. What an impressive young man. Earlier, Alberto had been infuriated by the sudden repair task, and Branka had been busy handling Alberto. Both had subconsciously downplayed just how difficult Hades' accomplishment was. But Enrique thought, it's unfortunate that the type 3 broke at this time, but for now. Praise the Omnicia. Enrique looked at Hades. Hades, you need to make up for the damage you've caused. But given your superior's negligence, this isn't entirely your fault. Therefore, I've decided to give you a lighter punishment. On every even day of the Terra Week, during your free time, you'll assist in the forge for 2 months. Hades looked at Enrique, feeling like something wasn't quite right. Hades slowly spooned porridge into his mouth. The cafeteria, quiet and empty, was almost deserted as it wasn't mealtime. Vorks had gone to the duel cage to thrash some opponents. He was already a rising star in the Southern Forces, and with the devilish training regimen of the 7th Company, his combat prowess had skyrocketed. Hades suspected that Vorks was targeting some barbarous Northerners. After all, when the Death Guard resistance in the south retreated to the north, some Northern troops had picked fights. But Hades was from Barbaros's north himself, so Vorks didn't say much, only informing him he was heading to the duel cage. It's not a big deal. Who knows, maybe Vorks would even give Typhon a good beating, Hades thought casually as he chewed his spoon. Ever since Hades had destroyed that combat servitor, the real recruit training had just begun. Branka, who had been thoroughly scolded by the tech sergeant Alberto, had finally dropped his previous arrogance. Although still rough around the edges, he taught Hades everything he needed, not holding back even his more advanced combat techniques. Most veterans in the company still looked down on the barbarous recruits, but Hades' feat of defeating the Type 3 servitor had spread quietly. Every day, Branka would pull Hades to one of the veterans, each specializing in different combat skills, and have them teach him some techniques. Though most veterans treated Hades with a cold professionalism, doing just enough to fulfill Branka's orders, for Hades, who was clueless about almost everything, it was more than enough. For example, recently, Hades had been practicing the use of a bolt pistol. A veteran with a noticeable scar on his right wrist had taught him the basics of using and maintaining one. After teaching the fundamentals, the veteran demonstrated a few times and then threw Hades into the moving target range to train by himself. At first, the veteran would occasionally correct his stance or timing, but after that, he mostly just watched as Hades fumbled his way through. Thus, Hades spent his days like this. In the evenings, during his free time, except for even-numbered days when he had to report to the tech sergeant, Hades would just sit in the cafeteria. Besides eating porridge, he actually had a productive habit. Aeobs. Hades had made a trip to the Third Archive, essentially the Legion's library. Since high-level texts couldn't be checked out, he picked up a few lower-level books to study High Gothic and Low Gothic languages. So now, every day at meals, he flipped through these books while eating, learning new words, grammar, suffixes, idioms, and proverbs. His left eye rapidly scanned and recorded everything. Hades wanted to master High Gothic as quickly as possible. After all, it was awkward to spend the whole day training with half-silent veterans and barely uttering a word himself. He remembered how Leman Russ, the Wolf King, had mastered High Gothic in just 5 days. Hades wondered how long it would take him to learn a new language. But looking at the book filled with countless new words, Hades silently sighed. Feels like English class all over again. Time for a nap. He shook off the thought quickly, focusing on the task at hand. Interestingly, Barbarousian had similar grammar to Low Gothic, but its use of unvoiced consonants was much more frequent. Barbarousians even invented many such consonants for their language. Typically, an excess of unvoiced consonants would make speech less clear and weaken the overall tone, making Barbarousian difficult for outsiders to learn. To other language speakers, Barbarousian sounded like a quick, light stream of water flowing by, fast and incomprehensible. But why had Barbarousian ancestors chosen such a language? Hades figured it had to do with breathing less. Using unvoiced consonants reduced the need for frequent inhaling, minimizing the intake of air. In a world like Barbarous, where the air was poisonous, it made sense. Still, Hades wondered if this linguistic choice had been a deliberate decision or merely a subconscious adaptation. Knowledge of questionable usefulness gained. First day of new training. During free time, Hades ate porridge in the cafeteria. Second day, Hades helped the tech sergeant, then had porridge. Third day, some more training and ate more porridge. Fourth day, helped out some veterans, then went to the cafeteria. Fifth day, ate porridge again. Sixth day, Hades, you can't keep slacking off like this. After helping out, go check out the duel cage. Seventh day, more porridge. Plus, the endurance in an unknown training room. Now, plus, Yugo stood emotionless on the training platform, bright light shining directly on the raised stage. The door opened quietly, and the visitor moved swiftly, approaching Yugo without a sound. No one noticed you, right? Yugo asked in High Gothic. You should trust me, replied the visitor, or rather, Kala Typhon, in his somewhat broken High Gothic. Yugo eyed the Barbarousian across from him. He didn't particularly like these newcomers, but he knew that the future of the Legion would eventually be in their hands. Yugo's plan was simple. To maintain the Death Guard's psychic knowledge, they needed new recruits, specifically, those with good psychic potential, who weren't too reckless or weak in their psychic abilities. Otherwise, if someone lost control during training, their secrets would be exposed. Yes, this secret meeting between Yugo and Typhon was to train Kala Typhon's psychic abilities, preparing him for a future in the Legion's Librarius. Typhon was Yugo's best candidate. He had decent psychic potential, a calm demeanor, and, unlike the other brash Barbarousians, had even taken the initiative to learn High Gothic. His attitude was commendable. More importantly, Yugo knew Typhon had a special relationship with Mordorion. If Typhon could help sway Mortarian's disdain for the Librarius, it would be a game-changer. As Yugo observed the calm-faced Typhon, Kala had his own thoughts. While Mordorion despised psychic powers, Typhon, who possessed such abilities, knew that this power couldn't be suppressed forever. It needed to be understood, harnessed, and controlled with discipline, rather than outright forbidden. Even without learning psychic skills, Typhon knew he could rise to a high position within the Legion, thanks to his talents and his connection to Mordorion. But for Typhon, that wasn't enough. He remembered the figure of Hades climbing toward the mountaintop. It wasn't enough. Typhon thought, determination in his eyes, the already sparsely populated third archive room was even emptier today. A few servitors, cloaked in simple gray-green robes, quietly shuffled between the bookshelves, organizing, retrieving, and copying books. The gentle sound of woolen pen tips scratching across paper filled the air. The third archive room didn't entirely maintain the stark simplicity of the rest of the Endurance. Though gray and green were the dominant colors, some bare, almost rudimentary lamps extended from the walls, providing the only light in the room. It was so dim that every table in the archive had a small, slender desk lamp at it. When a reader needed it, they would sit down, switch on the little lamp, and read under its glow. A massive, intricate, and even exaggerated mural was faintly visible in the dim lighting. The artists had poured their heart and soul into depicting the Emperor in all his noble grandeur. Idealism, elevated to a symbolic level, radiated from the mural. The scene depicted the Emperor's first encounter with Mordorion. An ominous gray-green mist seeped into the frame from the edges, only to be helplessly driven back by the golden light surrounding the image of the Emperor. The emperor, in the mural, was not clad in his iconic golden armor. He wore only the simplest white robe, held in place by vibrant green leaves, radiating holiness and nobility. His gaze was lowered, filled with pity, compassion, and joy. In his arms, he cradled his near-dead son, Mordorion, whose entire body was gray and rotting. His tattered gray robes looked like the remnants of bones. Here was a dying death god, a sight that would strike unease and fear in the hearts of anyone who saw him. But not the emperor in the mural. He held Mordorion, rescuing his lost son. Praise the emperor. Hades stood beside this mural. Every time he visited the third archive room to borrow or return books, he would pause in front of it for a moment. The painting was so finely crafted, the stark contrast between the emperor and Mordorion, the dark, oppressive atmosphere, and the emperor shining with the light of salvation. The dim lighting of the archive added a mysterious touch. Hades marveled at how the mural was crafted to make anyone who saw it instinctively praise the emperor. The mortal artists had truly captured the glory of the emperor during the Great Crusade. However, Mordorion definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Hades shivered at the thought. He wasn't sure if Mordorion had ever seen the mural, but if he had, he could only imagine his reaction. More likely than not, Mordorion had seen it, but there was no way he could point to it, surrounded by his death guard, and say, "I don't like it, paint a new one." He'd probably just fume in private. Besides the military, the artists, poets, and historians responsible for recording and glorifying the achievements of the Legion were also essential members of the Great Crusade. Aro Thailand bought yes. And it was these very mortals, whom the Space Marines often looked down on, whose paintings could make a pre-march silently rage for a while. Click, click, click. After finishing his admiration of the mural, Hades beckoned to a servitor, who meekly approached. Hades handed over the books he had borrowed last time, Noble Children's Bedtime Stories, 101 Low Gothic Insults, and Learning the Gothic Language, From Basics to Mastery. The servitor shuffled away, and Hades, familiar with the layout, headed straight for the section he had visited last time. Today, he was going to study. Hades looked up and down, left and right at the shelves, and finally picked out 100 tales of Terra gossip. The tables in the archive were all empty, so Hades casually picked a corner seat, sat down, and began to read. The book was filled with bizarre, laughable anecdotes, with high Gothic satire and low Gothic jokes mixed in. Hades quickly immersed himself in the content. Until a figure sat down across from him. A hunched, withered figure, cloaked in a faded dark red robe. The tattered folds of wrinkled clothes were hidden beneath the cloak, and the edges were frayed and worn. Under the dim light of the small desk lamp, the details were strikingly clear. "Hello," said the newcomer in halting Barbarousian. Hades looked at the old man in surprise. Even by human standards, the figure appeared unusually small and frail. Switching to High Gothic, Hades responded. "Hello, and you are?" The old man smiled, a mixture of relief and fear in his expression. "I am a historian, once following the Night Lords, now with the Death Guard." There was no exact word for historian in Barbarousian. "Are you a historian?" Hades asked. The man nodded. Hades glanced around. There was no one else. Since arriving on the Endurance, Hades had never seen anyone like this old man. His daily interactions were mainly with Space Marines, servitors, and human crew members. "You're the only one?" he asked. "Yes, sir, just me. My colleagues, the poets who once sought passion and romance, couldn't endure the Legion's period of adjustment. They all applied to be sent to the front lines, eager to sing the glories of the Great Crusade." Hades looked at the elderly historian across from him. "Why didn't you go?" Hades asked. A flicker of light passed through the old man's deep eyes. "My colleagues were too hasty. A Legion's period of adjustment is crucial, as it will determine the future development of that Legion." The old man looked at Hades with a meaningful gaze, but the feeling quickly vanished, leaving behind only a hunched, frail historian. Hades raised an eyebrow. Was this some subtle hint that he should go talk to Mordorion? Or was it just the musings of an old historian sharing his experience? But a mere mortal historian had no standing or reason to make such a suggestion, and besides, he hadn't said anything explicit. Or was he deliberately being vague to provoke Hades into sharing his thoughts and starting a conversation? Hades figured it wouldn't hurt to chat more with this historian. When Hades left the third archive room, he was holding a copy of the Chronicles, which the historian had recommended. He had practiced his high Gothic conversation and chatted about some of the customs and culture of Barbarous. Overall, it's not a bad experience. Maybe I was overthinking it, Hades thought to himself. Plus, after researching more about the Mechanicum, I found out that their attitude toward invention during the 30K era is a bit of a Schrödinger state. In simple terms, when it comes to tech priests inventing privately, it's fine. But if an outsider tries to tamper with their machines, nope, you've violated the sacred laws of complexity. Definitely not fine. This is the largest training hall aboard the Endurance. The vast gray metal walls stand silently in the distance, the ceiling impossibly high, with lights beaming directly down, bright and blinding. The hall is divided into different sections: physical training, shooting range, combat zone. Squads of space marines march through, and from the observation deck on the second floor, countless streams of white and green flow in an orderly manner. The occasional crackle of the translator, the heavy thud of power armor on the floor, the sound of horns, heavy breathing, blades cutting the air, and the roar of gunfire echoed throughout the hall. Veteran Lane of the First Company felt a sense of pride. He wanted to boast, but his actions spoke louder than words. Lane was leading the three-man squad he was training, heading toward the combat cage. The path to the combat cage wasn't particularly busy. Using the combat cage for recruits was a bit premature. It wasn't that the recruits couldn't handle it, but rushing them into sparring without developing proper combat techniques and methods wasn't the best approach. However, the training results of Lane's three-man squad had been exceptionally fast. From what Lane knew, the three in his squad, Kulla, Typhon, Husner, and Morag, had been elite members of the rebel forces on Barbarous. This was precisely why they had been assigned to Lane, a veteran trusted by Barasine. Both Lane and Barasine were part of the moderate faction that welcomed the return of their pre-march. Lane felt that some of his comrades were too stubborn. After all, the return of the pre-march was inevitable. Early on, before many primarchs had been found, things were different, but later, those legions without a pre-march would gradually see their resources and weapon supplies dwindle. There was no need to oppose the return of their pre-march. The pre-march would lead the legion to new heights, winning the Emperor's favor. The glories of the past were behind them, and the grand future was the dream. With his confidence that the pre-march Mordorion could lead them to great victories in the Great Crusade, Lane took his role in training the recruits seriously. His three trainees did not disappoint. Though they had some initial struggles and minor conflicts, Lane, having been through it himself, knew what it was like. When he was a new recruit, he hadn't liked the veterans either. Husner was a tough one. His gaze had been fierce and intimidating at the start of training. It wasn't until Lane had shown off some of his skills that Husner had begun to settle down. With the Qnui. Morag, on the other hand, was a lively character but dutiful, following Lane's training plan to the letter. Even during free time, he'd ask Lane where he recommended the recruits spend their leisure time. As for Kulla Typhon, Lane was sure he hadn't misjudged. He was the real reason Barasine had assigned Lane this group of three. With his veteran's intuition, Lane had known from the start that Kulla Typhon was a deep thinker. Barasine had later confided in him, hinting that Kulla Typhon had held a high position in Mortarian's rebel forces and had a close relationship with their pre-march. That explained everything. Once the pre-march returned, at least half of the high-ranking positions in the Legion would be filled by people from his homeworld. That's how it was with every pre-march. Even Roebuck Gilliman, known for his openness, had ultimately granted the title of Honor of the Ultramarines to those from Macridge, not Terraborn veterans. No one could stand in the way of the Legion's progress. Rather than resisting the return of the pre-march, it was better to forge good relationships with the future Barbarous-born leadership before they solidified their power. Lane knew this, and so did Barasine. As the captain of the First Company, Barasine knew full well that Mordorion likely didn't view him favorably, even though Barasine was the leader of the moderate faction among the Terraborn Death Guard, the one most welcoming of the Primarch's return. On the day their pre-march was found, the strategic room had been filled with blinding white flashes on the forward display, while the rest of the room remained ominously dark. Barasine had stood before the screen, eyes locked on the intelligence reports flashing across it. Lane had stood behind him. Lane, in the future, there may be some things you'll need to handle, Barricine had said. Lane looked at the backlit figure before him. Without acknowledging him, Barricine continued, "Ever since I inherited this position from Weiss, I've been prepared for this." Lane tried to speak, but his voice came out hoarse. "Perhaps you should remain optimistic." Barricine had let out a self-deprecating laugh, pounding his chest with his fist. "You know," Barricine had said, "when they notified me, I felt a connection to our Primarch. Our Primarch is a tough warrior. He'll lead us to glory in the Great Crusade." Barricine's voice had lowered further. "Don't worry. I've fought my way through with the Dusk Raiders. I'll arrange everything. It's just, there are some things I'm destined not to do myself." The strategic room had been filled with silence. Without further words, Lane had stood at attention and saluted. "Dusk Raider Lane, I guarantee the mission's success. Commander Barricine, rest assured." Barricine hadn't moved, standing like an unyielding stone in the command seat of the strategy room. Finally, there had been a nearly imperceptible sigh. For the Emperor. Back in the training hall, Lane, almost showing off, presented the Mechanicum's creation to the three recruits, a smooth, curved hemisphere of a cage, with the combat servitors silently resting above in the dual cage's ceiling. Husner was eager and ready. Without further delay, Lane summoned the combat servitors. Combat Drill Alpha 3, Medium Lethality. The drill is to start with a tough one, to knock some of the arrogance out of the hard-headed recruit. Veteran Lane watched with a smile as Husner charged forward, not expecting him to last more than 3 moves. Of the 3, Lane thought Morag might be the only one who is barely able to handle the Alpha 3 combat drill. As for Kala Typhon, he could probably take on an even higher difficulty. But Lane wasn't rushing things. Even though he knew it was important to build a good rapport with Kala Typhon, some recent details had made him aware that this man was hiding something. Typhon was smart. He had already received the favor Lane had shown him, but Lane knew that people like him would never fully align with you. They would always seek what they truly wanted. With such people, you couldn't show all your cards too early. You had to bait them, make them feel like the favor they received was something they earned through their cleverness. Only then would they cherish it. As for the small details, Lane narrowed his eyes as he looked at Typhon. There had been a slight weakening in Kala Typhon grip strength during training, an unconscious tremor, and tiny scars in places where it should never be injured in normal training. Lane wasn't like these oblivious recruits. He folded his arms and smiled kindly, watching as Husner was sent flying by the combat servitor inside the cage. The armory of the Death Guard might be the least altered place since the Primarch's return. Its simple geometric shapes are neatly arranged, with no disorder or chaos. No disharmonious elements are present, tools and blueprints are meticulously organized. Every exposed cable is carefully arranged and labeled with binary codes that only Death Guard tech sergeants can decipher. On the gray-white walls, the once dark red banner of the Dusk Raiders has been replaced with the gray-green banner of the Death Guard. The rumble of assembly lines echoed intermittently through the armory, while the red-robed servitors silently moved among the massive machinery. Their mechanical cogskull emblem swayed slightly with their steps. In one corner of the vast hall, Tech Sergeant Alberto, dressed in 2 Malawian Quatch's armor, was sorting and verifying the latest batch of ceramite supplies for the 3 Malawian Quatch's power armor. According to his superior and mentor, Enrique, the newly returned Primarch preferred heavy infantry warfare. As a result, the Legion's demand for 3 Malawian Quatch's power armor was expected to rise. Compared to the 2 Malawian Quatch's Crusade pattern power armor used during the Great Crusade, the 3 Malawian Quatch's iron pattern sacrificed some flexibility and stealth for increased defensive capabilities. Its helmet's thick, sloped plate could even deflect bullets. The 3 Malawian Quatch's armor had been distributed among many legions, but only in small numbers. The 2 Malawian Quatch's Crusade pattern remained the standard. When legions start using 3 Malawian Quatch's power armor on a large scale, it usually indicates high-casualty grinding warfare. This armor isn't suited for assaults or ambushes, it was born for pushing through the front lines. Alberto sighed silently. The armory and the logistics department were likely the first to notice the future direction of the Legion. While most of the Legionnaires were still going about their routine training, the tech sergeants in the armory were already preparing equipment for the wars to come. At a temporary workbench diagonally in front of Alberto's station sat Hades, holding a dry quill, occasionally making gesturing motions in the air. Though Hades had been called to assist, an untrained recruit was of little help. In fact, he was less useful than a servitor, whose operation manual could simply be uploaded into its brain. But Enrique hadn't summoned Hades for actual help. On the way back, Enrique had sent a binary message to Alberto. Alberto, I'm leaving this recruit's training to you. Make sure this recruit develops an interest in tech forging. We aren't the only ones who want him. Alberto was puzzled for a moment, but he didn't question it. His only task was to carry out his mentor's orders. Understood. Yet, as it turned out, there was no need to teach Hades anything. The moment Alberto walked him through the armory, it was clear that this recruit was practically radiating joy. Did Alberto really need to ignite Hades' interest in tech? There was no need. The guy was already completely obsessed. If the tech sergeants he had trained before had even half of Hades' enthusiasm, Alberto's work would have been so much easier. With plenty of work on his plate, Alberto was glad to give Hades a few unimportant blueprints and send him off. His explanation to Hades was simple. The Legion is currently overwhelmed with equipment production, and some lower-level schematics discovered from other worlds haven't been properly categorized yet. You can help sort them by function. In truth, these low-level schematics were typically discarded immediately. Most of them were designs for odd, everyday objects. The previous classification process had already ensured there were no important technologies or content in these low-priority papers. But Hades, ahead of him, was completely absorbed in his task. He held his quill, trying hard to suppress the urge to spin it idly between his fingers. The blueprint before him seemed to depict a small household appliance. Gothic letters densely covered the paper, and at the center was an image of a box roughly the size of two bolters stacked together. Some key numbers were encrypted in octal. Hades' left eye flashed red. It wasn't a difficult encryption. By inputting some standard values as reverse references, he quickly deciphered it. Hades stared at the blueprint. Two standard rectangular slots, with controls for temperature and time, an automatic content rotation mechanism, and emergency stop and warning features in case of malfunction. So, this was a toaster. And it was the kind that allowed users to imprint custom designs on the toast. The smell of baked bread, the faint, fermented scent of wheat, seemed to waft into Hades' nose. He was hungry. All right, he decided. He'd head to the cafeteria afterward. He could check out the dueling cages tomorrow when he had more time. Settling back into his work, Hades pulled out another blueprint and continued studying. Time passed quickly. When Alberto finally reminded Hades it was time to go, Hades nodded, placing the blueprint in the furniture category. Thanks for your hard work. Alberto nodded back, and Hades left the armory. Hades knew that reviewing those schematics probably didn't amount to much. In Hades' mind, he figured this assignment was punishment for damaging the combat servitor, even though it wasn't entirely his fault. Still, to prevent future incidents, the master of the forge probably decided to teach him a lesson, hence the busy work. However, since it wasn't entirely Hades' responsibility, the punishment was light, more of a formality. The armory was its own department, and no one would check to see whether Hades was really serving his due punishment. So, Hades felt grateful toward Master of the Forge Enrique and Tech Sergeant Alberto for letting him off easy. Completely incorrect logic, but in Hades' limited perspective, it made sense. Techies are really good guys, Hades mused, wondering if he could apply to become a tech sergeant someday. He casually made his way to his usual spot, where a familiar servitor brought him a bowl of porridge. The fragrant steam rose from the bowl, reminding Hades of the familiar smell. Since Alberto had let him off early, Hades had about 40 minutes to spare. I can eat 10 bowls, he thought. However, just as Hades picked up his spoon, urgent footsteps broke the silence of the empty cafeteria. Hades. Sir. You need to get to the dueling cages right away. Vork's face showed signs of anxiety and urgency. His brow furrowed as he spoke. Hades froze, spoon midair. Half an hour ago. In the spacious hall, 3 dueling cages stood side by side. Unlike previous times, where people were divided into distinct groups, today they were all crowded around the central dueling cage, yet there was no noise, only the occasional sound of footsteps broke the silence. At the center of the crowd, 2 men were facing off. The man on the right had pale skin, his flesh taking on an unnatural texture as if it had been corroded by toxic gases for years. The man on the left had a fierce look, with a large scar running across his exposed skin. "Old man, you know you are about to be replaced, yet you're still so arrogant? You little brat who can't even speak Gothic properly, just stay on your pathetic little planet." Though the two didn't understand each other's language, they both grasped from the expressions and tone that insults were being hurled. Among the crowd, those who understood bits of the other language began to stir. "That old guy is insulting Barbarous. Joes, beat him up. Karina, those brats are tarnishing the honor of the Legion." The initial conflict was soon ignored as the crowd's emotions boiled over. Compared to the Barbarous soldiers, the Terrans appeared more restrained. Among the Terrans, however, some veterans showed signs of murderous intent, only to be softly reminded by those standing nearby. Tensions within the Legion, the undercurrents beneath the surface, finally burst forth at this moment. The soldiers of Barbarous had long grown tired of the so-called Terran rules. Some malicious veterans had intentionally sabotaged their training. The Terrans, on the other hand, looked down on the arrogant Barbarous recruits. These kids had never seen real interstellar combat yet strutted around as if they owned the place. But deep down, the veterans couldn't swallow their pride. Beat them up. This was the shared mentality of both sides. Even if some Barbarous soldiers thought this was too extreme, and some Terrans believed it wasn't good for the future of the Legion, at this moment, the tension was too thick for anyone to stop it. Trained soldiers understood that the rules of the Legion would not allow open conflict or brawling. Barbarous soldier Joes was the first to leap onto the high dueling cage beside him. Standing atop it, he stared down at Karina with contempt. TSK. Karina jumped onto the duel platform as well. Veterans fighting recruits, it felt too easy, but he had to teach these arrogant guys a lesson. As the two men stepped onto the platform, the crowd naturally parted. Whistles and cheers erupted from the Barbarous soldiers, while the Terrans stood with arms crossed, watching in silence. These Terran veterans knew these recruits had no chance against them. Overconfident fools. But if it could make these guys show some respect, then this one-sided duel would still be worthwhile. Both sides, each with their own thoughts, watched the figures on the platform. Plus, dueling cage rules. Pick up your weapon and fight until your opponent loses the ability to continue or surrenders. No fatal or disabling injuries. If this occurs, spectators may intervene, and the violator will be dealt with according to Article 36, Beta Level. No armor allowed. All provided weapons in the dueling cage are semi-sharpened melee weapons. Plus, Joes grabbed a scythe from the weapon rack without a glance, looking challengingly at the veteran across from him. He was a regular in the dueling cage, one of the top 3 fighters from the equatorial region of Barbarous. Recruits can't beat veterans? What a joke. Karina remained calm, though his expression was filled with killing intent. He wasn't one of those pacifists thinking about the future. These recruits needed to be taught a lesson. He reached out and grabbed a 2-handed greatsword from the rack. Buzz. The bell rang, and the duel began. Karina abandoned his usual defensive style from the battlefield and directly launched a fierce attack with his greatsword. Against these recruits, there was no need to use his best moves. Cling. Joes blocked the strike with the handle of his scythe, twisting it to disperse the force and step back. It looked as though Karina had been thrown off balance, stumbling. Perfect opportunity. Joes immediately swung his scythe downward, only to find Karina, who seemed unsteady a moment ago, suddenly regaining his stance and swinging his sword forward. Calm down, kid. Don't fall for such a simple trick. Karina's greatsword rested steadily against Joe's waist. A little more pressure, and the blade would pierce him. Meanwhile, Joe's scythe froze in midair. The outcome was clear. The Barbarous crowd booed in frustration, feeling as though the veteran had tricked them. The Terran veterans remained silent, unsurprised. After all, crushing a bug didn't require applause. Joe shot Karina a resentful look, withdrew his scythe, and stepped down from the platform, spitting corrosive saliva onto the ground, which sizzled upon contact. I'll go. Husner leaped onto the platform, grabbing the scythe. Just as the two were getting into position, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the hall. The tall figure of a pre-march appeared in the duel hall. Mordorion, clad in full power armor, his face hidden behind a gas mask, entered slowly. Poisonous fumes rose, obscuring his features even further. The Death Guard warriors in the hall immediately snapped to attention and saluted. How could this be? This was the first time the Primarch had ever come to the duel hall. Some of the more rational Terran veterans sensed something was amiss. The timing, just as tensions between the two groups were about to explode. To these veterans, the barbarous recruits stood no chance. A private lesson would have sufficed, but now that the Primarch was here, the situation became more complicated. Defeating soldiers from his home planet in front of him wasn't exactly the best idea. Even if Mordorion wouldn't say anything outright, it would likely worsen his view of them. On the other hand, if they held back, the Primarch would certainly see through their intentions. What's more, the veteran stepping onto the platform wasn't one of the pacifists. These guys were intent on slapping the Primarch in the face. Some Terran veterans were already sweating, regretting coming to the dueling cage today and getting caught up in this mess. In contrast, the barbarous soldiers were eager, determined to earn glory in front of their Primarch. Behind Mordorion, Kala Typhon appeared. He signaled, and a servitor pushed forward a chair suited to the Primarch's massive frame. Mordorion sat down, his heavy power armor groaning with the movement. The bronze censer hanging from his armor clinked softly in the otherwise silent hall. The dusk lantern, crafted from Xenos technology, rested quietly at Mortarion's waist. Mortarion's deep, amber eyes, hidden beneath his hood, scanned the room. His gaze flowed like molten lava. He raised both hands and clapped lightly. "Begin, warriors." The once lively duel hall was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Husner and Karina stood in the center of everyone's gaze, their half-drawn blades gleaming under the pale, harsh lights. But while everyone's eyes seemed to be focused on the dueling cage, their real attention was fixed on the towering figure below. Sitting motionless in his seat like a corpse, the Primarch exhaled quietly, white smoke from the incense burner rising slowly into the air. Yellow-green toxic gas seeped from his respirator mask with his steady breathing, veiling his eyes. Since speaking those words, Mordorion had made no further movements. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere radiating from the Primarch himself had blanketed the entire hall. A sharp, buzzing bell rang out. Husner was the first to break the silence, launching a fierce attack, while Karina took his classic defensive stance, holding his great sword in position, waiting for the assault. When Husner closed the gap and slashed downward with his scythe, there was no anticipated block from Karina. Instead, Karina swiftly sidestepped the scythe and swung his sword toward Husner's chest. However, unlike the previous encounter between Karina and Jose, Husner quickly retracted his scythe to defend himself, shifting his weight to the right and narrowly avoiding the lethal sword strike. With a loud clang, Husner gripped his scythe tightly, managing to stop Karina's slash just a hand's breadth away from his body. Sparks flew as Karina applied force, the ear-piercing screech of metal scraping against metal filling the dueling cage, but the scythe's pole held firmly in place, not budging an inch. At Husner's feet, the high-strength composite flooring even showed signs of a slight depression from the intense pressure. Realizing his opponent's strength, Karina was the first to break the deadlock, retreating to adjust his stance for the next round of attack and defense. But he shouldn't have retreated. On a regular battlefield, the scythe is an exceptionally rare pole arm. It requires extraordinary skill to wield effectively. Unlike common pole arms such as spears, the attack range of a scythe is not linear. If you use a scythe the same way you would a spear, you'd only expose yourself to enemy strikes. To wield a scythe, you must overcome your instinctive impulses. You can't attack and defend directly. You need to make use of its curve, that reaping blade, the weapon of death itself, to bend the fight to your will. And just now, Karina made a mistake. The scythe had a much longer reach than the greatsword. Retreating instinctively only gave Husner the opportunity to fully exploit this advantage. Karina had mistaken the scythe for a spear, thinking that defending against frontal attacks would be enough. After all, if the opponent had been wielding a spear, all he would need to do is block straight ahead with his sword. But this was no spear. Husner decisively seized upon Karina's error, extending the scythe forward. Karina raised his sword to block, but although the pole was in front of him, the blade of the scythe curved ominously behind him, aiming for his exposed flank. Thailand body. Karina immediately twisted his body, pulling back his sword, but just as the great sword returned, Husner's scythe retracted once again, shifting angles like a blooming silver flower. Moving at lightning speed, Husner pressed his advantage and surged forward. In an instant, Husner closed the distance, the tip of his scythe just grazing the right side of Karina's neck. The battle was decided. Arrogant fool. Husner screamed internally. These old veterans never pay attention to the weapons favored by the new recruits, nor do they bother to learn the techniques that come with them. And it was precisely this arrogance that caused you to lose to him today. After all, any rookie who picks up a scythe knows that close-quarters combat is the most challenging scenario for a scythe wielder, and a retreating enemy is the best sight a scythe wielder could hope for. A loud cheer and applause erupted from the Barbarousians. Husner raised his scythe high above his head, basking in the spotlight as his face broke into a wide, exaggerated grin. He turned around, glancing toward Mortarian's seat. Although the Primarch's expression remained unreadable, the suffocating atmosphere had noticeably lightened. Compared to the smug Husner, Karina's face was stern. He cast Husner one last look before silently walking off the platform. The Terraborn veterans standing in the shadows parted to let him through, then quickly closed ranks again, hiding Karina among them. Taking advantage of the Barbarousians' cheers and applause, several figures quietly left the duel hall. The Barbarousian cheering continued as Mordorion extended a hand, pressing down. At the Primarch's gesture, the hall fell silent once more. Mordorion seemed pleased with the quiet and folded his arms again. By now, some had begun to decipher Mortarian's signal. He was waiting for the next duel. Some of the more sensible onlookers were beginning to sweat. Husner's narrow victory had already been the best possible outcome, satisfying the Barbarousians' pride while giving the Terraborn veterans a way to save face. Any observant Terra veteran could see that Husner had won by capitalizing on Karina's mistake. If the duel had dragged on, Husner's chances of victory would have been slim. The next fight would likely end in Husner's defeat. A small stir could be felt among the Terra veterans. Finally, a burly veteran leaped onto the platform. The people around him had not expected this and were left in shock, unable to stop him. This guy was a hard-headed fighter from the 7th Company, known for repeatedly requesting assignments to execute deadly missions. It should be noted that the 7th Company had the fewest Terraborn veterans in the entire hall. Though officially a combat company, these veterans preferred to spend their free time polishing their weapons or meditating. As for the 7th Company members who frequently visited the duel hall, they tended to be the most stubborn and hot-tempered of the bunch. I'll go. The Primarch remained seated, unmoving like a statue. Mordorion had just been studying how to deal with the Titan legions, learning their etiquette, understanding their arrival times, and where to meet them appropriately. Ever since joining this legion, there was always something new for him to learn, a strange language, unfamiliar timelines, unknown surroundings, and those lowly parasites lurking in the shadows, waiting to laugh at his missteps. Those arrogant fools. Mordorion had seen the portraits of his so-called brothers, nothing but gold, gilded lines, and jewelry to flaunt their status. Gleaming gems and baubles. They were all kings, princes, and lords. Mordorion, however, was not. He knew full well how they mocked him in their hearts. A Primarch who didn't resemble the Emperor's offspring at all? A filthy peasant from an agricultural planet, with hands stained by mud? Did they think Mordorion couldn't hear them? That he couldn't see? Those fools who took pride merely because they arrived sooner. He would make them shut up. In the first 4 months after joining the Legion, Mordorion slept only 1 hour each week. He studied relentlessly, devouring knowledge as if starving. Mordorion was growing, rapidly, and the faster the better. He pushed himself to the limit, enduring the pain, but it was simple. It was the same way he had survived under Nikair's rule. He didn't want the Barbarousians to be looked down upon, to be pitted or scorned. They were the liberators of their planet, warriors who overthrew tyrants with their own hands, not fools selected merely by chance. Mordorion had only allowed himself to leave his studies briefly when Hades had awoken. He had to see Hades, as it was Hades who helped him slay the last tyrant on Barbarous. But after that, he threw himself back into his intense studies. Today, however, Kula Typhon had suggested Mordorion take a break, to come see what his Barbarousians did during their free time. It had been a while since he'd seen his people, his warriors, his arms. Mordorion agreed. Bright white light illuminated the dueling cage, casting a soft glow in the pitch-black duel hall. The two combatants stood ready, prepared for battle. A scythe faced off against a longsword. A hum filled the air. Domingo, the veteran from Terra, immediately lunged with his longsword, showing no mercy as the blade flashed straight toward Husner on the platform. Husner raised his scythe to block, but as if Domingo had already predicted his move, he suddenly accelerated, bypassing Husner's defense and delivering a sudden slash. In just a blink, red lines appeared on Husner's arm and neck. One strike. Had Domingo's sword been fully sharpened, Husner likely wouldn't be standing on the dueling cage now. The match was over. Frustrated and unwilling to admit defeat, Husner shot Domingo a resentful glance, but the burning sensation on his shoulder and neck, like searing chains, reminded him that he had lost. Without a word, he jumped off the platform. Domingo, meanwhile, stood motionless like a stone, showing no intention of leaving. Among the barbarous crowd, some were silent, while others were disgruntled. The gathering murmured and stirred, but no one dared step up to challenge. Husner was one of the top 3 regular victors of the dueling cage, and many in the crowd had been defeated by him before, knowing they were no match. But the only one who could possibly defeat Husner, Vork's, had suddenly vanished. He was often seen watching duels, but, for some reason, was absent today. The veterans from Terra remained silent, though some disapproved of Domingo's behavior. For now, all they could do was wait. The Primarch's towering figure stood unmoving, like a skeleton enveloped in smoke. The smell of poison subtly stung the nostrils of everyone present. With his hood, gas mask, and swirling mist concealing his face, it was impossible to tell what Mordorion was thinking. He, too, was waiting. The atmosphere was tense, and the stir among the barbarous crowd gradually quieted. Silence once again blanketed the hall. Veteran Domingo stood proudly and silently on the platform, like a stone knight guarding a treasure, waiting for any challengers bold enough to approach. Footsteps broke the silence. Kella Typhon slowly stepped forward. Without a word, he walked onto the platform. He glanced at the weapon rack and drew the same scythe used by the 2 barbarous fighters before him. Typhon moved to stand opposite Domingo, raised his scythe, and assumed his stance. Domingo once again raised his sword, calmly facing Typhon. The Primarch remained still. The duel began with another hum. Domingo continued his previous strategy, launching the same longsword thrust, aiming to defeat the rookie before him as quickly as possible. He wasn't worried about Typhon countering based on the previous match's tactics. In most battlefield duels, brute strength and speed are what mattered. Combat techniques were reserved for evenly matched foes. These recruits, who hadn't even completed a full Terran year since their augmentation surgery, were far from matching the battle-hardened veterans unless they were exceptionally gifted. But Typhon showed no fear or contempt. He smoothly parried the thrust with his scythe and blocked Domingo's follow-up strike with even more speed. The entire sequence was fluid, unlike the 2 recruits who had fought before. Domingo was slightly surprised. A dark horse, one who'd appeared out of nowhere. But this wouldn't change the outcome of the fight. Domingo didn't retreat, instead pressing the attack, staying close to Typhon. His sword moved like a serpent, trying to find an opening in Typhon's defenses. In contrast, Typhon's scythe, long and broad, became awkward at such close range. Its wide arc was ineffective for close-quarters combat, leaving Typhon to use the scythe's handle to block Domingo's relentless strikes. The handle felt cumbersome against the thrusts of the sword. Typhon tried to create some distance, but Domingo gave him no room, sticking to him like glue, not giving Typhon a chance to reset. Compared to the previous Terra veteran, Karina, Domingo was much more aggressive. His oppressive aura bore down on the recruit. It was clear to any observer that if this continued for just a few more moments, Typhon would surely be defeated. But Typhon showed no signs of panic, continuing to laboriously block Domingo's attacks with the scythe's handle. Arrogant brat. Domingo remained composed, maintaining his attack rhythm, speeding up slightly with each strike. Finally, he saw an opening. Domingo's sword moved down, then swung up in a hooking motion. He abandoned his defense, aiming the tip of his sword straight for Typhon's heart. In the heightened intensity of the duel, time seemed to slow down. Domingo could see the cold gleam of his sword reflected in slow motion, and a faint layer of frost suddenly appeared on the sword. What? Domingo's eyes widened in shock. His veteran instincts told him to pull back, but it was too late. His thrust was already in motion, and withdrawing it wasn't so simple. Suddenly, he felt the pressure around him increase dramatically. His movement stalled for just a fraction of a second. Looking up at Typhon, Domingo saw a faint, knowing smile playing on the recruit's lips. This guy's a psyker. Though Domingo immediately tried to adjust, in a fight this fierce, a brief moment was enough to decide the outcome. Typhon seized the opening, his scythe sweeping upward from below, bypassing Domingo's arms and driving into his chest. The duel was over. As Typhon's scythe tip touched Domingo, both fighters froze. Domingo's sword was just an inch from Typhon, but Typhon's scythe had already made contact with Domingo's chest. That unsettling coldness quickly dissipated. It seemed no one except the two fighters had noticed the brief surge of psychic energy. Domingo's pupils trembled. He opened his mouth to speak, but when he looked into Typhon's face, there was no joy or smugness there, only a serious, respectful expression. This guy had hidden his abilities well. Wait a minute. The techniques this recruit used were similar to those of the Death Guard stratagem. How could that be? Domingo was bewildered, but on the dueling cage, his defeat was undeniable. He had no choice but to retreat into the crowd, his face clouded with shame. A murmur spread through the Terran veterans. Typhon stood there, not showing any intention of continuing to fight, unlike the previous combatants. Instead, he turned and walked toward the weapon rack. The barbarous crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of his victory. The Primarch remained as still as ever, but the incense burner hanging from Mortarian's body lightly clinked. The small, clear sound was quickly drowned out by the crowd's noise. Kala, my friend, is this what you wanted all along? On the stage under the lights, Kala Typhon turned around and set down his scythe. With a humble yet slightly proud expression, he smiled at the barbarous crowd below. Instantly, the audience erupted into cheers and applause, with some even whistling. Surprisingly, the Primarch Mortarion did not stop the noisy outburst. Just now, only two people noticed Typhon's subtle movement. One of them was Mortarion. Mortarion still sat in his seat, his towering figure now as still as a corpse. So this is what you wanted me to see, Typhon? Mortarian's gaze, from beneath his hood, fell upon the cheering barbarous crowd, his sons, his people. When had they ever experienced such joy after leaving their homeland? Is this what you're trying to tell me? Using psychic powers to achieve victory, and then, through this emotion, you want me to relax the restrictions on psychic abilities, allowing you to use them? Are you still so persistent, Kala? Or is it that I've done something wrong? Mortarion remained silent. On stage, Kala Typhon subtly glanced at Mortarion. He, of course, knew what Mortarion was thinking. Previously, Typhon had tried to test Mortarian's attitude toward psychers indirectly. It was clear that based on his understanding of sorcery on Barbarous, Mortarion had completely rejected the existence of psychers. But Typhon knew that sorcery, or rather, psychic powers, was merely a tool, neither inherently good nor evil. The former psychers of the Death Guard were the best proof of this. Typhon knew he needed an opportunity to prove to Mortarion that psychic powers could bring him glory. And Mortarion was far less unwavering in his standards than he thought. Typhon smirked. In their past interactions, Mortarion had proven to be someone easily influenced by the crowd. He cared about his sons, his people, far more than he was willing to admit. And besides, Typhon knew that Mortarion trusted him and Hades. As long as Hades didn't oppose psychic abilities, after this victory, Typhon would gain the support of the barbarous people. Mortarion wouldn't lose face by reprimanding Typhon for using psychic powers. Then, as long as Typhon seized the moment to make his request, Mortarion would hesitate. As long as Mortarion loosened his stance on the use of psychic powers, Typhon would achieve his goal. He had indeed prepared quite a bit for this day. However, unexpectedly, the second person who noticed Typhon's subtle movement emerged from the crowd. I challenge you to a duel. A librarian of the Death Guard, Hugo, shouted at Typhon from the stage. Hearing the familiar voice, Typhon's body stiffened. How could Hugo be here? And Typhon hadn't noticed him at all. Normally, Death Guard Psychers would spend their free time reading in the archives or meditating to manage their connection to the warp. No Psyker would come to a noisy duel cage. It was precisely because the other Psychers wouldn't be present that Typhon had chosen this location. In their agreement, Yugo had recognized that their meetings and training weren't entirely legitimate and hoped that Typhon would privately communicate with Mortarion. Yugo's only request was that the Psychers wouldn't be cut off from recruitment in the future. But clearly, Typhon had broken that agreement. Typhon had planned to act first and explain later. After this incident, he could compensate for his breach of agreement by convincing Mortarion to ease restrictions on the Psychers. If Mortarion agreed to loosen those restrictions, Typhon would take credit for the accomplishment and officially apply to join the Psyker ranks. If Mortarion refused, Typhon could sever ties with the Psychers and sell them out, focusing on building his own reputation among the barbarous people. As long as he could defeat the old veteran with psychic powers, without being noticed by anyone except Mortarion, Typhon wouldn't lose no matter how things developed. However, unexpectedly, Yugo stepped out from the crowd, his eyes burning with fury. The Psyker slowly walked from the crowd to the stage, and with each step, frost formed on the ground, the sound of ice cracking harsh in the air. So this was your plan, Typhon? Using the techniques I taught you to defeat the veteran and gain fame among the barbarous people? You deliberately revealed your use of psychic powers? Yugo knew that the old Terra veteran who had just fought Typhon would certainly have sensed that Typhon's psychic techniques weren't self-taught. They resembled the methods typically used by Psychers. At this moment, Typhon's actions, if spread by the Terra veteran, would further diminish the already low standing of the Psychers in Mortarion's eyes, causing them to lose the support of the Terran contingent. It was only now that Yugo realized all his efforts to maintain the Psyker's position had been in vain. Neither his teacher nor his students understood his actions, one even harbored betrayal. So what reason did he have to hold back? Since he was destined to be marginalized, why not put on a grand display of psychic power in front of the pre-march here, on this dueling stage? Let Mortarion see that they, the Psychers, were among the most powerful warriors in the Legion, and yet the pre-march still wanted to abolish them. Yugo slowly stepped onto the stage, the emotions of betrayal by Typhon making his warp presence increasingly obvious. His eyes began to glow faintly. Casually, Yugo grabbed a single-handed sword from the weapons rack and swung it a few times. Subtle waves of psychic energy rippled along the blade, distorting the reflection on its metallic surface. He stood on the stage, his face calm as still water, but his eyes were ablaze with anger. The Terran veterans stirred slightly. They rarely interacted with the Psychers, let alone witnessing one on the dueling stage. With the aid of psychic power, a Psyker's combat abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary space marine, meaning that when a Psyker stood in the duel cage, only another Psyker could truly face him. Meanwhile, the barbarous crowd, unaware of the situation, continued cheering, eagerly awaiting the duel between Kala Typhon and Yugo. Typhon swallowed hard. Damn. Seeing that things had escalated to this point, he had no choice but to turn around and pick up his scythe again. Using the act of retrieving his weapon as cover, Typhon glanced at Mortarion, hoping that the pre-march would call off this duel that had clearly gone too far. But the pre-march remained utterly still, as if dead. Yet beneath that stillness, Mortarion, who had been deep in thought, suddenly became intrigued. He looked at Yugo, who was clearly furious with Typhon. Kala, what are you hiding from me? The once spacious dueling hall now seemed a bit cramped, as the crowd that had gradually filled the darkened area below the stage stood silently, their gazes fixed on the duel above. The towering figure of the pre-march still sat below, his face shrouded in shadows and mist, making it difficult to discern his expression. But the soldiers near Mortarion could all feel the overwhelming pressure and displeasure emanating from him. The reason? Likely the chaotic warp energy fluctuating on stage. Besides the Xenos overlords from Barbarous, no one had ever dared to brazenly use warp powers in front of Mortarion like this. The brilliant white light of the warp danced wildly on the stage, distorting space slightly from the powerful warp energy, while frost crept across the entire duel cage. Yugo held a sword covered in frost, with jagged ice hanging from it, yet the white flames of warp energy flowed over the blade like serpents. Enhanced by warp energy, Yugo's body glowed faintly, his eyes burning with sparks of psychic energy from his rage. Such a strong display of warp energy. Even during duels between librarians, it would never be this exaggerated. Librarians, who valued wisdom and order, would never so recklessly expose their warp powers. They were like miserly caretakers, for excessive use of warp energy could lead to exhaustion, or worse, madness. But Yugo was enraged beyond reason. He glared at the terrified Kulla Typhon on the opposite side of the cage. This traitor! And he was determined to show everyone, right here on the dueling stage, that the librarians of the Death Guard were not to be trifled with. Even though they were restricted by the Primarch, they could still stand their ground within the Legion with their own strength. The bell rang mercilessly, signaling Typhon's defeat. Seeing the venomous look in Yugo's eyes, Kulla could no longer hide his abilities. Though weaker than Yugo, a faint ripple of warp energy surrounded him as well. But how could a newly inducted Psyker, with only basic training, stand a chance against a battle-hardened librarian? Yugo, as if showing off, muttered an incantation under his breath and unleashed a crushing wave of warp energy towards Typhon. Then, with a flick of his sword, a fiery serpent roared towards Kulla Typhon's face. Pinned down by the psychic pressure, Typhon could only raise his scythe in a desperate attempt to block the incoming flame. At the same time, he chanted a defensive spell, summoning an invisible warp shield in front of him. To be fair, Typhon's psychic talent was outstanding among psychers, but the vast gulf in experience and skill rendered all his efforts futile. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The fire serpent shattered the shield effortlessly and shot towards Typhon without obstruction. A brilliant explosion of white light followed, and Kulla was sent flying off the stage, barely clinging to life as he lay on the ground. The audience was dead silent. Yugo's full display of psychic power had far surpassed what anyone had ever imagined for a duel. On the battlefield, librarians usually set traps, ambushed enemies, or communicated through prophecies, rarely engaging in direct combat. But today, they had seen it. Even some of the veteran Terran soldiers in the Legion now realized how much they had underestimated the librarians, often regarded as mere support. Meanwhile, the Barbarous-born soldiers stirred. A few of Typhon's closer comrades gathered around him, while a medic rushed over. On stage, Yugo's psychic energy showed no signs of fading. He stood firm, his gaze fixed on the Primarch's direction as the space around him distorted more and more menacingly. A withering above knew. Aside from the mild commotion among the Barbarous-born troops, the rest of the hall remained silent. The metal sensor on Mortarian's body clanged softly. He uncrossed his arms, about to stand. But suddenly, Mortarion stopped. The sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the hall, growing clearer by the second. Hades was nearly dragged in by Vorks, hurriedly entering the hall, and just as they arrived, the Primarch spoke. His raspy whisper echoed gently but clearly through the hall. "Hades, go." "Huh?" A confused Hades looked at the warp energy crackling in the air on the stage, the space so distorted it seemed warped, and at the person in the middle, clearly someone beyond an ordinary Astartes. At that moment, he seemed to understand what had just happened. "Mortarion? Did you just send me in like some kind of Pokemon? Dark type versus psychic type, huh?" In the duel hall, the white light mercilessly outlined both figures, while the crackling of warp electricity faintly pulsed through the air. Hades stood on stage, scythe in hand. The training scythe that Kulla Typhon had wielded was long since shattered by warp energy. Seeing Hades hesitate slightly, Yugo pulled another scythe from his weapon rack and tossed it over. "Thanks." Hades caught the scythe in one hand, instinctively offering his thanks. Yugo raised an eyebrow. "Polite, but that's not a reason for me to go easy on you." Hades, oblivious to Yugo's change in expression, raised his scythe and assumed a stance, his mind racing. Looking at the slightly distorted space in front of him, Hades judged that Yugo's psychic abilities were stronger than most of the Xenos overlords from Barbarous, but still not at the level of Nikair. If it had been the Hades from Barbarous, he would have been confident in winning this fight. But now, his black domain could no longer suppress the surrounding space as it once did, and the maximum range of his suppression barely extended to his skin. The scythe in his hand wasn't his obituary, which could channel his black domain, meaning he couldn't use it to extend his abilities either. Due to the changes in his black domain, Hades was now at a significant disadvantage. But Mordorion didn't know about this. He still thought Hades was as strong as before. So, when he heard Hades' footsteps earlier, he decided to send him up. What no one knew was that Mordorion had originally intended to enter the duel himself. Yugo's actions had been nothing short of a direct challenge to Mordorion. Hades' sudden appearance had interrupted Mortarion's initial plan and ultimately saved Yugo's life. Now, standing on the stage with a training scythe in hand, Hades faced Yugo, both dressed in standard combat attire as warp sparks erupted around Yugo. To win, there was only one option left. Hades looked at Yugo. Well, you're using warp powers, so I guess I don't have to stick to the usual rules either, right? All eyes were on the duel hall, the white light illuminating the figures of the two like caged beasts. On one side, Yugo was surrounded by strange psychic energy, powerful enough to slightly distort the space around him. Flames danced across the ice-covered blade of his sword, signifying the user's rage. On the other side, Hades held a standard training scythe, adopting the most basic combat stance for the weapon. It seemed their strengths were worlds apart. The barbarous-born spectators below clenched their fists nervously. Among the more moderate Terran veterans, there was silence, though tiny beads of sweat revealed their inner tension. Emotionally, they didn't want the barbarous-born Hades to win, but logically, Hades winning would be the best outcome to resolve the current tension. They had heard of this new recruit who fought alongside Mordorion, and rumors from the 7th Company had spread about how Hades had once taken down a Mark III combat servitor. At least this new soldier had real combat ability and, moreover, was polite. Some veterans had already noticed that Yugo wasn't acting normally. They had sent someone to inform Chief Librarian Fernando, but it was clear it would take time before he arrived. As a librarian, one must never overuse psychic power or risk becoming lost to the whispers of the warp. Though Yugo still seemed conscious now, no one could say for certain what might happen after prolonged exertion. They hoped the fight would end quickly. The duel bell rang, signaling the start. Buzz. The duel began. In a flash, Yugo made the first move, unleashing a wave of psychic flame, but Hades swiftly leapt to evade. Yugo frowned, but followed up with a psychic pressure wave, distorting the space around Hades. But it seemed Hades had anticipated this. He jumped just before the pressure hit, using the initial boost from his leap to propel himself out of range. TCH, I'm sick of eating psychic pressure attacks after all that time on Barbarous, Hades thought. Hades adjusted his course, advancing toward Yugo with an odd, unpredictable footwork. Yugo slashed again, flames erupting from his sword tip. So, this rookie wants to close the distance and fight me with a scythe? Yugo raised an eyebrow. Does he think I'll dodge and keep the distance? No, he wouldn't. Yugo was a seasoned close combat fighter. It's just that no one had ever gotten close enough to fight him directly before. Yugo deliberately slowed his flame attacks, luring Hades into closing the distance. All of this happened within mere moments. Realizing Yugo had intentionally slowed down, Hades raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to bait me into a close-quarter sword fight? Yes, Hades wanted a close fight, but not the kind Yugo expected. Suddenly, Hades leapt high, his large body rocketing toward Yugo like a cannonball. Yugo smirked mockingly. A long-range jump? That left Hades completely exposed in the air, with no room to dodge. I overestimated him, Yugo thought, readying his sword for a final blow. He concentrated psychic energy at its tip, bright white light bursting from the blade. And Thailand bot. However, in the next second, a spinning scythe flew straight toward Yugo's face. What? He threw the scythe. Has he lost his mind, throwing away his weapon? But Yugo had no choice but to block the incoming scythe with his sword and hastily set up a psychic shield. The spinning scythe shattered the shield and slammed into Yugo's sword, forcing him to retreat to the side in an attempt to dodge the flying weapon. But just as he stepped aside, a fist slammed straight into Yugo's face. Teeth, blood, and spit flew through the air. How? It was only then that Yugo realized he had completely ignored Hades' presence, subconsciously disregarding his lack of psychic energy. Yugo tried to gather his psychic power, planning to strike back. But in the next moment, Hades' massive shadow loomed over Yugo. Compared to the stunned Yugo and the spectators, who could only make out flashes of movement, Hades' mind was eerily calm. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. As the two fighters were barely a few inches apart, Hades didn't slow down. Instead, he sped up. He headbutt Yugo, using the immense momentum to send both of them flying. Yugo's sword slipped from his grasp. Boom! Yugo slammed into the edge of the dueling cage, and the steel bars, made from solid alloy, even showed cracks from the impact. At that moment, aside from the Primarch and some experienced veterans, most onlookers could only see after images of the two fighters, followed by the sight of a scythe flying through the air. Then, there was the scene before them now. The massive impact had clearly hurt both combatants, but Hades, who was lying on top of Yugo, was the first to recover. He stood up, using his larger frame to deadlift Yugo from the ground in a crushing bear hug. Then, Hades bent backward, slam. Crash. Yet, even after enduring such a powerful blow, Yugo had not passed out. The tenacious librarian was still trying to fight back. Yugo tried to forcefully gather his psychic energy, but to his surprise, the psychic flow, usually as natural as breathing, had come to a halt. The area of skin where he made contact with Hades felt as if it had been seared away, a dull, burning pain spreading across it. Damn, is this guy a blank? Have there been cases of blanks becoming space marines? Realizing he couldn't use his psychic powers, Yugo immediately tried to pry Hades' arms off him, but clearly, his strength was no match for someone a full size larger. Seeing Yugo's struggles, Hades began to move, rolling both of them sideways on the ground. Yugo tried to break free, but Hades held on tight. I need to break free, then use my powers. He can't be allowed to break free and use his psychic powers. Their thoughts clashed and intertwined, much like their physical struggle. By now, both had cleared their minds of everything except for this life-or-death contest of strength. Yet, in the crowd below, most were already slack-jawed. The cheers and exclamations that usually accompanied a duel had long vanished. Everyone's eyes were wide, fixed on this utterly bizarre fight. This doesn't seem quite right, does it? On his high seat, the Primarch's massive figure remained still. Mordorion slowly raised an eyebrow, as if questioning what he was seeing. When Fernando and Branka rushed into the dueling hall, the first thing they saw was the two figures locked in a struggle on the raised platform. Hades' face was bulging with veins, lying on his back, his left arm tightly wrapped around Yugo's neck, his right hand locking his left arm in place, ensuring Yugo couldn't break free. The guillotine choke. Yugo's face was turning red, the once proud psyker of the Legion now struggling pathetically, desperately trying to escape. However, against Hades, who was clearly much larger and stronger, Yugo stood no chance. Pinned to the ground, Yugo's last attempts to break free were futile. Hades had expertly applied the choke, cutting off blood flow to Yugo's brain. Even though Yugo was a genetically enhanced space marine, the lack of blood flow would soon render him unconscious. Gradually, Yugo's struggles weakened. The hall fell into silence. Seeing Yugo had passed out, Hades finally released his grip, standing up, his arms slightly numb from Yugo's frantic resistance. The match was over. Perhaps the intensity of the battle had stunned the spectators into silence. For a moment, the duel hall was dead still. Fernando glanced at the Primarch, but Mordorion, deep in thought, showed no signs of leaving. With a silent exchange of glances, Fernando and Branka understood what had to be done. While most of the company commanders and the chief librarian were in a meeting, a few veterans had informed Fernando about the situation. Upon hearing that Yugo was dueling Hades and that the Primarch was watching, the veterans knew that even though Garo couldn't intervene directly, Branka and Fernando had to handle it. If Yugo had won, Fernando was prepared to step in and stop the Psyker's potential spiral into madness, even if it would anger the Primarch. Fernando had already lived through one disastrous event. He couldn't face another. Seeing Fernando's grim expression, Garo had maintained his composure. He wasn't convinced Yugo would win. If Hades wins and the Primarch still wants to observe, Branka will need to stall and prevent anyone else from challenging. That was the plan. Today, the transport ship from Mars had just arrived, and First Company Captain Barasine and the Master of the Forge were busy receiving the Mechanicus tech priests. With the Titan Legio personnel present, even the Primarch had to stay back to study certain matters, preventing him from intervening directly. Though Barasine was informed that the Primarch had gone to the dueling hall, he couldn't just abandon his duties to rush over and give an excuse to take Mordorion away. Barracine couldn't have anticipated such a situation unfolding in his absence. At that moment, with Mordorion showing no intention of leaving and with veterans fearing more challenges, Branka made a quick leap onto the platform, drawing everyone's attention. Oh yes. This gave Fernando the opportunity to lift Hugo's unconscious body and swiftly carry him away. Contrary to what Fernando expected, Mordorion didn't intervene or voice any objections. Fernando sighed in relief. Right now, Mortarion's mind was preoccupied, pondering why Hades hadn't simply nullified Hugo's psychic powers as he had done back on Barbarous, opting instead for a more physically challenging method. The Primarch wasn't interested in watching any more duels. His presence was initially prompted by Culla, and Mordorion, intrigued, had gone along with it. But now he realized Culla might have had ulterior motives. He'd need to investigate the connection between Culla and that psyker. If Culla had been colluding with Hugo behind his back, Mordorion felt a twinge of displeasure. While Branka stood on the platform, Mordorion remained silent. Hades' recent behavior and Culla's possible secret dealings with Hugo, were they hiding something from him? Deception? Betrayal? Or was it his own paranoia? Mortarion's mind was tangled with uncertainty, like a nail caught in a frayed cloth. Unaware of Mortarion's inner turmoil, Branka diligently carried out the task Garo had assigned him. Hades, fight me next. Hades stared at Branka in disbelief as Fernando, without missing a beat, hauled Hugo off the stage. He knew he had gone a bit overboard with the previous fight, but what was this now? Why was his superior suddenly challenging him? Hades looked at the stern-faced Branka across the platform. While he was aware that Branka wasn't fond of him, Hades didn't believe that was enough reason for him to leap into the ring at this moment. Was Branka doing this to defend the honor of the Terran veterans? However, Hades was completely in the dark. As he had a good relationship with Mordorion, he was not aware of Mortarion's image and status in the hearts of other Space Marines. To others, the Primarch was untouchable, a figure of intimidation that no one dared to casually approach, let alone engage in casual conversation about Legion matters. This is also the reason why, in the original story where Hades did not exist, Typhon could deceive Mordorion again and again. Because except for Typhon, other Death Guards would not actively chat with the Primarch and discuss private matters of the Legion. And Mordorion would not easily take the initiative to chat with his subordinates. Even though he attached great importance to his army, Mordorion believed that he needed to maintain his dignity in the army, even his mysterious or terrifying identity. Seeing too little, imagining too much. That was Mordorion. Meanwhile, on the platform, both combatants were lost in thought. Branka was confident he could drag out a stalemate with Hades, stalling for time. The veteran Terran soldiers, seeing Branka's intention to prevent an all-out victory, were relieved. Contrary to his usual fiery demeanor, Branka was actually a moderate like Garo. He wasn't going to act rashly. Hugo had already crossed a line. His psychic outbursts were clearly beyond what was acceptable by librarian standards, and under normal circumstances, he would face internal discipline for his actions. Especially under the Primarch who despised psychers. Most veterans were no longer thinking about proving themselves, they were now focused on damage control. Meanwhile, the newer recruits from Barbarous, unfamiliar with the deeper currents of the situation, continued cheering, oblivious to the tension. Only Vorks, standing quietly on the sidelines, had an inkling of what was unfolding. All they had seen was their barbarian hero, Hades, defeat a powerful opponent, and now even his superior was stepping up to fight him. Go Hades! On the platform, Hades took a deep breath, staring at Branka. I knew I'd have to fight you. But why aren't you holding a weapon? He dual bell rang, and both sides entered the arena barehanded. Was it a fight to the death? No. Under the dazzling white light, it appeared to be a duel between two people, but in reality, it was a clash of underlying motives from the crowd around them. Among the spectators, some sneered, some were relieved, some were clueless, while others were secretly panicking. On the seats, the Primarch sat still, his expression unreadable. In the crowd, a medic was still providing emergency treatment to Culla. In the corner, Fernando was holding Hugo, treating him, with faint white light flickering intermittently. Outside the hall, Barracine's urgent footsteps echoed in the corridor. The undercurrent surged, yet all converged onto one singular point. Hades took a deep breath. Buzz. The duel began. To conceal his intention of stalling for time, Branka launched the first charge, closing the distance between him and Hades in just a few moments. Hades showed no fear. Since both were unarmed, the fight could only be a close-quarters brawl. He steadied himself, rooted his stance, and focused, adopting a defensive posture. Branka bent low, charging straight at Hades' abdomen, intending to lift him off the ground for a throw. Gripped by Branka, Hades leveraged the momentum, tightly grasping Branka's arms and using the force to leap over Branka's head. As Hades landed heavily, he used the inertia to raise his hand, attempting to throw Branka over his shoulder. But Branka was no ordinary opponent. Although he was not as large or strong as Hades, the veteran adjusted his center of gravity with experience, skillfully diffusing the force Hades applied through his arms. Seeing his move fail, Hades quickly broke free of Branka's hold, turned to face him, and Branka immediately responded to Hades' renewed attack. Hades attempted to repeat his tactic of dragging Branka to the ground and using his size advantage to crush him. However, Branka saw through Hades' plan. Instead of trying to escape as Hades expected, Branka used Hades' strength to bring the fight to the ground first. This time, because Branka had the upper hand, their positions did not allow Hades to employ his grappling techniques again. Hades tried to adjust his position to launch an attack, but Branka wouldn't let him. Branka continuously shifted his own position and posture, countering Hades while occasionally landing a blow of his own. The fight had reached a stalemate. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, a figure approached the pre-march from the audience below. Mordorion turned slightly as Barasine whispered something to the Legion commander. The pre-march stood up. The finely crafted power armor creaked, the incense burners clanged softly, and the heavy footsteps echoed. Inside the duel hall, everyone instantly ceased what they were doing, standing at attention and saluting the pre-march. Hades, still locked in battle with Branka, was suddenly kicked by him. Confused, Hades looked at Branka, who abruptly stood up at attention. Huh? Hades glanced down at the audience. Only now, after being focused on the duel the whole time, did he realize that Mordorion was leaving. Come to think of it, Branka's fighting style wasn't quite like what Hades had seen from him in previous duels, was it? Hades had been bracing himself against Branka's killing moves several times, but strangely, on a few perfect occasions, Branka had let them slip by. So does he want me to win, or is he stalling for time? Hades finally caught on. Quickly, he scrambled up from the stage and saluted. Mordorion casually raised his hand and lowered it again. The warriors ended their salute and watched the towering Primarch's departure. As the pre-march exited, over in the barbarous section, someone moved first, and like a mighty flow of water, the barbarous crowd followed in a slow procession out of the duel hall. Eamacrani. Mordorion did not stop them, allowing his people these small actions. Soon, the only ones left in the duel hall were mostly Terran veterans. And on stage, Hades remained, while the only one in the audience who refused to leave was Vorks, standing there with a dark, stubborn expression. Branka raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look at Hades, who returned the gaze. You didn't go all out. You were holding back. Branka burst into hearty laughter. You noticed, kid. I could tell you were on guard against me the whole time. Branka had seen that Hades was being cautious of him, so he deliberately made a feint, tricking Hades into defending, which allowed him to take down the much larger man. Hades looked at Branka, thought for a moment, and said, Now that the pre-march is gone, let's continue. And don't hold back this time. Branka raised an eyebrow and laughed loudly, glancing at the circle of Terran veterans below the stage as if to say, Look at this rookie, what is he saying? In the audience, those who had been silently watching burst into cheers and shouted some profanities, while others, who had seen Hades fight with Hugo, seemed to be lost in thought. Hades blinked. He looked towards the audience. Vorks, you should go. I'll be fine. Throughout the battle, Vorks had been gritting his teeth, watching Hades fight the veterans. From the very beginning, he had sensed something was off. The conflict between the Barbarous-born and the Terrans felt strange, almost deliberate. Vorks knew he couldn't make a decision, nor could he influence the situation. He had thought of Hades, assuming Hades could help, so he called him to the duel cage. But now it seemed He had brought trouble to Hades instead. Now, besides him and Hades, only Terran veterans remained in the hall. Strangely, it seemed as though, hearing the commotion in the duel hall had died down, countless other veterans were now rushing over to find out what had happened. If he left, Hades would be left alone. What if these Terrans tried something underhanded against Hades? Vork's regretted bringing Hades here. However, Hades looked at him again, as if knowing Vork's concerns. Under the spotlight, Hades' dark eyes sparkled. "It's fine, Vork's. You should go and catch up with our barbarous men. Don't wander off alone. It's not safe to be alone. Hades, if I leave, you'll be the one left alone." But feeling the sharp gazes of the Terran veterans cutting into him like knives, Vork steeled himself and looked at Hades. "Hades, please do your best." Hades grinned broadly. "No worries, I'll fight hard." Hearing that, Vork's turned and left. Once Vork's was gone, Branka spread his arms wide, the white light glaring on his bare torso. "Well, shall we begin now?" "Yeah, let's." Hades readied his stance. "My life as a death guard, my life as a death guard." The white light poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the high platform without reservation. Below the platform, countless gasps of astonishment erupted. On the stage, Hades' right eye was bruised, his body suspended in midair. His left fist smashed directly into Branka's chin, sending Branka flying into the air as well. Branka's body seemed to hover in the air for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground, marking the end of the battle. The outcome was clear. Even after taking Hades' full-powered strike, Branka only stayed down for a few breaths before wobbly getting back on his feet, holding his chin. "Not bad, kid, not bad." Initially, during the battle between Hades and Branka had relied on his experience to predict and suppress Hades' moves. But as the duel went on, Branka realized that Hades was also predicting his attacks. And with each strike, his predictions were more accurate. What's up with this guy? Branka, with his weight and strength, was at a disadvantage compared to Hades. Now that his ability to predict Hades' moves was fading, the scales of victory were tipping completely in Hades' favor. Damn it. Branka suddenly remembered the time Hades had taken down that Type 3 combat servitor. The tactics Hades used weren't those of a typical veteran. Normally, Terraborn veterans would just stand their ground, take a full combo from the servitor, wait for it to expose a weakness, and then strike it down. The more experienced the veteran, the quicker and more accurately they could spot the servitor's flaws and defeat it. But Branka recalled that Hades chose to face the Type 3 head-on, relying on his extraordinary reaction speed, immense strength, and sharp foresight to take it down directly. In other words, Hades had the upper hand in that fight with the Type 3. Branka suddenly realized that he had underestimated this rookie. Damn it, this kid's already this strong, yet he's still spending his days learning High Gothic and using formal speech. If Branka had Hades' abilities as a rookie, he would have already demanded special treatment from their commander. This kid is just weird. Branka spat angrily onto the ground, looking at Hades, who was bruised around the right eye from Branka's punch and clearly exhausted. Defeated by this rookie, Branka thought gloomily. "You're doing this on purpose, right? Acting weak on purpose, right? Phrase, you're up." A strong veteran from the 7th Company jumped onto the platform. But as if expecting Branka's decision, the panting Hades didn't react much. He assumed his fighting stance. "Please. Buzz." When the 3rd veteran was knocked to the ground by the gasping rookie, the atmosphere below the stage had reached a fever pitch. Realizing this rookie was different from the arrogant, useless types and could actually fight without causing trouble made the veterans below delighted. With the Q new section. "Let me get up there and beat him." "But, Joes, that's your move. That punk learned it while watching from below." Aim for his left side. His left arm was injured just now, no strength in it. Go for his lower body. His lower body. Phrase, can you not? How are you losing to an injured rookie? If you're so good, you go. Another figure leapt onto the platform. "I'll go." The figure opposite Hades had already become a blur of colors in his mind. Hades moved right, dodging the attack once again. He let his body move on instinct, reaching out with his right hand, then flipping his opponent over. A beautiful shoulder throw. He had defeated the 6th veteran as of right now. Hades shook his head. His body was covered in bruises, and someone had just kicked him in the abdomen. But none of this was the worst part. The thing bothering Hades the most was that he felt like he had low blood sugar. The exhaustion was becoming more and more pronounced. He was so hungry. He was running out of strength. Another figure jumped onto the platform. Hades assumed his stance again. "Please," he mumbled softly. Then, the opponent used up, down, left, right, baba. Shoryuken. Completely out of strength, Hades was knocked to the ground. Knowing he was defeated, Hades didn't bother to get up. He lay there, conserving his energy. On the opposite side, Branka stood with a deliberately exaggerated, goofy expression, raising both hands high. The battle was over. Cheers and whistles erupted from the crowd below. Branka stood in the spotlight, basking in the never-ending applause. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he lowered his arms and made a shushing motion with his hands across his face. The cheering and excitement stopped immediately. A faint voice rose from the floor of the platform. "You old guys don't fight fair." Branka burst into laughter and pulled Hades up from the ground, letting the exhausted rookie lean on his shoulder. "There's no such thing as fighting fair on the battlefield, kid. This is your first lesson." And Branka raised an eyebrow. "Welcome to the Legion." The cheers and whistles rose once more from the crowd below. Inside the training hall of the 7th Company, there stood a temporary duel cage. Since the farce of that duel, Branka had completely changed Hades' training regimen. Every morning, Hades followed the veterans for specialized training and lessons, while in the afternoons, actual combat began. It wasn't just the veterans of the 7th Company lining up to challenge Hades in one-on-one duels. Veterans from other companies would also come to participate in the duels. The apothecary of the 7th Company would remain stationed beside the duel cage, and whenever Hades collapsed from exhaustion, he would immediately check on him. Typically, Hades, lying on the ground, only needed one dose of concentrated nutrient injection to get back on his feet and continue fighting. If one dose wasn't enough, then two would suffice. Thanks to the enhanced nutrient serums of the Death Guard, Hades had completely said goodbye to the days of eating meals, as even his once leisurely meal times were interrupted by eager veterans looking to challenge him. Unlike the usual one-on-one duels, the Terraborn veterans discovered that when fighting Hades, he could quickly devise attack strategies that targeted their individual strengths and weaknesses. For these veterans, it was an excellent opportunity to improve their combat abilities. Hades' previous leisurely life in the armory had also come to an end. With the Adeptus Mechanicus from Mars around, the armory had become exceptionally busy. With nothing useful for Hades to do there, Branka had pulled him out of the armory. Before leaving, Branka shot a resentful glare at Tech Sergeant Alberto. For Hades, this was also a great opportunity to improve his combat skills. But he wished they wouldn't treat him like an NPC, spawning at regular intervals for challenges. Still, there was no choice. Surrounded by a steady stream of veterans challenging him one-on-one, Hades could only embrace the situation with a mix of pain and joy. This is what happens when you want to slack off, but your well-meaning comrades drag you up for a beating. During this time, Hades' proficiency in both listening and speaking Low Gothic improved rapidly. He could now curse back at Branka in Low Gothic. Though most of the time, it was Hades muttering a few complaints under his breath before being drilled to the bone by Branka, who insisted it was for his own good. "Thank you very much for that," Hades thought sarcastically. Another new recruit in the 7th Company, Vorks, had a completely different training path from Hades. Every day, Vorks would be sent by Branka to different companies to train with them. Hades felt puzzled and annoyed by this. Why was he the one getting beaten up every day? He went to Branka to ask why Vorks had such a different training plan, but the usually rough and direct veteran merely rolled his eyes at him. "How should I know? I just do what I'm told." "If you're so curious, ask Garo." Hades fell silent. Although he had quite literally fought his way into being accepted by the veterans, he still didn't know anyone from the higher ranks except Branka. Theoretically, though, he could go directly to Mordorion. But Hades figured that the Terraborn were probably more aware of their own actions than Mordorion was, so asking him wouldn't help much. Besides, Mordorion wasn't likely to concern himself with such trivial matters. So, Hades decided to go straight to Vorks for answers. Vorks, looking at the curious and innocent-faced Hades, thought for a moment before cautiously replying. "It's possible that Branka and the others want me to interact more with the Barbarous Born." "What?" So that's what they were thinking. It seems that Captain Garo of the 7th Company is not what Hades imagined, and he wants the 7th Company to gradually fade away. But what they didn't know was that Garo was indeed such a person, and the one who actually instructed Garo to do this was the captain of the 1st Company, Barasine. New ES. Plus, /+. The Endurance, Librarium, Hidden Corner. At the same time. Plus. Chief Librarian Fernando stood motionless, deep in thought. After Yugo's absurd behavior, the Primarch immediately ordered an investigation into the past actions of Yugo and Kala Typhon. Unsurprisingly, all their little secrets were laid bare for all to see. Fernando still remembered the day he was summoned to the meeting room to await the Primarch's final decision. The Death Guard had their own military court, but due to the unique nature of this incident, Primarch Mordorion personally led the investigation and judgment. Fernando, as the representative of the librarians, stood in the jury area. The cold aura radiating from the Primarch made the atmosphere in the room dull and oppressive. Fernando subtly swallowed. The librarians teaching psyker abilities to legionaries was a clear violation of regulations. Even if Mordorion sentenced them to death, it wouldn't be an unjust punishment. Given the Primarch's prior attitude towards both the librarians and psykers, Fernando didn't believe that Kala Typhon and Yugo would escape judgment. And yet, the Primarch let them go. This was no ordinary judgment. The librarians hadn't made any notable moves before, and Captain Barasine had no particular reason to protect them. There was only one possibility: Kala Typhon had secretly gone to see the Primarch. In the end, Yugo was demoted to the lowest rank of the librarium, with a lifetime ban on promotions, and Kala Typhon was forbidden from joining the librarium. Moreover, the already overlooked librarium would see its status sink even lower within the Death Guard. This incident had shaken the leadership of the Terraborn faction. The Primarch's forgiveness toward the Barbarousborn was far more lenient than they had expected, forcing them to rethink their strategies. Fernando sighed. Although he was also concerned about the future of the Legion, ever since the Primarch's return, the librarians had been without a future. But that didn't matter. Fernando knew that the Primarch's attitude toward psykers was correct. In the dead silence of the librarium, ensuring no one was around, Fernando stood in the corner, muttering incantations under his breath. Before him, a bookshelf slowly opened as the spell was recited. Within the hidden chamber, flashes of white psychic light and ominous green energy pulsed intensely. Fernando slipped into the chamber, and as the bookshelf quietly returned to its original place, the librarium resumed its quiet, as if no one had ever been there. Plus, Mars transport ship. Plus, the fluctuations received in the storm sector earlier, the coordinates are accurate. It is here, my lord. Binary codes swiftly spread through the air, being received by the tech priest on the other side. In less than a few milliseconds, the stream of data, containing large amounts of location coordinates, information, and a myriad of scientific terms, was decoded. A small light on the metal-covered face of the tech priest blinked briefly. This is good news. The Lords of Mars will be pleased with our discovery. Praise be the Omnicia. Praise be the Omnicia. After finishing a day's training, Hades is now walking quietly down the gray-green corridor, his heavy footsteps echoing dully in the narrow space. Usually, a few veterans would jostle him back to the rest area, but today, Hades had chosen to end training early. He wanted some quiet time to think over recent observations. Using the excuse of needing to go to the Third Archives, he left early. First, Hades was certain he had been chosen. Even though the decision-maker hadn't appeared, Hades could tell from the increasing number of veterans gathering around him over the last few months. While some veterans seemed to just want to give him a beating, others looked at him with a complex gaze. After he took them down and exchanged a few words, they'd even show a hint of approval. But when Hades tried to question them, they'd put on a "I don't know anything" expression, leaving Hades awkwardly feigning ignorance with a polite smile. Hades was speechless. These veterans were terrible at pretending. Compared to the taciturn, hard-to-read officers, these battle-hardened veterans were fairly straightforward. Most of the suggestive veterans were friendly. Hades mentally grouped them into the mild or neutral factions. Those who attacked without a word? Almost certainly radicals. Hades touched his nose. They also hit the hardest. After months of mingling, Hades had finally grasped the veterans' factions and mindsets. Most of them were still neutral, loyal as long as Mordorion led effectively and kept them fighting for the Imperium. Some were in the mild faction, neutral members who'd sided with Mordorion, or those compelled by the natural bond between the Primarch and his sons. The radicals, smallest in number, were ready to die in the next battle. It was clear someone had orchestrated his contact with these Terraborn veterans, and someone else had arranged for Vorks to engage with the Barbarous-born and other units. Initially, Hades thought Garo was responsible, but after learning about some 7th Company history, he realized Garo wouldn't act so overtly. Someone else was behind Garo. But that was beyond Hades's reach for now. The motive was probably simple enough, though. Hades knew what he was after. He was investing. Hades resisted the urge to frown. If this was true, he'd need to see Mordorion again. He'd been so focused on training, he hadn't checked in with Mordorion. Another source of unease for Hades was that, since the outburst in the dueling cage, all information about the Librarius had been completely sealed. Not a single rumor leaked out. And Hades's usual routine didn't overlap with the Librarius or First Company where Kala Typhon was, making it impossible to gather intel. No, he needed to see Mordorion. But it couldn't be now. Hades knew that whoever was backing him was also watching his every move. He'd have to stick to his usual routine for a while longer. After some time, if Hades met their standards, they'd probably approach him directly. With the enemy hidden and him in the open, Hades didn't want to tip them off by going to Mordorion too soon. He was waiting. If they took the bait, Hades had a hunch he could save some of the Terraborn. Weighing the pros and cons, Hades chose to wait. It was still the Great Crusade. Not all of the 21 Primarchs had been found, and the Legion's corruption by chaos hadn't started. Plus, Mortarion's intense hatred for Psykers and his keen vigilance gave Hades hope that Mordorion wouldn't stumble just yet. Mordorion, I believe in you. Don't act recklessly. However, for now, half of the Legion's control still lies with First Company Captain Varysene. Hades is confident that, even if Mordorion occasionally behaves unpredictably, Varysene will surely stay level-headed. Awithikuno. As for the Librarius, Hades indeed has no way to get involved in this area for now. He can't exactly run over to them, shouting, "Let me help you." Especially after he beat up a member of the Librarius, they'd definitely think he's just looking for trouble. Would the Death Guard really abolish the Librarius in the future? An overwhelming sense of helplessness weighed down on Hades. Looks like he would have to talk this over with Mordorion eventually as well. Just then, a ticking sound interrupted Hades's thoughts. Across the empty hallway, a tech priest slowly approached him. Draped in a crimson robe that hunched over a back so bent it looked like it would snap, the tech priest's cable-wrapped mechanical legs emerged from beneath the robe, adjusting their pace as he slowly shuffled through the corridor. A tech priest from the Martian transport ship? Alone? This path could indeed lead to the Forge, but it was quite a complex, winding route. Lost? Can tech priests even get lost? The distance between them grew shorter and shorter. Hades kept his pace steady and passed by the tech priest quickly. The ticking sound gradually faded away. Maybe I was overthinking. Keeping his direction, Hades decided to hurry to the third archives to return a book. He held the Ursian Chronicle in his hands, which he'd borrowed a few months back and still hadn't returned. Not his fault, he'd been getting beaten up every day lately, which naturally slowed down his reading pace. The Ursian Chronicle records the history of the Caucasus region on Terra, the rise of warlords, the formation of local councils, wars, power struggles, and witchcraft. The book contains numerous cases of psychers using sorcery. Howling tribal shamans, blood-drenched rituals, shamans tearing open their bodies as unholy beings crawled from their brains. The book describes these wicked, sacrilegious practices with graphic and exaggerated detail. Hades still remembers the first time he read the descriptions of sorcery. He gawked at the pages, stunned. This is chaos, isn't it? That's a demon, right? What the? As a Tran migrant, Hades knew unmistakably that this was a depiction of chaos from the warp. And that historian, he recommended this book to him? Hades's scalp tingled. Even though half of his head technically lacks a scalp. Suddenly, Hades recalled his conversation with that historian. When he recommended this book, he'd said, "Although this is a history book, you can read it as a novel. We historians scoff at the fantastical elements within." Initially, Hades thought he meant the heroic, mythic exaggerations. Turns out he was referring to psychic phenomena, huh? Hades quickened his steps toward the third archives. Sure enough, the historian wasn't there. Hey kid, time to head back. Sure, right away. Beside the dueling cage, Hades sat in a simple chair, rolling up his sleeve as he waited for Apothecary Leo to finish collecting his daily health data. Today's duels had taken extra time, and as it was nearly rest hour, the training hall was practically empty. Branka stood off to the side, arms crossed and watching Hades with clear impatience. Thanks, Hades said. Finally, Apothecary Leo put away the blood extractor, a massive tool almost the size of a bolt gun. Hades nodded slightly in thanks. Leo gave a small nod back, focusing on the data from Hades's blood analysis. This was, without a doubt, the most resilient blood he'd ever seen. All right, I'll speak with Branka and see about lightening your training load in the coming days. Yes, thanks so much. Leo chuckled, watching Hades's expression of relief. This kid never complained, no matter how tough the training got. For now, the intensity had been gradually reduced on Leo's advice to allow his body time to recover. No problem. Make sure to get rest and come to me if anything feels off. Of course. I'll come find you right away. Hades nodded enthusiastically as Leo unfastened the binding around Hades's arm. He glanced over at Branka and motioned to Hades that he was free to go. Thanks, Leo. Hades called out. Branka, seeing Hades coming over, gave him a solid clap on the back. Let's go. But even then, Branka didn't miss the chance to flash Leo a grin. Leo was used to it. He ignored Branka, focusing on packing up the medkit and other mobile equipment. Branka and Hades left. Their footsteps echoed down the corridor. Since it was late, most of the Death Guard had already returned to their quarters, leaving only the two of them in the hallway. They chatted here and there as they walked, with Hades thinking back to a recent encounter in the same hallway. Hey Branka, do tech priests ever walk around the Legion ships alone? Huh? What are you talking about? When do those guys ever like to walk around on their own? On Legion ships, tech priests were always accompanied by the Master of the Forge. It was both hospitality and surveillance. Speaking of Master of the Forge, Branka couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. When Garo found out that Enrique had taken Hades to the armory previously, he'd summoned Branka with an unimpressed look. Sure, it ate into Hades's rest time, but it didn't affect his training, right? Though lately. But I really saw a tech priest walking alone in the hallway, Hades interrupted, pulling Branka out of his thoughts. Then you must have imagined it. Damn it. Enrique's still been pestering Branka for Hades lately. Wasn't he busy enough hosting the tech priests already? After falling into the trap last time, Branka wasn't about to get caught again and had reported the situation directly to Garo. The result? Enrique sent Tech Sergeant Alberto over to harass him every day. Why is your 7th Company equipment wearing out so fast? Why'd you order so many power armor units last time? Why don't you worry about the combat servitors before I do something drastic? A with circumflex Nigeria Nairoius. Sigh. It's all Hades' fault. At this, Branka threw an exasperated glance at Hades. Hades didn't notice, though, as he was busy recalling the tech priest. A strange tech priest walking alone in the hallway? Branka likely wouldn't know much about this either. Looks like he'd have to visit the armory again. As they neared the rest area, a figure quietly appeared in their path. It was Lane, a veteran from the 1st Company. Lane looked at Hades, then turned his gaze to Branka. Branka seemed to sense something and immediately straightened up. They saluted each other. Then Branka gave Hades a firm pat on the back. Off you go, kid. Someone wants to see you. Lane nodded at Hades, indicating that he should follow. Hades raised an eyebrow but showed no surprise. He knew who he'd been waiting for had finally come to find him. Branka left naturally. Hades then looked at Lane. If it was a veteran from the 1st Company, then odds were. It was 1st Company Captain Barasine. Who would have thought? Hades had always assumed that someone who had once controlled an entire legion wouldn't be so willing to relinquish his authority. But what if that was his actual intention? Lane's face remained calm as he looked at Hades, offering no explanation. Likewise, Hades had no intention of asking any questions. Lane navigated the hidden paths of the Endurance with ease, leading Hades down secluded passages where they didn't encounter a single soul. They walked for what felt like a very long time. Finally, they arrived in front of a concealed meeting room door. The door looked like it had been forgotten in some corner of the Endurance. Its paint had not been changed to green, instead bearing the dark red color of the Dusk Raiders. Hades raised an eyebrow. Lane opened the door and motioned for Hades to enter. Without hesitation, Hades stepped inside. 7 company captains sat in the room, with 1 seat left vacant. They looked at him. Plus, the Endurance Armory. Now, plus, Enrique, master of the Forge of the Death Guard. May I ask if the Death Guard will be applying for a new batch of Tech Sergeant training courses within this Terran standard year? The scent of incense with a hint of motor oil wafted from the censers beneath the tech priest's red robe. Thank you for the suggestion, but our Primarch, Lord Mordorion, has just returned, and most of the recruits are reluctant to miss training with him. Enrique, master of the Forge of the Death Guard, do you mean to say that the Death Guard will not apply for Tech Sergeant training within this Terran year? Enrique looked at his counterpart. This time, the tech priest from Mars was not the usual C-3965 UF. It seemed that with the Primarch's return, Mars had increased its attention toward their legion. Based on my personal calculations, I do not recommend the Death Guard forego Tech Sergeant training. The number of Tech Sergeants in the Death Guard currently cannot meet the Legion's needs. This was true. But the barbarous recruits of the Death Guard were insistent on not missing the chance to train under Mordorion. Even though Enrique had urged the companies to submit their reports quickly, few names had come in, and the quality was not very high. Except for Hades, but he hadn't been reported by Garo. Originally, Enrique had planned to use this Mars transport ship to get Hades on board and out of their hands. Once he was on the Mars ship, it wouldn't be under their control anymore. But it was clear that remarkable individuals were sought after by everyone. Hades had been noticed by someone higher up. Enrique furrowed his brows imperceptibly. Thank you for the suggestion. The Forge Division will issue another announcement about Tech Sergeant recruitment within the Death Guard, and we will notify you before the Mars transport ship departs. The tech priest opposite him clicked softly a few times. It's not a very large space. The meeting room is plain and unadorned, with an outdated, rarely seen mechanical clock hanging on the white wall, ticking monotonously. A banner hangs from another wall, but it's not decorative, just a single, solid color, and its edges are slightly yellowed. In the center of the room is a long table. 6 captains are seated along its length, while at the head of the table opposite the door sits the first commander of the Death Guard, the captain of the 1st Company, Barasine. Each person has a small lamp in front of them, the room's only light source, casting a faint yellow glow that barely illuminates the already dim room. Please have a seat. Barasine spoke, his Barbarousian accent making his High Gothic sound strangely stilted, with light syllables overemphasized, creating a disjointed rhythm to the short phrase. He gestured for Hades to sit on the opposite side of the table, directly facing him. Thank you, Hades replied in fluent High Gothic. He sat down. A brief silence followed, broken only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. You don't seem surprised, Barasine observed, his tone calm as he looked at Hades. With such a unique training method, I had an inkling, Hades replied smoothly. We were abrupt. We should have arranged this better. Hades blinked, surprised by the other's courteousness. No, I enjoyed training with those from Terra. I've learned many new tactics. Barasine remained expressionless, giving no hint of his thoughts as he listened to Hades' response. Let's be candid with each other, Barasine said, his gaze steady. Hades, you're called the Revenant in Barbarous, aren't you? Hades nodded. It seemed that Barasine had thoroughly researched his background on Barbarous. This wasn't just a gesture of goodwill, it was also an implied show of strength. Anno Epsilon. Barasine was the hunter hidden in the shadows, while Hades was already exposed to the light. But Barasine bore no ill will. This show of strength was merely to give them leverage. The hunter began to speak. As the interim commander of the former Dusk Raiders and now first commander of the Death Guard, captain of the 1st Company, I hope we can reach some kind of agreement. Go on, Hades replied. Allow me to first explain our reasoning, Barasine continued. You may already know that after each Primarch's return, the Legion's recruitment planets are generally shifted to the Primarch's homeworld, rather than continuing on Terra. This also means that we Terrans are destined to become a part of the past. Hades remained silent, waiting for Barasine to go on. But the Legion's transition doesn't happen overnight. It's a long process, potentially lasting centuries. During this time, each battle, every shift, means fewer and fewer Terrans. Our status will gradually become more marginal. Hades spoke up, his voice slightly hoarse. So, you want me to? Hades paused, choosing his words carefully. Look out for these Terrans? The previously motionless attendees each reacted subtly. One blinked, another averted their gaze, while Garo remained entirely still. But Barasine broke into a slight smile, the expression creeping to the corners of his mouth. It seems you're not one to be overly modest. That makes our conversation much easier. Yes, that's exactly it. But it's not just that. The rare smile faded, and Barasine became serious once more. In fact, we need your help right now. The other people at the table all turned their eyes towards Hades. In our interactions with the Primarch, we've come to realize that he may not appreciate us as much as we'd hoped. He didn't use Legion Commander or Lord Mordorion, nor even Father. What he said was the Primarch. A small but significant act of defiance. This time it was Hades' turn. He decided to probe Barasine's intentions further. Raising an eyebrow, Hades asked, "So, you're hoping I'll speak with Mordorion?" Barasine fell silent. Then he spoke again. "One could say yes. We hope that you can improve the Primarch's attitude toward us." A single thought from the Primarch could mean the difference between life and death on the next battlefield. I know this doesn't align well with Legion protocol, but we've learned that someone has already attempted to do it. And you and he share a bond forged in blood. Hades fell silent. Though untimely, Hades couldn't shake the feeling that he was some kind of ornament, a trinket dangled into position under Mortarion's name. In a sense, he had fulfilled the vow he made long ago on Barbarous. No, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. If he were to persuade Mordorion to change his views on Terrans, Hades doubted he could prevail against the Primarch's stubbornness. But if it was simply to ensure Mordorion wouldn't deliberately purge the Terrans, that, Hades thought, might be worth a try. Hades responded. This type of thing doesn't show immediate changes. How can you be sure I'll try to persuade Mordorion at all? Barasine looked at Hades, his expression steady. We trust that you will. From their observations, whether Hades was being genuine or merely pretending, his attitude had already been made clear. If Hades were sincere, he'd have no reason to lie or hide and would assist the Terrans naturally. If he were merely pretending, well, that would make things even simpler. It would mean Hades had understood the captain's intentions and chosen to accept them. In other words, he was waiting for Barasine's offer. If you're willing to help us, we can gradually cede some control of the Terran forces to you. Why did Barasine initially choose Typhon? Firstly, because of his close relationship with Mordorion, meeting a primary prerequisite. The second prerequisite was, he was greedy. Barasine understood, no one is free from greed. Driven by greed, he would never forego something he could claim, nor easily relinquish what he already possessed. With just a share of command over the Terran forces, they could entice him. He would willingly seek to expand his influence within the Terran ranks. He'd protect the Terran soldiers in front of the Primarch. At the very least, this would ensure that Terrans wouldn't be intentionally thrown into high-casualty, intense battles by the Primarch. But that was Typhon. Barasine looked at Hades across the table. From previous personality assessments and profiles, Hades did not seem to fit this mold. In their profiles, Hades was depicted as meticulous beneath a rough exterior. He also seemed keenly interested in the internal affairs of the Terrans. However, he didn't seem particularly power-hungry. Barasine sighed internally. He hoped Hades also craved power. Otherwise, well, he was skilled at appealing to self-interest, but if that failed, he'd be forced to rely on vague notions of loyalty and duty to bind him. The clock in the room continued its duty with a steady tick-tock, the dim yellowish glow slowly sighing across the darkness. Hades glanced silently around the long table at the 7 captains seated there, their faces expressionless and severe as they gazed back at him, waiting for his response. Hades remained silent. He understood them. The gradual replacement of Terrans by Barbarousians was an inevitable outcome for the Legion. Rather than resist, it was wiser to secure a representative now to minimize the losses. And they had chosen Hades. However, could it really be that mere satisfactory observation would allow them to willingly hand over a portion of control to him? There was likely some hidden complexity behind this offer. This was as much a bargaining chip as it was a leash. If Hades accepted, he would likely be bound to the Terran faction and gradually embedded within the command structure. But even without the Terran's request, Hades could likely reach this level on his own, thanks to his capabilities and Mortarian's regard. More importantly, Hades himself had no such ambition. Becoming part of the command structure wasn't as simple as directing from the battlefield. It involved communication with superiors, coordination with peers, allocation of internal resources, and managing subordinates' concerns. These weren't idle careerists he'd be overseeing, but actual combat soldiers. If he truly entered management, it would consume vast amounts of time and energy, tying him down as little more than a workhorse. Until he achieved real accomplishments, these veteran soldiers would likely have choice words for him. They would grant him appearances and work but withhold actual authority. It really wasn't necessary. Moreover, during the Great Crusade, internal management authority in the Legion wasn't all that significant, as most of the command simply executed the orders of the Imperium and the Primarch. With Circumflexo. They were the management layer, not the decision-making layer. The decision-making layer would be the new structure Mortarion himself would establish. If Hades truly wanted to raise a force of his own, his best option would be to seek Mortarion's approval to oversee the development and recruitment on Barbarous. Therefore, there was no need to entangle himself with the veterans. Toward these veterans, Hades maintained a stance of respect and support, with an approach of collaboration. He sought the veterans' support and understanding, guiding them at key points and subtly hinting at how they could adapt. Out of personal regard for the future and admiration for the veterans, Hades was undoubtedly going to approach Mortarion to persuade him to retain most of the Terrans. And Hades only needed to be the one observing from the sidelines, monitoring the situation, providing early warnings, and ensuring safety measures were in place. Contrary to Barasine's interest-driven strategy, Hades intended to play the sentiment card. Long ago on Barbarous, Hades wielded no direct command, yet people would willingly follow or assist him, even if only catching a distant glimpse of him. He demonstrated his ability and conviction, and they extended their trust. Hades had always played the sentiment card. So, a straightforward gain laden with conditions and binding limitations wasn't something that would sway him. He looked at Barasine, offering a humble smile. "Thank you, but I'm not particularly interested in control over the Terran forces. However, out of respect and admiration for the Terran troops, I'm willing to go to Mortarion and attempt to persuade him." Sigh. Barasine couldn't help but sigh. This didn't seem like an act. If Hades were pretending, he would have deflected or modestly expressed his lack of capability. If he were truly driven by greed, he would have inquired into the details of the offered management rights. But Hades did neither, even going out of his way to dispel any doubts they might have. So it was true then. They really had discovered a hidden gem. Clicking his tongue, Barasine thought, why did Garo notice Hades first? Could someone like this truly exist, someone willing to set aside their native star's mindset to accept a culture that had not been friendly to them? And considering Garo had initially assigned Hades a rather challenging task, his experience upon joining the Legion hadn't been exactly ideal. Surely no one could be this free from grudges. But Barasine looked over at Hades. Indeed, such a person did exist. What Barasine didn't know was that, as an outsider, Hades had little attachment to notions rooted in territory. More importantly, Hades already knew the tragic and inspiring tales that lay ahead for these loyalist veterans. But Barasine knew none of this. All he could tell was that Hades was playing the sentiment card, so he would have to respond in kind. They would have to return this sentiment. And to maintain their relationship with Hades, they needed to keep him close. Barasine's heavy voice broke the silence. "I have to admit, your attitude has surpassed our expectations. We also appreciate your willingness to learn and understand our culture. But we can't let you approach the Primarch on our behalf without showing our sincerity as well." Barasine paused, seeming to consider his next words. "If there's anything you discover or something you'd like to do and need assistance with, feel free to reach out to us. As long as it's within reasonable limits, we'll be able to support you." He glanced around at the captains seated along the table. We believe in your desire to help, so if there's ever anything you feel we should be warned about or advised on, just come to us directly. Hades' heart leaped slightly. So this is what it's like dealing with perceptive minds. They had practically guessed what he'd been hoping for. Their proposals aligned closely with his expectations. So he didn't hold back. Thank you very much. Then, hesitating slightly, Hades continued. In that case, for our future actions, may I know what each of you has planned? With Hades' affirmative response, the room's tension eased. Barasine seemed to exhale a relieved sigh, his once tense body relaxing as he folded his arms. The moderates and the pragmatists will stay put, while the radicals will be grouped together for the next campaign, led by myself and Tetsus, the captain of the second company. Casualties were inevitable. Hades knew this was bound to happen, yet hearing it spoken so matter-of-factly, it stirred something within him. Noticing Hades' surprise, Barasine gave a tired smile. His once solemn and calm face now looked older. You're close to the Primarch. Don't tell me you didn't see this coming. But you're the leader of the moderates. Barasine turned his gaze back to Hades, as if to commend him for noticing the intricacies within the Terran forces. I'm only here because I happen to be in this position. Besides, a faint light flashed in Barasine's eyes. To personally abandon one's former comrades, I doubt anyone could do so lightly. Silence. A tremendous silence pressed down once again. But this time, no one spoke. In the vast emptiness of space, the resilient ship Endurance floated smoothly among the stars. Like a dagger in the hand of death, it waited silently for the next inevitable demise. People streamed across its hull, busy as ants. And in a hidden, inconspicuous corner of this vessel, a conversation was taking place that would determine the fate of the entire Legion. Facing the assembled captains, Hades let out a deep sigh. I'll speak with Mordorion. I'll do my best, I swear. Barasine met Hades' gaze, a look of gratitude in his eyes. We thank you for that. It seemed that the conversation would end there. But Barasine continued. Hades, what plans do you have for the future? I heard you have quite an interest in the armory. If Hades were to join the armory, his career path as an Astartes would take a drastic turn, altering his position within the Legion. Unlike the Iron Hands or Iron Warriors, where Tetmarines and Master of the Forge gained high esteem and a route to senior leadership, the Death Guard's Tetmarines had always been sidelined. But in his observations, Barasine had noted Hades' distinct enthusiasm for the armory. Originally, Barasine had wanted Hades to join the command ranks, which would mean foregoing the path of a Tetmarine. But now, if Hades wasn't interested in command, then aiding him in joining the armory would be a way of doing him a favor. More importantly, as a Tetmarine, even if Hades gained a strong reputation among the Terran soldiers, he would still be primarily supporting the Legion rather than directly involved in its command. With a cute Thailand body, yes. This was another form of restraint, or perhaps insurance. And sitting across from him, Hades, upon hearing his words, appeared thoughtful. For Hades, he had always leaned toward the path of a solitary technician, solving problems by handcrafting weapons of mass destruction. His experience on Barbarous had also taught him that, without the right equipment, they would never have been able to slay the Xenos overlord Nikair. Even in a universe where psychic powers and the warp were real, Hades wanted to harness the power of technology. Although here, the widespread use of advanced equipment was not merely a matter of research, it also required resources, forging, distribution, and bureaucratic approval. Still, Hades felt that if he could develop new technologies, it would be an exciting endeavor. As an Astartes, his peak would be to serve as a second-in-command under a Primarch, guiding the Legion's military future. But as a Tetmarine, a sort of gearhead, his potential could be even higher, like that of Belisarius Cawl. In Warhammer terms, why not simply create more Primaris Astartes to solve every problem? Not that, but as a Tetmarine, if Hades developed new technology and chose to share it, the wars he participated in would extend far beyond his own Legion. Every round fired from a weapon of his design would bear the weight of his efforts. One could fight all day and night, swinging a blade to fell only a handful. But if that blade were a lost lance? Hades knew that as a Tetmarine, he could wield his abilities in a way that elevated his impact on an entirely new level. It was no longer about realistic goals, it was about fulfilling his personal aspirations. So, yes, given my capabilities and inclinations, I am very much interested in becoming a tech marine. Barasine smiled. All right, I'll inform the armory of your intentions. But Barasine's tone shifted. If you truly wish to become a tech marine, it would require at least 30 years of study on Mars. As it happens, a convoy from Mars is arriving soon. You could leave with them in 2 months. This would mean missing part of the Death Guard's integration phase. If you'd rather stay, you could wait for the next Martian envoy. But Hades' mind was already racing beyond Barasine's words. Mars. In other words, he could catch a glimpse of Terra? No, it would be Earth. Hades felt a faint ache in his heart. As someone who had been inexplicably tossed into this alien and brutal place, the image of that blue planet, his homeland from his dreams, always echoed within him whenever he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. Of course, he had to go. He had to see Earth. To be honest, Hades still hadn't fully figured out if he had crossed worlds or time itself. But maybe if he took a look at Terra, he'd understand? This was one of the few personal motives he had left. However, Hades suddenly realized another issue. It'll take at least 30 standard Terran years to study on Mars? Yes. Barasine looked at Hades in confusion. Wait, would Mordorion even allow him to go? It seemed he'd have to negotiate with Mordorion after all. As for whether to go to Mars now, Hades leaned toward leaving as soon as possible. Missing the training period didn't matter too much to him, but he didn't want to miss the Death Guard's first battle. Galopar. This battle would be a turning point, both for the Death Guard and for Mordorion. Hades didn't want to miss it. I hope to leave soon, without delay. Very well. Barasine nodded. Also, Barasine's expression turned serious again. Between Kulla and Vorks, who do you recommend? He was consulting him on this? Hades was surprised, but responded without hesitation. Any delay on his part would be a failure of his duty. Vorks. Even if Kulla Typhon hadn't yet betrayed anyone and was still loyal, with his own unique views and personality, he was like a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. Hades had to set up safeguards in advance to minimize potential damage. Barasine watched Hades' Vorks then. It looked like the position of First Company Captain's Deputy had been decided. Initially, Barasine had leaned toward Kulla, but the incident in the Isekai'd duel cage had made him rethink his choice. Though Kulla was close to the pre-march, his personality and actions made Barasine wary of placing him in such a high position. Vorks, meanwhile, though less acquainted with the pre-march, seemed more suited to Barasine's idea of strategy, control, and capability. But inwardly, Barasine let out a quiet sigh. The position had really been meant for Hades. But with the agreements they'd come to, there was no need to discuss it further. At the close of the meeting, Barasine spoke to Hades. Chief Librarian Fernando has been requesting a meeting with you lately. It would be best to pay him a visit. Perhaps he intends to apologize. Is that so? Plus, in a note from the author. Lately, a reader's comment sent me back to reread some of the original Death Guard novels, and I realized I've taken a few character portrayals in a different direction. Even though different books sometimes present inconsistent portrayals of characters, I did base my writing on 2 main novels and various analyses. Still, I noticed I've been a bit led astray by secondary interpretations. I focused too much on fan theories and not enough on the originals, so my depiction of the 14th Legion lost some of its authentic tone. Ultimately, it's my writing ability that's lacking, but the story's already set in motion, so I'll have to continue along with my version. Fernando sat opposite Hugo, looking at him with a serious expression. You're saying that when the new recruit touched you, you felt your psychic abilities being suppressed? Hugo nodded silently. But before you came into full contact with him, you didn't feel any discomfort. Yes, teacher. Fernando remained silent. Based on abilities alone, this seemed like a case of an untouchable. However, none of the untouchables he had encountered or read about had ever exhibited such odd behavior as this recruit. Fernando recalled the suggestive conversation he had with Barasine after Hugo's duel with Hades. The recruit, Hades, received a weapon from the Emperor. A scythe, but it was carried exclusively by a Sister of Silence. Barasine looked at him again. Fernando, you still aren't very good at hiding your emotions. You've changed noticeably since that derelict ship incident. Fernando stayed silent. But Barasine didn't push further. I don't understand psychic abilities, but I trust you. If you need help, come find me. Besides, don't worry too much. I have an emergency protocol in place specifically for any psychic energy leak incidents in the library. I've also been monitoring the black ships in this sector. I can reach them at any time. Fernando finally spoke, his voice hoarse. If this matter were discovered, would their forces really be spared from annihilation? Did Barasine truly understand the gravity of the situation, or did he only have a vague idea? Fernando wasn't sure. Yet he still preferred to handle the matter internally. No, thank you, Barasine. Even if this recruit might not be an untouchable, having the right capability would suffice. It had to be done quickly, it was growing. He needed to meet the recruit as soon as possible before making a decision. Perhaps, at this moment, a divination was in order. Plus, endurance, librarius. Now, plus. In here, countless books were crammed into shelves, some even being rare originals, with centuries of wisdom slumbering within. The library, usually bright, was now plunged into darkness, with every light extinguished, enveloping the room in silence. In the center of the library, surrounded by shelves, a faint white glow shimmered. Fernando sat at the center, a deck of pure black cards laid out before him. Around him, ancient weapons with bloodstains were arranged in an orderly manner: swords, bolt guns, and a thermal gun. 3 unlit candles were interspersed among them. With a cute. Some of these weapons had been wielded by previous members of the Librarium, while others were honors bestowed by the Emperor after victorious battles. Golden inscriptions covered the floor, radiating outward from Fernando and the empty seat across from him as the center. Almost alive, the inscriptions writhed constantly. Fernando closed his eyes tightly. Psychic lightning flickered around his head, forming a white crown of thorns. He still had half a standard Terra hour until his meeting with Hades. If Hades were an untouchable, he couldn't be directly involved in the divination. His presence would disrupt the psychic's connection to the warp. Thus, Fernando could only choose a time and place connected to Hades, using the empty seat as a proxy for him. In this world, psychics with ability would employ various methods, invoking prophecy to capture the psychic resonance from the warp, which lacks any concept of time, to interpret their past, present, and future. The Librarium would also conduct divinations before each significant battle, foreseeing the situation ahead. And during battle, using short-term predictions to anticipate the opponent's actions is also a common phenomenon. Fernando steadied his will, immersing himself in the familiar sensations of divination, fully connecting with the warp. A bright white light flared up as the inscriptions began to glow, writhing and climbing onto the surrounding weapons like golden chains, binding them tightly. The deck of tarot cards suddenly floated, both sides pure black, shuffling in a dazzling display. The cards rose into an arched formation, each spaced apart. This time, Fernando, following the latest star alignments, chose the Holy Triangle Divination. He shuffled the deck 3 times and drew the 7th card each time, representing past, present, and future. The cards began to turn, and a drop of blood trickled from the corner of Fernando's eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like it was yanked by an invisible force, the 7th card flew through the air and landed precisely on one of the 3 divisions of the circular inscription. A spark flickered, and a candle suddenly ignited. The past was set. The remaining floating card spun, shuffling again in midair. 7. A card pulled out sharply, and a flame burst up on another candle. The present was revealed. The power of the warp drove the final card's manifestation. 7. The last candle lit as the final tarot card silently fell onto the circle. The future awaited. The remaining cards settled back into place, and the psychic energy began to diminish. The glowing inscriptions faded, leaving only the 3 quietly lying tarot cards and the 3 burning candles. Plus a sneer plus. Fernando opened his eyes, blood tears streaming down. Intricate, complex patterns began to emerge on the black card faces. The first card, facing Fernando, was illuminated in vibrant yellow light, with a full circle rising. Inverted star. Since this was a proxy reading, an inverted position for Fernando meant an upright position for Hades. Their fates in the divination were mirrored. But A proxy reading would also reflect the fate of the diviner. The upright star symbolized hope, the fulfillment of ideals. Could this refer to Hades helping his Primarch unify the planet on Barbarous? But the inverted star. Fernando felt his heart skip a beat. Failure, helplessness. He remembered the derelict ship with the engraved star emblem. No, divination doesn't reveal such specific details. Fernando studied his emotions, focusing on the next card. Straight lines outlined a massive aesthetic machine, filling the card. The Titan. These powerful machines of war, in upright position, meant taking initiative, seizing the advantage, and honesty. Perhaps in his upcoming conversation with Hades, Fernando should be more forthright. Reversed, Titans signified loss of control, unexpected events, disrupted plans. Fernando furrowed his brows. He might need to warn his next visitor. And the third card, symbolizing the future. Chaotic colors spilled randomly over the card's surface, with no discernible pattern, and twisted, erratic lines filled it. Will of Fate. Yet, in the one place indicating orientation, there was a burnt-out void, as if scorched. The card was distorted. Fernando had never drawn this card in prior divinations, not even in the Legion's bloodiest battles. And even worse, the orientation of the Wheel of Fate was twisted. Wheel of Fate, in upright positions, symbolized opportunity and change, while reversed represented failure due to misjudgment. But under normal circumstances, Wheel of Fate wouldn't appear. The card's significance was simply too vast. Fernando fell silent. The library door opened, and right on schedule, Hades entered. Only to see Fernando, tears of blood streaming down his face, surrounded by strange weapons scattered on the floor. Hades froze. Should he not have come right now? Was it too late to leave? In the dimly lit library, the faint glow of 3 candles burned quietly, casting shadows that crept into every corner. Hades sat across from Fernando, staring in disbelief at the 3 tarot cards spread before him. The darkened library, strewn with ancient weapons, the golden inscription scattered across the floor, the blood marks on Fernando's face. Hades blinked in surprise. Wasn't Fernando supposed to apologize? If not for Barricine urging Hades to come and repeatedly assuring him that Fernando meant no harm, Hades would have bolted to alert the captains the moment he saw the scene. And now here he was, sitting in this eerie circle. Why did it feel like he was about to be sacrificed any second? Fernando, however, sat opposite him with a calm yet serious expression. According to his divination, this conversation required him to be honest and take control of the conversation swiftly. Hello, Hades. I apologize for meeting under such circumstances, but the situation is urgent, so allow me to get straight to the point. I've discussed this with Barricine. You'll answer my questions first, and after that, I'll give you the answers you seek. I swear, as the chief librarian, I need your truthful response. Please, don't withhold anything. Hades swallowed, feeling that Fernando's words, combined with the scene, were a bit crazy. Was this how all psychers behaved? Fernando's voice interrupted Hades' thoughts. Allow me to ask, are you an untouchable or some other kind of being? Or, can you restrict the use of psychic abilities? To an uninformed librarian watching Hades fight Hugo, it might have seemed like Hades was indeed an untouchable. But the seasoned chief librarian knew Hades' unique physique went beyond the typical traits of an untouchable. Hades pondered. Would Fernando believe him if he said he didn't fully understand his own nature? In Hades' self-assessment, he considered himself a mutated untouchable. After all, the Emperor had indirectly acknowledged his special physique by bestowing him with the Scythe obituary via the Sister of Silence and the Custodians. So, Hades began to speak slowly. I believe my physique is a variant of the untouchable. At present, I can restrict the powers of psychers and sever their connection to the warp. Fernando's eyes lit up at this, but he quickly pressed on, his urgency almost aggressive. But in the duel with Hugo, why didn't you simply sever his link to the warp? As far as I know, an untouchable merely makes psychers uneasy by their presence alone, RN. Hades replied. That's where I differ. I can currently only suppress the psychic energy or warp fluctuations that come in direct contact with my body. My abilities. Hades frowned. Can't yet extend beyond my body. Fernando, however, didn't appear shocked by this response. He simply reached out his hand towards Hades, saying, Now, sever my connection to the warp. Wait, this direct. Hades could hardly refuse the request, especially since he sensed that Fernando wasn't exactly in a stable state. Besides, restraining him might offer Hades some peace of mind. Hades focused, enveloping his right hand in his black aura, and reached out to grasp Fernando's wrist. Fernando's pupils contracted. Silence. Fernando had just finished communing with the warp, and the faint humming still lingered in his ears. The moment Hades clasped his hand, his world went silent. His link to the warp was severed, and a searing sensation shot up his arm. Across from him, Hades' figure began to blur and take on a sinister cast. Fernando blinked in disbelief, as though he needed confirmation. Looking down, he realized that the constantly warping tarot cards before him now looked as ordinary as regular paper. This rookie, no, Hades, had truly severed the connection to the warp. This meant he might be able to neutralize that entity. A wave of exhilaration surged through Fernando's heart. Sitting across from him, Hades exhaled deeply. In his black field of sight, Fernando's soul appeared as a radiant, pure white, a bright presence without the loathsome energy he often sensed. When facing the sorcerer overlords of Barbarous, Hades could unmistakably feel the psychic energies they wielded, a sickening sensation, filled with foulness and revulsion. But Fernando had none of that. Good. You are pure. Hades thought to himself, then released his grip. Even the thought of prolonged, even minor erosion of another person's soul sent a chill through him. So, that's how it is, Hades said, looking at Fernando and waiting for his next move. At that moment, a mix of exhilaration, relief, and fatigue flashed across the usually stoic face of the chief librarian. Very well. But Fernando quickly returned to his serious expression. Hades, what is your perspective on the warp? Don't hesitate. I'm not interested in how you know or came to understand any of this. It was possible that the Emperor's Sister of Silence and Custodians had shared something with Hades. As the Emperor's close allies, the Sister of Silence and Custodians often came closer to the truth than the legions themselves. Hades hesitated again. Fernando was asking him to reveal his core knowledge. But Hades had a sense that his opposite might have glimpsed a piece of the truth behind the warp. The urgency to find an untouchable probably meant something involving psychic abilities, and the warp was at stake. Hades wasn't fully aware of the relationship between the legions and the Emperor's only untouchable forces, the Sister of Silence, but it seemed likely that the legions couldn't directly request the Sister's help. And any operation requiring the Sister of Silence, intervention would inevitably draw the attention of the Emperor and Malcador. For the legions as a whole, this might not be a good sign. Since Fernando had come seeking his assistance, and based on certain psychic phenomena he'd observed, Hades chose to withhold part of the information and replied, I believe that there are entities in the warp that exist by the rules of that realm, and these entities bear extreme malice toward humanity. Psychics, who are more closely connected to the warp, are more susceptible to their corruption and erosion. As soon as he finished speaking, Hades noticed tears of blood once again trailing down Fernando's cheeks. His voice, now even rougher than before, echoed out. Now I am certain. After all, to the average person, the notion of entities within the warp would sound like madness. You are the embodiment of the Wheel of Fortune from the divination. Up until now, Fernando had only been able to find scattered references to the warp in ancient texts. Yet, here before him, Hades had effortlessly spoken truths that Fernando had only reached after grueling experiments and painstaking deduction. Now, I can address your questions. So, let me tell you a story. Have you ever heard of demons? Tea was a strange place. The entire room was carpeted with layers of dense, decaying spore bodies. Once thriving, these resilient plants were now dead, their pale yellow spores floating up into the air with every step Fernando took, swirling gently. Vines had overtaken the control console, thick, coarse tendrils covering the buttons and levers. Not far off, the remains of a human corpse sat half upright, entangled in vines as well. Even through his helmet, Fernando could smell a thick stench of decay. Yet, all these things were already lifeless, shriveled and dried rather than decomposing. In other words, the source of the stench lay elsewhere. Stay alert. Activate low-level shields. Fernando spoke in a low voice through his helmet's comm channel. Immediately, Jose behind him activated a psychic shield, surrounding them in a dim white glow. This derelict ship had been discovered by a nearby explorator ship from the Mechanicus. Upon detecting an abnormal level of psychic energy on board, the crafty tech priest had quickly requested reinforcement from the nearest Legion psychers. And as it happened, the Dusk Raiders were close by. So, here they were. The spoils from the exploration would be shared with the Legion, and the Mechanicus tech priest had taken his squad of Scutarii to the engine room, even insisting that Fernando send a few of his psychers along. According to the Mechanicus tech priest, when he first encountered this vessel, it had been moving at a speed incomprehensible by the laws of the physical world. He had then babbled on in a quick, low tone, explaining the engine room's significance and the great effort he had put into halting the ship. But as an librarian, Fernando wasn't particularly interested in all that. The Legion gave them orders, and they executed them. Simple as that. Fernando was far more curious as to why the ship exhibited such intense psychic energy. The warp's energies typically couldn't affect the physical universe directly. It required certain conditions to weaken the boundary between the warp and the material realm. With Rave New Thailand bot. That condition was something in the physical world actively working to weaken this barrier. In general, the use of psychic powers would trigger this process, forcibly drawing warp energy across the boundary, gradually weakening the divide. Psychers could cause such phenomena, or it could arise from large-scale rituals, where the emotional resonance of human souls produced intense fluctuations, also weakening the boundary. Additionally, certain Xenos technologies, or naturally occurring phenomena at the points where the warp and material universe were closely connected, could cause this effect. As for this ship, Fernando suspected it might have employed Xenos technology, but the clearly unusual state of the command room suggested that his assessment might be off. Either a psyker had been aboard, or some kind of ritual sacrifice had taken place here. Sensing something, Fernando readied his bolter and moved toward the area with the densest psychic energy. It was a corner of the command room, heavily shrouded in spore corpses. Behind him, Jose silently increased the strength of the psychic shield. Taking a deep breath, Fernando used his psychic energy to clear away the spores. A hidden door emerged before them, marked with a symbol. An abstract pair of hands appeared to be holding up a star, with a vine coiling around the base of the hands. That symbol almost certainly indicated a ritual sacrifice. Sensing that the level of psychic energy beyond the door was manageable, Fernando drew his longsword. An arc of psychic flame danced along the blade, and without hesitation, Fernando used the sword to cut through the hidden door. An overpowering stench instantly surged forward. Inside the small, dimly lit room, a yellowish-green sludge filled the space up to an Astartes knee, with unknown patches of pale yellow grease floating within. At the bottom, a layer of foul green sludge had already settled. In the center of the room, atop an altar fashioned from human flesh and fat, stood a writhing mass of flesh. With each squirm, the stench grew more intense, filling the entire space anew. The moment he stepped into the room, Fernando immediately activated his highest-grade psychic shield and raised his bolter, aiming it at the creature. Firing directly wasn't an option. As a librarian, he knew that attacking recklessly, without understanding the altar's function, could disrupt the balance and unleash the accumulated psychic energy within. The psychic fluctuations in the room were already 3 or 4 levels higher than what he had sensed before. At the same time, the highest priority support and retreat commands were transmitted through the comms channel to the psyker detachment in the engine room. Jose, standing behind Fernando, gazed in shock at the heap of flesh. Was this a human? A psyker that had been sacrificed? But as the two of them appeared, the pulsating mass of flesh started writhing faster, and something that looked like an eye emerged, shifting to face them. "Hello," it muttered. An intense chill shot down Fernando's spine. He'd never seen anything this bizarre before. He wanted to retreat with Jose immediately, but his body was paralyzed, seemingly beyond his control, and snared by the stench. All he could do was stand, staring at the grotesque entity before him. "Glad to meet you both. Lovely weather today." The heap of flesh split open along a vertical seam, and its words grew clearer with each oscillation. "Oh, sorry. I forgot that you can't yet see the Great Garden, nor could you appreciate the nice weather. My apologies, I didn't mean to tease you." As it spoke, The yellow-green sludge, accompanied by decayed chunks of flesh, oozed from its mouth. I am the corruptor. The great and merciful Father sent me here to spread his compassion and cleanse those who disturb his dreams. So, I'm delighted to meet you. Meeting you confirms that my plan was correct. It muttered again, in a hushed tone. Some chunks of flesh began to fall off it, dropping into the soupy mixture below the altar, splashing sticky droplets. Oh, forgive me, I've been here a while, and this altar is about to give out. No, I don't blame those who built the altar for me. They were good people, though the Father couldn't take them all. Bits of flesh peeled off in steady pops, revealing a core that was decayed to an ashen gray. Its voice shifted, becoming sharp and shrill. In any case, that's how it is. I'm pleased to bring the Father's love to you both, though at the moment, I can only bless one of you. Don't worry, the Father loves all of you. There's a place for each of you in his garden. The flesh mound collapsed swiftly, liquefying as it poured down, stirring the pool of putrid water. But not him. The altar crumbled into a deathly silence. Jose's scream shattered the stillness as Fernando slowly turned his head, only to see foul water oozing from the seams of his comrade's power armor. So, that's how it is. Fernando looked at Hades and recounted the past events. Hades fell silent. In his memory, the four Chaos Gods only intensified their erosion of the physical universe after the Monarchia incident. But clearly, Fernando and his companions had encountered a great unclean one of Nurgle. This was even earlier than the time the Twilight Raiders encountered their pre-march. And what the Great Unclean One said to Fernando and his group proved that its plan was working. Could they have been bait? A seed of corruption planted in the Legion, a fuse to ignite the entire Legion's fall. However, the last words of that demon. But not him. Who was this him that could not accept Nurgle's curse? It couldn't possibly be Mordorion, could it? No. Hades, though not one to consider himself overly important, realized that at this moment, the answer seemed obvious. It was Hades himself. Had Nurgle's Great Unclean One already started laying its trap for him before he even joined the Death Guard? A chill ran down Hades' spine. Could it be that, because he tried to change the future, Mortarion's betrayal and ascension as a demon prince, Nurgle specifically sent a Great Unclean One to eliminate him? With diaresis empty said yes. Was he truly that important? Or was he overthinking things? But for now, Hades couldn't come up with a better explanation. No, there was a way to confirm it. Hades turned to Fernando once more. Your comrade back then, did he die in the end? Fernando trembled and fell silent again. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. I couldn't kill him. But perhaps Jose was already dead. That's why I'm asking for your help. Out of personal reasons, Fernando temporarily withheld the results of his divination. Hades' current tarot card position was the Titan reversed, indicating that his plans were broken. But Fernando's card was the Titan upright, meaning that as long as he took the initiative, he could achieve victory. He couldn't hold on much longer and had no choice but to take this desperate measure. Plus, Hades stood behind the fully armed Fernando, wielding the scythe obituary, clad in an enhanced breathing system version of MK3 power armor and a flamer pistol at his waist. Just moments ago, after Fernando briefly explained the situation, Hades immediately decided to retrieve his scythe. At the same time, he instructed Fernando to notify Barricine to lock down a section of the ship centered around the librarium. All personnel, servitors, or in other words, any living being were secretly evacuated. Fernando might not fully understand Nurgle's power, but Hades knew better. Not a single oversight was acceptable. Fernando had been keeping a Nurgle plague-bearer confined in the librarium. That nothing catastrophic had occurred thus far was nothing short of a miracle, Emperor's protection, perhaps. The chief librarian might believe his psychic bindings were effective. Hades hoped so, too, but he preferred to think of worst-case scenarios and prepare accordingly. It was possible. The demon was deliberately staying aboard the ship, remaining hidden, simply waiting for the right moment. Waiting for the moment to fulfill the plan it spoke of. No one but Fernando knew exactly what was hidden in the librarium. Hades tightened his grip on the scythe, the heavy weight reassuring him. Fernando's request was simple: help him kill this, Jose, and rid the chief librarian of his inner demons. From Fernando's description of Jose, Hades was certain that only two of them were currently capable of confronting it, Fernando, with his powerful psychic abilities, and Hades, with his ability to isolate the warp. Ordinary space marines exposed to such a powerful psychic entity would be courting death. Or worse, they would succumb to Nurgle's plague, their bodies ravaged and their minds corrupted. Although that creature was currently imprisoned by Fernando's psychic power, approaching it for close combat was undeniably risky. When facing a being of the warp, there was no such thing as being overly cautious. Yet, apart from killing it, Hades had no other choice. He couldn't just walk away and pretend nothing had happened. The alternative was abandoning his plans to go to Mars or even participate in battles, instead staying in the Librarium indefinitely to ensure the creature didn't escape. But he could guard it for a while. Could he guard it forever? The warp's corruption of a legion was pervasive and insidious. As an outsider, Hades once again felt a profound sense of helplessness. He sought to change fate, but that meant his opponents were the chaos gods themselves, beings that could manipulate time and toy with all living things. What did he have to fight them? Just his untouchable nature? No. There would always be a way. At least for now, he needed to kill a Nurgle-blessed creature. Hades realized more deeply than ever that he couldn't simply follow the Legion's path or muddle along with his previous plans. That was far too passive. But for now, with no other resources or avenues available, he could only take one step at a time. As for Mordorion, Hades leaned toward informing him about this incident after it was resolved. He didn't want Mordorion to come into direct contact with Nurgle's chosen now. Who knew what could happen? The last thing Hades wanted was for Nurgle to claim Mordorion with a single plague. Fernando glanced back at Hades. Hades ended his musings, adjusted his stance, and signaled for Fernando to proceed. They stood in a shadowed corner of the library, the darkness silently watching them. A sudden burst of white light erupted, and warped flashes of psychic energy flared violently around Fernando. Ancient incantations spilled from the chief librarian's mouth. As the words poured forth, the bookshelf before them began to shift aside. Hades' eyes widened. Golden runes densely covered the entire space, with intricate sigils drawn on the floor. The walls were lined with weapons bestowed upon the Legion by the Emperor. Countless prayer-inscribed parchments clung to the massive chains, which trembled faintly with the psychic ripples. At the center of it all was a crude psychic cage, its violet light flickering. From the room's four corners, thick chains extended, binding the creature lying at the center. The ends of the chains appeared scorched, their surfaces shimmering with an iridescent black. The creature. A buzzing filled Hades' mind. With memories of his past life, he recognized it immediately. Even though its markings were faded by corrosion, even though it wore Mk2 armor. It was a plague marine. There was a plague marine bound aboard the Death Guard's flagship all this time. By the Emperor. Swollen, pale gray intestines protruded from the ruptured abdomen of its power armor, writhing slightly. Maggots twisted in the ruptures, accompanied by yellow-black bile. Every joint of its power armor oozed corpse fluid, which trickled down the armor's contours, soaking its rotting, greenish plating. The most suffocating sight, however, was its head. Its breathing tubes had fused grotesquely with its mouth and tongue, leaving a thin, pointed pink tongue protruding. Where the helmet's eyes should have been were now dark, spider-like compound eyes. Hades could imagine how horrifying those eyes would look if they moved, but for now, they resembled dusty glass, distorted and filled with agony. Flames still burned across the marine's body. Yet, for every bit of flesh the fire consumed, new growth emerged to replace it. This warrior appeared dead. And yet his body lived on, his soul still imprisoned within this husk. Even with prior knowledge of plague marine models, Hades was utterly stunned by the grotesque reality before him. Sensing Hades' shock, Fernando spoke with a voice calm yet tinged with pain. Every night, I burn him with a flamer to hinder his awakening. In reality, to protect his comrade, Fernando donned his armor and slept beside this corpse every night. Surrounded by psychic restraints, a comrade in decay and torment, and a corpse oozing with pus, Hades now realized the depth of determination and resilience in this chief librarian. Hades took a deep breath. The nauseating stench of rot penetrated his bones. Raising his scythe, he signaled for Fernando to dispel the psychic cage. But then, the corpse moved. The bloated plague marine, so swollen that even its power armor was grotesquely distended, finally broke free from its false, death-like state. Its limbs twitched unnaturally as it struggled to rise. Hades gave it no chance. Acting decisively, he fired a shot from his flamer. The scorching ray tore through the air, slipped through the gaps of the psychic cage, and struck the creature squarely at the knee of its left leg. Flesh burst apart, bright yellow flames erupted alongside fragments of its power armor, and the putrid pus that leaked out was instantly vaporized. The burning stench overwhelmed the room's existing miasma of decay. The flamer, a relic of the Age of Strife, was more potent than most weapons of its size. It would faithfully ignite and consume any organic material it touched. Flames raged, incinerating until nothing remained. However, the creature's regenerative abilities outpaced the fire's destruction. Rotten muscle fibers intertwined rapidly, attempting to restore the burned tissue. Predicting such resistance, Hades remained calm. He maintained his rhythm, firing consecutive shots, the radiant flashes from the weapon illuminating his helmet. Simultaneously, he began channeling the black domain within him, letting its energy flow steadily into the scythe. Obituary. "Remove the psychic cage," he ordered. When the corpse stirred earlier, Fernando had not dispelled the psychic barrier. Instead, he had intensified its energy, hoping to restrain and weaken the creature further. Hades' command caused Fernando to hesitate briefly, but he quickly reversed the flow of his psychic energy. The room's brilliant white light began to dim. Hades fired several more shots before taking up a ready stance with his scythe, preparing to strike the moment the psychic cage vanished. However, as the cage weakened, the plague marine's flesh suddenly began to swell violently. Realizing that Hades wouldn't give it a chance to rise, the mass of corrupted flesh coalesced into a grotesque mound on the marine's chest. On this mound, a slit slowly opened. A demon. "Greetings," it began, its voice oozing malice. "For those disdained by the..." Before it could finish, the last of the psychic cage dissipated, and a pitch-black arc from Hades' scythe sliced through the mound. The demon's words were abruptly cut off. Where obituary struck, the red flesh and yellow-white fat withered instantly, turning into black ash that scattered through the air. "RB." The scythe sliced through the mass with a smoothness that startled Hades. It felt like cutting through tofu. This was Hades' full-strength swing, yet the seemingly resilient tissue offered no resistance to obituary. The unexpected ease almost made him stumble, but his combat instincts quickly steadied his footing. Fernando, keeping pace with Hades' actions, raised his flamer and fired directly at the severed mound of flesh. The flames roared to life, and unlike before, the burned sections did not regenerate. The blackened, shriveled flesh looked like charcoal. Yet, as Hades struck again, the plague marine's exposed intestines suddenly reared like a snake in ambush, spraying black and yellow pus toward him. Fernando immediately cast the strongest psychic shield he could muster over Hades, while Hades dodged and countered with another slash of his scythe. The viscous black-yellow liquid missed its target, splattering onto the ground. Inside, countless wriggling black tapeworms squirmed in the goo. Wasting no time, Hades, realizing that the ignorant flesh, restored by psychic energy, stood no chance against his scythe, swung obituary in wide arcs, attempting to sever the plague marine's corpse into several pieces. Fernando chanted incantations, maintaining the maximum power of the psychic shield that surrounded them both. However, the exposed flesh of the corpse began to split open sporadically, forming small mouths. "Cursed ones." Hades swung his scythe again, turning another chunk of flesh into black sand. "The trap is laid, just waiting." Fernando aimed his flamer at the opening and fired another burst of flames. "I've seen through you." Once more, Hades swung his scythe downward. This time, he hooked into the small fissure forming on the demon's flesh mound and sliced it apart. "Let me finish my sentence." Hades' expression remained stoic as he continued the systematic extermination with his scythe. A death guard like him had no reason to humor the ramblings of a great, unclean one. Even if this demon were targeting him specifically, what useful information could it possibly share? Most likely, it would try to sow corruption or mock them. From the demon's opening remarks, Hades had already deduced it was addressing him directly. After all, Nurgle's servants would not refer to other Death Guard as disdained. Never trust a demon. This was a truth Hades, as a reincarnated outsider, understood deeply. Even if Tsench had fed Gilliman 9 accurate truths about Nurgle, that was Tsench. Nurgle wouldn't play the same game. Meanwhile, the Plague Bearer felt increasingly frustrated. Why were these mortals so rude? From its experience observing mortal destinies, those inhabiting the physical plane always seemed fond of dramatic speeches during battle, cryptic, fate-laden words meant to provoke thought. The kind-hearted Rayfather had once told it that the grandfather adored such theatrics. While they were hardly nourishing, they added a certain flavor to the unfolding fates. The grandfather loved drama. 7-word phrases, 7-character words, 7 pauses, 7 taunts. It had carefully crafted this performance while wallowing in its swampy home. This, too, was a cycle of destiny. Why wouldn't they let it speak? Clearly, that accursed outsider was loathed by the grandfather. Still, its purpose was already fulfilled. Plus, the fragment of the Plague-Bearer's essence, housed within the remnants of the Dusk Raider, had drawn close enough to Hades in the physical world. The omnipresent stench of decay had already seeped into his being. Slowly but surely, the fog obscuring his fate was lifting. Since the false emperor's tampering had altered this unclean outsider, his unique void-like nature made him difficult to locate directly. His aura disrupted the warp, making his destiny dim and obscure, unlike the clarity of others. Thus, the Plague-Bearer had relied on observing the fates of those around him to approximate his trajectory. It had been painstaking work, but the Plague-Bearer had approached it with utmost diligence. The grandfather had entrusted it with a glorious mission. As one of the youngest in Nurgle's family, it was born to fulfill this task. Success would elevate it to one of the grandfather's most favored servants. Hades' destiny had an anchor point, a key event that would clarify his past and future. This was it, forcing the still-developing Hades to confront Nurgle's power aboard the Endurance, flagship of the Death Guard. Such an encounter would shape Hades' mindset and strategy forever. Now, the anchor point had arrived. A small lure was all it needed to draw Hades to the carefully prepared stage, an infested planet, waiting for him. Its mission complete, there was no longer any need for deceit. Plus, the Plague-Bearer stopped attempting to regenerate its wounds. The bloated corpse of the Plague Marine, fragmented into several pieces, began to swell rapidly. Its power armor, now brittle and corrupted, fell away in chunks. Sensing the shift, Hades immediately ceased his attacks. He grabbed a massive shield from the weapon-covered wall and placed himself in front of Fernando. As a blank, Hades was immune to most of Nurgle's tricks outside physical damage. Fernando, however, was not. Boom! Yellow-green pus splattered across the room, covering every surface. Chunks of rotted flesh clung to the walls like grotesque decorations. The stench was so overwhelming that Hades momentarily blacked out, swallowing the bile rising in his throat. Truly, this was Nurgle's handiwork. Thanks to Hades' foresight, the entire organic matter within the surrounding zone of the Librarium had been cleared in advance, and the area was locked down. Despite this, a nauseating stench now permeated the space. Fernando had nearly passed out earlier, but thankfully, Hades had dragged him out of the foul-smelling chamber in time and punched him awake. "I know you threw up, but don't take off your helmet or you'll die," Hades thought silently as he observed Fernando. Using the scythe obituary, Hades tapped Fernando lightly to confirm he was free of contamination. He then found a sealed room at the edge of the quarantine zone, leaving Fernando inside to recover alone. Although both of their power armor suits had been splattered with some of the pus, the good news was that the substance didn't appear corrosive. At least, their power armor wouldn't suffer any immediate damage. Next, Hades used his helmet's communication channel to contact Barracine, the first commander, who had been on standby. He briefly explained the current situation. There was a long silence on the other end before Barracine's voice emerged. "I must admit, I didn't anticipate this method of attack. We'll need to set up a separate ventilation system for this area later." And well done, Hades. It seemed Fernando had finally resolved his internal doubts. However, Barracine was lost in thought. An entity capable of possessing a space marine and extensively altering their body through psychic means, such a thing was new to him. Was it a form of psychic life? Or perhaps the demon Hades had mentioned? There was much to do, so Barracine temporarily set aside his questions. Although he was curious about the details of the battle and how it had unfolded, the immediate priority was to sanitize the area. According to Hades, the lingering stench might carry viruses. A withering above Nepsilon. Relying on Hades' description, Barasine swiftly devised a course of action. First, he ordered the second company to dispatch veteran troops equipped with enhanced respiratory systems to guard the entrances to the quarantine zone, relieving the current personnel on duty. Next, he instructed the ship's logistics department to identify 2 independent ventilation ducts connected only to the librarium zone. One duct would be used to vent air at maximum power, while the other would serve as an exhaust to expel the contaminated air directly into space. Once initial ventilation was complete, Fernando recovered enough to join Barasine and Hades for a brief discussion. In the end, they decided to abandon the zone entirely and relocate librarium activities to the next level of the ship. Large quantities of disinfectant spray and promethium fuel were transported into the quarantined area via sealed and sanitized pipelines. Finally, Fernando made the decisive call. All books in the librarium were to be burned, and the entire zone would undergo a final round of cleansing using promethium fuel and incendiary weapons. Hades sighed silently. Though he was deeply reluctant to burn so many books, it was clear that anything tainted by Nurgle's foulness was no longer fit for use. If only Fernando had confined the plague marine somewhere else. Fernando, sensing Hades' regret, chuckled over the communication channel, sounding uncharacteristically lighthearted. It's fine. Most of these books wouldn't have been read by anyone outside the librarium anyway. The Death Guard's librarium was destined to disappear. The Legion commander's decision was the right one. His words carried a practical tone, though he knew the deeper implications. Burning them now is merely a more thorough way to erase our presence. Despite the reassurance, as the chief librarian, Fernando had committed the most important texts to memory. Given enough time, he could rewrite them. The ones he hadn't memorized were either unimportant, overly esoteric, or even heretical. Exhaustion mixed with regret as Hades instinctively took a deep breath, forgetting that ventilation was still in its early stages. The stench nearly overwhelmed him again, forcing him to choke back the bile rising in his throat. Before destroying everything, however, there was one last thing to do. Hades' voice broke the silence, rough and hoarse. "Call Mordorion here." Plus. Barasine blinked, his usually composed demeanor shaken. The Primarch stood with both hands braced on the comms terminal, his hooded gaze fixed on the screen in front of him. Behind him, Barasine kept his expression neutral, silently willing himself invisible. "This is between you two, I'm not involved." The screen replayed the footage from Hades and Fernando's helmet recorders. A chamber inscribed with sorceress runes, the grotesquely bloated corpse of the plague marine, pulsating flesh, splitting seams, and the presence of some bizarrely intelligent entity. Mordorion had always thought his Xenos foster father was repulsive enough. But this was 1,000 times worse than anything Nicaire had shown him. The sight of the bloated space marine left him speechless. Emperor's mercy. Humans can end up like this? If Mordorion were ever to transform into something so grotesque, he would choose the ashes of destruction over lingering even a second in such a state. The recording ended with the final explosion, the screen filled with viscous slime. Silently, Mordorion shifted his gaze to the live feed showing Hades' face through his helmet cam. These simple helmet cameras had once seemed pointless to him. Now he understood their value. As Mordorion glared at the feed, Hades' awkwardly familiar smile filled the screen, having his anger, or no, doubling it. "No, this is Hades. Perhaps he deserves some trust." "Explain," Mordorion rasped, his voice carrying the weight of both exasperation and command. Hades' carefully maintained smile froze on his face. The ventilation ducts hummed as air was cycled in and out. The foul ichor on the floor quietly solidified, its repugnant presence lingering. Mortarian's cold, raspy voice came through the channel, sending a chill down Hades' spine. "It's exactly as you saw." Hades and Mortarian's bolded conversation occurs in Barbarousian. Hades barely finished before realizing he'd phrased it poorly. He quickly pivoted, trying to soothe Mortarian's emotions before explaining further. "You can't reason with someone when they're angry. And Mortarian's a pre-march, it's doubly impossible." "I know you've been busy dealing with the librarium because of Kala," Hades began cautiously. I didn't want them causing you more trouble, so I kept an eye on things here. Then Fernando came to me. Hades sped up, talking as fast as he could in an attempt to gloss over the incident. During a previous mission, Librarian Jose was struck by an enemy psychic attack. Even after being brought back to the Endurance for treatment, his condition didn't improve. Chief Librarian Fernando tried everything to cleanse the corruption, but ultimately had no choice but to confine him. Hades knew Fernando had valid reasons for his decisions. But now, complete transparency was the only option. To hide anything, even a minor detail, would doom not just the two of them, but likely Barricine as well. You don't try to hide things from a pre-march once they're suspicious. After learning about my anti-psychic resistance, Fernando reached out to me, hoping I could help purge our comrade, who had already been possessed by a demon. At the same time, Mortarion raised a brow, cutting him off sharply. Demon? Hades, have you lost your mind? When those shamanic sorcerers prattle on about demons, I can at least understand. Their dull brains can't grasp science. But you? What's your excuse, Hades? The rising threat in Mortarion's tone was unmistakable. Hades swallowed nervously. I call these creatures demons because they resemble the ones in barbarian legends. We can debate what to call them later. Don't argue with Mortarion's worldview. Hades silently resolved. Call them whatever you want. If you insist they're angels, I'll agree without hesitation. But I didn't want to waste your time, especially since managing a legion is already exhausting. So, I temporarily referred to them as demons for simplicity's sake. Mortarion let out a derisive snort, dismissing the triviality of the term. Hades blinked furtively. All right, one hurdle cleared. Up next, concepts of gods. That ought to blow up Mortarion's worldview. Once we realized the entity was a psychic being, I grabbed my scythe, obituary, and joined Fernando to deal with it directly. With the background set, Hades prepared for the crucial phase of his argument, desperate damage control. I knew you'd be busy reviewing Legion matters at this time, so I hesitated to disturb you. And besides, honestly, I've avoided troubling you all this time because I know how tirelessly you oversee the Legion. So, I made the decision on my own. But remembering what you taught me on Barbarous, to always act cautiously, I contacted Barricine to inform him that the chief librarian and I had discovered a psychic entity in the librarium area and were sealing off the zone. Arnu Beta. Mortarion snorted again. And this is why you've essentially written off an entire sector? Oh, come on, how am I supposed to respond to that? Hades cursed internally. In truth, the Endurance, a Gloriana-class battleship, had more than enough spare sectors. The loss of one wasn't critical, but explaining it to Mortarion was another matter entirely. Even though his power armor was temperature-regulated, Hades felt as though he were drenched in sweat. The sterile, detergent-like smell of Astartes' perspiration filled his helmet. I didn't expect it to explode at the end, Hades admitted weakly. Had I known, I would have notified you, even if it was inconvenient. Afterward, we recognized the severity of the situation, so we reported it to you immediately after securing the area. The channel went silent. Mortarion didn't respond immediately, which Hades took as a sign that his explanation had been accepted for now. Hades seized the opportunity to de-escalate. For now, the top priority is dealing with the biohazard in this area. We may not be able to cover all aspects, so we'll need your help. He aimed to show Mortarion their willingness to take responsibility while avoiding further unnecessary confrontation. Discussions about the warp had to wait until they could talk face-to-face. Any sensitive information shared over comms risked interception or distortion. The other end of the channel went silent. Just as Hades was starting to wonder if the comms had malfunctioned, Mortarion's raspy voice broke the quiet. When this area is fully cleansed, you come out. This matter is far from over. Though Hades had expected this, hearing Mortarion say it out loud filled him with dread. Hades knew Mortarion was angrier about being kept in the dark than about the librarium's secrets themselves. By Mortarion's usual rules and demeanor, Fernando would likely bear the brunt of the punishment. But for now, Hades had drawn Mortarion's ire onto himself. It's fine, Hades thought. Mortarion won't sentence me to death. Fernando's fate, though, is another story. Later, Hades would have to plead for the librarium's survival, argue for the Terran veterans, clear himself of suspicion, and even educate Mortarion on the warp. The difficulty of these tasks felt far greater than taking down a plague marine solo. Can I just die now? Why was it that everyone else's Warhammer stories were straightforward fighting and killing? Why had his life turned into a narrative simulator? But, as the saying went, a man under the eaves must bow his head. Still, if only he'd been assigned a different pre-march, like Sanguinius or Guilliman. Wouldn't that have been better? Plus, flames roared and surged, greedily consuming everything in their path. Boosted by oxygen-rich air, the fire danced and raged in an unrestrained frenzy. Hades stood at the door of the sealed chamber, his flame gun in hand. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a volley of superheated fire onto the promethium-soaked room. For his incendiary weapon, this chamber, brimming with organic material and promethium, was paradise. The acrid stench of burning flesh mixed with the pervasive reek of decay, saturating the librarium. Everything in the chamber had to be incinerated. Weapons tainted by the ichor were likely unsalvageable. Hades felt a pang of regret, but ultimately supported Fernando's decision. Farther from the chamber, in the main librarium, Fernando was flipping through critical texts. These volumes, though already reeking and showing the first signs of decay at their edges, would soon be burned. Fernando was using his helmet's recording system to preserve the essential content in advance. Hades, 8 o'clock, under the shield, Mortarian's voice came through the comms. Without changing his defeated expression, Hades wearily adjusted his aim and fired. Mortarion insisted on keeping the video feed active. After forcing Hades to sweep through the chamber with his helmet, cam like an obsessive perfectionist, documenting every detail, the pre-march finally allowed him to resume burning the place down. The toxic fumes were enough to make Hades gag, even through his helmet. He suspected Mortarion might be doing this deliberately to mess with him. Initially, Mortarion wanted to collect samples of the ichor, but ultimately abandoned the idea, recognizing the contamination risks. At that moment, Mortarion was multitasking, reviewing Legion data, examining librarium reports and surveillance logs from the past decade, and still finding time to micromanage Hades. Meanwhile, Barracine continued overseeing the cleanup of the area under Mortarian's orders. Plus, when the golden flames had consumed the last traces of the chamber, Hades hefted a bucket and poured another load of promethium into the inferno, pushing the blaze to its peak. Hades walked through the roaring flames, flame gun in hand, the firelight tracing the contours of his power armor. At the entrance to the librarium, Fernando stood waiting in silence. Hades approached, retrieved his scythe obituary from where it leaned against the wall, and nodded at Fernando. Fernando returned the gesture, then raised his flame gun and unleashed a blast, setting the librarium's books ablaze. Pages burned and scattered like ashes in the wind, crumbling to nothing before they could reach the ground. Hades stood with his weapon lowered, leaving Fernando to his moment of closure. The Death Guard, or rather, the Desk Raiders, accumulated knowledge burned to ashes. The chief librarian watched it all with cold detachment, standing witness to both the destruction of the past and the uncertainty of their future. The inferno consumed everything as the ventilation system roared at full power, feeding flammable gas into the flames until the entire librarium was a furnace. Fernando and Hades exited the area. Hades turned and locked the librarium's doors behind them. Fernando did not look back. Inside, the fire would burn for at least a year, continuously fueled by promethium channeled in through auxiliary pipelines. The first phase of the cleanup was officially complete. The crimson glow of the organic decontamination chamber filled the small room, accompanied by the piercing sound of alarms. Hades instinctively closed his eyes tightly, preparing himself. Specially formulated disinfectant sprayed down in the confined space, washing over his genetically enhanced body. Despite his post-human physiology, the intense treatment stung, leaving his skin feeling raw. This was the 5th round of decontamination, with the apothecaries having tailored the treatment specifically for Hades and Fernando. Hades stood inside the cramped, single-occupant chamber, one wall made of glass to allow the apothecaries outside to monitor the process. Currently, the apothecaries in the observation room stared intently at him through the glass, their eyes practically glowing with enthusiasm. "I'm not embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed," Hades chanted internally. Next came ultraviolet sterilization. The sudden burst of harsh purple light nearly blinded him, and he thought for a moment his remaining right eye might go completely dark. But the ordeal wasn't over yet. Fully suited apothecaries entered, carrying a tank of disinfectant. Although Hades and Fernando had remained within the sealed system of their power armor, additional precautions were deemed necessary to cleanse their respiratory systems, which had been exposed to the contaminated air. Apothecary Leo pulled out 2 nasal irrigation tubes, fixing Hades with a cold, unyielding stare. I accept my fate, Hades thought. What followed could only be described as torture. Plus, half dead from the relentless disinfection process, Hades slumped lifelessly in an interrogation chair. The harsh white light from above bathed the room, reflecting off his skin, now bleached a shade paler by the disinfectant. He looked, unironically, like a corpse that had been soaked too long in embalming fluid. The heavy iron door groaned open, and Mordorion ducked slightly to enter the room. Hades instantly straightened in his chair, adjusting his posture and mindset. He was ready to admit his mistakes and reform his ways. Mordorion wasn't wearing his power armor. Instead, he was dressed in his plain combat attire, which hung loosely on his gaunt frame. At his waist, the Xenos handgun lantern rested quietly, as if dormant. Mordorion approached in silence and pulled out the chair opposite Hades. Screech. The grating noise echoed in the empty room as Mordorion deliberately dragged the chair out, stretching the moment and setting the stage for the interrogation. Mordorion sat down casually, adopting the posture of an authoritative figure awaiting the confessions of a guilty subordinate. "You stink," he said, wrinkling his nose. Hades' temper flared instantly. "I stink. That's your opening line? Between the two of us, who's the one with the worst stench? You've got to be kidding me." But the burst of anger fizzled out just as quickly. "Fine. To be fair, even I can smell something off on myself." "You're right. You're always right." Hades swallowed nervously. "So, Mordorion, you know I underwent treatment aboard the Imperator Somnium, right? Sorry about this, Emperor. You've been volunteered. And, well, my physiology isn't exactly normal, is it? I'm a unique untouchable." Mordorion didn't reply. From behind his respirator, the faint sound of hissing emanated, almost imperceptible. "So, during my occasional moments of lucidity, the Sisters of Silence, composed of untouchables like me, shared some information with me," Hades began cautiously. "With Tilda. They told you." Mortarion's voice was sharp. "They wrote it down," Hades corrected quickly, anticipating Mortarion's tendency to fixate on details. The Primarch crossed his arms and fell silent. His father, after all, had indeed sent the Sisters of Silence to deliver weapons to Hades. "So, I learned that entities exist in the warp," Hades continued. Mortarion's brow furrowed at this, but he did not interrupt, allowing Hades to press on. "These warp entities draw power from our emotions. The stronger the emotions, the more sustenance they provide," Hades explained, speaking faster. "Due to the diversity of emotions in sentient beings, these warp entities are divided into distinct types." "You had better know exactly what you're saying," Mordorion warned, his voice low and menacing. Hades blinked. "This is just what I've deduced from the Sisters of Silence, my interactions with the Librarium, and my own reading and reasoning. I could be mistaken, which is why I wanted your input to confirm or refute it." Mordorion stared at Hades, clearly weighing the truth in his words. "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" Critical hit. "Because I wasn't sure if any of it was true." Hades shot back, his voice rising slightly. "It wasn't until today, when I saw that thing, that demon, or rather, that warp entity, that I could confirm the reliability of this information. I didn't want to bother you with uncertain speculations," he added quickly, trying to soften the blow. "And the demon we encountered today," Hades continued cautiously, "belonged to the category of Nurgle." The final syllable hit the air like a hammer. Across from him, Mordorion visibly flinched. Plus, lush greenery thrived in the grand garden, its enchanting decay wafting sweetly through the air. Mordorion lay lazily beside a soft, boggy marsh, listening as plague toads croaked out praises to the grandfather. His wings itched slightly. Perhaps the mischievous Nurglings had brushed away some of their protective scales with their antics. He didn't like those ever-screeching little bugs. Mordorion shifted, intending to shake the Nurglings off his wings. Wings? Wait. Wings. A blinding white light suddenly cut through the vivid hallucination, shattering it like glass. Mortarion's face turned deathly pale. Heavy breathing echoed from his respirator. The searing pain in his hands drove the vision away, dragging him back to reality. He looked up. Mordorion, are you all right? Hades was gripping his hand tightly, concern etched on his face. The chair Mordorion had been sitting on was now toppled over. Clearly, the sudden vision had shocked him as much as it had Mordorion. Mordorion inhaled deeply, steadying himself before turning his sharp gaze back to Hades. Hades, he rasped, his voice filled with venom. What is Nurgle? The words burned like acid as they passed his lips. White light illuminated everything, casting a harsh glare across the room. The polished surface of the table, clean to a sheen by servitors, reflected the light blindingly. Through the respirator, Mortarion's raspy breathing echoed slowly. The floor seemed to tremble slightly, or perhaps it was just Hades' imagination. At least, for now, Mortarion's soul still remained a sanctified white. Words, those marvelous vibrations of sound crafted by the vocal cords, carried with them their primal power. At certain moments, under specific circumstances, and uttered by particular individuals, words could tap into the psychic currents flowing through the warp. The warp's influence over the physical universe had its limitations. Outside places where the boundary between the warp and reality was thin, such as the Eye of Terror, its forces required active cooperation from beings in the material world to bridge the gap. For example, a deranged psyker could open a gateway by using their connection between soul and body to allow warp entities entry into the physical universe. Or rituals and mass gatherings infused with intense, specific emotions, accompanied by incantations imbued with meaning, could summon the power of the warp. What had just occurred was the result of Hades speaking a particular name, a word laden with concept and significance, spoken in the presence of one of that being's favored toys. The warp's power surged momentarily, but because it was still constrained by the physical universe, the result was limited to mental hallucinations. These visions, however, were quickly severed by Hades. Still, if Mordorion allowed himself to spiral into an emotional maelstrom, Hades swallowed hard and mentally rehearsed his next words. He had no desire to relive the earlier scene. So, it is a type of powerful warp entity formed from specific concepts and ideas. This time, Hades avoided using the word God. You can get a glimpse of the concepts that make up such entities from the demon we fought earlier. Hades continued. Decay, death, despair, entropy. Mordorion was silent for a moment, then, after processing the recent events, he finally spoke. So what you're saying is that in addition to this type, there are other kinds of entities as well? Hades nodded. Yes, there are indeed other types of warp entities, though I haven't encountered any of them myself yet. Speak another name? No chance. If he did, Mordorion might just become the chosen champion of all 4 Chaos Gods by the end of this conversation. Furthermore, Hades added quickly, seizing the moment, I can't confirm the exact relationships between different types of warp entities. Mordorion hesitated before speaking. So, I'm being watched by a powerful warp entity. What? Hades nodded repeatedly, like a pounding drum, while keeping a close eye on Mortarion's condition. Thankfully, nothing seemed amiss for now. Though pondering the nature of the gods might invite their gaze, as a pre-march, Mordorion was likely under constant observation already. Once again, Mordorion fell silent. He was being watched? The garden whispered, its murmurs barely audible. Could this truly be anything but some form of sorcery? Sorcery, insidious, deceiving sorcery. Mordorion had always believed his foster father, Isekai'd, represented the vilest depths of corruption. Foul psyker powers, warp-born energies that repelled anyone who so much as looked upon them. He thought he had understood such malevolence. But now, Hades was telling him there existed entities in the warp far more defiled, thousands of times worse. How could that be possible? The flies began to sing, their droning chorus swelling in his mind. He instinctively wanted to deny it, to reject the idea outright, but in that moment, that single moment, he saw the demon Hades had spoken of. Anno Epsilones. He saw the beings that could only be described as gods. And he saw himself, a version of himself struggling against their influence. That was just an illusion, wasn't it? Mordorion silently reassured himself. This was merely the result of sorcery. Isekai'd, his foster father, had subjected him to tormenting visions every night. He was all too familiar with the tricks of the warp. But could illusions ever feel this real? The overwhelming stench of decay, the festering, oozing flesh, the alien sensation weighing on his shoulders. Was that him? Was that his future? Despair and visions crept insidiously into Mortarian's heart, taking root inch by inch.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.